Challenge, powered by Pirelli. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Daniel Haynes. And Daniel, this is going to be one heck of a race so far. We saw the qualifying yesterday, and things turned out predictable, but there are still a couple of surprises that might be in store.
For sure, we had the starter, maybe just an aperitif yesterday. This is the true main course, and I've been out on circuit, I've been up to the AMG Experience place. The atmosphere here is absolutely amazing. It's on edge, everyone's ready for it. We cannot wait for this race to start. It's what all motorsport fans of South Africa have been waiting for. It's a highlight of the year for all of us, and it's poised on a knife edge after qualifying yesterday, so we're in for a classic.
Well, you certainly were in for a classic earlier on because you got a ride with Kenya Bull in the Mercedes AMG. Was the car as fast as it has been in qualifying? Because once again, the Mercedes, well, not necessarily the Hubble one, but Mercedes has once again topped the charts.
It felt like I was in his 75 AMG, I'm not going to lie. I'm glad I brought a spare pair of trousers with me today, because Kenya Bull, he only knows how to drive one way, and it's interesting, put it that way. We'll discuss that when he goes out on track. He will be starting for the 75 AMG, so yeah. I mean, he might have Pro-Am written on the back of that car, but it was pretty pro driving from what I saw.
Well, let's go through the list of results. The 999 car topped the charts once again with a 142.617 average time, which means they start at the front. But having spoken to them, the team, and Team BMW as well, it does seem like the times don't necessarily tell the tale. It seems that BMW, according to some, have been sandbagging, and we have to now wait and see if that's the case. The other issue is that BMW has incredible speed on the straights, and will that come into effect and affect the 999's pole position qualifying?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a 9-hour race. This isn't a sprint race. So qualifying's not really that important, but we had a conversation directly after qualifying with Michael Grenier, put it on pole. They think it was important to start at the front because they're scared about that BMW's top-end speed. So that's why they went all out. The rest, BMW, I think they're perfectly happy starting second and third. And even just quickly going into speak to Marcus Winkelhock this morning as well, Audi's confident as well. They were saying last year, this time, they were way off the pace. They knew it wasn't going to be a good race for them. That is not how the feeling is in that garage this morning. They're well up for this. So we've got 3 manufacturers absolutely gunning it. Even Grove Racing Porsche, the Pro-Am side there, they're very confident in their Pro-Am aspirations as well. They're probably going to be fighting along the Sun Energy One for the overall victory in the Pro-Am class. Yeah, we've got a couple of races to look at today, and all 4 manufacturers are confident. That's what you want to see on the start of the race.
Well, let's get you clued up on what exactly the Intercontinental GT Challenge is, powered by Pirelli. It's a championship that goes all over the world. 5 locations to be exact, where Kyalami and South Africa is one of those locations. Teams are grouped in manufacturer classes, and they then battle each other out to find out which team and manufacturer gets the championship title at the end of the year. There are pros, there are pro-ams, and there are various different licenses that drivers then have to achieve over the course of their life and experience. And then at the end, they come to an event like this, where each team is grouped together in groups of 3 drivers, and they then find out which trio is the fastest over 9 hours. If you look at the first couple of drivers and teams, those are all pro category teams, Dan. And then, of course, the pro-ams slot in just below that. So, Dan, could you elaborate what the differences are between the pros and the pro-ams, and what us and the viewers should be looking out for?
Yeah, so it's simply a combination of their FIA race license that they've been issued. So every driver gives the FIA his CV of racing, if you like, throughout his career, and they will say, right, you're a bronze driver, you're a gold driver, you're a platinum driver, and only pro classes can be full platinum drivers. You can't shove, obviously, 3 platinum drivers into a Pro-Am class. So a Pro-Am class will always have a bronze driver. So in the likes of the 75 Sun Energy, Kenya Bull is the team owner, and he is also the bronze and race driver. So, but I mean, that team has also got Jules Gounon in it, an absolute stunner of a driver, platinum class for Mercedes AMG. They could very much mix it amongst the pros. I wouldn't be half surprised even if they have aspirations of an overall podium. So there's a couple of very strong Pro-Am cars here. Grove Racing also being another one, with Earl Bamber taking there along with Stephen and Brenton Grove. Stephen, I just spoke to him earlier. He's very much up for this race. First time ever in Africa. He loves it. He said he's definitely coming back. And That Porsche was tricky yesterday, but they said all cars were tricky in qualifying. It's all about today, though.
It's all about today, and we've got 9 hours of racing to look forward to, folks. And as the time goes on, we'll be doing interviews, discussions, and keeping you guys up to date on exactly what is going on for the rest of this time. Let's get back to the qualifying standings, Dan. We spoke about the Mercedes-AMG 999 that's on the top spot, but right behind that, you've got the two BMW teams, Team WRT. And for those of you that are in the know, WRT used to be an Audi team.
A massive Audi team. It's a huge customer team. So them switching from Audi to BMW took a bit of a shock. It's their prototype aspirations for Le Mans was the reason that they did it. They want to be involved with that later in the year. This is a big deal for them. It's a new car, the M4. We haven't seen it around this circuit. When they last came here, BMW, not with the WRT team, but they had the M6. Obviously, they won in 2020 with Sheldon van der Linde. Sheldon van der Linde is back again, and he's back hoping to do exactly what he did in 2020, but in a different car. When you've got a new car, a new circuit, there's unknowns, and that's been the talk all week. How fast is that M4? I still don't think we've seen everything. Everyone's sort of not 100% sure. They put down the pace a little bit in qualifying, starting on the front row of the grid is all they want, but there is a feeling that they're going to be incredibly difficult to pass because of that straight line speed they've got. Let's see whether that plays out in the race.
And straight line speed is exactly what the BMW had. These cars, not limited, but they did go 237 kilometers an hour down the straight here. Because of all the aero, they're not that fast at the end of the straight, but compared to the others, Dan, there was about a 5 kilometer an hour difference between them and some of the other teams, which is substantial. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be fast over the course of a lap or 9 hours. There is, though, however, been murmurs in the pits that BMW might have something in the bag. My prediction is that those turbos will come on song once the air cools and the BMW start to stretch those legs later on. Dan, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you've got a point there, and I think some of the drivers in the other teams also have that fear. They think that they need to get away at the start of this race while conditions are incredibly hot. Track temperatures way up there. If they can stretch a lead, that might be their only chance, because I think the BMWs are going to only gain pace as the race progresses and track temperatures cool, especially into the night. Those BMWs will be strong.
Into the night, and that's what the 9 hour is all about. Of course, we drive into the sunset, and there is a corner here named Sunset Corner today. It will be more apt than ever. Then the lights go out over Kyalami and the pitch black starts to set in. These cars all have incredibly powerful lights, Dan, and you and I were practicing in the dark the other day to try and identify these guys, the Audis being the most distinctive. And for you folks out there, we're going to try and help you figure out who's who in the dark as the sun sets and they cross the finish line. And that is what these teams are going to want to do. It's a 9 hour race. It's a race of attrition. And in an endurance race like this, it's all about you've got to be the one that crosses the line at the end. It doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you finish.
Yeah, this race has got basically 3 phases to it. This incredibly hot phase to start with. They're just trying to get through. Obviously, we've got 1 hour before the local national teams drop off the grid as well. And then we move on to that sunset period. Very, very tricky. Whoever's in the car during that sunset period, Sunset Corner is called Sunset for a reason. I've been stood on that corner during sunset and you can't see anything, yet alone going around it, hurtling through that bend in a GT3 car, and then pitch black. It is absolutely pitch black at the top of the circuit. Leocop turn 10 and 11. Very, very dark there. Your reference points that we're using for the first 6 hours of the race, they're no longer there. All the trees, complete darkness. You just have to feel your way through that double left-hander. Whoever gets given that duty, I mean, they got to be ready for it, and have only had 1 night practice session, some of these guys, only a few laps.
But what's interesting, Dan, is, and this surprises me every time I see a race like this, is that these professionals are able to drive in the night. They're able to do very similar times at night, and that is just a show of what the kind of talent is that we have here today. Dan, you mentioned it before. The drivers here are exceptionally fast and talented, and I'm beginning to wonder if some of these drivers have a little bit extra in reserve as we go later on. But now, let's talk about the Audis. Let's talk about the Audis that are just behind the rest of the cars. Number 66 and number 99, Tresso Attempto Racing.
Yeah, so it's a customer team, but it's got a full lineup of factory drivers through there. And like I said, I just popped in there, all the drivers. Matteo Drudi was there, Marcus Winkelhoek was there. They were pretty chilled, relaxed, as you'd expect from these cool, calm, collected race drivers. But they had an underlying confidence that I didn't feel was there last year. And Marcus Winkelhock was the first one to say he likes his chances. He's up for this race. I said to them, do you feel like you're slightly sliding under the radar with all the talk of Mercedes and BMW? Audi, they've never won here. They would truly love to, which is why their factory drivers have been shoved down to South Africa. Let's see how they get on. It's going to be interesting. We want a 3-horse race at least.
We do. We want to get it down to the wire. And the name Winkelhock means a lot to many of us, having watched Smoke and Joe Winkelhock, his uncle, compete in touring cars. His father, of course, a Formula One pedigree. And himself, Marcus Winkelhock, having been the only person ever to start a Formula One race at the back and at the front in one race. That's a long, interesting story. You can check that out on YouTube. But before we get into more details, we've got Kriya down at the start line and down on the ground for the day to keep us company. Kriya, could you tell us what's happening down there?
So, Ernest, there is a lot happening down here. At the moment, the Grid Girls are out on track. We also had the Mzansi Youth Choir serenading some of our VIPs. Our lead car and our safety car are also here. But I don't have cars just yet. I'm going to try and grab a couple of people. I see Adam Brown is with us. I'm going to grab him quickly for a quick chat. Adam Brown is the CEO of the Kyalami 9 Hour. And he can give us a quick insight into what we are expecting today. Adam, come and join me. So, Adam, it's a beautiful day in South Africa, really. And I'm so glad it cleared up because we thought we'd get some rain.
No, I mean, I've been promising the international drivers for 4 years now that it doesn't rain, and eventually
Finally.
the promise came true. Amazing day, beautiful sunshine. We've got fantastic fans out there. I mean, it's looking good.
It's not only the race that we're going to be seeing today. There's a lot of action happening inside the track.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've got Heineken Red Star have come in. We've got Entertainment Arena, food and beverage. We've got the AMG 80K Arena with the simulators, so you can bring your kids down, get them on the simulators, win some prizes. We've got the 180 support race cars that are in there, which are just phenomenal. So you can get up, you can walk around, you can hear them, smell them, feel them, really get into the vibe of racing. And then we've got the Toyota Gazoo race team, and they're doing displays down in the drifting, which, again, some of the best drivers in the world showing you what you can actually do in a car in a very confined space. So plenty of things. Come down, get your deck chairs out, get your braais out, get a Heineken beer out, enjoy the racing.
And I think that's quite important when we talk Kyalami 9 Hour, because it's got a heritage of that. I remember coming with my dad when I was a little girl and setting up my braai next to the racetrack.
There's nothing better. I mean, it's the atmosphere. I mean, the VWs, as they're flying around, fall over, they just push them up, they go again. You've got the Formula 1600s. I mean, it's like watching the old Formula 1 cars going around. The noise, the V8s, the BMWs. I mean, we've had 3 days of 12 hours of racing every single day. As a motorfest of racing, this is the biggest thing on the continent. I don't think there's much to beat it in the world.
Exactly. And you want to come out here. Tickets are still available?
Yeah, absolutely. Ticketmaster.com. We'll go to Kyalami9hour.com and we'll take you through to the ticketing page, buy your tickets. No hospitality, I'm afraid, we're sold out. No trackside sold out, but we've got some GAs. So bring your deck chair, sit on the hills and enjoy it.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Adam.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
As you heard from Adam Brown, you have to come out and join us at Kyalami. It is 9 hours of racing that is in store for you for the rest of the afternoon. Tickets are still available, so go to Kyalami9hour.com and get your tickets, and then come and join us. It's a beautiful day out. You can bring your gazebos, your braais, your cooler boxes, your non-alcoholic beverages, and just have a great time out at the races. Right, guys?
Yeah, indeed. You can have a fantastic time at the races. And Dan, we did exactly that the other day. Daniel and I took one of the golf carts out and went to almost every single vantage point on the circuit. And as someone that hasn't been to Kyalami, usually I get stuck in this box here for the entire day like today. So I don't get to be like you guys and go check out the sights and sounds. Dan, I was very impressed. You showed me around, someone that's not even from here, showed me around this place. The vantage points are spectacular at Kyalami.
Yeah, you got to get a foreigner to show you around sometimes, haven't you? But we went to all the places you could go just with a general access ticket. And my word, I don't think you get a better view of a racetrack anywhere in the world almost. I've been to a lot of racetracks, but some of the general access space here is insane. Yeah. You can see half the circuit basically. Fantastic. If you can get yourself down here in the next What have we got? 45 minutes? Might not even miss the race.
You might not even. I know your home circuit is Silverstone, and the general access there, it's basically mud and sounds of cars.
There's no need to be bit that. No, every time I've gone there, it's rained. But then a lot of people have come here and it's rained. But look at the weather today. We're going to get a Kyalami 9-hour weekend with no rain. Touch wood.
Yeah.
We don't want it. But I was speaking to the drivers, the disadvantage of that, unlikely to have a full course yellows and red flags for them to calm down. Stephen Grove was saying, this track is so technical, you never get a break. And I said to him, well, don't expect a break because you're not going to get a red flag like Bathurst. So just sort of relax, calm, chill yourself down. You've got to go. It's a 9-hour sprint race, effectively. Very, very hard on the drivers.
Well, that's such an interesting observation, Dan, because it is a 9-hour sprint race. And of course, the local man, South African, Calvin van der Linde, will be one of those guys that certainly will be a favorite going into this race. Sheldon, I apologize. Sheldon van der Linde.
Easy to do.
He's in Cape Town, I apologize. Sheldon van der Linde, he's won this race before, and he is exceptionally good at these types of races, isn't he?
I mean, he must be loving life, isn't he? Coming back to his home. There's nothing like a home race. So, favourites, a fan favourite for sure. People will be cheering on his name. He'll be smelling those braai smells drifting across the track. Yeah, he's really, I think you can see it on his face. He's really enjoying himself here. He's got a competitive car. He's starting on the front row of the grid. And it's all possible. So, maybe we can get a local winner.
Yeah, Kriya is back down at the start line with more information. There'll be plenty info coming your way, folks. So, Kriya, what do you have us in store this time?
Gents, I did hear you talking about South African drivers, and I thought I'd find another one. I'm here with Stuart White. Stuart, you're not racing this year, but you are in the lead car team.
Yeah, unfortunately not racing. That was our plan all along, but we're already planning for that for next year. And the SRO is a big organization around the world. And obviously, as I race in Europe, they do a lot for us on that side. And it's just amazing to be part of the event and help the SRO out. And just to be part of such a big event and it's such an international event in South Africa is very special for me. And to all the South Africans racing, I wish the best of luck. And hopefully I'll be on the grid next year with them.
So technically, you are going to lead a couple of laps today, though.
Yeah, at least we'll lead 1 or 2 laps, so that's always pretty cool to say we led a lap at Kyalami, even if it was not in the race. But yeah, thanks to the SRO and Kyalami for the special opportunity to be part of the event, and hopefully we'll be standing on the grid next year.
So I think you can give us a bit of insight, because whilst we're waiting for the cars to come out and before we chat to some of the drivers, you being a driver, this is your home or one of your home circuits. What are the drivers expecting? It is hot out here, so that's going to be tyre management galore.
Yeah, I think this year is going to be a tough one, especially with the heat, and it's not really going to ease down until it becomes nighttime. So I think it's going to be a hard stint, especially the first one. It's going to be extremely hot, and the tyre degradation will be very high. But all these pro drivers are used to it in Europe as well, except they come out of the winter now. So I think it's going to be quite a tough stint. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very exciting race. It seems to be very close up front, so I'm looking forward to it, and I think it's going to be an exciting one for the fans.
Maybe you can give us a little bit of insight. 9 hours is a very long time to be in a car. Obviously, a driver will be in the car for about 3 hours during the race. What does that do for you in terms of your mental fitness, your physical fitness?
Yeah, I think the hardest part is always for the driver starting. As soon as the race gets into a rhythm, it gets a bit easier. And once you've done your first stint, and the nerves is worn off, so it gets a bit easier, especially going into night. But these 9-hour races of these cars are like a sprint race. It's flat out every lap trying to go as hard as you can. So it's definitely going to be a hard one. But I'm excited to see how it goes.
Well, thank you so much, Stuart White, and good luck leading those laps.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, thank you once again to the SRO and everyone for making this event possible.
Thank you so much. That's Stuart White, a South African race car driver, and he's currently in the lead car team. So guys, the other cars to hit the grid.
Stuart White, of course, the South African GT3 driver, and someone that actually has a record down in Cape Town. He's a bit of a legend down in Cape Town for having the lap record in a very, very quick LMP car. Stuart White, one of our most talented exports, and hopefully we get to see him and others on the grid for the K9H next year. This is the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. My name is Ernest Page, and that is Daniel Haynes, and we'll be keeping you company for the next couple of hours, the foreseeable future. We've got a 9-hour race ahead of us, and of course now this is the build-up to that race. So let's talk about the rest of the field, and we've got a bunch of South African cars here, and we've got a bunch of South African talents in the field as well. A few Mercedes-Benzes in the field, but the one that the locals are talking about is the Aranji's Western and Neverland car that now have IGTC support. Dan, what does IGTC support actually mean?
Yeah, it's a huge deal. So each manufacturer, they can nominate 4 cars to count for IGTC championship points. And obviously Mercedes have got 3 factory teams here. But they took a look at the local talent and they selected Stradale Motorsport to be their 4th team. And that brings a lot to it. It brings a lot of pressure on the local side, but also a lot of respect that's shown to them, and they get benefits as well. They pass on some points, some vital manufacturing points, and in return they get factory assistance, and that's meant a great deal to that team because they can pass on their telemetry. They get the help from the other teams that are here. They can take a look at it. Mercedes engineers will have a look and suggest setup changes for that car. And we saw that it was working because every free practice session, they were getting quicker and quicker. They were a little bit disappointed in their qualifying session yesterday. However, I think track conditions were different because everybody I've spoken to this morning were disappointed with their qualifying setup yesterday. They said the track was different from the rest of the week, and they was all surprised from it. I think tyre temperatures on the Porsche were 20 degrees higher in qualifying 1 than were in qualifying 3. That's a huge change, and it's given them a bit of knowledge going into today's race, not to push too hard at the start. They got to get those tyres into the window. I think actually the Grove Racing Porsche is going to go out on a scrub set of tyres, just so it's prepped ready, because it takes too long to get those tyres up and running. So yeah, but a good story for Stradale Motorsport. We're all hoping that they can first of all finish, and then we'll see where they come.
Another team that is making waves, of course, is MJR Motorsport with Kwanda Makwena, the 18-year-old South African champion, behind the wheel. His first time around here in a GT3 car. You spoke to him, Dan, and he's been turning the laps on the sim, I've heard. Yeah,
what a lovely young guy that is. I said to him, it's your Christmas and birthday all rolled into one. He's so happy to be here, but he's also been very quick in that team. So it will be interesting to see how that MJR Motorsport comes on. The young lad will be Marius Jackson will actually be starting. No, Kwanda is starting.
Oh, Kwanda's starting.
So the young boy, 18, on the start grid.
Can you imagine? Speaking of start grid, we've got Korea back on the start grid. South African flag is out. The pit girls are lined up and ready to go. The umbrellas are out. It's almost time to go racing, folks. But before we do, let's chat to Korea some more and find out what's happening in the build-up as the cars start making their way around the circuit.
Yes, Ernest, I do have a lot of positive news out here, is because the cars are actually coming past me as I'm standing here right at the pit exit. So I'm going to give you a few seconds. As you can see, I'm going to peek behind me. Here comes the South African team of Charles Aranjis, Arnold Neveling, and Clint Westwood. They are in that Mercedes AMG that just came past me. And I'm dipping my head. Here comes Sun Mudley as well. So you can see all the action happening down at the pits.
All the action indeed, and we can hear the cars going out of the pit lane here, Dan, as the excitement builds. People are wondering how long it's going to take. We are minutes away, folks. This event officially kicks off at 1 p.m. So you're looking at about, I would say, 25 minutes or so till the start. There's still plenty of preamble to go, but the visuals are looking incredible as we see the BMW parked at the front of the grid. There's Stuart White, of course, the pace car driver at this stage, and the Mercedes-Benz starting to make its way out. The BMW is also getting ready in the background there. And so far, which car for you has won the beauty pageant competition, Dan?
I am a Yellow Cobra fan. I think the 999 car certainly is quite striking, isn't it? The BMWs came in completely matte carbon, shipped straight from the Dubai 24, and they liveried those up, and they look pretty special as well. Sun Energy one in a sort of chrome blue finish. I'm a fan of quite a few, aren't I? I think maybe you could take us through the 3 cars that are just going to compete in the first 1 hour of this race in the National Championship. Obviously, you've been involved a lot in GT3 racing in South Africa for the last year since we were here, and you've got a few more insights into those local drivers. So we've got 3 cars that will only be competing in that first 1 hour.
Indeed, and those 3 cars include the NGK Pablo Clark racing car with Mikael Patamba, the DTM Trophy debutant. Last year he made his debut with DTM Trophy, a baptism of fire, racing up against some of the best young drivers in Europe. He then came back to South Africa and set the circuits ablaze with incredible pace, and we look forward to seeing what Mikael Patamba can do in that GT3 car for his 1 hour race. Bigfoot Express Sun Moodley had a bit of a rough start yesterday where one of the wheels came off, but they managed to sort that car out. We just saw Kriya pointing out that he's just left the pits. So Sun Moodley is in fact back on the start line, and Joseph Ellerine, the only GT4 driver here today.
That's going to be tough.
I think it's more of an exploratory event for him at this stage. We've seen this before where GT4 cars have been here as part of the grid just to get a feel for things, and then the following year come back with a GT3 car. We see that with Mo Mia, also another local who's teaming up with Kwanda Mokoena in their GT3 car this year. So I suspect that this is an exploratory event for Joseph Ellerine, and from what I hear, he will be competing in local series in that GT4 car for the rest of the year. So we've got 3 entrants into GT Cup. The rest, however, are Pro-Am and Pro drivers. And as mentioned, Kwanda Mokoena, Marius Jackson, joined by Mo Mia. South Africans have something to cheer for today, not just because of the South African drivers. Of course, we've got Van der Linde in right near the top of the grid as well, but I think we've got a lot to look forward to when it comes to local talent and preparing for the future, because that is essentially what this event is about laying the foundation and preparing the future for future GT drivers, and hopefully we can see some more South Africans on the grid in some of those Pro and Pro-Am teams.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. In fact, South Africa, considering how small the GT3 scene is here in comparison to the rest of the world, we've got a good quality run of sending out drivers to the rest of the world. Kelvin van der Linde, Jordan Pepper, Sheldon van der Linde, Stuart White now taking that on as well. We seem to nurture some pretty good drivers here.
Yeah, David Pirelli as well is another name to mention. And the list goes on and on. And of course, we are known to be a championship-winning nation. We won the championship in 1979. I'd like to mention that as well. Throw that in there with Jody Scheckter. But also at the same time, we've won multiple karting championships. We've got so many talented karters here in South Africa. We've got so many talented drivers. You would have seen that by looking at the local races. And I look forward to seeing how those drivers do in the future. I've heard that Kriya is once again standing by for us, and she really does get those interesting tidbits, doesn't she?
She's running around.
Yeah, Kriya, let's hear it.
Yes, guys, I have decided to find some fans that have come out to watch the Kyalami 9 hour, and I am with, surprisingly, a family member. This lovely lady over here married my cousin recently.
Hi, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
Great, thank you. It's really
Guys, why did
there's a little plot twist. I work for Man in Hummel, so I am here supporting our little.
And what performance is going to be? Because you guys were on pole yesterday.
Well, it's exciting. We're trying to bring it home.
Okay. And have you been to a Kyalami 9 hour before?
Actually, it's my first time.
How's the atmosphere?
Incredible. I mean, with the crowd. So I'm very excited.
There you have it, as a fan, come to the Kyalami circuit. They might in the grid, and we can chat to.
Well, we apologize for the drop in communication. Our technical team is busy sorting that out post-haste. And there goes the Shell BMW. Wow, what a car. One of my personal favorite, turbos, chuffing. And Dan, that is one of the things about GT racing that I think many people enjoy, is the fact that you get an assortment of cars to choose from. You've got turbo cars, you've got normally aspirated cars, you've got V10s, V8s, and everything in between. Tell us a bit more about the types of cars, and lest we forget the Porsche Flat 6.
Well, exactly that. You've basically covered it all, haven't you? But the squeal of that turbo spinning up on the BMW in pit lane is pretty cool. I've enjoyed that this week. But the fact that you can have a V10 Audi, the BMW with its turbocharged engine, and then the Spitfire-sounding Mercedes V8, and then it's all balanced with balance of performance. Drivers moan about balance of performance a lot. For a reason. They all feel like they've been hard done by. But when we see such close racing like here, that's what makes GT racing such a spectacle.
So let's start with what exactly balance of performance is, Dan. Is it a way to make sure that the racing is tight and close, and why does it exist?
It's exactly that. So obviously there's no point having one manufacturer just absolutely running away with it because their engine can produce 100 horsepower more than the next guy, or you have a twisty circuit and the Porsche, who's always been pretty good there, and round here, for example, them running away with it. So very, very carefully, and a lot of thought goes into it. They don't give out the balance of performance figures, but they will use different things at their disposal, whether a changing boost, whether putting ballast on their restrictors, air restrictors on the cars. But it's always finely tuned so that all teams race in fairness, and that's what's important. So whether a team, a manufacturer are upset about their balance of performance, it's generally because they've been winning so much. That is the case of Mercedes right now. They've been a winning machine. Certainly you can put a bit of that down to the driver, but they can do a little bit with the car as well, and that's why they've been slightly hindered, and I think their balance of performance has been increased for here.
Well, there on the screen at the moment are the points so far in the IGTC driver points standings. Jules Gounon leads us off. Kenny Abul in second place, and that is incredible from Kenny to be right up there. All things considered, he is technically a Pro-Am driver.
Yeah, well, that was all down to their win, isn't it? We've only had one round so far, so there's the winners of Bathurst, and what a race that was. That final hour was absolutely something to behold. If you haven't seen it, please go back and check out that stream. Jules Gounon bringing that car home with Lucas Stoltz doing double stints right to the end. That was something special, and it's a highlight of Kenny's life, I think. That was an aspiration for him. He won it in Pro-Am the year before, and now he's taking it on in Pro. And then obviously the second team. So we've only had one round, so the driver standards at the moment look a bit straightforward. We're going into round two now. It'll start mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, but of course this championship, although we just saw the driver standings on the screen over there, it's all about the manufacturer standings on the IGTC circuit. Speaking of circuit, number of turns 16 on this circuit today, and like you said, Dan, this 2.8 mile or 4.5 kilometer circuit is in fact one of the most technical circuits, and the drivers absolutely love it.
Yeah, it really is technical, and I keep going back to the Grove guys because it's their first time here, and they commented to me this morning that they can't believe how technical it is, and you get no break at all. It's a full body workout. They don't feel like double stints are possible in the heat that we've got now. So you're expecting teams to switch drivers at every pit stop, whereas last year in the cooler conditions we saw a mixture of strategies going on. We'll have to see whether a team gambles, but I feel with these conditions, a 1 hour stint is going to be hard work.
Well, now we go on board, and let's have a look and see what the TWRT car looks like for a lap of Kyalami into the first corner. Crowthorne is actually turn 2. The King just before is turn 1. Then they make their way through Yixkay Sweep turns 3 and 4 and into the very tight barbecue left-hander, where they then go on to the first of the straights. That straight, of course, leads them into one of the most iconic corners in South African motorsport. That is Sunset. Just look at that high G-force corner as the drivers then make their way towards Clubhouse Circuit. And Sunset, we saw one of the cars come off there earlier on, but it is still a very, very tricky corner, even in a car with such high downforce. After Clubhouse, it's the S's. A set of corners that drops down where the drivers have to keep it pinned and back up the hill towards Lukop. This is where they aim for the tree, as they say. There's a lone tree at the top of the hill, and drivers want to look at that tree to judge their braking and turning points. At the top of turns 10 and 11, they then make their way down the mine shaft towards turn 12, which is an exceptionally fast 2G corner where drivers have to bite down and try and line it up for the crocodiles, where it's not exactly a straight lineup at all. Then it's on to turn 14 and 15, one of the most tricky sections on the circuit, Cheetah, where if you clip the curb on the inside just a little bit too hard, it's into the boonies you go. But if you make it through, it's into Ingwe. And that completes the lap of the very famous Kyalami circuit, the one that we are about to spend 9 hours watching, Dan. It's almost go time.
Yeah, and there was no break there. You didn't even have a break during commentary, did you? There's no rest period. That's the point. I mean, the straight's quite long, but it's got a kink in it. It's actually called the kink, turn one. So you can't even you can't sit there fiddling with your steering wheel like you can on the Conrod straight and have a little bit of a rest. And we're going to cut to Amanda, I think, in pit lane.
Just lining the grandstands up there, but this car comes in here with the bullseye on its back. It was the car that broke the word in Bathurst, winning the overall win. Racing in Pro-Am here this weekend. Joe, I want to start with you and just the impressive year that you've had, but you're back in Kyalami to defend the win you had here last year. What's the secret to getting a win here?
Yeah, it's amazing to be back in Kyalami. Thanks to Kenny that took me on board for this race. This race is going to be on pace, I guess, not so much safety car, so it's going to be pure pace the whole way, and then we see where we are.
Kenny, right before we came on air, you put on your shirt that has been cooled, that's ice cold, really, but when you think of the heat that is going to be with this race, how do you manage that?
Right now I'm shaking, I'm so cold. They put all this fancy cream on me and dipped my undershirt in iced water. But I'm sure in about 20 minutes' time, after the start, I'll be really happy because it is as hot as I've ever raced. It is crazy hot. Inside the car yesterday was 46 Celsius.
When you talk about the celebration that was in Bathurst, I know you made a couple promises in that winner's interview. Just talk about that moment for yourself.
Yeah, it seems to come up a lot, whether I ran around the track naked or not. I can say that I did. I didn't do the whole track because I didn't have enough energy, but I did part of the track. And there's some other things we can't talk about.
Well, we'll leave it at that for you guys. Well, it is an absolute busy grid down here. We're going to make our way back up to the top. All of the 5 pro cars ended up qualifying together, and what you heard Jules talking about was that we don't expect many full course yellows here today with the car count, but we absolutely probably have the best GT3 drivers in the world racing here today on this 9-hour race in Kyalami. The team that ended up qualifying on pole was the 999 Mercedes. Mauro Ingo is going to kick off that effort here today. You'll remember he laid down the record-breaking lap in Bathurst. But as I find Mauro over here, see the teams taking some photos with guys and stuff, but I don't see Mauro just yet, but I'll jump in with Raffaele. Welcome to the Kyalami 9-hour for the second time. You did win here last year. When you think of the heat here, we're going to be racing into the darkness. What's the strategy as you guys set the plan today?
Jules said it's pretty much a pure racing race because there are not so many cars, unfortunately, so we have to push. And I think we have to take any opportunity when there is a full course yellow. So, I mean, we will see. It will be a long race.
There was some words after Bathurst. Now you get another shot at the second stop here on the IGTC season. Getting a win here, how important that to the overall championship?
I mean, it's a long championship. After this race, there will be Spa and a long break. Doesn't matter so much because you can cancel one result. So, I mean, there are not so many cars, so it's more or less important to score points rather than a win, because maybe at 0 we'll hurt more, yeah.
Guys, it is absolute mayhem down here. I know we have a national anthem coming up soon, but back with more interviews with you guys from the grid here shortly.
Oh, the excitement is building, and that, of course, Raffaele Marciello over there. Man, what a CV he has, too, in the Ferrari Academy. Could have been a Formula One driver, then decided to come this way and has been pretty dominant of late, especially in that Mercedes-Benz, contracted to Mercedes-Benz as what we used to call a works driver, now a factory driver. Dan, tell us a bit about what that means, being a works driver or factory driver these days.
Yeah, so obviously each manufacturer, they could have could have half a dozen, they could have a dozen factory drivers, and they'll be allocated to customer teams. They get told where they're racing basically, but they get their schedule for the year. It's quite an honour to be a factory driver. That's if as a GT driver, that's the pinnacle. That's where you want to get to, and then you'll get requested by teams. So Group M, Raffaele Marciello is in that car, and he's very, very strong. He was incredibly strong last year in the ACA ASP team, where he actually had, I think he won every session, every practice session, fastest lap.
He's so calm as well, isn't he?
He really is, and or he hasn't won every session here, but he had the fastest time yesterday with a 1:42 flat, which is incredibly quick.
And parked it before the end of qualifying.
Maybe responsible for getting him a little bit of extra ballast today as well. So Kenny Abel, when I spoke to him earlier on a hot lap, wasn't too chuffed about that. He said, cool, you could have held something back, Marciello, but... yeah, they wanted to be in front, the 999 car. They got what they wanted. They're starting from the front of the grid, and it's required.
Well, time for the national anthem. Let's take a moment and get ready for the race.
To come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Oh, gets me every time, Dan. Gets me every time. And that means, folks, that we are almost there. 20 minutes out by the looks of things before we kick off this, the Kyalami 9-hour. And of course, once again, let's emphasize this is the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. And just heard, Kriya's got some more information from down in a now busy pit lane and start line. Kriya, looks like things are getting a bit busier now.
It is getting extremely busy, Ernest, and I thought because, you know, he is a South African legend at the moment, Sheldon van der Linde, I thought I'll grab him before he hops into his car. What is it like being home?
I mean, it's fantastic to see all the home crowd here. Just hearing the national anthem and everything gives me goosebumps to be back here again. It's been 2 years off for me since I was last year. So, yeah, very proud moment for me. First time I'm taking the start here as well. So obviously a lot of hype around the event and stuff. And it's good to see so many people out here today.
After winning your championship last year, coming here, it's really nice to be on home soil.
Yeah, absolutely. I was here for the M Festival last year, and I think the crowd kind of beats that already. That's really good to see. Yeah, it's going to be a hot day as well. I went actually out to the grid, super hot. So yeah, kind of looking for the conditioning and stuff in the car and hydrating as much as possible, but we'll see how it goes.
Let's talk strategy. Obviously, you're sitting second on the grid going into that first corner. What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a strategy already in my head. Let's see if it works out. It's always one thing to plan ahead of the race, but it always works out a bit differently, so we're going to have to see how that goes. Morris next to me is a world-class driver as well, and Augusto is right behind us, so we're not going to do anything stupid. It's a long race as well, so we need to keep that in mind. And but obviously I would like to lead at my home crowd.
And we'd love you to lead as well. Well, Sheldon, I'm not going to keep you any longer. I know you need to get into your car.
Thank you so much. Cheers, guys. Thanks.
That's Sheldon van der Linde, a local driver, and we're super excited to see him back at Kyalami. Back to you guys in studio.
We've got Earl Bamber on screen at the moment with his interview with Amanda. Let's hear what Earl Bamber has to say.
as well as the team. So we'll get there eventually to compete with the front guys.
When you're going to be sharing the track with some of the best GT3 drivers in the world, what is that like for you?
It's a dream. Thank you. It's a dream come true for me. Since I was small, this is what I want to do, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to have such an experience. I'm really grateful for it.
When you see all those students in the stands over there, what would you say to them?
Just never stop working. Your dreams will come true one day. You just gotta work hard for it.
Good luck today. Well, if you hear those whistles, that means the drivers are going to start getting ready to get in their wheels for today. I did want to point out one more story. We have this guy right here, Joseph Ellerin, who's going to be racing in the GT4 car today. Joseph is joining us after racing in the Volkswagen Cup South America for the last couple years. This will be his first race in GT machinery. I'm so excited for this guy as he looks to step into the footsteps of the van der Linders and Jordan. As we keep going here on the grid. Guys, what do you have back up in the booth?
Well, the excitement builds, Amanda, that is for sure. And you touched on Sheldon van der Linde as one of the local drivers. Well, for BMW, Sheldon van der Linde a potential winner. You're looking at the moment at the...
Lots happening at the moment as we look down at the pits. And Dan, you can see the tires being wheeled out. These drivers have got an allocation of tires. We look at Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian, getting ready in the BMW. The horns are starting to fire. His family down here to visit. But back to the tire situation, Dan. These drivers are allocated a specific amount of tires for the weekend.
Yeah, they get 12 sets from Pirelli given to them at the start. They can buy more tires for the paid practice sessions, so they would have had a few more tires for those first 2 sessions. But for the actual race and qualifying, they use 3 sets during qualifying, and then they have the rest for the race. It'll be interesting. I think maybe a few of these teams will be going out on scrub tires, purely because track conditions being so hot. Certainly that's the case for the Porsche today, going out on scrub tyres. So it's already in the window. We've seen plenty of guys talk about how hot it is, isn't it? When Kenny Aball is saying it's the hottest race he's ever done, and he's an Australian from Bathurst, you know it's hot. It's hot in the studio, it's hot on track, but the hottest place ever is in the cockpit of those cars.
Oh, yes.
46 degrees, it's like racing in a sauna.
Oh, yes. And I hope that some of these guys are getting, as we saw yesterday, their teams to fan the doors a little bit, get a little bit of extra air inside there. The cars haven't started up yet, so all the drivers are doing is sitting there. And those moments before the race are always some of the most... there's so much anticipation in the air as we look at one of the Audis, the 99 Audi, Marcus Winkelhock starting them off. Marcus having driven many versions of many cars, including a stint in Formula 1, but back to Amanda now on the start line.
Actually, our car, it's really good on braking normally. It's gonna be a really tough race, warm race inside the car. There will not be many full course yellow safety cars, so I think we are really to push the whole race long.
You told me just before we got on camera that you guys do have AC in the car. Does it help much?
Maybe for the first 5 laps it helps. Then it's getting warmer in the car. You feel it for sure, it's an help, but it's still warm.
When you get out on the track, you're going to see a ton of fans that surround this entire track. We took a little track lap earlier today, just knowing everyone here that's supporting this race. How cool is that for a driver?
Oh, it's really cool. I mean, when we drive, for sure, we don't have enough time to watch around, but on the formation lap, we can have a look, and it's always nice to race here in South Africa, again with the fans. So it's cool, it's a nice race, and we hope to have a really good race.
Well, as the drivers continue to get ready, we are going to be talking about the heat and following that here today. The Mercedes are electing to go without the air conditioners here today, and race day said it took about 15 horsepower from the cars, so they're not going to have air conditioning. But guys, it's going to be a hot one down here. Luckily for me, pit lane will be shaded by the time we get back over there. But I know you guys got AC up in the booth, so I'm a little jealous down here.
We have AC, we have a drinks cabinet, we've got a nice...
Well, technically, that is not correct. We do not have AC up in this room. It's a little bit hot up here, so we can relate to the drivers out there. Of course, that was your international stream. They are downstairs in the air-conditioned room, but I got to say, our view up here is a little bit better.
They're staring at a wall and a bank of TVs. I can turn around and look at the pitch straight, and all I have to do is put up with a bit of temperature. So if I'm going to I don't mind being hot for a few hours with this view, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Brenton Groves starting them off in that Porsche over there. And what a team for the Sun team, and joined by the Porsche legend himself. Someone that's got 2 Le Mans wins under his belt, and Bamber looking to lift that team up. I think what we're going to see this weekend and today is the fight between some of the Pro-Ams and the Pros there. And it's going to be interesting to see if those Pro drivers can pull those Pro-Am drivers along with them. And just to give the viewers a bit of insight over there, the Pro teams consist of all Pro level drivers, and the Pro-Am teams consist of a combination of Pro and Am level drivers, correct?
That's right, and with the Grove Racing guys and the Sun Energy 1 team, they're the 2 Pro-Am cars that could quite easily raise themselves up in the overall classification into something special. I mean, a podium's not out of the question for those 2 drivers, those 2 teams. Earl Bamber, they've got such good Pro drivers in them, in Earl Bamber and Jules Gounon, that they're capable of anything. So definitely cars to look out for. Brenton Groves had great pace here in practice already, and I think when I spoke to that team, it will be Earl Bamber that will be finishing in the night session, and Jules Gounon will be finishing in the Sun Energy 1 team as well, so they're going to be very quick at the end of this race. Look at that, track temperature 55 degrees.
That's about as hot as it's been this week. There is that is Ari Neveling over there joining Charlotte Ranges, who will be starting off in that 86 Stradale Motorsport car. The South Africans now getting ready to go, and then Marcus Winkelhock starting off the Tressa Temto Racing car. That is the 32 car with South African, let me get it right this time, Sheldon van der Linde behind the wheel. I'm going to blame the nerves on that
I'm
one.
sure I'll do it at some point, because those 2 brothers, I mean, what a talent they both are.
Yeah, and what a family as well. Growing up, we saw and watched the Van der Lindes racing in various forms of motorsport, including Etienne, Sean van der Linde, and of course Henny van der Linde, the elder statesman of the Van der Linde family. What an incredible legacy they've brought to motorsport, not just in South Africa but internationally as well.
Yeah, and Sheldon's looking to try and get that M4, its first major victory here at the Kyalami 9 Hour. And he's on the outside of Crowthorne though. It's a long way round out there. I wonder whether he tries anything. At the top speed, I mean, he's got halfway down the straight. He's only got half a straight to work with, but it still might be telling as we go into that first corner.
Yep, the top speed is what it's all about in that BMW. That's been the tail of the tape with the BMW this week so far, is that the top speed is between 5 to 7 kilometers an hour faster than its competitors. There is one of the 2 Marius Jackson cars with Joseph Ellerine, the lone GT4 car. I think, as mentioned, this more of an exploratory journey for the young driver, very talented driver, having raced overseas as well. But let's see how he does here today. More about getting those consistent lap times in. We've seen it happen before with GT4 drivers hanging around at the back of the grid, just getting some experience, and of course getting used to being overtaken. That is part and parcel of what GT3 driving is, getting used to being overtaken. We have eyes now on Mario Engel in the 999 car. He'll be starting off the Man Filter car, and that car's got a bit of a nickname, Dan.
Yeah, Yellow Cobra. It's a bit of a beast. It's got a great livery. That team's obviously being out dishing out T-shirts as well, because I've seen so many Yellow Mamba T-shirts that half the spectators in the pit lane were wearing them. So it's a good touch, and it's going to look pretty special at the night. We just heard some engines fire up, the rumble under our seats here in the commentary booth, even on the top floor of this pit building. It's time to get excited, everybody.
Oh yeah, it's time to get excited, folks. It's time to start those engines, and it's time to go racing. We are less than 6 minutes away from the start of the Kyalami 9 Hour. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Daniel Haynes, who will be keeping you company for the next 9 hours and 5 minutes or so, as the drivers now start to make their way around for the formation and warm-up lap. And in the front, we see the BMW M3 with Fast Racing Fuels on the side over there, the lead car. And that car will be taking them around with Stuart White behind the wheel, another GT3 driver. So no slouch himself in the base car there.
No, he might have to slow up a little bit. He's quick enough on his own.
As they make their way through and they go down in formation, there goes the Grove Porsche. And just behind that, another one of the AMG GT3s. There goes Sheldon van der Linde. We've got Augusto Farfus in there as well. Mattea Drudi starting off in that 66 car. Kenny Habul starting off the 75 car as they get those tires all warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, this is the. I mean, they said they got air conditioning in a few of these cars, but it don't really do anything. You don't think your road car, you're sat there in perfect conditions with the radio on. It lasts maybe for a few laps just to keep them from over boiling. But interesting that Mercedes, doesn't matter whether they get aircon, they've been told to turn it off. 15 brake horsepower for having your air conditioning on, that's not worth it, is it? So they will be very hot, but they'll benefit. They need all the power they can get. They know that with the power of the BMWs. One on the outside, that's the one to look out for, the 32 yellow BMW, Sheldon van der Linde in it. Brenton Grove will be starting from 7th. Reece Barr, the young Irishman, from 20th position, first time also in Africa. He was very pleased to be here, getting some vital experience in the SBS Automotive Performance machine. So he'll be starting there in 8th. Charles Arangi's in 9th position, the local guy. Coanda, he's in 10th. It'll be a battle between those two that will be doing the full 9 hours.
The full 9 hours indeed, Dan. That's a long time to be sharing the driving in a GT3 car. There is Mikhail Patamba in GT3 Cup. Just behind him, Sun Mudley in the Bigfoot Express, racing Mercedes-Benz as they make their way around the top of Leeuwkop and then down the iconic mine shaft. And all cars will be now almost ready, set, and good to go as they come around slowly for the last time. The next time they come around that corner, I think they're going to be going slightly faster, Dan.
Yep, they'll work their way up to green flag conditions and then it will be go. This edition of the Kyalami 9 hour is right on the edge. And who's going to make it? The 999 or the 32 into Crowthorne? That's what we're all looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, Crowthorne, of course, turn 2. That's the first big left-hander. And whoever gets in there first will more than likely lead for the rest of the lap because that is one of the big overtaking points. And look now as they get into formation. Just look at Sheldon van der Linde next to that 999 car over there. And these guys are going to be giving it everything as they make their way through now the last couple of corners, Dan. It's almost time to go racing. It's almost time. And there comes Ellerine bringing out the rear over there. Marco Engel, of course, in that car in front. Right next to van der Linde. Marcus Winkelhock. Maro Engel, I apologize. Marcus Winkelhock in the mix as well in the Audi as they now go towards turn 16.
A lot of pressure on the 999 car to make that pole mean something. They want to be ahead of the BMWs as they exit into the Jexi sweep. Sheldon van der Linde will be doing everything he can. He does know it's an endurance race, though. He won't be doing anything stupid here.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go racing. The lights will go green up ahead. You see the green lights about to go. There it happens. And Sheldon van der Linde falls back a little bit. The 999 car does get a very big lead at this stage. He's going to go into the corner first. The other BMW coming alongside van der Linde now. Will Farfus take the inside? It looks like he will. The Attempto Audi side by side as well. So they've slotted into position, but the BMWs are fighting it out, and they probably shouldn't be, as van der Linde takes the outside and has to slot back into third. Yes, he does. And the 999 car takes the lead. Dan, things are working as planned for the 999 car.
Great start from Maro Engel. Exactly what they wanted. Their hard work to put that car on pole position was to stay ahead of these BMWs. First job accomplished, they are, but the BMW switch places, not the start that Sheldon van der Linde wanted, but he's okay. 9 hours running in third position so far.
Yeah, the Attento racing cars just slotting behind that. There's the Grove Porsche. Further back we see Sun Woodley, and that is Kwana Makwena. They're behind the wheel of that number 18 Marius Jackson car. Behind him we see yet another one of the GT3 Mercedes-Benz over there, and that is the SPS Performance Reece Bar car. He's going to want to get a little bit further up ahead by the looks of things, as Engel leads us off. And van der Linde, you see on the screen there, van der Linde in third position, Augusto Farfus in second place. No team orders between BMW there.
Clearly not. That was, I'm coming through, thank you very much. But WRT team, they're a very, very professional outfit. I mean, they got arguably the nicest garage here, and they'll be working together, no doubt, to do whatever's best for the overall team. So we'll see what that means with Sheldon van der Linde now behind Farfus. But they're where they need to be. And remember, we think those two cars are going to get only quicker as this race progresses. And finally, the temperature starts to drop. They've got a difficult few hours ahead of them. Matteo Drudi and Winkelhock behind in the Audis, Attempto Racing Audis. They just need to hold on to the back of these this lead group.
Yeah, Attempto Racing together, but unfortunately behind the BMWs, Van der Linde makes a bit of a look there, takes a bit of a look, not quite the lunge, but just letting Farfus know that he is there. Of course, the two of them were teammates in the past, Dan.
And winners together in the past in the M6, but they find themselves going against each other at the moment. Van der Linde is right up tight behind Farfus, though, isn't he, into Crowthorne. Maybe he's got pace. It's very difficult to pass a car with exactly the same performance as you, though, isn't it? You're going to need some team orders if there will be any.
Yeah.
It's too early in the race to start talking about things like that, though.
The 75 Sun Energy car, that is our bull. He's dropped way down in 9th position. He's behind Patamba at this stage, and we lost a little bit of track of what's happening at the back there. Kenny Bull, not the best start for him of this race, and having slipped all the way back. Just look at that, 3 positions down. Patamba up 1, Aranji's up 2, Grove up 1, Drudy and Winkelhock staying in position. Van der Linde dropping down 1 as well.
Yeah, maybe we can get a replay of what happened to her ball, but he is dropped behind the Grove Racing Porsche, who Brenton Grove had a good start, up a position into 6th place, just where he wants. Kenny Bull's got some work to do, but he can pedal a vehicle. I felt it earlier today, so no doubt that'll be everything he's got at the moment.
Well, Patamba's looking good. The South African now currently in 8th position in the Cup class, and if you're wondering how the Cups are, is it me? And I apologize for stopping mid-sentence there, but Van der Linde does look like he's having a good old-fashioned look every single opportunity that he gets. But you can look at the classes. They are classified in colors as they fly past us here on the start-finish line, and it's so distracting, isn't it, Dan? We're supposed to be looking at the screen, but every time they come past behind us here, I find myself turning around in my seat to have a good look and just listen to the sound of these cars.
Yeah, watching them go through Crowthorne is absolutely immense, even from the position that we are spinning around in my chair. Good start from Engel. He's starting to just pull a tiny bit of a gap, 0.9 back to Farfus. Those BMWs are so tight together, aren't they?
Yeah, Drudy runs very wide there. He's in the 66 Audi. The BMW's there, rightly so, Dan. So tight. But all of them are. The Mercedes still within striking distance as they go through Sunset. And look at the Audis. Look at the Grove car holding on tight over there as Brenton Grove looking very racy over here, sticking to the big boys. No problems there. But someone that is falling back is Kenny Bull. He's just gotten past Patamba. So Bull got past Patamba, but he's got another South African flag between him and the rest of the pack, and that is Charles Aranjis, who should, by all means, have some of the most experience here of the local drivers. He's raced GT3 for quite some time, and there, once again, go the leaders. Not too much of a gap between them yet. So far, we've had 5 minutes of racing, Dan. It feels like it's been an intense action-packed 5 racing. Not 5 minutes, not too many overtakes so far, but the pressure certainly is in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. And Bull's got to get past Charles Aranjis. He's not going to move over for him, I can tell you that for certain. He's going to be absolutely loving this opportunity to hold back that 75 Mercedes AMG. I think Bull's going to be pretty keen, so that's hopefully he can pass safely. These BMWs, they're probably settling into the race. They know this is a difficult period for them in this race. They just need to hold on to the back of that 999 and it might come back to them. Same is the case with the 2 Audis. And Grove, what a drive so far from Brenton Grove. He's not being dropped by any stretch, is he? He's managed to keep up with this lead pack.
Yeah, and for anybody that was saying that, you know, the field isn't as big as it could have been, should have been, would have been, this is what we're talking about. You've got the top 6 drivers over there just all within view of one another, because the top 6 teams are absolutely exceptional, with some of the best drivers in the world right here in sunny South Africa. And it's a very sunny day indeed, isn't it, Dan? With track temperatures now soaring to 51 degrees and the outside air temperature at 30 degrees at the moment. No talk of rain like last year, Dan.
No, they almost feel like they want it at this point. You can't have it either way, can you? If it's not raining here, it's really hot. And they've got to deal with it. They've got to deal with it for at least 4 hours, yeah. I would say. It's still really hot. 3 o'clock was qualifying yesterday, and it wasn't really any different to the conditions that we're seeing now. So it's going to be 4 very tricky hours.
We just flashed to the WRT team's pit box over there as Sheldon van der Linde has another look and see going down the mine shaft. I think he is ready to make that move, but the two of them are very close ex-teammates. So, and as you say, they've won together before, so they would by now know each other's driving styles, each other's strengths and weaknesses on different parts of the circuit. And Farfus, no slouch himself in that BMW that's currently in second place. The Mercedes-Benz still very much within 1 second of these drivers, all of them doing 144.1s as their best times, and all of them doing 144.1s as their last times, Dan. But the BMW is still the fastest on the straight by quite some margin.
Yeah, interesting to see Sheldon van der Linde just stepped out from the back of Farfus's car there, because he's clearly wanting to get some fresh air through that engine. So those turbos, that's what they were struggling with at Bathurst, maybe running a bit hot. So watch him when he goes down the straight, he pulls over, even here, look, he's pulled over to one side. He wants as much fresh air through that big, distinctive M4 grille at the front.
If you can't get air through that grill, then you're not getting air in anyway. And
very true.
But you're so right, Dan. He's having a look and see to get all the air through the ducts. But I also can't help but think that that could be a tactic just to apply some pressure, unless the two of them are in communication with one another and the teams are in communication with one another. I'd love to find out from Kriya Gangia in the pit lane if that could be. Oh, it's the bump that's Farfus, and now comes van der Linde. Has he been let through?
Up the inside here at Leerkop is Sheldon van der Linde. That mistake from Farfus allowed the door open. Sheldon said thank you very much, and he's going to go down the mine shaft in second position instead of third.
I wonder if that was a team tactic, if that was deliberate, because Farfus did seem to come across quite aggressively there all of a sudden. But let's not take anything away from van der Linde. He gets second place and now starts the chase to figure out if he can get close to Engel. The nail-biting moments in WRT's pit lane over there.
Yeah, nothing worse than two teammates in the same team going head-to-head. That's enough to chew your nails, isn't it? But I think Sheldon's got the pace, hasn't he? Because he's been relentless. Let's see whether he can close the gap. That top speed of that BMW is 8 kilometers an hour faster down this straight. That's a huge advantage here. So if Sheldon van der Linde can just close up to this Triple M Group, Grouper M 999 car, then we could see a pass into Crowthorne. That's the passing opportunity.
It does look like he's got the pace on his BMW sister car at this stage. The other WRT BMW running separate liveries and sponsors, though. Sheldon van der Linde in the Shell car over there looking absolutely spectacular. The 32 car fastest lap, 144.0. He's got the fastest lap overall now, so he is on the chase. And because this is a manufacturer championship, I'm pretty sure
here's the pass.
Yeah, here's the pass. Let's check. He goes to the right. I think he jigged to the right there. I think he
went
gave
too
him space.
fast to right, that curb. I mean, it really unsettled.
That curb very odd. The sausage curbs here are known to be vicious at Kyalami. And Team WRT watching the screens with bated breath as now van der Linde with a bad start, having a very good second win now as we make our way into the 10-minute mark, and down the mine shaft they go.
Whether they switch drivers on purpose or not, it definitely seems like the right thing to do. With Sheldon van der Linde is up for this. Local fans cheering him on. He might feel inspired at his home race because, look, he's pulled a bit of a gap already to Farfus. He's trying to close down that Group M AMG. And if he does, I'm not sure there's much that Maro Engel can do about it on this straight. The power, the extra speed down here of the M4 is quite telling.
Yeah, you can see that he is catching up, and Engel will be having those two giant nostrils waving at him from behind. The gap is getting closer. It was 1 second early on, just under. It's now 0.596. Just under 0.6 of a second is the gap at the moment. And just look at the different lines. This is what we're talking about. Some of that local knowledge coming into play. They're sacrificing that first section to get the run through here. And just look now. It's now down to the wire. I don't think that 596 gap, 0.596 gap is accurate at the moment, Dan. It's nothing now.
No, it is nothing, isn't it? Sheldon van der Linde's on this. He really is. That 32 looks racy, and I wasn't expecting that at this early in the race with these temperatures. Maro Engel might not be able to do anything here with this BMW when he gets to the straight. This is where he's got to have perfect sector times through this back technical part of the track. That's where the Mercedes has been so strong, because he cannot come out of Ingwe with that grille right up on his bumper.
Dan, are we allowed to have favourites over here today?
Of course we're not.
Commentators are supposed to be impartial.
We
some
are
might
supposed
say.
to be, but a lot, as far as I don't think the majority of the audience around this track would agree with you.
Well, as a South African, I know that you're a visitor in our country. As a South African, I'm kind of cheering for Van der Linde at the moment.
Okay, I'll be the impartial one as the Brit here.
Yeah. But I think that if that moment does come, I know that this broadcast is going out to the crowd at the moment, so if the crowd out there can hear me, this is for you guys over there. And if we do see an overtake, even if just for a moment, I'd love to hear your guys' support for our local man, Van der Linde. But let's, of course, show some love to all those foreigners that have come so far to journey with us in the Kyalami 9-hour event. This, of course, is the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. And there goes the Van der Linde car, looking very closely on that 999 Engel car, the car that's simply been the favorite this week, even though it came here as a Lego box at the start of this event week, Dan.
Yeah, I really felt concerned for a long time for that 999 car, being built basically from scratch this week. Engine only turned up on Sunday, and it went in very late. Look, here we have Sheldon van der Linde. He's looking around the outside of Sunset. He's moving around. He's trying to get fresh air into that BMW. He's hounding Mario Engel here. He's certainly got the pace. Here we go. Is it going to be done here?
Oh,
no.
Almost. The S's is not the spot you want to overtake on, but will it be though? He has a look down the inside of the S's. It's going to be close. Down they go. They just go through side by side. Engel gives way. So does Van der Linde. And now the moment comes up the hill towards the tree, as they say. It's the top of Leeuwkop. Could it happen? Could he make it around the outside? He's trying it around the outside, Dan. It's going to be close. Engel pushes him slightly wide. And now look at the sister BMW having a look down the inside. Down the mine shaft they go.
Yeah, it's a long way around the outside of Leeuwkop. I don't think it was ever happening. Farfus is going to drop back behind Sheldon van der Linde. This is an awesome start to this race. But, I mean, look how close he is, Sheldon. Surely the passing opportunity is turned to Crowthorne. They go through the crocodiles here. Flick right in Cheetah. He just wants to be tucked in tight in Ingwe, and then he's got a long drag down that straight with that immense BMW power.
And this has fallen straight into the hands of Trudy and Winkelhock. The two Audis now snuck up behind. All of this battling has caused the Audis to come closer, and now we've got ourselves a 5-horse race. They're going towards the first corner. We've got Engel, Van der Linde, Farfus, Trudy and Winkelhock all within striking distance of each other. Van der Linde has another look, but this time has to go down the outside. Engel goes defensive. This is what we've come to see, ladies and gentlemen. Engel runs wide, and this gives Van der Linde the advantage for the following corner. The left-hander is coming up. Will Van der Linde get it? It's going to be close. He goes across the goal. Van der Linde takes the lead, ladies and gentlemen. And we have a South African leading the Kyalami 9-hour.
What a start. 15 minutes of this race. Sheldon van der Linde didn't go for him well at the start, dropped back to third, but put the pressure on. That pass went on for a good sector as well, didn't it? He needed it. He knew how important it was to get behind, but he didn't have to do it on the straight. He did it the hard way through barbecue.
That was a tactical master class right there, Dan. I think he set that overtake up way earlier, making sure that the Mercedes-Benz went defensive. And of course, Van der Linde, being the youngest ever Polo Cup champion in South Africa, he's got plenty experience here at this very circuit. So this was played way before the overtake took place. And now the Farfus car not just getting pressure, but able to apply pressure to Engel as well. We thought Engel might run away with it in the beginning, but that certainly is not the case.
Yeah, very early to start driving defensive, but Mario Engel certainly wasn't he? He didn't want that BMW past him because he knew what it meant, and now he's got to drive defensive to Farfus as well. This could be a BMW 1-2 shortly. Mario Engel struggling to keep this BMW behind.
Oh, man. I took a bit of a breath there, Dan, just enjoying this moment. And look at the gap now between Van der Linde and Engel as Farfus looks on. But Winkelhock and Grove, they do seem to not have as much pace at this stage, though. Although their times might not dictate that, they are as fast as some of the other drivers, just not able to get that overtake. And the top three certainly...
Here we're having a look at Farfus round the outside against Marango, takes the aggressive line, but he drops deep then, and this is how Sheldon van der Linde was managed to cut back. Not this time. Marango managed to go back on line before barbecue this time.
Oh.
Farfus will have to wait for another lap possibly.
That bump there, that sausage curb over there. It's so interesting that some drivers use that curb to sort of jump the car to set up the overtake. We saw that in the Super Cup races earlier on. Didn't end well though, but it does seem like that is something that's sort of a local thing where you can clip that curb and used it to set up the overtake to tighten the line for the following left-hander. We saw Van der Linde do that. Didn't pull it off there though. He did pull it off later on. But I look forward to seeing that replay, Dan, to try and figure out exactly how he did that. What a fantastic couple of laps we've seen ourselves now as Van der Linde start to eke out a bit of a gap. The gap now 1 second according to the timesheets, but I think it's getting a bit bigger. 1.4 seconds now on screen, and 1.7 seconds ahead of third place man Farfus, Rudy Winkelhock, and Grove now falling back. Ranji still in front of Habul, and I'd like to cut to that Habul-Ranji's battle because I think there's something happening over there.
Yeah, don't rule out the Audis as well. They're right on the pace. That wasn't the case last year. They were basically just struggling for pace. Winkelhock said they were nowhere last year, but they've got a front row seat to the battle going on in front of them. The 66 and 99 Audi. Trudy, Winkelhock, they'll be ready to capitalise and pounce. Maybe some strategy changes when we get into the pit stop windows around sort of 60, 65 minutes. That might be telling. Or they could turn their aircon off and then they'll get an extra 15 brake horsepower apparently.
And every horsepower counts. 15 BHP.
Here's the battle that you're after, Ernest.
Yes, this is the one we want to see. We got Kenny Habul applying pressure to local man Charles Ranji's. Charles with some local knowledge, but Dan, you were lucky enough to sit passenger with Habul earlier on in another Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, I did 2 laps with him in a C63 from the AMG Experience team. The AMG Experience team is something. It's absolutely brilliant. Get yourself over to that tent when there's time to do so. But man, does that guy drive? He wasn't leaving anything, and here he is looking up the inside of Charles Ranji's at Crowthorne. He's got his nose there. Ranji says no and cuts back in. This is going to be frustrating Kenny Habul because he's losing time here. The gap to the leaders is growing with every lap, but Charles Ranji's is doing everything he needs to keep him back. It's important that Kenny Habul is patient. He's flashing his lights. You can see the frustration on him. But we're not quite sure what caused him to drop back at the start, and we'll find out later, I'm sure. Maybe
we can get a replay of that start.
But yeah, Kenny Habul is desperately trying to get through the Stradale Motorsport team.
I'd love to see a replay of what happened at the start with Kenny Habul. We missed that on our broadcast. We focused on the lead. There's so much happening up front, but this is what we've come to see as well. This, of course, is the South African broadcast of this event, and why not follow some of the South African stories as well as we watch the rest of the Saffers follow on behind the Ranji's car over there. You got Charles Ranji's, Kenny Habul right behind him. Patamba also having a look. Mokoena, Bar, Moodley in the mix as well. And these guys really pushing pretty hard down the mine shaft they go. And immense pressure getting applied there. Habul has another look. Could this be the moment?
At the front, here we go. Yeah, I just saw them go past our pit box. They switched places before they even get to the corner. The cutback Marengo's not going to go around the outside here. Farfus, it's a BMW 1-2.
Yeah, it's a BMW 1-2, and I apologize to our international viewers, those wanting to see the front. We almost missed that moment over there watching the guys further back. And just look at the pace of that BMW. The Mercedes-Benz falling back hand over fist. And now is it the Audi's turn now as we watch down the main straight on our, what we're seeing over here. We can still see that Ranji's is in the lead, but Augusto Farfus now finds himself in second place behind his teammate. And the Mercedes-Benz is just not able to hold off the BMWs, and here come the Audis now, Dan.
It's the perfect start from Team WRT, who were Audi last year, this year BMW, and Attempto Racing is now piling on the pressure to the Group M 999. That Group M Marengo's having a difficult time of it, isn't he? And I was worried about that car even making the start as they were constructing it during the week. They came through, they spent basically all of free practice just testing the car, making sure it was actually roadworthy. And right up to the start of qualifying, they just sent it in the end. But they've done better than they did last time they were here in 2019, where they conked out at Crowthorne turn 2 with a broken down coil pack. So they're in the race. It's a long race to go, but lacking a little bit of pace so far at the start of this race. Only 20 minutes in though.
Yeah, the Audis have always, as you mentioned, lacked pace over here, but this time that's not the case, and that's a good sign for them at the start of this race as Kenny Habul and Ranji's battle it out, and certainly keeping everybody else honest behind them. Reese Barr also slipping way down the order over there. Patamba, oh, there comes Habul having a look every now and then as they make their way through the final sector. An impressive part of the circuit, but not so much for overtaking. It's just kind of line it up, and here comes Charles Ranji's now going slightly defensive as Habul getting harassed now by Patamba, Mokoena, Bar and Moodley. further back. The entire pack together. Look at the flashing lights there. That is Bar. Reese Bar wants to get by, but Dan, this is for position, so he's flashing.
Here it is. It's up the inside of Crowthorne. He knows he's
for.
got to send it. Oh, he's going to push Aranji's wide. He's done it. That's the one we were waiting for. But he's lost a lot of time behind the Stradale Motorsport Motors, who's lost 2 places now. Son Moodley is also pumped through.
Now that looks like Patamba. Patamba has made it past. So Patamba was waiting for that, Dan, and a very opportune moment there, sneaks by, and now Patamba behind a bull, holding up Aranji's.
Yeah, good drive there, but I mean, look how much time they're back. They're like 30 seconds away from the racing Porsche, Grove Racing Porsche. So Kenny Ball has been frustrated in the early parts of this race. Has got a lot to do.
And I think Reese Bar might be suffering from some of that same frustration as well. He's at the back of this pack, maybe faster, but it doesn't matter. You still got to get past, and you got to do it fair and square, Dan.
Yeah, it must be hot in that car for an Irishman, mustn't it? His first time in Africa, and I saw him in driver's briefing, and he showed me his sunburn after just being here for 1 day, and it looked painful.
Well, I've been hanging out with you all week and asked you why you have a popped collar.
Yes. It's for that very reason. I've learnt a few lessons with my complexion in Africa, and that's one way to avoid some certain pain.
Well, for those that haven't seen us in the introductions, I'm slightly more tan, so I still do carry my SPF 50 around with me. And on a day like today, it's absolutely necessary. I tell you what, if SPF 50 could work for the BMWs, they might use it. But at the moment, the heat doesn't seem to be affecting them too much, as they now sit in positions 1 and 2 respectively, with Van der Linde and Farfus leading us off, but Engel in 3rd position, followed by Drudy and Winkelhock, closely by Drudy and Winkelhock. We didn't expect to see this from the Mercedes-Benz, certainly.
No, I thought it would be actually the opposite. I thought this would be their opportunity to stretch the gap, and the BMW are just trying to hold on to their coattails until they can capitalise in the cooler conditions and we go into the evening. And Van der Linde, though, had been fastest man on track, set the fast lap of the race so far, 1:43.995. And with these temperatures and with high fuel, that's some very good pace.
Yeah, Van der Linde has always had the support of the local fans, and now they certainly have something to cheer about. A 2.1 second gap so far, but remember folks, it's a 9-hour race with 8 hours and 35 minutes to go, still plenty time to work through as Van der Linde leads us off, and there come the rest of the field. Lots of action happening further back in the field though, Dan, as Kenny Abul finally starts to get some clear air in front of him. There goes Patamba, and Aranji's falls back. Aranji's falls back. So Charles Aranji's has now slipped to the back of the pack. There's something's gone wrong there. It looks like, is that him? Or was that Son Moodley? Yeah, that was Son Moodley. I apologize. Son Moodley slipping back there. Aranji still in the fight. There's the Aranji's car, followed by Mokoena, and the MJR car, followed by Reese Bar. So Aranji's still in the mix.
Yeah, Reese Bar is he's dropped back quite heavily, hasn't he? And he needs to try and work his way through, but it's a baptism of fire for him, quite literally, with the temperatures in that car coming over to South Africa for the first time. And he's now behind the local cars, and will be the next one to try and put a bit of pressure on the Mercedes AMGs in front of him and the Audi.
There go the second group. So we've got 2 battles taking place, the front battle and this battle over there. And there goes Mokoena. Mokoena dives down the inside of that. Looks like that is the Aranji's car. So Mokoena's taken Aranji's, and now we've got 2 youngsters just behind Kenny Abul, with Patamba, Mokoena, followed by Aranji's. Reese Bar also making his way through. So I might have called it a little bit early there, but it looks like Aranji's has slipped back. He's now challenging back for Reese Bar. Why is he flashing him though? That looked like a good overtake. Maybe we missed something.
He's not happy, is he?
He's not happy at all. Reese Bar now starting to sneak ahead of the Aranji's car. Aranji's did mention that they might be having some tyre issues, maybe running on older tyres, but
I think maybe he put absolutely everything into holding back Kenny Abul at the start, and he might be paying the cost for that now.
Well, the cost certainly has been high after such an epic start from Aranji's. They now find themselves slipping way back, and here come the leaders now. That is Van der Linde, Farfus. See, I'm even saying Van der Linde like you now. By the end of this broadcast, I'll be saying Van der Linde. But Van der Linde in first position, Farfus in second place, Engel in third, and there goes Brenton Grove, first in class, but quite a ways down. Nobody's pitted yet, Dan, so no pit stops as yet.
No,
for
we've got 40, 40
anyone.
minutes to go until pit stop. Brenton Grove, they'll be very happy, the Grove Racing Porsche, with this start. That's exactly what they wanted to. He'll hand over to Stephen Grove, his father, and then Earl Bamber will take control of that Porsche, and you watch the times drop then. That is a very experienced driver and super, super quick. So we're going to have a flying Porsche. But it's all about just having a safe stint. They put a lot of thought into how they were going to do that, starting on the scrub tyres, using information they had learned during qualifying, and it's paid off for that team. Running in sixth, their big rival, way further back, Kenny Abul, who had to fight earlier on with the local guys.
Well, Dan, we're talking about the battles on track, and of course that matters a lot as we see the two youngsters now fighting it out, Mokoena and Patamba. These two must, I mean, they get along well, but they must be, because they're the two up-and-comers in South African GT racing, they must be wanting to fight it out and figure it out on track, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Of course, Mikhail Patamba in the Cup category with Mokoena racing the full 9 hours, so Mokoena is not going to want to tussle too hard with Patamba. Patamba, of course, going to be pulling in quite shortly. Their race is halfway done, but no hold barred racing at this stage as Bar tries to catch up to the lead pack. And of course, as mentioned, we've got different categories here. Certainly Grove will be quite happy to have separated himself from Habul, as Kwana Mokoena in the Pro-Am category now starts to try and get past Patamba.
Yeah, Kawanda, he must be really getting to it. I think he's growing in confidence as this race goes on. Like you say, he's got 9 hours of this, though, isn't it? There's no need to fight for this for these 1 hour guys, but you can't stop the racer in any of these. If they got an opportunity, he'll be looking for a pass. He'll be looking for a snapshot Instagram moment of his car going past his local rival as they go down the pit straight just behind me.
Patamba in the lead of this pack. Look at that battle, just 1 second separates the three of them. Patamba and Mokoena not in the same category, but Reece Barr now starting to apply pressure. It does seem like he's biding his time because you can see something happening in the front here. Reece Barr and Mokoena, of course, battling for position. Mokoena gets it sideways over there, coming out to the left-hander. And now you can see he's either trying to push or feeling the pressure, because these cars, they don't necessarily slide that easily unless you start to push on, isn't it, Dan?
No, great to see, though, 3 local guys being the closest battle on track, isn't it? Patamba is trying to hold those 2 back.
And, of course, Barr trying to apply the pressure to local guys in the front there. Dan,
oh,
Barr.
Of course, Barr and the SPS.
Yeah.
How can I forget the only Brit?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, you've spoken to him this weekend, I'm sure, as well, as he now starts to apply pressure. And once again, the South African versus UK battle continues on circuit.
And we're losing.
Oh, okay. Well, this I'll take it. I'll take it. As so far, Mokoena leads off down the mine shaft, at least in the Pro-Am category. But in front of him is the GT3 Cup car. And that would be a prize to take home if he can beat Mokoena going into next season. Those two race against each other in the local South African Endurance Series. And the two of them, I'm sure, have plenty scores still to settle in the future for both of them. But for now, it's all out on the circuit. Speaking of out on the circuit, this 3-way battle, Drudy and Winkelhoek do seem to be working together. They are not trying to fight each other. What they're trying to do is get ahead of this Mercedes in front here, and that so far has not happened. The Mercedes gap has been quite constant. Even though very, very close, they haven't been able to get much closer. But do look at those BMWs starting to get ahead as they go through the S's. An incredible set of corners, and now up the hill towards Lukop, where we saw earlier on Van der Linde getting past Farfus, and then also getting past the 999 Mercedes-Benz Marcus Winkelhoek from the famous Winkelhoek family. South Africans love the Winkelhoek family because we've seen them race here before in touring cars. Of course, Van der Linde family as well, Dion Joubert, and the rest of the names from that era of racing. So Winkelhoek with a strong following here in South Africa. This, of course, is the nephew of Smoking Joe Winkelhoek, who was also down here many years ago. Matteo Drudy now on screen. Tressa Attempto racing, I apologize, in the Audi, one of those two Audis fighting it out, currently just behind the Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, Marengo hasn't had it all his way this stint at all, has it? It's been difficult work for him. He's about halfway through his stint now. He tried to hold up the pressure of the BMWs, drove pretty defensive to keep Sheldon van der Linde especially behind him. That battle was eventually lost, and he might find he's doing the same here with Matteo Drudi and Marcus Winkelhout behind him in the 66 and 99 Audis, because he's spending a bit more time looking in his rearview mirror than what's in front of him, Marengo. But he'll be handing that car over to Michael Grenier, who had a little bit more pace in qualifying, although his session was a little bit easier to work with. Pit stops is going to be a thing here. It could be changing some strategy. I'm expecting, due to the heat and the conditions, certainly the Grove Racing were already just up front and saying no, single stints for us for this race. It's just too hot, too much effort. But maybe some of these factory teams might risk a double stint. That's a lot to put onto a driver.
Yeah, it's a lot to put onto a driver, double stinting in this heat, Dan. But could we see the temperature dropping later on as the day goes on? There goes Mauro Engel, an absolutely world-class driver. They've done well not to tangle with each other whilst going through the motions in the first half an hour of this race. A lot has happened in the first 30 minutes. Things have now settled down ever so slightly, but the Audi pressure is still imminent on that 999 car. And now we're hearing from Raffaele Marciello, Amanda, in the pits.
From the performance of the Mercedes, is there any concern on pace with the car?
I mean, this is our true pace. It's a pity because I don't see anymore so much of fight between brands. I mean, I'm honest, in battles we were too quick compared to other brands, and we only fight against Mercedes. Here BMW clearly is too quick, and it's a pity because there is no fight between brands, so it's a bit of a pity, so I hope in the next race.
The pit lane over there was busy sorting that out, but back to the action, and let's pick up on what Marciello said over there. Dan, what do you think is going through the minds of that team at this stage after qualifying performance?
We're only 35 minutes into this race, but he's already thinking to himself, the BMWs are too quick, isn't it? So that's a concern for the 999 Group M car. They were fearful of it all week, and I don't think they're expecting the BMWs to pass this early in the heat. If they do get any quicker, still so much that can happen in an endurance race though, isn't there? We've got reliability for a start, a new team, WRT, well not a new team but a new manufacturer in that team. They're always learning that car. Clearly they're improving it constantly, as we can see here. Much better pace in round 2 of the IGTC compared to round 1 at Bathurst, where the BMW frankly was just not there, and now we find it first and second at the early part of this race. Can they keep that going? Will they be worried about reliability as the race goes on? There was a little bit of a concern, certainly with the 46 car at Bathurst, which is running with the 33 number. It started getting dark, and they had a bit of oil or coolant coming out of the exhaust. It covered up the sponsors, but it managed to get to the end of the race, so it wasn't an issue there. And it's a shorter race here, high temperatures, turbos, a lot of pressure. We'll have to just see. That'll probably be their main concern at WRT right now.
Despite the coil pack failures on that car a couple of years ago, Dan, as the Sun Moodley car gets overtaken. Just waiting for this to be completed safely, and we're good. Despite the reliability issues in the past, most of these cars are exceptionally reliable on any given day.
They have to be. They're designed for endurance racing. So much pressure goes through. A lot of testing goes into it as well. But the forces on these cars running this fast for this long, I mean, you think the reliability of your own car, but the service intervals on these engines is like 20,000 kilometers, which if you think about it is pretty insane.
And this does benefit the consumer at the end of the day. I mean, the motoring journalist in me wants to talk about that, because these cars, racing improves the breed, as they say. And this is certainly the case with these cars, because all of this technology filters down. And BMW, as mentioned, they want to race on Sunday, sell on Monday with these cars, I'm sure. And when you look at the engines of some of the production cars, they're so tolerant. Even if you pump the power up all the way to max, those engines can run for months, years, and on and on and on and on. They are so over-engineered, and the power is so low down compared to what they can do. When these race cars are unleashed like this with their 500 plus horsepower, then this is what you get. You get a car that can run for 9 hours without incident.
It's the capabilities of them, just from those couple of hot laps this morning with Kenny Abul, the way he was pushing that Mercedes-AMG Experience car around, you're thinking, this surely can't last more than an hour. But these guys are going 9 hours flat out. And like I said, the service intervals for a customer car is about 20,000 kilometers on the engine.
Jeez.
That's a lot of running.
That's a lot of
this sort of pace.
Yeah, at absolute maximum pace. And the Porsche motors as well, also designed to run for up to 24 hours in a row, Dan. These engines can run for more than 24 hours in a row. In fact, they've got a complete 24-hour races. So they are just incredible to watch. But is it me, Dan, or is that gap between the BMWs getting a little bit tighter?
It is, but they're pulling a gap from everyone else, aren't they? As we see the fastest lap of the race of Sheldon van der Linde, a 1:43.866 with a top speed of 238.9 k's into Crowthorne braking zone. So it's looking very, very good for WRT. I mean, I have to eat my words a little bit from the qualifying stream yesterday. I was concerned about them. They were not showing any sort of pace as we went through into qualifying. They didn't want to show their hand. They were happy to save it to Sunday, and they're showing it now, finally, as Sheldon van der Linde is the fastest man on track.
That's exactly what's happened. We thought that they would, in fact, be sandbagging. We suspected it all week long. The other teams were giving us the old wink, saying that these guys are, in fact, sandbagging and something is afoot over here. And I certainly doubted that as qualifying wore on. I thought, nah, something's off. They're obviously pushing as hard as they can, but it does seem to be the case this time that they were holding back ever so slightly, and now all of a sudden they are galloping those BMWs off into the distance with van der Linde leading the way and Farfus in second place.
And they look good, don't they? You've mentioned before that the BMW M series of all the series is massive in South Africa. It's got a huge following, and this M4 also, that is the case, and they look very strong. Now we're waiting until we get into the pit stop window of how they're going to get on. But at the moment, Sheldon van der Linde and Farfus, they'll probably be told to hold position. WRT will be working together here. There's a big family in GT racing. BMW is a big family that you can see it. They all know each other. They're not really competitors in drivers. They're all friends. They want everyone to do well. Mercedes, exactly the same. The team spirit. In fact, on the back of the WR team, it actually has on their livery, "We are a team," in big letters. It's one of their slogans of the team, and you can tell the way they work together.
Yeah, this is not an individual sport as much as something like Formula One would be. Of course, there are teams there as well, but we were talking about this last night at dinner with our esteemed producer. And one of the things that we talk about, I love having these conversations with you guys, because we then go into the psychology of motorsport and the nuance of motorsport. And one of the differences between this type of racing and other type of racing, firstly, this is custom racing, and I'd like to elaborate on that later on, Dan, but also very much a team sport, because you've got three drivers, you've got all these working pieces, and the team really does work together. They win as a team, and a famous quote goes, "We win as a team, we lose alone."
Very true, and that is definitely the case in endurance racing especially. There's so many people involved to get this car on circuit and running for a full 9-hour race. As we're looking at this scrap, it's starting to heat up, isn't it? With young Reese Barr, Kawanda in front trying to hold him up. Two young guys, two young guns up against it.
Well, that means that Patamba has found himself further up the road. No, he hasn't, further down the road. Patamba slipped back. I'm looking at the timing over here. So Reese Barr and Mokoena have separated themselves from Patamba. So we've missed that Patamba overtake. And Reese Barr now starting to apply pressure to Mokoena. They are in the same race, both of them in Pro-Am category. So this is for position. The fastest time, though, by Mokoena is a 45.6. The fastest time by Reese Barr is a 45.9. So ultimate potential belongs to Mokoena, but Mokoena at the moment is slowing down quite a bit with his last lap time of 140. Oh, there we go. Mokoena dropping the hammer now with a 146.2. So Mokoena starting to drop the hammer a little bit more, but it does seem like Bar might have the consistency and overall pace. And again, Dan, this is one of the separating factors with this type of motorsport. It's about time management over 9 hours.
Yeah, but it's great driving from Kwanda. I'm very impressed with him to be the fastest of the 2 9-hour local teams. That MJR Motorsport team putting on a good show and keeping Reespar behind. So if they can keep that on, then they can...
Mokoena's run wide. Mokoena's run wide. Is he going to be able to defend going into the left-hander? No, down the outside goes Bar. Bar's going to be running wide. Mokoena keeps the position. Towards the S's they go. Kwanda keeps the position, but after running wide, has that affected his car? He manages to keep it together. And this is the concentration levels that are managed, that drivers have to maintain over the course of 9 hours, Dan. That was a little bit too close for comfort.
Just as I was starting to be complimentary, he goes wide at Sunset and did well to keep it on track. And I was surprised Reespar didn't have a look there. He was probably thinking safety first, but they're back as they were. And yeah, that'll certainly concentrate the mind, I think, for Kwanda, as he's got to look forward rather than behind. He's maybe putting a bit of more attention on the SPS AMG behind him. So he can regroup. MJR Motorsport, good showing. He's doing the full 9 hour with Marius Jackson and Mo Mile going into there. Charles Ranges has struggled. Here's the replay onto the grass. Never want to be going on the grass, but easy to do. Just dropped it wide out of Sunset and managed to stay up the inside of Clubhouse.
Well, Dan, I'm going to step out for a couple of minutes as we now cut to this replay over here at Respawn Kwanda Mokoena. Back to the battle, I apologize. And we've got Gareth Burley, our support race commentator, who's got all the info on our South African drivers and more. He's going to be chatting to you for the next couple of minutes and then to me. So if my voice changes ever so slightly in the next couple of minutes, you know why.
Yeah, we'll have a change in the commentary booth as Ernest Page steps out, and we'll get our support race commentator and Gareth Burley back in, and then we'll get back to this tight battle between Reespar and yeah, it's really tight between this Audi and AMG. The Audi's looking strong here, certainly way more competitive than they were last year. Drudy and Winkelhock at the front, but their customer racing teams behind. And it's looking interesting. How are we doing, Gareth?
Good, Dan, to be with you. I had a privilege of being down on the start line. And did you see as the Sheldon Van Linder just drove up, all the fans cheering and clapping?
Yeah.
Singing the national anthem.
I could actually hear the audience when the passes were being made. You could actually hear the screams. Everyone loving the fact that the local boy is running out on front.
Yeah, so just give us a little update to what's been happening over the last sort of hour or so. Mauro Engel, of course, was originally leading. Exciting to see the South African taking over first place, but very close between the WRTs.
It is incredibly close to the WRT. Sheldon Van Linder didn't have the start that he wanted. Looked round the outside of Mauro Engel, but it wasn't possible for him to make the pass there. Dropped behind his teammate in Farfus, then had to work his way back through. As Farfus, we're not sure whether it was team orders, but he got onto this curb here, unsettled it. Sheldon Van Linder went up the inside of Learcott, and then he was back onto the back of Mauro Engel, putting on that pressure. Took the dive up at Crowthorne, went through the Juxley sweep, and the pass was eventually made at Barbecue, and it wasn't long before Farfus did exactly the same thing. Engel now is trying to hold back the Drudy and Winkelhock team in the Attempto Racing Audis, and he's doing a great job of it, but it maybe isn't the start or what he thought he was going to be doing at this point of the race.
Well, originally we thought maybe the Triple Knight might just run away with things.
I did. I'm not going to lie. That's exactly what I thought. Certainly at the start of the race, and I thought people would come back to him, but they're not having it all their way, are they?
Well, track temperature, 55.6 degrees, air temperature 31.5 at the moment. So is that the factor maybe as to why we're seeing maybe the 999 struggling a bit of pace? We know last night in the evening conditions, very quick. It could still come back to them. A long way to go, though, of course, here at the 9 hour. As we head towards 55 minutes, or 45 minutes rather, into the race.
Certainly with the BMWs, we've seen right from the start, they don't like to sit behind another car. So we had Sheldon Van der Linde when he was behind Mauro Engel, moving to one side on the straight, trying to get some fresh air into that big grill of their M4. But Farfus is doing the same now with Sheldon in front of him. Audis, on the other hand, they're happy just to tuck up behind the 999 Group M. So maybe overheating's not an issue for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I was also quite impressed with Grove in the Porsche 911, who was able to stick with the top 6. I mean, he thought there was a pro category entry, the way that was able to stay with the front runners in those early stages.
Yeah, and it's an AM driver in there now, but a very fast AM driver in Bransford Grove. They've got their star of the team, Earl Bamber, coming in later as we look at everyone having a great time. That is only a scene you can get in South Africa, isn't it?
Yeah, just remind you, that's not a car. That wasn't a car on fire. This is South Africa. They're starting their fire, a barbecue if you like, or a braai.
Yeah, that's the only, probably the only place we have fires around the outside of the circuit is Kyalami in the 9 hour. It's part of the culture here, and we love it.
Absolutely. McQueen, of course, doing a sterling job as well. The young 18-year-old, I got to speak with him a bit earlier. He joined me for about half an hour in studio. I mean, this is the first time that he is racing this car at this circuit. He just recently got his driver's license, so
that's crazy, isn't it? He looks so young. I mean, he's just such a nice guy. He looks so young. I almost wanted to see his driving license just to prove that he owned one. But what a driver he is. He's holding his own here, currently running in 8th position. And yeah, he's local flag flying high.
And I think this is exactly what he needed, because he was right there with some of the front runners, was able to follow them, watch the line. You don't have that before this point in the race, because everyone's sort of separated in qualifying and free practice. This is his first opportunity to see some of his heroes in front of him, right in front of him, and follow the racing line.
He's so excited. I mean, he was so excited to get in the car when I saw him on Thursday. He said he hadn't slept all week, and but he's settled in very, very nicely indeed. And yeah, we hope that car gets to the end of this 9 hour.
One of the other guests that I had a bit earlier was currently running 11th, Charles Laranjis. At that point, with about 2 hours to go, they were still deciding on a bit of strat and what they could do. He was actually talking about the splitter in the front angle being a real problem for them.
Right.
The splitter in the front of the car was a problem for them. The angle.
Yeah, they've changed a lot of things. They've got a lot of help this time with Mercedes-AMG, so it's unusual to see them drop back. I think their pace was improving in every practice session, and then they ran up against a bit of a brick wall during qualifying. I don't think they like these temperatures, because in practice much cooler conditions in this week, and we've hit like a climax in temperature over qualifying and now in the race. It's affected a lot of things, so some cars coping better than others. And at the moment, the front runners, 999 seems to be the one worse affected. Maro Engel is doing everything he can to keep these two Audis behind. They'll be happy sat there. If they can get into the pit stop window, they can maybe make a pass under pit stop conditions instead. There is young Patamba as we're coming up towards the end of this 1 hour race in the Super Cup class. 3 cars will be dropping off as we hit the 8 hour mark. Obviously they can't slow down when they get their checkered flag though. They have to do a racing lap. There's another race going on, but they'll come into pit lane. But so far Patamba is looking good to take that crown. 10 more minutes, he's got to get that car to the end.
It's fantastic scenes walking around the track, fans out in their numbers, videos, taking photographs, desperately trying to see their fans, see their favorite drivers out in action as well. There's an amazing atmosphere out there, and it's been lovely to see up in the support race pits that many of the drivers have stayed behind. They've started their own fires and braais, and their families are here as well, enjoying the festival that is the Kyalami 9 hour.
Yeah, what an atmosphere it's been up in that support race. You've been dealing with the support races throughout this weekend. I've only caught a snippet of a few of them. Very, very impressed with the Super Polo, the GTC cars. Man, those things are fast, and the racing was exceptional. Was that a highlight for you this weekend?
Yeah, I think what we saw is because the races are quite short in terms of time, there's not a lot of space for them to sort of recover if there's incidents. So we had a lot of incidents. The crocodiles were particularly quite, their teeth were quite sharp. This
very much so.
Very much so, yeah. But GTC was outstanding. But of course, we had a young guy, Josh LaRue, who was 6th in the race. Next thing, clap here, touch here, touch here. Next thing he's 2nd.
Wow, I missed that.
Yeah, so the former Formula 1600 champion from last year, moving up now in an Audi in the GTC. And all the drama was happening in front of him, and the next thing he's up into 2nd. But he just couldn't wait to finish and come and watch this, because there are guys that he's aspiring to be at this level.
For sure. I mean, that is a natural progression, isn't it, from the Polo Cup to work your way through. That's exactly how Sheldon van der Linde, Calvin van der Linde, they got their chance. So maybe the next group of talented South Africans can do the same, so they can watch their heroes going around. But what a privilege to be able to race on the same circuit on that weekend.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And just to even speak to some of the drivers, I think for them is a wonderful privilege as well. There's not going to be many races in their lifetime where they get to do this kind of thing. So this is quite significant.
That's great. Well, we're going to leave you I'm going to leave you, I apologise, and hand back to Ernest Page as I take a quick break, and he'll be going into the last 8 minutes of this 1 hour session to see who takes that Super Cup crown. And there's a pass on circuit now as the GT4 gets lapped. He's had a difficult 1 hour, but what a learning experience it's been for Joseph. And we'll hand back to Ernest, and Gareth can take the mic.
Thank you, Dan. Of course, minutes left then in that GT4 Cup that you'll see there, just the one car racing in that series, and then the GT3 Cup as well. Patamba leading that one in the number 3, the number 11 Moodley in second place. Just in terms of lap times, Sheldon van der Linde out in front. He's got just over a second over his WRT teammate at Farfus, and he did a 1:43.8. He's quickest at 1:44 the last time out, so it's not far off the quickest times we've seen so far. So despite the temperatures, it seems like the BMW is handling the conditions better.
Yeah, they really are. And I was looking forward to seeing this would happen, Gareth, and it certainly has. They've really pulled that trump card out of the bag. But the story at the moment with the last 7 minutes of this race, well, certainly it is what we're seeing on screen right now. The 999 car getting lots and lots of pressure from those Audis, but also the end of the 1 hour race. It's a way to get new drivers into the sport. It's a way for drivers to experience the thrill and agony sometimes of the 9 hour without having to do the full 9 hours. And Patamba at the moment leading off the GT3 Cup. Those cars will fall away as the South African flag waves in about 7 minutes or so.
And very impressive times. He did a 1:46.6 last time out. In fact, did a 46.3 last time out for Patamba. That's quick pace there.
That's decent pace for him, 1:46.0. His ultimate pace in that car, the best in that car, as we now make eyes on another South African. But this one will be here for the full 9 hours, Sheldon van der Linde.
Yeah, and of course, it wasn't long ago that we were here watching him in a polo.
Yeah, exactly.
Racing around this track with his brother. And here he is. Of course, he's won this title before in fortuitous circumstances, but here he is enjoying the glory that is. And did you hear the fans when he took the lead?
They loved it.
It was amazing. And even as he drove up to the grid, there was a bank of young people that are in the stands. They were cheering as he came through.
We do love a South African flag, don't we? We love hearing and watching South Africans do well. We love seeing them win. And this might be one of those moments, but early days as Mario Engel now absorbing all that pressure and continues to absorb that pressure. He's had nothing but pressure since the start of this race, Gareth, and now he once again finds himself with 2 Audis right up the back of that Mercedes-Benz. It's been a long hour for him, I'm sure, but the mentality of these drivers to be able to absorb this kind of pressure, I think with the BMW battle we saw early on, he wasn't fighting too hard. There was one lap where things got quite hairy. The gloves certainly did come off for a moment, but there's got to be a concession made at some stage and not risk it for the biscuit, as they say.
Yeah, look, we are surprised that 999 has conceded the lead of the race, but look, he's on the same straight as them. It's a long way to go. There's certainly no panic at the moment. We know that 999 in the cooler conditions this evening, maybe as the sun goes down, is going to be phenomenal. So watch out for that 999. Certainly not out of the race.
Yeah, certainly not. I'm looking forward to seeing if the BMWs do better as the sun goes down. I think those turbos might perform well in those kind of conditions. The circuit still exceptionally hot, 55 degrees on the tar as the Grove car comes into view, and 31 degrees, almost 32 out there. You were outside recently, Gareth. I haven't been out since this morning, so I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah, so it's always difficult. Where do you watch the first lap from? So we decided, Ricky and myself, we went down to the first corner and got a good view of the cars there. Now, if you look at, there's a bit of a breeze outside, but it's just hot air blowing, unfortunately, so not pleasant at all.
Welcome to Africa.
Yeah, but if you look around the track, and you'll see that on the TV images, the fans are poured around. They brought out their gazebos, these portable structures to give themselves some shade. Beautiful scenes up over the S's and Club as fans have piled there. And you're not going to find a space, by the way, up at Leeuwkop. It's jam-packed full up there with gazebos. The fans have come out, and stunning scenes. Lovely day.
Yeah, it is a lovely day to go racing as we now cut to WRT. their second driver now starting to lace up and get ready, and that is when the pit stops will start, ladies and gentlemen. The pit stops are about to kick off, so the excitement will continue, and they should be able to drive for up to 65 minutes, but I think very shortly we're going to be able to see these guys start doing those quick pit stops, maybe topping up with fuel and tires. We'll have to wait and see exactly what those strategies are. They're certainly going to need some fuel. Are they going to double stint some of them? We're going to have to wait and see, but also, as mentioned, the South African leg of this event, the Cup event, as Philip Eng readies himself over there. Engel currently out at the moment, not to get the two confused. And let's see what happens in the next coming moments as we look at the Joburg Kyalami 9-hour Pro-Am standings over there. Grove up 1, Habul down 1, Mokoena up an impressive 2 positions.
18-year-old, first time out in this car, and chatting to him earlier, he's got a big international schedule. Of course, he's racing in the ADEC GT Masters this season as well, so he's going to spend about, and he's in Matric, by the way, did I mention that? He's in Matric. He's going to be away from home, right in Matric. He's doing a couple of local series, and of course he's here at the 9-hour, and I was just so impressed with his pace early on. But here we go, 2 minutes 40 left as we round up the GT3 Cup, so still Patamba leading the way. It's going to be interesting, and it's going to be quite busy now, because not only are we letting the drivers come through to the finish line, please, they're not going to slow down, they're going to continue. We're also going to start to see some pits taking place as well, and we saw the first of the WRTs. They're getting ready to make a change, and as mentioned,
still this battle continues. Mokoena still holding off Reese Bar over there, 4/10 of a second between the two of them as they make their way through the S's. Now Mokoena absorbing pressure, he's a little bit offline there. Could Reese Bar lining up towards the top of Leeuwkop. Reese Bar's going to have a look down the outside, down the inside. Mokoena goes defensive, and the pressure is mounting. Reese Bar tries the cutback, but then thinks better of it. Yes, he does. Down the mine shaft they go. This could be the overtaking opportunity that Reese Bar has been waiting for.
Yeah, we've seen it all weekend long. There hasn't been an easy overtaking point at Leeuwkop, so you really got to line yourself up. So don't compromise yourself up at the top. Make sure you're lined up here for a late dive.
And speaking of late dive, there it is. There is the dive from Reese Bar. Mokoena runs wide. Mokoena still in it though, comes back onto the circuit. It's going to be close towards the final sector of this. Oh, this is not 2 into 1. And it isn't. The Mercedes-Benz takes the lead.
Yeah, Mokoena's not going to take that though. He's not going to accept that. Just think of your exams, Mokoena. You're in Matric. A long way to go.
It's a long way to go. This was only the first term. So Mokoena now starts to reapply the pressure on Bar. And young aggression certainly is a thing. He's going to try and take it back now. Jigs side to side, goes around the outside of turn 1 and turn 2 and tries to get that position back. But Reese Bar now with a slight cushion. But is it enough though? Kwano Mokoena with local experience. So maybe that might pay off later on. But at the moment, for now, that position has been lost. And Kwano Mokoena slips down ever so slightly. Ranji's in the pits at the moment. Charlotte Ranji's is in the pits.
Trodali Motorsport Mercedes then the first of the competitors to take it through.
99 car also in the pits. So Winkelhock just dipped into the pits now. So the pit stops have officially kicked off on exactly the 1 hour mark. And there goes your GT3 Cup leader at the moment, Patamba. Sun Moodley further back and waiting for Patamba to cross the line as Winkelhock hops into the pits in the 99 car.
Interesting to see now. There we go. We've got the South African flag out, just looking below us here from the commentary booth. He's got the flag out. He's going to come through for the victory here. So that is the number 3, Patamba now. Here we go. I'm just looking behind us now. We'll get the shot on screen shortly as the flag get ready to be waved.
Yep. The flag is out for Patamba, the winner of this 1 hour event, the first hour in this 9-hour race. This, of course, the GT3 Cup race where South Africans battle it out for the first hour. They will continue to circulate at speed as Patamba makes his way towards the finish line. He's going to take the checkered flag, flashes the lights, and the first hour of racing is officially in the books.
Fantastic. Of course, he can't slow down.
No.
There's still a race taking place, so he will make his way around and, of course, treat it as a pit stop and then, of course, just simply stop. Fantastic from Mikael Patamba. Again, young talent in South Africa at the highest level of GT racing in the world. Nothing for these boys, eh?
The NGK Pablo Clark car makes its way around and will take that win quite handily as the South African flag waves. But another flag that sits atop the leaderboard is Sheldon van der Linde in that Shell BMW. Over there, Gustav Favas in second place, but the pit stops have kicked off, and Marshall now in the car. Marshall now in the Audi, and the first of the pit stops have taken place as Aranji's still in the pits, and I'd love to know what's happening. Aranji's still in the pit lane. Hopefully nothing terminal on that car. And he's quite a ways down at the moment. We can hear the cars rumbling at the pits. There goes Aranji's out of the pits, so he's out of the pits again, Gareth. And Charles Aranji's into the pits. Weston now out in that car. Clint Weston, the instructor at the AMG Academy and one of the stalwarts of South African motorsport, used to be a professional driver and now coming out of retirement pretty much to join the boys in the local squad.
And of course, don't forget, we had him in the wall earlier in this week, so fantastic that they're out there. Interestingly, chatting to Charles a bit earlier about that incident through Sunset. So here's the thing about Clint Weston. He was actually going into Sunset and he braked 10 meters too late for the corner because he was changing his name inside the car. That 10 meters then compromised him. That's all it takes. And it just shows you this the level, the limit that these guys are riding at here in the 9 hour.
Yeah, my takeaway from that is also the multitasking that is needed in this level of driving, because these drivers, they simply don't, they have to be able to do multiple things. And Clint obviously doesn't have that kind of experience yet, and this is a bit of a baptism of fire for him, but that is all put behind him at this stage, because this is the 9 hour and he is currently behind the wheel in 11th position, as Van der Linde still leads us off. Farfus just behind him, and as mentioned, the first of the pit stops have started.
Well, that's it from me. I'll be back in a bit later. Lovely to see a helicopter out there. We're going to be enjoying this beautiful day. There is a bit of a breeze, but it's hot air at the moment. And we've got Dan coming back in. So looking forward to the race, Dan. And looks like it's going to be exciting 8 hours on the way.
Brilliant, thanks Gareth. It's great to be back here, and it appears like I might have missed some heavy action in the last hour, or the last 10 minutes of the 1 hour race, I should say. So maybe, Ernest, you can just clue me back up on what happened in that 1 hour Super Cup race, and who ended up taking it. Action between Patamba and Coanda.
Yeah, the South Africans grabbed the mic from you there, didn't they? When that happened. And Patamba, unfortunately fell back from that battle that was happening earlier, but I think he was also just separating himself because he then went on to take the flag in that GT3 Cup race. A good performance from him. He's going to be happy. San Moodley also getting second place there, but this is the tail of the tape at the moment. The pit stop stand. Oh, so fast comes the Audi just behind that Mercedes-Benz, not wasting any time into the pits because the first of the pit stops have started, and Marshall now out in the Audi already as the rest of the drivers now pile in.
Yeah, really important time of the race now. So just to remind everyone, you have to come through the pit lane every 65 minutes. That's the maximum stint for these drivers. So they're really pushing those stint times because you can see the clock ticking at 7:55 and a few seconds. So they went right to the edge here before they reset their time. You can just go through and reset your time, or and that looks like it might be Kenny Bull is back out. The BMWs are busy refueling with a full driver swap change as well. So Sheldon van der Linde is coming out of that car, and they'll move on to their second driver stints. So there's a big transitional part of the race. Every 65 minutes you'll see a car going through the pit lane, and it's just what they do with it, whether they take fuel or not, and then it dictates their pit stop time. It has to be 68 seconds, a minimum of 68 seconds if they take that fuel.
Yeah, if they take the fuel. If they don't take fuel, then there's no minimum time. But Dan, will most of these drivers be taking fuel at this stage? What is the fuel? I mean, you did a whole video on the fuel stats of these cars and how much fuel they use, and now we're going to wait and see if things have changed up at all. Wiets in the lead in that lead, BMW still in second place, and the Mercedes still in third. Here comes the number 99 Audi.
So Maro Engel is doing a double stint. It's very hot in that car, so he's really pushing it. He's doing a double stint. BMW choosing to switch their drivers out. Sheldon van der Linde comes out of that car, and Charles Wirtz will go into it. Philip Eng, a replacement for Valentino Rossi. Also, that's pretty. I mean, Attempto was looking to pass on entry to pit lane there of the 999 car.
Looked a bit sketchy to me,
Thinking that the Group M was coming in a bit slowly, but Maro Engel's having another go out of it. So Philip Eng in the 33 BMW, the white BMW, has gone into that car. I think maybe a bit more. I don't know. I wouldn't want to do a double stint. I didn't think anyone was going to do a double stint in these temperatures. So Maro Engel is the only one.
Well, it looks like Marshall is the big loser here at this stage. He's fallen back quite a bit. But Dan, that all depends on fuel load and other strategic developments that will only unfold over the course of 9 hours. We saw it last year where this event doesn't necessarily take place in the first hour, hour and a half. There's overlaps that will take place, and it's sometimes difficult to keep track of when these pit stops will take place, because you could have a change of lead right at the end of the race. But at the moment, that lead stays the same with that Shell Helix BMW over there. The 32 car with Wirtz behind the wheel. Eng crosses the line. Engel, as you say, double stinting in third position. Fella now in the Audi, the 66 Audi, and Marshall unfortunately falling back quite a bit after those pit stops, with Grove now slowly but surely trying to get closer to the lead pack. When will they put in their star driver? Later on, will Team Grove in the lone Porsche 911 GT3. Of course, this is still the old spec Porsche 991.2, Dan. There's another one coming out later on, but look at this. Fella now starting to apply some pressure to Grenier.
Yeah, Grove Racing Porsche, Grove Racing team said they'll switch to the 992, the new 992, when they go to Spa 24 hours. They haven't driven it yet, but they got a test day arranged for them at Spa before the race. Very much looking forward to Stephen Grove to test out that 992 car. Quite a substantial change, big difference but in between the 991.2 and the 992. Apparently he's expecting it to be a little bit easier to drive as a customer racer. He's been told that from the Porsche engineers that they can set it up in a way that's a little bit more like the Mercedes, much easier to drive in an endurance race for a Pro-Am driver. So he's looking forward to get his hands on that. Might look quite similar from the outside, but it's an all-new vehicle completely.
Dan, that double stint we mentioned earlier, and I'm not sure if that's actually the case. It does look like...
the timing screen took a while. Michael Grenier is now... They finally switched it over. So our timing sheet... I thought it was unusual for someone to do a double stint, but it certainly had Maro Engel on the tower for a long time.
Yes.
He has actually switched out to Michael Grenier. That makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, we see what you see on the screens out there, folks. And Grenier's name kind of just popped up out of nowhere. But he is now finding himself engrossed in a battle with Fella, with Marshall having fallen back ever so slightly, and Grenier now having to hold off the rest of the charging field as he now finds himself thrown into them. I mean, that must be... There's so much to deal with as a top flight driver, because you get into the car, you might be in a specific zone, but when you walk into pit lane, jump into your car, all of a sudden you find yourself being harassed by a big black Audi. What do you do then? And your mental state has to go into game time, isn't it?
These factory drivers live for these moments, though, don't they? They're a step above everybody else. They're more than happy to jump into a car, even on used tyres, and absolutely gun it. So they didn't gain anything, Audis, in the pit stop window, but they haven't lost anything either. Fella is right up tight. The other Audi in Marshall's dropped, Dennis Marshall's dropped just a little bit back, whereas we had both Audis planted on the back of the Group M car. Looks like Grenier is going to have the same issues that Maro Engel, his teammate, had in his first stint, keeping an eye in his rearview mirror and a bit of defensive driving, especially into turn 2 Crowthorne. That's the one they all watch out to. It is quite an easy corner to try and defend on, unless you're trying to hold back a BMW, apparently.
It is such a tricky circuit, this, but there are certain places where overtaking can take place. But someone that is navigating one of the more tricky parts of the circuit is Kriya Ganki, and navigating the pits. Kriya, how's it going down there? It's a busy pit lane by the looks of things.
I'm standing here with the MEC of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Murakani. Murakani, thank you so much for chatting to me. It's so important that the city of Joburg and Gauteng is involved in an event like this.
Yeah, it is important indeed. I don't know if you have noticed that this year we brought 3 schools of specialization to the event just to expose them to the environment that they'll be working in as soon as they graduate. And they've shown interest. They're supposed to have gone home now, but they're refusing. So we allow them an extra hour. But that is important to us because it means they're actually in a field that they enjoy. On the other hand, as a department, we have been sponsoring this for, I think, the past 2 or 3 years. Our intention now, we have had a conversation with the owners and the managers of the event, that we are going to embark on 3 different programs with them and would like them to run over another 5 years, additional 5 years, so that we give those children exposure, but also that we bring up the tourism side of it. The economy in the country is down.
Good to see as well after Bathurst, after struggling quite a lot during the race there. So honestly, it was a very fun stint with Augusto and with Mauro. I think the racing with Mauro side by side for like half a lap was really, really cool to see. So he was very fair. So shout out for him for driving fair as well. And then from there on, just trying to kind of manage the pace and look after the rear tires, because here it's obviously very hot today and you need to take care of the brakes as well. So everything just wants to overheat naturally, and you really try and keep all those parameters in good condition for the end of the race.
Sheldon, we were just here and we were watching your teammate make the fastest lap of the race so far. Clearly the BMW has good pace. I did talk to Vincent yesterday and said that both cars are going to be on different strategies. Can you confirm that?
Say again, I didn't hear the last.
Vincent told us yesterday that
as a province, and there's 3 departments involved. It's economic development, it's DID in terms of infrastructure, and it's ourselves as sports, arts, culture and recreation.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I really do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We are now chatting to, that was clear in the pit lane over there. Hopefully we can get some more information from Van der Linde over there. But just based on that conversation, Dan, it seems that they are running 2 potentially different strategies. That's very interesting to note. I suppose that's a way to make sure that they secure the best possible result.
Yeah, it makes sense in a team, doesn't it, to try and split your winnings if you can, or split your options. But at the moment they're doing everything they need in WRT. A 1-2, it's been a great start from them, a start that we thought they might struggle in. Kenny Bull had a difficult start in this 75. Yannick Mettler's now taken over the control of that car, and he's now trying to track back that Stephen Grove, and look how much time he's taking out of him. It's he's really pulling back that deficit that Kenny Bull got being stuck behind that Stradale Motorsport car, wasn't it, at the start of the race? Kenny Bull was held up and dropped about 30 odd seconds, but the pace that Yannick Mettler is doing there, it won't be long before we get a Pro-Am battle between the Grove Racing Porsche and the Sun Energy 175 AMG. So look out for those 2 cars come together. Huge battle between them on who can get victory in the Pro-Am class, and then they'll see where they can finish it up in the overall classifications.
So that is the battle to watch at the moment. Yannick Mettler over there in that 75 car on your screen at the moment. He's chasing down, as you mentioned, Dan Grove, and I'm waiting for the pit board to update over here, but at the moment the gap looks like about 30 seconds. We see all of the Pro-Am drivers have pitted, and Grove and Mettler fighting each other out over there for that position, as now one of the Audis, that's fella over there in the number 66 Audi, starts to apply a little bit of pressure to the 999. Is it me, or is he getting ever so slightly closer this time?
Yeah, Mikael Grenier is taking over the pressure that Mauro Engels handed it to him, hasn't he, from the last stint, because it's just as difficult a stint as he's trying to keep these Audis back. The 66 is stretching its legs from the 99, which is handy for us in commentary, because it's very difficult to put those Audis apart, isn't it? You flip the numbers and it's the same car, 66 and 99, but it's the 66 that's really piling on to that Group M. Group M just trying to stay in podium contention at the moment. 7 hours and 44 has been a long amount of defensive driving so far for them, basically from the start of this race.
Yeah, that cannot be easy. It's not good for the mindset, certainly, and maybe even a little bit frustrating, because the car does seem According to some reports, Dan, the BOP on that Mercedes-Benz is quite heavy and may even have been updated just as recently as before this race. So
as a result of their qualifying, I think Kenny Abul seemed to think, he told me they got 10 kgs added to all the Mercs because they were so dominant in qualifying, because they had that 3/10 lead, and it might be punishing them now, but it's a result of their immense success as a brand. That manufacturer in the last 12 months has been dominant. Since they left with victory here last year, they've just taken crowns everywhere, and they've come back here and as a result being battled with a bit of a BOP change, so they'll have that to deal with. But at BMW, they're a learning team. WRT are trying to get, when you've raced an Audi for so long and then you have to move manufacturers, then it's a lot of effort to try and all those differences. They're quite different cars, aren't they, trying to learn a new vehicle, and this looks like they might finally got on top of their issues that they had in Bathurst.
That can't be easy, learning a brand new car like that, especially a different type of car, especially a turbo car like that as well. And the Mercedes-Benz, they have been, as you mentioned, quite dominant over the last couple of years, and now they find themselves at a slight disadvantage with the Kyalami 9-hour. But let's see what happens as we cut to the it looks like the podiums are on at the moment. Unfortunately, our screen is not showing us exactly what's happening, but the podiums for the 1 hour are currently on screen.
I'm looking at the times between Yannick Matler and Stephen Grove, because that will become a battle for the Pro-Am class. We got a 1:44.3 was Matler's last lap. Stephen Grove was 1:46.6. So huge chunks of time coming down. 2+ seconds a lap is that 75 Sun Energy 1 car closing down on the Grove Racing Porsche. So very shortly in this race, by the end of this stint, he can make up for the time that's been lost, and that Pro-Am category is going to get mighty interesting between those two.
Well, after Mikael Patamba takes that win, first place in the GT3 Cup. 1 hour racing done for him, but the rest of the racing continues here at Kyalami for the Kyalami 9-hour. This is, of course, the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. So far, BMW number 32 leads us off, second place. 33 BMW as well. So BMW 1-2 at this stage, Dan. That was not the case the entire week, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't a case. They definitely held something back. John Watson said they were sandbagging. It looks like that might be the case. Apologies for viewers if we missed the podium where we haven't got our screens here, but that's a shame, because it's a great result there for the local guys. But you're quite right. Going back to the main battle here in the 9-hour, we're left with only 9-hour competitors now after that 1 hour Super Cup, and BMW. They did their program in free practice and they never showed their pace. Not this. We didn't see this. This is the first time all weekend that we've seen their pace. So they've been holding things back. They looked so calm. Every time you went in that garage, there was no panic at any point. They were happy just to go through their program. And they even spent time in pre-qualifying rubbering up their pit boxes to allow them maximum grip on exit during the race today. They spent their time doing that rather than putting in fast laps. It's paying off for them now, because both 1-2 in the M4s. It's just whether anyone can hold on to the back of them.
Well, I'll tell you, a Mercedes-Benz that's got no issues is the number 75 with Metler behind the wheel. Metler now pushing the pace very hard, with Grove doing 47s, Metler doing 44s, which means the gap has now dropped down to just 22 seconds. Remember, just moments ago, I mentioned that it was 30 seconds, half a minute. Now, 22 seconds the gap as the choppers fly over Kyalami, and the racing continues here. That is going to be a race to watch out for, the battle between Grove and Metler in the Pro-Am category.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 6-7 laps before they're together, aren't we, Metler and Grove? So we're going to have a battle for the win in the Pro-Am there. The helicopter coming over the top, we spun round on our chairs, me and Ernest, because we're pretty close to the edge of this pit building. I'm assuming that's passenger rides. That looks mighty fun.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking my next break, I might run over there and see whether I can get a lift, because what a better way to see an endurance race than from the air.
Dan, I think you need a VIP pass for that. I'm not sure what your credentials say.
Well, I managed to get on track with Kenny Abul, so maybe I can sneak myself into a helicopter.
Whilst I was sat in front of my laptop, you were doing laps around the circuit, so I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad you had fun. I might need to whip out binoculars now because unfortunately our screen's gone dead on this side. So if we're missing anything, we apologize, folks. We're trying to keep you guys comfortable.
We did just see the Sun Energy car go through Crowthorne, and it's got clear track ahead of him. So what a place to be. I mean, you wouldn't mind being handed over car, Yannick Matler, in that Sun Energy AMG, thinking, right, one task, close the gap, and you've got no one in front of you. And that's exactly what he's doing. Grove Racing Porsche are going to be under pressure very, very shortly.
Now, they've actually swapped positions, Dan. Grove Racing has slipped down after that pit. We missed that pit stop. And apologies to our viewers over there. We missed the pit stop, but we're back online on our side. We can see all the action with you guys. And now, after just under 1.5 hours, the Grove Energy car finds itself.
Yeah, we have our cameras back now, finally. So here we are. Stephen Grove in the Grove Racing Porsche is second in Pro-Am, so that changed very dramatically, doesn't it? But they're clearly on different stints. Maybe that was a strategy call from the 75 car. I mean, they don't mind making the odd strategy call in Sun Energy 1. They went through the pit lane more than anybody at Bathurst, and they came through with the overall classification win. Did something different from everybody.
Yeah, Grove Racing now getting pressure from that BMW. Look how much faster the BMW is as they go onto the top of Leeuwkop. This is, for me, one of the best vantage points on the entire circuit. We stood here the other night, Dan, and just incredible sights to watch the cars come up and how late they brake at the top of that hill, Dan. You can't, and I see the sim races are quite active on the YouTube stream over here, but you can't really imagine how late these guys brake.
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal.
It really is.
Unless you see it up close in person, and for them inside the car, it must be insane.
And the elevation change, when you're stood right on that corner, both the rise up to it and down from it is immense. And now we've got Philip Eng trying to work his way through. He's going to look up the inside of Ingwe. Stephen Grove is not going to fight him, lets him through quite nicely. Exactly what you've got to do as an AM driver. It's not your responsibility to let a pro through, but you're not going to fight them.
Yeah. We've got Mikhail Patamba walking towards us here. With,
wow, he looks very proud.
He's actually carrying his trophy with him, his gold racing suit with a gold trophy. So I think I might steal a chat with him. He can join us. He can join both of us here, Dan. And Mikhail Patamba can talk us through what it's like to be out there at the moment as we watch the racing. He brings his trophy. You've got to bring that on stage with you because we want to see what that trophy looks like. Mikhail Patamba steps onto the podium.
Yeah, so while we get him mic'd up, we'll look at the action again. As Grove Racing Porsche has got a difficult time of it in Stephen Grove as the lead has come and lap him. Next up is the Grouper M 999 car, slots it up the inside. Nicely done. He's not involving himself with this battle for the lead. That's not what he's there for, Stephen Grove. He knows that's not his main target today in the Pro-Am class.
Not at all, and just getting out the way. But here the battle continues between these two. That is Grenier in third position and Fella in fourth place. But someone that got first place today is our man Mikhail Patamba, the GT3 Cup winner for today. Mikhail, the distinct smell of champagne in the air.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, let's have a look at your trophy, Mikhail. Oh, brilliant, superb. How was it for you? It was an eventful 1 hour, especially towards the end of your stint.
Yeah, it was quite an eventful 1 hour, if you want to call it that. It was super hot. We didn't have any setup on the car. It was a lot of things that came together. Only getting the car on Sunday evening.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
But you had great pace. In fact, you were one of the fastest South Africans. I mean, the Orangi behind you dropped back in the end, and you had a battle right to the line.
Yeah, we managed to find some pace on the old tyres compared to the new tyres. So when the 9-hour competitors came up behind me, I decided to just let them through. And just leave them to do their own race.
You were having an epic battle there with Kwanda Mokoena. You guys know each other. You go way back in the various series that you guys have raced against each other. But what was that like? You guys were competitive. We were looking forward to a battle, but then I realized, these aren't in the same class. You had to hold it back and secure the win in GT3 Cup.
Yeah, of course, the goal was for us to bring the car back in one piece, considering we only got the car on Sunday. But yeah, as soon as Kwanda came up close enough for me to pass me safely, I let him through. Yeah. There was no need to fight him.
So, Mikhail, we're sitting here watching these guys go around. We've got to keep our the people out there also updated as to what's happening there. But you've got a unique experience out there on the circuit. Give me 3 things that these drivers are experiencing right now.
One would definitely be the heat. It's extremely hot out there. It doesn't look like it, but inside the car it's extremely hot. Another thing would be the burning of fuel, having the car getting lighter, the new tires kicking in on time. That would probably be the second thing, and the third thing would probably obviously be the competition. Everybody has the adrenaline pumping through them. Everybody wants to beat whoever's behind them. That would probably be my 3 main things.
We heard from Kenny Abul that he actually had a thermometer in for his qualifying yesterday, and it was, what did he say, 56 to 46 degrees, I think, inside the cabin. And even the factory drivers, none of them are doing double stints. They're all coming in. I mean, was that something that really, did it take away your concentration? Were you thinking, oh, I'm really hot here?
Yeah, I guess in the beginning of the stint it really had an effect on me, especially trying to get the tires warm, because it was either too warm or it was too cold. So that was a big part, but towards the end of the stint it got a little bit better.
Well, Mikael Patamba, you are the winner of our GT3 Cup.
Thank you.
Event today. It must feel incredible. You've got the rest of the weekend to celebrate. In fact, you've got the rest of the year till the next 9 hours to celebrate. I look forward to seeing how you and the Pablo Clark NGK team do for the rest of this year and season.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
What's next for you? What's on the horizon?
Next weekend is Zwartkops, the SAE race.
Yes.
So I'm doing that in the Rico Barlow Ligier.
There's no break for a racer then. You've only got one. Next weekend you're back at it again.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
For next weekend.
Yeah, I'd just like to give a shout out to all my sponsors, Parade for making this weekend possible. My friends, all the support crew that came on.
We just cut to that information to Brendan. David Addison was just talking about what a stint you had to open up this race. It's still a long way to go, but take us through your first hour and what might be to come.
Yeah, I was quite happy as well. I think surprised myself a little bit of the pace I had compared to some of the factory drivers, but look, the car's really, really nice to drive. Looks after its tyre, and it just allowed me to get into a rhythm and do my thing. So I think we've got quite a good car. Unfortunately, we had the puncture there, but it's a long race.
Well, I just saw Earl Bomber go take his race suit behind. That means he's changing, probably getting ready for his driver's stint. Now you guys are 40 seconds back. Can you get this back?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it also, funnily enough, helps us a little bit with strategy. We had to do a little dicky stint at some point in the race, so now we've done that. I mean, it's not a nice way to have done it, but look, Earl's a phenomenal driver. He made up a lot of time yesterday on some of the factory guys, and for sure between the 3 of us, I think we've still got quite a good shot.
So good to hear from Brenton Grove. Dan Stephen having that puncture, losing time.
Okay, so we're back, and Mikael, we cut you off short to go to Amanda there, and I think as the winner here of the 1 hour, you deserve to have your moment of glory. So please carry on with your sponsor shout out.
Yeah, I just want to give a massive shout out to everybody that made this weekend possible for us. The whole Pablo Clark team, my parents, the Fish Boys, everybody that came out. Parade especially for making this weekend possible. Without them, none of this would be possible. And Creative Inc.
Well, there you go, folks. The GT3 Cup winner wearing the Pirelli cap. Of course, that is Mikael Patamba. Remember that name, because I suspect we'll be hearing that name a lot more in the future. Mikael Patamba carries his gigantic, frankly, trophy off.
Yeah, it's like a brake disc. It's quite cool. It's missing the caliper, but mate, I wonder whether you could use it on your road car.
He wouldn't want to mess that up. He's going to have to get himself a road-going GT3 car if he's going to want to use that brake disc.
Yeah. That's quite a good trophy. And someone else that'll be after a trophy is this 32. The drivers of the 32. Charles Wirtz is still out in front from Philip Eng in the following 33 BMW. And Mikael Grenier is just not being able to pull away from these Audis. They're just there. They're like in the background, like Grim Reapers, trying to track down those leading 3 cars. And the 999's managing to hold on. It just couldn't hold back those Beamers. So see how much of a gap the BMW stretched. But the battle here for 3rd position is a 3-way race between the Tua Temto Audis and the Grouper M AMG and the number 3 car in Grenier.
Oh, look at that battle taking place for third position. Grenier now finding himself with 2 Audis to contend with, and that second Audi having snuck up onto the back with some serious pace. That gap definitely closing between the 66 and the 69, but Grenier doing well to absorb that pressure so far. No major moves having taken place. The Audis have just kind of been there, but certainly haven't lunged or anything or had a close enough look at this stage. So Grenier now with what looks like an ever so slight gap on those Audis, and these are the things that we don't necessarily hear about. That's Dennis Marshall over there, the young German in the 99 car. These are the things we don't necessarily hear about, Dan, is that these tires do have different life cycles on different cars. They do have different ways where they come in and go out, depending on how hot or cool it is out there. And for all we know, the Audis could have fallen off a bit, decided to hold back, or the Mercedes could have dropped the hammer a little bit. We don't know. But at this stage, it does look like the gap is ever so slightly bigger between that Mercedes and that Audi.
And with the tyres, it's been interesting that used tyres have actually been quicker to the start. We know the Grove Racing team took out used tyres. We're going to cut to Amanda.
Even from holding this heavy trophy here, guys, he was the GT4 champion here today, and we've been covering this story. 18 years young, you're stepping into the likes of the Van der Lindes and the Jordan Peppers of the world. Congratulations. What are your goals as you grow forward?
Well, like you said, it would be great to get up there like the Van der Lindes, but right now we're just going to focus on local endurance races and sprint races here, and hopefully we can get there soon.
Well, it was a big smile when I asked him how he loved the other GT3 drivers driving by him. He said, man, that was really cool.
So thumbs up.
It was really cool, wasn't it? As a GT4 driver, just being on the same circuit as some of these, no doubt heroes of his, must be something special, even if you're in your own race.
He's got a rich history in karting's the Rock Cup Super Final driver, and of course the karting European Championship as well. And with some solid results, he now finds himself behind the wheel of that GT4 car. And because you're the only one out there, the results don't matter, really. You're just about getting the experience needed to compete at this level.
No, but he finished, and he finished well, and that's what's most important. And he didn't cause any issue for these pro class drivers. As we expected, this looks like it's going to be a 9-hour sprint race. They're not going to have a gap. With here we're going to go and look at the highlights so far after 1.5 hours of this race, and it was the Grouper M 999 car that had a great start. Sheldon van der Linde looked round the outside, ended up dropping back into third position as his teammate number 33 BMW snuck through on the inside.
I'd love to see what happens with the 75 car at the moment. The standings still look pretty similar at the beginning there. Habul still leading the Grove car over there, but getting immense pressure. There goes the Porsche. There goes the Porsche, takes the lead, and this is between Patamba and Grove and Habul, and also the Audi of the young South African 18-year-old. That's the overtake of the BMW, where the two BMWs swap position with van der Linde now in the lead. And there goes the next BMW on the main straight, taking second place.
Yeah, Sheldon van der Linde switched places with his teammate, and then it was Kenny Abul trying to work his way up back through the field after dropping back. Finally gets past Charles Aranges, but it cost him about 30 seconds in this race, and he's got a lot of work to do to get back up to Grove Racing. Charles Aranges then was struggling, dropped back through the field after holding up the Sun Energy 1 car for so long. Car just dropping off the pace.
Rhys Barr finally gets some respite and starts to claw his way back through the field as Kwanda Makwena absorbs all the pressure. And here comes your leaders as the two BMWs take the lead. The Mercedes now with constant pressure from the Audis, which still continues to now. And that is the big moment for Kwanda Makwena. Didn't cost him the position though.
No, but it's not what you want to be doing. He did manage to hold on from the SPS Mercedes. Maro Engel, after the BMWs finally got past him, was struggling. And here we have the young Mikhail Patamba taking the class honours in the 1 Hour Super Cup.
Yeah. The leader, of course, stayed the leader as he got into the pits, swapping cars. And it was a situation where all the drivers came to pits, and the Audi trying to pull an overtaking move in the pit lane entry.
Bit ambitious, but they left in the order that they went in. And that's the situation we find ourselves now, with the two BMWs out in front of the Grouper M 999 car, and the two Audis trying to hunt him down.
Yeah, the backmarkers were a story that continues, and there goes the Kwanda Makwena car but the leaders stayed the leaders. And one of the Audis, though, the second of the Audis, did manage to get ever closer to that Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, it was a case of the Grove Racing Porsche not causing trouble for the pro cars in front of them, and he did very well, Stephen Grove, moving out of the way to let the lead pack come through. And he took a shorter stint, so off strategy. And here we go. He's off strategy now with the 75 Sun Energy 1 for that Pro-Am class.
Yeah, the BMWs kept the lead, and all the talk about them sandbagging this weekend is suddenly, seemingly looking to be true as they continue to hold the lead, and the Audis then snuck back onto the back of that Mercedes-Benz. And this is where we find ourselves now. The 999 Mercedes-Benz with incredible pressure still being put on it, and the 999 over there still having to fight off those two Audis. Incredible scenes here at the Kyalami 9 now. It's just 1.5 hours down, but we've got a very special guest coming into the booth now with us, Dan.
Yeah, very shortly, Sheldon van der Linde will be joining us in for a conversation, and we look forward to having him, a fan favourite, of course. And what a first stint he had. So no doubt quite pleased with that, so we'll get his thoughts as we get him mic'd up. Now we've got the 75 Sun Energy 1 AMG working its way with Yannick Mettler behind the wheel, and they've done what they need to do. They've closed that gap that was holding them back as they went through, or just pass over the microphone to Sheldon van der Linde so he can join us on comms, because I'm sure everyone out on the stands want to hear from this guy.
Oh yes, indeed, he is the local favourite South African. He's leading the race with his team at the moment. Sheldon, that lead over there, what does it mean leading a race like this in South Africa? Because as a South African, I'm not supposed to be, you know, have a favourite, but it's kind of nice when you're leading the race.
Thank you, man. That means a lot. Yeah, I mean, it was. I had a lot of pressure before the start, which I never really have as much. Normally, I never do the start of a race, so it was a kind of different aspect of it. But I also wanted to really take the lead in front of my home crowd. That was really important to me. A lot of people on the grid saying, "Yeah, you're going to take the lead into turn 1 or whatever," and then naturally that brings a lot more pressure to you. Yeah, unfortunately, man. I don't know what happened on the start. I was waiting for the green light, but it never came, and Morrow accelerated before that. And that's actually why I got such a bad start. I was kind of waiting for the green light, which never came in the end, and I had to react to him going, and then by the time I reacted, Augusto was obviously past me already. Got tight into turn 2, obviously, with my teammate. Obviously, we're trying to avoid contact there. You never really want to have contact with your teammates. But from there onwards, I could kind of see that I had really good pace. The team kind of decided that we swap cars and that I get behind the Mercedes, and then eventually I got past him as well, which is a really good battle. I have to say, with Morrow, fair play to him. He left me enough space. He could have easily squeezed me off everywhere, so that was nice of him. And from there on, just managing the brakes. It's very hot today, so the brakes are coming into play quite a lot, where they fade massively towards end of stint. So yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things right now to take care of is the brakes.
Do you think there's a disadvantage being on that right-hand side at the start?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always very hard to start from second, because you have to keep the guy on your left in vision, because you don't want to jump the start either and look at the lights at the same time. Whereas if you're in third, you can just focus on the guy in front.
Yes.
So it's one thing less to focus on, I guess. But yeah, it's never easy to start from second. In this scenario, I would have much rather liked to start from third, but it is what it is, and we got the positions back, so it's all good.
You got the position at the top of the hill over there by Leucorp. Was there a bit of team orders going over there for Farfus to move over for you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he definitely made a mistake up the hill. Yeah, he made a mistake up the hill, so I saw it coming, and then I think he just didn't make my life difficult, so I dived to the inside, and there's no point in racing each other so hard in the beginning of the race. We still got 8 hours to go, so got to play it smart from a team perspective as well, and that's what we did in the end.
And when we watched you at Bathurst, it appeared as though the BMW struggled in the heat. So I was expecting the reverse here, where we're starting hot and going into cool conditions. With you being so quick at the start of this race, I mean, that's a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it normally only gets better, and the car comes alive when it gets cooler, which is good news for us, because right now it seems like the Merc and the Audi can kind of match our pace, at least where they are right now. So I expect to be a bit better off come later in the race, and obviously into the night it gets cooler, so naturally the car gets a lot faster with the turbo.
That's what we've been hearing about the BMWs. I've got a twofold question here. Number one, were you guys sandbagging this week? And number 2,
that's a very a very political question.
Okay, so you don't have to answer that one, but
Yeah.
then I will ask you the second one. That overtake that you pulled over there, that was you planned that way in advance by the looks of it. I loved how that sort of played out, corner after corner after corner.
Went
and
through
then
all the
bang,
way
it
from
was.
Crowthorne to Barbecue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'll skip the first question because I think everyone's
Go
on
ahead.
their own run plan and whatever throughout the weekend. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Morrow was super fair. I planned it quite early because you kind of offset the guy and make him kind of outbrake himself and go offline and stuff, and then you start to see that he's struggling with the rear tire. So I tried to make him overheat his rear tire, and once I saw his rear tire was overheated, I knew I had to make it happen into turn 1.
How did you know that, by the way?
You can see that the rear starts sliding on the Merc quite a lot because he was obviously over pushing to stay in front of me. And then into turn 1, obviously he defended. I tried to squeeze him in, so he was on the dirty side of the track. And then I undercut him, and yeah, he was nice enough to leave me space to go inside in turn 5, which is quite nice.
So one more thing from me, there are a bunch of guys on the live stream over here. This is a Super Sport broadcast, but we've got a live stream going and the guys are shouting, "Go Sheldon." So a big shout out from the local supporters over here in South Africa.
I mean, when
as
you
well.
made the pass, I actually could hear the crowd from here.
Yeah, I
mean,
was
did you hear it in
I
your
was saying
car?
to the guys, as soon as I got out the car, I was saying to them, I could literally hear them screaming and
Yeah, they were.
shouting as I
could
came
hear-
past.
I've got a headset on that's
Yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to block everything out, and I
Yeah.
could still hear him. It was nuts.
Yeah, no, it was honestly, that was a goosebump moment for me. I mean, I'm also in a car that's super loud, so it's not
Yeah.
normal that you hear these kind of crowds from outside, and yeah, that gave me goosebumps going to turn 1, but then I had to refocus very quickly again and get back into the focus of it.
Superb. So, I mean, with the hot conditions, we've not seen anyone sort of double stint. Is it going to be the same for you? Are you looking to just change drivers at every stint, or maybe as it cools down in the evening, someone will try and finish it with a double at the end?
Yeah, I mean, generally here you try and start with singles because it's quite hot now in the middle of the day, and then as it gets late, it gets cooler as well, so I expect to have double stints in the next 2 hours from there onwards to the end.
And your plan, who's in next?
It's Dries in next for a single stint, and then I'll get in after that for a double most likely. So, like I said, the cooler it gets, obviously the longer we can go, and I expect to be in the next 2 hours for double stints.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing how the rest of your race goes. I'll be supporting from here, and I'm sure many others will. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheldon van der Linde, the South African motorsport. Well, you're building that legend by the looks of things so far.
No, not quite. I'm still 23. I still have time to the top.
I
you
mean,
know, so.
DTM champion helps a little bit.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
absolutely. That's a nice one to have on the CV. I mean, it's my first European championship as well. So.
And you'd like to get a
It's about
double one
time.
of these on your CV. You've got one already, but a new
Yeah.
M4, get that M4.
It's not going to hurt having a second one.
No,
That's
not
for
at
sure.
all. Well, imagine the fans shouting your name on the podium if that was all. How excited they got just for a pass. So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that actually. Let's see if it happens. But fingers
7 hours
crossed.
to go. Yeah, good
Thank
luck.
you guys. Thank you.
Cool.
Cheers.
Thanks for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sheldon van der Linde joining us here in the commentary booth. And so far, so good for that BMW WRT team. And it's going to be an interesting race so far, Dan. I think there's a lot of moving parts taking place here. And one part that we didn't take into consideration are those brakes. I mean, the sweet
Yes,
irony
that's interesting.
that you get a brake disc as your trophy if you make it to the end.
Yeah, and it's a bit cooler than the one that you've got on the car that you've just parked up, obviously. But it just shows that, I mean, they can cool down a bit during that pit stop, and they can feel it. So much changes in the car during a stint. But we wish that WRT team well. I mean, they were here last year in Audis and were nowhere on the pace. So they're quite happy with their change of manufacturers, possibly.
And I love getting those little insights of noticing how the back of the Mercedes-Benz is moving around. I mean, what is the heat cycle on that car? Does it go up and down over the course of a few laps, or does it happen over the course of a stint? And he was obviously able to notice that as things were unfolding. But that, that's what makes them professionals. They're able to notice the smallest of details when it comes to all those moments during the race.
Yeah, it's a massive team. They leave no stone unturned, does Team WRT, and they've done everything perfect. They went through their schedule this week. Sheldon was quite clear on that. They had a plan from day one, and they just concentrated on their program, and it's paying dividends now so far in the first 2 hours of this race. We'll see whether that changes and whether some of these other guys can come through. Interesting that they are going to go on to double stints, whereas the Grove Racing Porsche here we have on screen right now fighting with the SBS Mercedes. They came straight out at the start saying it was a single stint all the way for that team. But WRT, when the temperatures cool down a bit, we'll see some double stints from those guys. So Sheldon van der Linde will be back in that car in 2 pit stops time, basically.
Yeah, double stint is coming his way. But someone that's kind of been flying under the radar, or team that's been flying under the radar, is the number 20 car with Ramos currently behind the wheel. And that is the Pro-Am battle that's taking place for second position. And now, suddenly, Grove find themselves under immense pressure heading down the mine shaft by the number 20 Mercedes-Benz. It's slowly but surely creeped ahead and creeped closer to within striking distance earlier on, mixing it up with the South African drivers, and now the Grove car has to go defensive because Ramos is applying massive amounts of pressure.
He is. SBS Bar handed that car over and they dropped back through the order. Now they're working their way back through with Ramos, and his next target is this Grove Racing Porsche in this Pro-Am class to go second. In the meantime, Sun Energy One are trying to build their gap before they hand that car over to their star-studded Jules Gounon, who is pretty special around this track, so we look forward to seeing him in it. Most likely he'll be next in the Grove Racing Porsche when Stephen Grove comes in, and we'll get Jules Gounon back on the track that he loves and won at last year.
Jules Gounon, of course, showing incredible pace over the course of this week, Dan. And his CV, as we've mentioned before, speaks for itself. And when we spoke to him, I think we can delve a bit deeper into the conversations that we've been having with him this week. Certainly one of those conversations is that he does not use the telemetry as much as the other drivers, drives on feel. But sometimes that's all you need if you've got the talent and the experience that he has. What was interesting is he's only started at age 15, and that's a relatively late start.
Yeah, started in single-seaters, did very well there until he had a season in Formula Renault. It didn't quite work out for him for whatever reason. That basically finished his single-seater career. But then moving on to GTs, he's been pretty much phenomenal, certainly in the last sort of 12 to 18 months. I mean, this year, what a year he's had. Daytona 24 winner, Bathurst 12-hour winner. Here he's in the Pro-Am class going for the win in that, in the Pro-Am category, and currently leading. So it's very interesting to see the confidence build up in a driver since last year, and that must just continue to build with the success that Jules Gounon's had.
Well, someone that's getting confident is Ramos, and I think we might see an overtake here very soon. Ooh, he tries to line it up. He might do so. Gets the drive on the exit. Surprisingly, a compromised line going in there with the
He's got a run here, though, hasn't he? The Portuguese, 51-year-old Portuguese driver, Miguel Ramos, is looking tidy and putting pressure on Stephen Grove in the Grove Racing Porsche 991.2.
Yeah, that is Mo Mia lapping just behind him there, who shares the car with Kwanda Mokoena, is now out of the car in the MJR Motorsport car, joined by Marius Jackson, owner of that team. And there goes the 20 Ramos car, best time of 1:45. Both of these cars currently lapping in the 1:47, so a little bit down on pace at the moment. But this is for position, and this is for second place in Pro-Am category, with Mettler comfortably in the lead at this stage. Yeah, Mettler quite a ways down the road at this stage in the 75 car, and you got to wonder in that 75 car, once they get Gounon behind the wheel of that car, they might start getting a slightly bigger gap.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the Pro-Am category, you've got to wait until you've gone through the full roster of your drivers, haven't you, to really understand where you are, because there is a mixture of pace, because it is professional drivers mixed with amateur drivers, so quite naturally they're going to swap places throughout this race, and only after the full 9 hours can we confidently say how it panned out. But you've got El Bamba going into that Grove Racing Porsche, who's suddenly going to be lapping at the same pace as the leaders, basically, and that is also the case with the Sun Energy One team when Jules Gounon takes control. He had the fastest laps in 3 of the 4 practice sessions this week, so that car's suddenly going to get very, very fast.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we've come here to see. We've come to see the best of the best, but also the Pro-Am racing does bring with it some very unique challenges and very unique situations, because you've got that overlap that takes place, and it was quite exciting to watch that unfold last year, the championship finale here at the Kyalami 9-hour. Of course, this year being the second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. These drivers now find themselves at the start of the season more so than the end, but still everything to play for as the 2 Audis give chase to that Mercedes-Benz, and this has been continuing for quite some time now, Dan. Looks like it's not going to end anytime soon.
No, we're speaking to Sheldon van der Linde when he was in the studio with us, saying that the car does change throughout the stint. And Dennis Marshall's got quicker in this second part of his stint, hasn't he? Because he dropped away from Feller at the start, and he's pulled his way back into this fight for third. And we're back to where we were at the pit stop window, with the Grouper M being hounded by 2 Audis behind him. Grenier doing a grand job keeping himself in third place so far, but Dennis Marshall seems to be showing some good pace here and closing up to his teammate.
Dennis Marshall in the Audi has been harassing that fellow Audi for quite some time, but I do think the fact that they're running like this and the fact that they've been together like this for the entire time, line astern, I don't think that they are trying to challenge one another, maybe hoping for a mistake. But it's so interesting, Dan, you don't see these guys make mistakes like this. We saw the lesser experienced Kwanda Mokoena making a mistake through the S's earlier on, and then further back as well, just after sunset. But you don't often see these pro drivers making those mistakes, and I suppose that comes with experience, isn't it?
That's why they've got Pro written on the back of their car as opposed to Pro-Am. But then speaking of Pro-Am, my laptop's caught my attention because Yannick Mettler in the 75, he's a silver category driver, set the fastest lap of the race in that Sun Energy one, 1:43.457. That's even faster than Witz or Philip Eng in the BMWs in front of him. So he's a man on a mission. That Sun Energy one, if you see it going around, the blue car with the flames, you can't miss it. It's very distinctive. It's just gone past me in the commentary booth. That is the fastest car on circuit right now.
Incredible stuff considering the caliber of drivers on this grid at the moment. Yannick Mettler gets the fastest time of the race so far. He is currently in the lead in the Pro-Am category. They've still got Grove and Ramos behind them. Ramos and Grove still figuring things out with half a second gap between the two of them, but the gap to Mettler quite substantial at the moment. So
it's like 1 minute, I think 1 minute 20 seconds from these Audis. But I mean, if you've got Yannick Mettler doing those sort of laps, then you're handing it over to Jules Gounon. You never know. By the end of this race, 7 hours to go, maybe they can get that Sun Energy 1 car back in the mix of the overall classifications.
Yeah, Sun Energy, of course, not coming here to lose, that's for sure. That's a winning team if ever there was one. And they are looking to do exceptionally well this weekend. Let's see how this unfolds. So far, BMW is leading as of 2 of them in the front. In third position, Mercedes-Benz. And when you looked at the start of this week, Dan, looked in the pit lane, all you saw were Merc. So we thought this was going to be the Merc show this week. Asked Sheldon van der Linde a bit of a difficult question early on about the...
Yeah, man, didn't really like that, did he?
I don't blame him either. But yeah, interesting that BMW, I mean, I suppose the term is what he might not have liked, but BMW holding their cards a little bit close to their chest, shall we say.
Maybe not, it's not sandbagging, it's going through your program, isn't it? That's what he said, and they didn't feel the need to push.
Yeah.
And, well, it's a 9-hour race. You don't win anything in free practice sessions.
Even qualifying, some of the drivers were saying that there's not much or not that much point getting a stellar qualifying, getting added weight added on, and then also having to fight in the lead and fend off the hard charging teams as we get some aerial views of the final sector of the circuit over there. That, of course, is the Crocodiles, Cheetah, and then into Ingwe, the corner the drivers are now on turn number 60.
This must be taking its toll on the drivers, this 9-hour sprint race. After Bathurst, they were used to a few full course yellows or a couple of red flags. Time to resettle, regroup, but this is not going to be the case here. It looks like we're going to go all the way to the end in this heat. Those of you sat by your braai, you're going to enjoy some racing without any break, any stops by the looks of it, unless something drastic happens. These guys are too good with that.
Did you just say braai?
Braai. I've been here a bit too long, haven't I?
Yeah, I thought you would have said barbecue like turn 5, but...
I always thought it was strange to have a corner called barbecue here in South Africa. I've mentioned it a few times in the past, really. Surely that should be Braai Corner?
Yeah.
Maybe we could have a petition to get the name changed on turn 5.
I think they're trying to be all-inclusive because, of course, we've got various corners in various languages. We've got Leeuwkop, Ingwe,
I understand barbecue's named after Barbecue Downs district in Joburg. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then of course Crowthorne as well, which
I think it should be Bry district instead of Barbecue district as well. So I keep the argument rolling, basically. Well, put it this way: when I moved to this country, if I ever said the BBQ word, I was very rapidly corrected. So it's Bry Corner, turn 5.
Well, of course, this is the home of South African motorsport, because Kyalami quite literally means my home in Zulu. So this is the home of South African motorsport, and so many iconic corners that we now get to soak up and enjoy. Not least of which this last one over here. And incidentally, Dan, these drivers are not allowed to cross that red line. And look how close the Audis take it to the edge of that red line, because if they do, they get a penalty, or at least a warning, for breaching track perimeters.
Interesting about penalties and warnings, because I've just seen on race control car number 80, which is the Stradale Motorsport, have been called to the stewards under investigation for stint time.
No.
And I did make a point that they were pushing stint times. They were coming in pit lane right on the 65-minute mark, and if you go over that 65-minute, it's a slap on the wrist. So car number 80 under investigation for stint time, obviously miscalculated that stint, went round one more lap.
But if you look at the race control message, Dan, that sounds like a message from the principal.
Yes, it does a little bit, doesn't it?
Team manager to stewards immediately.
Yeah, so like I said, slap on the wrist.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about this later. We're going to talk about this right now.
Yeah.
And this is not going to happen again. And of course, safety being paramount here, because we've got to make sure that everybody in the pit lane is safe and sound. It's a very controlled area, but also there are rules for a reason. And Dan, we've looked through the rules all week. It's quite a thick manual that comes with an event like this. There's lots and lots to know, and that's one of the reasons we've got our man Dan over here talking us through some of these rules, because there's so many of them to go through.
Yeah, of course there is. I mean, it is GT racing and it's a 9-hour race. Everything has to be regulated, and one of the most important ones is driver stint times. It's 65 minutes. You can push to 70 minutes only if during that 5-minute window there is a full course yellow or a red flag, so you get a slight bit of grace period there, but that hasn't been the case in this instance. So you have to make sure you calculate those lap times perfectly. If you're getting a bit close to call, if you're a few seconds over, it doesn't matter, you're a few seconds over. 65 minutes, stewards will take a very dim view of that. So unfortunately, car number 80 under investigation, that's going to be, if they have gone over stint time, it's going to be a bit of an easy one for the stewards, because it's just in black and white. The drivers would have known that. It's more of an issue on a longer circuit with a longer lap time. You think back in Bathurst, or you do the Nürburgring, Spa. This one you shouldn't really be getting in too much trouble with only 1 minute 40-ish lap times. So it's a bit of a mistake from the Stradale Motorsport team, I'm afraid.
But these are the mistakes that one would make when doing an event like this for the first or second time. In the case of Charles Arangis, has done this event before, and last year he was mixing it up with some of the best. So I do think, and just look at this now as we take another look. This is getting close, Dan. This is getting very close.
Coming up to Leerkop. I mean, Michael Grenier has managed to keep these two Audis behind for the entire stint. It seems like they're very, very well matched, the Audi and the Mercedes. BMW off in the distance, but not a huge amount, 6.6 seconds. Where can the Audis pass, though? They don't seem to have a clear advantage like the BMW does down the straight, which certainly made it easier for Sheldon van der Linde to get through into Crowthorne. Audis, they're waiting for a mistake, and mistakes don't come very often with the likes of Michael Grenier and Raffaele Marciello next in this car, do they?
Not with Marciello, and I did some digging on Raffaele Marciello. What a pedigree he has. Ferrari Junior Academy at one stage, and was tipped to go to Formula One at some point in his career, but now finds himself campaigning a very successful GT3 career with the Mercedes-Benz as a works driver, which you explained earlier on, Dan, what it means to be a factory or works driver. And Marciello, certainly one of those guys that when he gets in the car, everybody knows that's as fast as that car's going to go.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's as fast as it's gone this weekend, isn't it, when he was in the car? So we'll see whether the Group M can have a little bit of a respite when Raffaele Marciello gets in that car. Interesting, the 99 Audi there down the main straight. pulled over to the right-hand side purely for fresh air. We saw that from the BMWs earlier, but not from the Audis. They were happy to just hold behind. There you go, he's pulled over for a little bit of fresh air there as well. So maybe now that 99 just struggling with overheating, following two cars so closely.
For so long as
and
well.
so long, yeah.
The engine, of course, on that Audi at the back, and from what we've heard from our British commentating team is that you kind of got to drive that car on the nose and shift the weight forward. But even so, the cool air still comes from the front, Dan.
Yeah,
and you want to
it's
get as
getting
much
blocked
of it.
by a big V8 and another V10, isn't it, in the case of Dennis Marshall at the back of that little group. So he's going to move over. We'll watch him now, see whether he moves over to one side as they come through Ingwe. Love it when they kick up on the curves of Cheetah. It's fantastic to see.
One of my favorite shots.
A GT3 car on two wheels.
Oh, yes.
Unbelievable.
And I'm hoping that we get some slow motion replays of that later on like we did
There we
last
go.
year.
He's just moved over to one side, look. The 99, getting some fresh air. You think he'd want to stay in the draft, wouldn't you? But he clearly needs to, or has been instructed by the Tempo team to do that. Trying to cool down that car wherever possible. I mean, it's still so hot here, 3 o'clock. This was the time we did qualifying yesterday, and track temperatures have not really adjusted too much. Still 49 degrees, down a little bit from the peak we saw earlier, around the 55. But I think they've got a solid hour of hot racing to go before they get any respite.
0.4 degrees, that's what it feels like in the booth here as well.
Yeah, it's 50 degrees in the studio right now. That's
and outside it's 32, as there now is Clint Weston. And I'm not sure if they're changing drivers at this stage. I would imagine so. Tires certainly getting changed. And 68-second minimum time if they're putting fuel in.
I think some of the local teams last year were struggling to meet that time because obviously slightly less practice in some of these works mechanics. And it's not Formula One. You can't have as many mechanics as you want, 2 on each wheel. There are only 2 mechanics allowed past the pit lane window to work on the tyres. You have 1 extra that can clear out brake ducts and clean the windscreen, and then a refueling guy. That's it. That's your maximum.
So I wonder then if that is the case with our guys this year, because last year they said next year we'll get it. We're going to practice all year, and we can hear the rumble of that Mercedes-Benz, and here comes the next Mercedes-Benz, followed by 2 Audis. And those Audis now start to look wild. Into the pits goes the second of those 2 Audis, Marshall, slotting into the pit lane already, and it's just about 2 hours down, Dan. I didn't even notice the 2-hour mark sneak up on us. So the next round of pit stops are officially underway.
Yeah, the deadline will be in 7 minutes, so 65 minutes. So the 6 hour 50, when we hit the 6 hour 50, everyone would have come through the pit lane again. But that stint went quickly, didn't it?
It did. It really did. And Marshall now swapping drivers over there. And these drivers now find themselves in the position where they're going to try and get as much advantage from an overtake as possible. Dan, what kind of advantage can a driver look forward to in a situation like this?
Michael Grenier is, there's not much they can do. They just got to go as they are. I mean, they went through a whole pit stop window. They didn't gain any advantage because they hit their 68-second pit stop time, didn't they? So the 999 Group M car came out in front of the Audis. Done a little bit different here because that one Audi's come in earlier and the Group M's being hounded here. Grenier's got fella all over the back of him. One of these cars might be peeling into the pits as the other Attempto Audi leaves. And Michael Grenier he's going to have to drive a bit defensive here. He wants to go into the pit stop, hand it over to Rafael Marciello without him having to repass these Audis.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. And could the Mercedes-Benz tyres be going off? We heard Van der Linde talking about that earlier on. Could that be the case as Acker now in for the Audi in 5th position, way down the in the times, at least, not down the order, still pretty much in the same position at the moment. Vettel just behind him in the BMW, but here come the 2 cars not pitting. 1 more lap to go for these 2 drivers at least, as the Audi now very much within striking distance.
Great exit. That was a great
exit
exit from Ingwe here for the Audi. He could have a look up the inside into Crowthorne, but the Mercedes always been strong in a straight line, not the forte of the R8, but he still has a little look and thinks better of it.
I think that maybe that Audi was told to push. Now look at that, told to push black lines underneath that Audi, and he is pushing hard, and here's one of the overtaking opportunities, gets right up on the back of that Mercedes-Benz as they make their way now towards Sunset.
We see Audi's going around the outside of Sunset last year. That was their passing place.
Spectacular.
Fella looked like he thought he might have a look there, didn't he? But you've really got to be in a good position to go around the outside of Sunset, because you're going to end up on the grass otherwise.
Yeah, but we saw earlier on how Van der Linde managed to set that overtake up corners before, and it was just beautiful to watch, because it's not just a dive, bomber down the inside type of move. It was set up, and then execute for Van der Linde. And now it looks like the same could be happening once again to that Mercedes-Benz, unfortunately not having the pace that it did in qualifying. The 999 favorite car, and I know that some team members of ours said that that car is more than likely going to walk it today. But oh, how they are eating their words right now as the Audi starts to harass that Grenier car. Fella now in that Audi as the lap comes to completion, and we wait eagerly to see if he is going to pit.
This will be the last lap for the BMWs before they pit. As we see the 999 car come through, they will also do one more lap. This grappling, though, is having an effect on their lap times. 144.7 for Grenier, 144.6 for Fella, so tied behind him. And then we've got the BMWs in front.
I think we might be seeing some team tactics here, Dan. Maybe Ricardo Fella is harassing the Mercedes or grappling with the Mercedes, as you said. I do love that term.
They've released Acker.
Exactly. So now Acker is released, clear air. The Mercedes having to go slightly defensive, not as fast as he was. And this could be the overlap that we might see in the next couple of moments. We don't know. Once the pit stops end and the Mercedes falls back further down, that will be the result or not.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. You got two cars in a team. Let's try and split it. Come in a little bit earlier. Got Acker in the car probably 7 minutes before his stint clock needed to be reset. And in the meantime, Grenier and Fella are really fighting it out, and Acker's got clean air.
Yeah, Acker's got clean air. I think that was Maxime Martin we saw in the pit lane over there, waiting for his opportunity. You said the BMW should be pitting shortly, Dan.
Yeah, I'm expecting, and then they're going to run out of stint time. It must be this lap.
This looks very busy over here. We got the Grove car, we got the 75 car, and the 20 car, all mixing it up. That is Grove, Ramos, and I think that's Metler over there. And there goes the 999 car. Is it on its own? Bit of a gap then being eked out.
Yeah, the 66 obviously had an issue and dropped back and made a mistake. This will be the mistake on replay. Oh, really pushing, and that's
after the S's.
That's kicking up a load of dirt into the air.
That was not ideal.
Trying everything he can to put pressure on the group at M999 Mercedes, and they will do. It must be one more lap. Their stint clock must be running out shortly. They'll have it down to an absolute T, but stretching their 65 minutes to as far as possible, flashing to the Stradale Motorsport back marker to get out of the way, not get affected in this battle for third position. In the meantime, Acker, we haven't seen him. Let's see whether I can have a look at his lap times. His first flying lap was a 1:45.8, and Grenier was a 44.1. So not enough if he's looking to do the overcut.
Well, Dan, we've got another guest coming in here, South African Gavin Cronje, and he has got experience with the 2009 Formula Le Mans Cup. In fact, getting silver in that event or that season. So we should be able to get some insights from him on the thoughts on the pit stops here and why these guys are waiting as long as they are. That window, Dan, surely should be closing very soon.
It will do. We see the drivers waiting there to take over their stint, and the BMWs will switch. We know they're going to switch out drivers in this heat, and we won't see a double stint until later on in this race. Certainly as we go into the evening sessions, expect some double stints from most of the top factory teams, and we just want to know when Grenier comes in and hands over that car to Raffaele Marciello, whether they've held on to that third position. And here we go, the leader of this race, number 32 BMW, and Charles Wirtz is coming in, followed by Philipp Eng, second position. They really pushed that stint time. I think literally 20 seconds to go.
The calculators in that pit box must be working overtime, because these guys have been cutting it close. And again, our South African
and if
team,
you make a mistake on a lap, the stewards don't let you off for that.
No, they don't. And we saw that early on with the Clint Weston car and Aranji's Neverland car, that mistakes were made and they paid for those mistakes. And now we see Wiets, who's just come in, Dries van Thor, should be next out there.
And he was quick. He was fastest in the night session we had on Thursday night, which was open to spectators for the first time this year. And yeah, that's when we just had an inkling of the BMW pace, was in that night session. The only practice session that they topped. And yeah, Dries van Thor, maybe he'll be a shoe-in for the night session.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe that's exactly what they need to do, is get that night session sorted. Put your best out when it counts. And funny enough, a lot of drivers had practice in the night session, Dan. You pointed it out. Certain drivers that you wouldn't think would be driving in the night session, in fact, went out in the night session. And that is an interesting turn of events if they don't actually get to drive at night, but just go out in the night session.
I think everyone wants to experience what it's like to drive at night at Kyalami, even if you're not going to be the one that does it. I know Stephen Grove said that he did some laps, but it will be El Bamba that will most likely finish in that car. But I mean, if you're a customer racing team and you come here, you're not going to want to miss out on that opportunity, and that's what Thursday practice night session offered to him. But most likely will be El Bamba that finishes it. We know Jules Gounon is exceptional in the dark here at Kyalami, so he will also be finishing in their team as well. But Kenny Abul did take a few laps as well in the night on Thursday night.
So we've got a string of guests lined up, and we've got some representatives from Pirelli coming to us shortly. Of course, Pirelli, the official tyre of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. You might have heard me say that once or twice, Dan.
Yeah, I said it a few times this weekend as well. And they've been here in fourth. They were one of the first people to arrive. I was here on Monday morning and the containers were being opened. They're wheeling 1,200 of those Pirelli tyres through the VIP area into the back part of the pits during the pit entrance window. And quite an impressive team of guys working mechanics there. And it's nice that we did an insert, you'll see on our socials, about how a tyre is changed.
I saw that.
Race tyres is a little bit different from a road tyre. When that thing pops, when they put the air into it, it's flipping loud. I jumped. It pops twice as it seals onto the rim.
Well, it looks like things are as they were, with Aka still now behind the sister car, Niederhauser behind the wheel.
It was
at the
worth
moment.
a go though, wasn't it? It was worth a go in the 99 Audi, but it hasn't worked out for Aka. He's stuck back where he was.
Niederhauser in the same position that the car was before the pit stops, and of course now they've got the GT3 Samurai Marciello in behind the wheel of that Mercedes. There's Patrick Niederhauser coming up on screen.
And we've got a whole list of new drivers to talk about. That's the advantage of having a change in driver every stint. Dries van Thor, Maxime Martin, Raffaele Marciello, and Patrick Niederhauser is the top four. Gounon, look out for his lap times in 6th place. He's leading the Pro-Am category, but he will be lapping right up there at the leader's pace, I would imagine.
Yeah, they've still got the fastest lap. Do that Pro-Am outfit of 143.457.
Just going back to Yannick Mettler, didn't he? Yannick Mettler's still got that fastest lap, as you say. What a stint from the silver category driver.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff to have the fastest lap of the day so far in between a crowd such as this one.
So Dries van Thor, what a nice place to be. I mean, he knew they weren't starting from the front, but when he gets hold of the car, that's exactly the place he is, and he's got clear track ahead of him. That BMW can really continue to push on forward. As we heard from Sheldon van der Linde, we think that it might only be getting faster as the cool temperatures go, so it's looking good for 32 in the BMW, and it's whether some of these other guys can catch up, especially the Group M in the 999. I'm just looking at the gaps on the towers. There's 2.2 seconds from Dries van Thor back to Maxime Martin, and then 7.5. So Raffaele Marciello is not actually that far behind these BMWs. BMWs haven't been able to gap anything like what I thought they would when they made the pass originally on the 999. 999's in there, and with Marciello behind the wheel, you never know, it might actually be able to reduce that gap a little bit. So let's keep a note of that. 7.5 seconds is the gap from Marciello to the leader, Dries van Thor.
Oh, that's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. That gap over there is exactly what you want to be watching to see exactly how the Mercedes-Benz will perform with the new driver behind the wheel. It's lots and lots of action here at the Kyalami 9 Hour, folks. Positions may not have shuffled as much, Dan, but certainly those positions will. This is all a game of strategy over 9 hours, and we will see that strategy play out over the course of the next few hours. 7 seconds the gap to second place for the Mercedes-Benz, and 2 seconds between the leaders at this stage. And there now the Mercedes-Benz starting to push ever harder. I mean, it does look like they're separating themselves ever so slightly, but still, even with the biggest gap there being 7 seconds and 8 seconds for those front runners, and you know, that is still not that much. I apologize, the difference now 5 seconds between Martin and Marciello, 5.3 seconds, but the gap to the leader 7.5 seconds. We've got Gavin Cronje joining us very shortly. Gavin himself with a stellar CV in motorsport, having won the Formula VW South African Championship, competing in the 2009 Formula Le Mans Cup. And my big question to Gavin is going to be all about pit stops. There's so much to talk about, Gavin, but you've stepped in just after the pit stops have started. We want to know what that's like for the drivers. We want to know what that's like for you, Gavin Cronje. Welcome to the stage.
To all the South African fans that are out here with us here on race day, and also to our South African drivers in the Kyalami Super Cup. And the overall winner was Mikael Patamber, who got the win here today. And you think about the race that you had at hand. What will be the leading, big smile, I love it. What will be the leading memory for you?
It'll probably be racing at my supposed home track, which is Kyalami, against the best GT drivers in the world. That's probably the best memory for me.
Well, Sun Moodley also joined us on track today, and 68 years young, as they say. And when you think about taking a GT3 car around this track, and at that 68 years young, what do you love about being behind the wheel of your car?
I think it's the speed. It drives me. I don't worry about the age, and I've done this all my life. It's just the speed that keeps me young.
John, does that give you any enthusiasm to get back behind the wheel of a car?
Well, yeah, we are back in the studio. There you've got Sun Moodley and, of course, Mikael Patamber winning that race early on. Back to, after that stellar intro, Gavin Cronje. I'm just going to hand over the mic to you. Gavin Cronje joins us here in the studio. Gavin, how are you doing?
Good on you guys. So that youngster, Mikael Patamber, is the guy that I've been here with for this weekend, helping him. And just some coaching, and I've been working with him for a couple of years now. So, and a quick youngster, great youngster.
So you taking a little bit of credit for his Super Cup victory then in the 1 hour?
No, I think he did the job. I mean, you know, it was difficult for him because I think SRO don't really want the Cup drivers to interfere too much in the 9 hour. But he's quick, so you know, he sort of got a good start, got a couple of positions up. And eventually then they started asking him to let the guys by, so which he had to do, and it's all part of the rules.
Yeah.
But he had already made his statement.
Yeah,
I think that was good.
He didn't mention it, and that just shows the class there. He mentioned none of that to us.
Yeah.
No. So I'm impressed that he didn't. That he lets the coach come here, do the talking. That's how it's done. But coach, before you get to your career, let's talk about Mikael Patamber over there. What exactly do you tell a young driver like that going into something like this?
So I think he's so young, but he's so mature about it. He had to, you know, you're going into endurance events, so you got to preserve a lot. It's not all about the first corner, although when you watch the guys all go into the first corner, you wouldn't have called it that. But you got to preserve the car. You got to keep yourself in check, that you don't start overreacting to certain things, which I think could quite easily happen if you watch the race where he was involved. There was a bit of rubbing and a bit of pushing and a bit of that, and he just be mature about it and bring the car home.
Exactly, and he definitely showed maturity, and I mean, we've seen that with a few of our Coando, exactly the same. You've got these young guys, they haven't really had an opportunity to race on this circuit with this machinery, and they've taken under their win, and I think they can be very proud of what they've managed to achieve.
Absolutely, and you know, one of the statements that Mikael said now is it's his supposed home race. It's so sad, so difficult for South Africans to race at Kyalami, and we've got such a beautiful facility, and we don't get to use it often.
But we're here now this weekend. You've clearly been here many, many, many times. The approach to turn one, I've got so many questions, Gavin, because it's so nice to have someone like yourself in the booth with us. Yeah, turn one, Dan, we were watching the racing the other day, the practice the other day. The drivers are sacrificing turn one, some of them, but some of them are running wide there. Or is that an option? Or are they pushing hard into the braking zone? What's going on into turn two? I apologize.
Two very different approaches. The guys that are braking late into turn one carry a lot of speed in, and you can see they suffer a little bit going into the S part before turn two, which is a very historic corner in South African motorsport. And the guys that are going in a bit slower, they got a much better line going into that sector, coming onto the old back straight. So you can there's two different approaches to that whole sector over there, and it's not only the braking into. Well, we call it turn one. Turn two.
Yeah, I still call it turn one.
Yeah, myself. So there's two definitely different approaches to that bottom sector there. You can't.
I mean, we had a few tracks actually deleted during pre-qualifying, going wide on turn two, which is a little bit unusual. But that shows you how much they're pushing their braking zone.
Yeah.
So for those guys, that's how they make their lap time. But yeah, and you're watching that. I think the Audis especially were really pushing that.
Yeah.
But a lot of other guys, nowhere close to the curb even.
Yeah, it's you can see the guys that are just slower in. They're much tighter on the entry.
Yeah.
And yes, maybe they sacrifice 2/10 on the braking, but they're making it up on the other part.
Oh, it's so
slow
interesting.
In, fast out.
Styles.
Yeah. Slow in, fast out.
It's so interesting. So many different styles here, but these drivers come from different backgrounds. Do the hometown boys have an advantage in a situation like this? Because oftentimes we see pole position getting taken by someone else, but it seemed to me that Van der Linde's advantage came from the fact that he can sort of hit the ball back and forth until get that last slam in and get the overtaking done, isn't it?
So I'm a proud South African. I think Sheldon's advantage is just Sheldon. I think he delivers.
Well said. Well said.
I think there's the home turf advantage for us is just you're at home, and I think you absorb the energy from everything around you here. We don't know the circuit, a lot of the circuit as much as we used to, because it changed quite radically. There's parts of the circuit that's still the same, and there you'll have some advantages of some tricks. But yeah, I think it's the energy that he absorbs from the whole environment.
And we're talking to Sheldon when he was in the studio earlier. We could hear the crowd during that overtake from here with our headsets on. He's inside with a twin turbocharged engine, and he could hear it. He said that was a standout moment for him. I mean, it was amazing, wasn't it? Did you hear it?
I can imagine, absolutely.
Yeah,
we were probably contributing.
Yes.
Well, we've got back to the action here for a moment. We've got Marciello catching up big time, Dan. 4.2 seconds the gap to Martin in front, but still Niederhauser right behind him at just 0.696 seconds further back. So the race is now starting to all of a sudden concertina. Gavin, you're nodding there. What are you seeing?
Well, you can see the guys, Marciello is coming back at them, and for a while the two BMs had really gotten on with things. So, but it's 9 hours, eh?
Yep.
So there's a lot that's still going to happen. I don't see anything over Sandton City at this point in time.
No, it's not going to happen.
And
Don't
if you're
say
a local,
things like that. You've got to touch wood.
If there's a black cloud there, it's an hour, and it's here.
Okay. But I mean, we've got the three manufacturers. I'm sandwiched between two South Africans here as a British guy, so I've got to try and do the impartial run. I know you'd like the number 32 BMW to just sail off into the sunset for the next 6 hours, but I'm sort of on the other end. Would like three manufacturers to fight it out. I don't mind if he wins at the end, but let's have a battle, and that is the case as Raffaele Marciello is putting down some great lap times here.
Fantastic. Listen, you're 2.5 hours into the race, and it's 5 seconds between the top three manufacturers.
And no safety cars. This has been a sprint until this point. We've often seen this in GT racing, but they say in GT racing you just got to be on the lead lap for the last hour because it doesn't matter about the rest. Here that's not the case because it's a 9-hour sprint, isn't it? You can't think that a safety car is going to save you.
And what we're looking forward to is also when the nighttime comes, because the BMWs haven't had the pace all week, and now all of a sudden they're leading the race, and then there's the thought of that turbo getting even better as the sun sets later on.
Isn't that how GT racing is, though? You start off really slow in practice.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of BOP happens, and then...
Well, Ernest got in a bit of trouble with Sheldon suggesting something along those lines. They were just going through their program, is what they said.
We're all speculating.
Yeah, exactly. we did ask the hard questions. That's one of the reasons we're here. So that's my defense, and I'm sticking with it. But getting back to you, Gavin, you've done plenty endurance racing, and we're just changing over. We're sorted this out. We've done plenty endurance racing, Gavin. You've been to Spa, you've been to Le Mans, you've been to Nürburgring, etc., etc. From your perspective, what is the biggest thing that we have to watch out for here when it comes to tactics with the teams?
Look, I think the challenge with the tactics is I think they're pretty much governed to how often they have to stop for tyres, etc., etc. So I think it's the tactic will come within the hour, and I say within the hour, I say hour 8 to 9.
Yes,
that's where the tactics are going to come in. Is who's of course the car needs to be looked after for the full event's duration, but who looks after the tyres at the beginning of that last stint better? That can fight at the end.
Yes.
Because I think it is going to be a fight at the end.
That dark stint in the darkness is a real thing, isn't it? That's what Jules Gounon did so well last year in the Acura ASP. It's just phenomenal at night.
And it gets pitch black, yeah.
It really, I mean, we were up there. We were at Learcott during the night session, and you can't see anything, can you? It is really, really dark. There's no streetlights on here whatsoever. You've only basically got the pit lane and nothing else. Even the pit straight's dark. Yeah.
We spoke to Van der Linde early on about the Mercedes-Benz, and he could actually see the tires going off on that car. What is the life cycle of these tires? Do you have any insight into the actual physical life cycle of these Pirelli tires on the circuit today?
So I mean, it's only judged on what we saw with the Cup car, which of course is the same as the front-running Mercs. Is that if we hammered it really early on, you could see quite quick how the drop-off came, and then it kind of stabilizes. But I think there is a bit of a drop then of where it stabilizes, and I think that possibly if you looked after the tire a little bit better in the beginning, we didn't need to, but then maybe the end part of it you wouldn't have that snaking around, and that's where the time comes back.
So you, Mikhail Patamba, he said that he went out on used tires today. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's interesting, because I was speaking to the Grove Racing Porsche team this morning, and Stephen Grove says that they massively struggled in Q1 yesterday on a new set of tyres in this heat, and the tyres were about 20 degrees hotter than Q3, and it took almost that whole 15-minute stint to do anything with them. And they also, as a result of that, started on a scrub set for today.
Yeah, so I think that the track temperature yesterday was I think upward north of 54 degrees.
Yeah, it was.
And I think in Quali 3 it had almost dropped by 10 degrees. So from a tyre point of view, massive.
It's now 42 degrees down. So we can look at the screen over here. You can see darkness setting in. That's just mostly shadows over there. But it's getting cooler out there in the circuit. And now, from a driver's perspective, what kind of adjustments do you think these drivers would have to make now, Gav?
So to be honest with you, Ernest, I think when you're so in the car and you're so zoned in, right now, whether they started at lunchtime or now, there's no difference for them. I think when you start tipping on the later afternoon, we have the western sun that hits you. So there's two corners here that it really catches you. So you need to, and you'll see that's why the driver's always at the top of Lukop. They talk about the tree. That's all they focus on when they come up that hill.
It's useless.
You can't see
later in the night.
And you watch the tree. And obviously at night, then it changes.
Whoever planted that tree lined it up absolutely perfect.
He was looking after
Just imagine if that Kia tree ever got cut down. There'd be a lot of accidents at the top of Learcott during the day.
Not during the event today.
Oh yeah, you come around one lap and it's no longer there. Oh no!
Well, it's not going to get struck down by lightning this year, that's for sure. Last year we saw plenty rain, torrential rain, some might describe it as. Dan, from your perspective this weekend, we're not going to get rain now. I mean, what are you seeing so far with this type of weather? It's so hot out there.
Yeah, look, I'm a motorsport spectator that, let's be honest, whenever F1's on and it's raining, you've got an extra bucket of popcorn, haven't you? Because you know it's going to be entertaining. However, last year taught me that we do not want rain here. We get a fastest lap of the race for Jules Gounon, as expected, 1:43 flat. That's great pace, isn't it? Really good pace. Just what that 75 car needs.
Absolutely.
He's using the dry weather that you talk about, 43.0, almost in the 42s, and now all of a sudden the pace picking up in that 75 car. They are, however, still leading the Pro-Am category, and at the moment, Marciello is the man on a charge. 3.9 seconds, the gap to the next nearest BMW, 4.7 seconds to the leader, and Marciello really is all class, isn't he, Dan?
Do you think he can do anything about it? Because those BMW, if he closing the gap's one thing, but passing those BMWs, I mean, you've seen the VMAX on it. It's that's going to be tricky, isn't it? Where else can you pass around here?
I think the one thing about Kyalami is it's there's a lot of the circuit is about momentum.
Yes.
So if you just rush him a little bit into the S's and going up the hill, yes, he's got a bit more horsepower, but if you can just get out of there properly, you've got the run. I think there's places here you'll be able to put the pass in. You're not going to get him down the straight.
No, it's going to be like Leocop or Sunset. It's going to be something dramatic, isn't it, if it happens?
Yeah, and you could see earlier with one of the other South African drivers, there was Mokoena just sort of showed the nose and Arranges outbraked himself into the bottom there. And I mean, that's kind of what you hope to be able to do. You maybe wouldn't be able to do that with a pro driver, but pressure is pressure.
True, and if you have it for long enough, then it can start to mount, can't
Well,
it?
they've still got 6 hours and 29 minutes to apply that pressure.
I think if Marcello could get up to Martin and he starts putting pressure there, the pressure transfers to Vanteur. You could see a different ballgame there between the two BMs.
Yeah, exactly, because there's not a gap there, is there? They're going along together. They're as fine as they are. And interesting, starting to see that dirt build up on the side of the white BMW. Nowhere near the extent that we had at Bathurst 12 Hour, where by the end of the race you couldn't see any of the sponsor logos on that
There's
thing.
some very unhappy sponsors at the end of that
It's a
race.
characteristic of either that livery or that car, isn't it? Because just see it with the side exhaust. You might want to change that white colour.
Yeah, we had a good look at that car the other day, noticing the little the flicks and the flaks and this, as you mentioned, the side exhaust, the yellow lights, which is going to be a defining factor as the sun goes down later on.
It's brown along the side, isn't it? But hasn't gone up the back like it did at Bathurst. That whole couldn't even. If it had a number plate, he wouldn't be able to get caught speeding at the end of Bathurst because it was completely black.
They must be really comfortable with the car running so close behind as well, because there must be a bit of temperature build continually building in the toe.
We did, but we did see them starting to pull out when they were behind the 999, but at the moment that's less. But the temperatures have dropped quite a bit, maybe just enough. We even saw the Audis on purposely going side by side down the straight. So definitely it is a factor. Being behind a couple of cars, you got a lot of hot air going through two engines. You got to step it out.
The ambient temperature at the moment, 32.2 degrees. The track temperature, 41. And getting back to those speeds you were talking about earlier on, guys, 236 kilometers an hour for the lead car at the moment. The second BMW, 235.8. So there's 1k an hour difference between those two. But further back in third position, Marciello with only 231.2. Gavin, on a circuit like this, how big of a difference is
5 kph?
5 k's an hour.
No, it's massive. It's massive. So at 5 k's an hour difference, I think towing him down the straight is sitting behind him. You're not going to be able to have a go at him. The difference is too big.
Yeah.
So basically nothing. So we've got a race under investigation
that's
again.
The same car. That is the South African 86 car with
pit stop infringement. Dear.
So they've done the pit window infringement early on, and then again they've done something in the pit lane. But Gavin, this is just experience, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the front running teams that do it all the time, it's just so practiced, so rehearsed that I guess, what did the old Gary player say? The more he practices, the luckier he gets.
That's true.
And the same rule applies here. So the shame of the guys, they're doing everything they can, trying to do it right. These little slip-ups.
We said earlier the stewards are quite blunt, and I see here on the screen driver Western to stewards immediately. you never want that, do you? You don't want that WhatsApp message coming through.
You think if you're not right in the front, you maybe fly under the radar?
Yeah, not
really.
These guys.
Yeah.
And Clint Western, of course, the very experienced South African driver, but this is an entirely new playing field for him. He just made the announcement a couple of days ago. So not much practice. 6 laps when we spoke to him the other day was the time he had in the car.
Yeah.
So,
he's done exceptionally well to get up to pace with basically no practice, hasn't he? So,
as a coach, I've spoken to Claudio Piatamuso, also another coach in the space, and as a coach yourself, with the experience that you have, what he told me is experience is a big deal because you've seen the situation before.
So, I mean, Clint has raced all his life. So I think that the good part about it is the racing part of it, he'll be fine. I think the challenge that you have with this is you stepping into a field of pros, and you're going to judge yourself against that.
Yeah.
So just mentally to keep yourself focused and not think that you've passed your sell-by date or anything like that. But I think it's the physical part of it, to me, is where he's later on going to feel this. Maybe his second stint in the car or the third stint in the car. I think that's where he's really going to hopefully be able to step up to the game. And he's gonna be tired. But what a good job putting it together.
Well, we've got Kriya in the pit lane. What interesting insights we're getting in the commentary booth at the moment from Gavin Cronje. But Kriya, I'm sure you've got a lot happening down there where you are as well.
So I've decided to come out and spend some time with some of the spectators. And I found myself in the Heineken 00 tent at turn 1, and that doesn't look like a 0-0.
No, unfortunately it's not a 0-0, but I'm trying my best. It's just, 0-0 is really great, but to be honest, I think it's a little bit better.
You know what? When it's this hot, you need the extraness in it, right?
Oh, completely.
Have you guys been having a good time so far?
Hell yeah. It's been really, really good. So, yeah, definitely enjoying myself.
What has been the best part about coming out to Kyalami 9 hour?
The sound, just the track, everything about it is just so great.
And for him, the sun, because I can see that nose has gotten some heat today.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely forgot my sunblock. I think it's been worth it for the cars. I'm supporting the Porsche out here.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm enjoying.
And let me guess, you
guys, here is those tires baking in the sun outside of the garages here. That is the SPS Mercedes teams. That's going to be cars number 75 and car number 20. And where I think this really matters is the battle against that Porsche. If Mauro Engel is right and these cars are able to gain a second or so advantage on their outlap, it makes me think back towards the beginning of the race at the first pit stop when Yannick Mettler got into that 75 and just how much time they were able to gain on that Porsche. However, we do know that the puncture happened, so it could be interesting to keep a watch on this and check out maybe some of the data on the outlaps versus the 20 and the 75 versus some of the other cars here in the field today.
We'll keep an eye to it, and no doubt if it is working, other teams.
Well, we are going to say goodbye shortly to Gavin Cronje. Gavin, thanks so much for all those insights. Any question that we might have skipped over on our side? Anything you want to point out to the listeners and the viewers out there as to what they should look out for? Some interesting tidbits from your side.
I think you've covered most of it. I think the heat is playing its role. I think surprising to see the guys leaving the tyres in the sun. I feel like they get that heat generated in them so quickly you actually want to put them in the fridge. But apart from that, I think you covered the bases. I think it's going to be a sprint race to the end, and I think it's going to be the last hour that counts.
Wow, interesting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin Cronje, South African champion, and so many interesting insights. Gavin, if you are in the area, maybe in 5-6 hours' time, feel free to pop by again. We'd love to hear from you.
I'll come chat.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin Cronje. Dan, next we've got another visitor coming through in the next couple of minutes. We've got Matteo Crisoni coming through, and he will be joining us in the next couple of minutes to talk about all things Pirelli tyres.
Yeah, that's an important subject.
Yes,
in a 9-hour race, those tyres are very important. We've heard a lot of people speak about them throughout the pit lane all week. And we'll get the guy that actually knows more than anyone, I'm sure.
Yes.
Representative from Pirelli himself. So let's get him on if we can. I'll just give the nod to the producer.
We're ready to move on this one because I've got so many questions about tyres. And I think what we've spoken about up until now, a lot of that has been about tyres, as we see Marciello slowing down once again. And Marciello, unfortunately, not able to extend the lead on those Audis. He had a bit of a burst of speed there, and now all of a sudden finds himself back within striking distance in a battle with the Audis. I'm sure he doesn't really want to be battling the Audis right now. But yeah, that's where he finds himself. We've also got another driver lined up for later on. Charles Weerts going to be joining us as well then.
Yeah, one that everyone outside having their bri will want to hear from, because they want to know how that 32 car is going, because of its local talent that's in there as one of the teammates. But it doesn't take. It takes 3 cars to get one of these cars to the finish. Sorry, 3 drivers to get one of these cars to the finish. I'll get it right. It's not just a solo effort. So Sheldon van der Linde will be in there after they pit again when Dries van Thor comes through. But Charles Verts did a great stint and pushed on forward. It's just whether Rafael Marciello, he's managed to drop a couple of seconds. We had 7.5 from our leader when he took over. The gap now is 5.3 seconds, but it seems to have just stabilised a little bit at that pace. So we'll bring Charles in now and get him mic'd up.
Yes,
so we can get the
Exciting
inside
stuff.
knowledge on how that number 32 BMW is going and progressing.
Well, without further ado, we've got the man himself, Charles Verts, in the studio. An impressive CV. I've got a list of accomplishments to go through here, but we'll get to that in a moment. But let's talk about the car, Charles. How is the BMW going?
So yeah, hello everybody, hello guys. So yeah, the BMW is actually doing quite good on Kyalami this year, so it's quite nice. The balance is very nice. And yeah, the race is going pretty well so far, so let's try to keep it up. But
was it hot in there?
Yeah.
It's going to get better. That's the only thing you've got. It's not like Bathurst. It's in reverse. So each stint will get maybe slightly easier, and that's good for your car as well, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Because with the turbo engine, we also saw it in Bathurst. We struggle when the heat comes in. So it should get better and better. But not only for us, we also know that. I mean, with my past experience with the Audi, we know it also gets better. So yeah, let's see how it goes. But it looks like everything is pretty tight. So it's going to be an exciting race.
That's a very interesting point. You've driven the Audi extensively, so now you bring that information with you to the team. What tactics do you guys have to deal with the Audi and, more importantly, the Mercedes-Benz as well today?
Well, at the end of the day, the goal is just to be the quickest as possible. It's always the same thing, but we know that the Audi is very strong in the second part of the stint, just because it used a bit less the tires than the Mercedes or the BMW. Sorry. So we know that we have to watch out with the Audi, especially in this particular bit. So in general, we will try to make the gap in the first half and then just manage for the second half. That's the idea. But yeah, at the end of the day, we can make plans, but the race never really goes as we plan. So yeah.
Obviously, you've got local favourite in Sheldon van der Linde in your team. You must have heard the screams from the crowd as that exciting lap happened as he got the lead. Has that been an advantage to you? Has it spurred you on a little bit, having a home racer in the team?
Well, personally not, but I still think I have a big advantage of having Sheldon with us on the car, because he's definitely one of the best, if not the quickest driver in a BMW M4 nowadays. He's extremely fast, and it's great, especially for me, since I don't know the BMW so well. Yeah, because I didn't have a lot of experience with it. So to have him next to me to explain me some specific stuff on it, to have some valuable data also to compare, and yeah, I'm really learning a lot with him.
What has been the change in driving a different car to the BMW, the turbo to normally aspirate transition, the engine placement transition? What are those differences, and are there that many?
Yeah, so there are, obviously it's quite a big difference compared to the Audi, but I would say the two biggest difference for me is the first is the brakes. The brakes are quite different, the way the ABS kicks in, and it's just a whole different process. And as it's well known in racing, if you cannot get the brake right, the whole corner cannot be correct neither. So this is still a struggle for me to really understand how the car brakes and how it also operates in the corner. But yeah, I think I'm getting there. And then also with the turbo lag, it's something I'm not used to. With the Audi, it's pretty digital. As soon as you go on power, it directly comes in, and here with the BMW, it's not directly in. So you always gotta, take that into account if you really want to be super performant. So those are the two biggest things. After balance-wise, obviously the BMW is very good in fast corners. There's also due with the front engine compared to the Audi, so we keep actually weight on the front, so it's really good, especially in the mid to exit part of the corner. We usually have less understeer, which is very nice. But yeah, obviously in the more twisty parts, a bit more tricky than with the Audi.
So you're transitioning from Audi to BMW, but you've also got WRT doing exactly the same thing. And it's obviously taking a little bit of time for them to understand that car. You're working with Audi for so long. Bathurst, I think you are quite open in saying the pace just wasn't there. Looks like you fixed a few issues now. It's looking good as the championship goes on, especially for you guys. Clearly, Spa 24 is a huge goal for the team.
Yeah, exactly, as you mentioned. Bathurst was definitely not what we were looking for. But yeah, we also learn a lot, and luckily we are able to work with incredible people from BMW and also from the outside. Very good drivers like Sheldon, Philippe Eng, Augusto Farfus, who knows the car inside out, so it really helps us a lot. And we want to have the best season as possible, and the targets, I mean, personally for my home race is Spa, so if we can have a good car that is very performant there, that would be insane.
You might be coming good just at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, you said your favorite circuit, I see your favorite circuit is Spa, and you guys are heading off there soon. Your favorite food is something called Boulets frites. Did you manage to find any of those in South Africa?
Actually, I managed to find so frit is fries, so it is pretty easy to find, but the boulet is it's just like meatballs. But, it's with a special sauce in Belgium, and it's very good. So
Sheldon hasn't cooked you up a traditional fry or anything then?
I think luckily he didn't cook anything to me.
I don't think he
I mean, I trust him
Mum
as a racing
still does
driver.
it for him, basically. Yeah.
Well, Charles, one last thing. How do we say your name correctly?
Well, actually, you said it pretty correctly.
Charles Weerts. Charles Weerts.
Exactly.
Well, Charles Weerts, thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. We look forward to seeing the rest of the race, and good luck to make it to the 9-hour and win this whole thing.
And you've got the local fans cheering for you no matter what. So that number 32 is definitely a fan favourite. They made it perfectly clear during that pass.
Exactly. Well, thanks a lot for having me.
Cheers.
Cheers, man. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Charles Weerts, and the very young Belgian driver, just 21 years old. Absolute maturity on and off the circuit. And if he doesn't get those fritters or those fries, maybe, as you said, Van der Linde can cook up a storm. Tomorrow's celebrations, hopefully.
Yeah, they're gonna, if they win, it's got to be a Bry celebration, hasn't it?
Yeah, surely.
Sheldon's got to treat him to that. Anyway, back to the action, and there is some action as some back markers are passing. Grove Racing went through there, and we've got the Audis just split a bit. Let's go back and have a look at these times. We don't want to miss that. 5.4 seconds from Raffaele Marciello, so he closed a couple of seconds quite quickly, and now it's stabilised, hasn't it?
Yeah,
and their last laps are within a tenth of each other. In fact, Dries van Thor pulled a bit of time with a 43 personal best. So BMW's coming good in the 32. So if you're worried about the BMWs being caught, you can just relax a tiny bit. But 5 seconds is nothing in a 9-hour endurance race. 6 hours 15 to go.
Yeah, absolutely nothing at this stage. And if we look at the differences between the front runners, you've got a gap of 1.5 seconds to second place between the two BMWs, but that is a managed gap. And then further back, you've got a gap of 5 seconds to Marciello, the yellow car on your screen at the moment. But the gap behind him now down to less than a second, almost each to Niederhauser and then to Acker in the 99 car. So Marciello unfortunately not able to extend the lead, but Dan, some interesting takeaways there from Weerts in the fact that the BMW's tires are better in the first half than the others, and the others are better in the second half. So many variables to take in, and I'm sure there's a lot that the teams aren't sharing either, because they've got to calculate all of these strategy changes.
That was one of the points Mikael Patamba said, wasn't it? How much surprised him that during a stint of one race, how much the car changes. So that happens in just one stint. So over 9 hours, you can't believe how different a car will be to drive at the start in 55 degrees to how it will finish in the darkness. So the fact that we've got, after all of this time, the top 6 split by only top 5 split by only 7.2 seconds is pretty crazy, isn't it? Imagine if you had a nearly 3-hour F1 race. You're not going to have that amount of time.
No, not at all. And I remember playing Gran Turismo back in the day, where after, I think it was 12 hours of a 24-hour event, all of a sudden the chassis would just bend.
Right. It was programmed to just do it.
It literally just bent. And in our first 24-hour race, we didn't know it was going to happen, and we thought the car had broken. So these drivers and teams have to manage all of these variables, as we now have yet another guest joining us here today, and plenty guests will be in and out. We got Matteo joining us here from Pirelli. Matteo, thank you so much for coming by. We've got a list of tire questions, and from what I hear, you are the best person to answer those questions.
Well, he's got the biggest Pirelli badge on his shirt out of the three of us, hasn't he?
So please tell us a bit more about yourself and your involvement with this event.
Okay, let's say that we supply this event obviously from our facilities that are based in Europe, basically in Milano, directly from our headquarters, because we have no motorsport facilities in South Africa, except one of our distributors that is very good in supplying local customers, but for this kind of events is not structured. And we send fitting equipment, we send people, tires, to supply all the field. So all the tires are equipped all the cars are equipped with our tires. We follow the regulation. We supply to them the number of the sets in the time that are imposed by regulation. So
and you guys have been really busy, because I was here Monday and you were the first ones here unloading a couple of containers of tires, and you've basically been parked at the pit entrance down there, and they haven't stopped.
Fitting, stripping.
Yeah, constant.
Yeah, constantly.
And we did a little insert earlier in the week, putting one of those tyres on. It's a little bit involved, isn't it? When they pop onto the rim, that's quite loud.
That's very loud, especially if you are inside. Then the noise is very.
So,
very
Matteo, now that we've done with the pleasantries, I want the inside information now.
Yes.
The compounds that these tires use, are they different compounds? What makes this tire the way it is? And also, do you have any insights as to how these... Do you design these tires to go on and off at a specific way and time? What is that involvement like?
Okay, let's say that for this specific type of competition that are IGTC, GT World Challenge, all the GT3 World that we supply, to make it more stable and to also to facilitate the definition of the balance of performance from SRO, we decide obviously to have only one product worldwide. So we supply the same product to all the championships from Australia, China, America, Europe, and here. So we can have always the same picture about performances of tires together with the cars. On that, SRO is able to build the BOP. That is probably the best one that we have for this type of cars. And the product is not easy to develop, because it has to be one to cope with different chassis in different conditions with different drivers, from professional to amateur, silver. For sprint races, because we use it in Europe for sprint races, that one set lasts like 30 minutes, up to 24-hour races. So it's a big challenge. So our first target is to have a reliable product, obviously to allow all the chassis to find a way to feel reliable and confident with the product and drivability, and then the compound that can work in a very wide range of conditions, starting from the heat that we can find in Kyalami up to the cold that we have in Spa during the night.
So do you give the teams assistance in what to expect when you've got a 55-degree track temperature here? Because we've heard a lot of teams saying, well, it's actually struggle, maybe easier to start on a scrub set of tyres because it takes a while to bring them into the window. You help them with any data in that aspect?
Yeah, let's say that everything starts before that we release any new product, because we try to develop it together with the manufacturers that then are selling the cars to the teams. And already they have a knowledge that they transfer to the customers. Then we work together with them during the season and the pre-season test, trying to understand better the product and to understand how to use it. So usually we try not to change.
BMWs, and from the team owner, and a team owner answer, he said, well, it's in God's hands here today. But you told me I could ask you whatever question that I wanted, and we are struggling with the math on the 99. I think it was just the 39 lap for Alex. What's the plan there? Does he come in anytime soon? I see some crew guys over there laying down. Doesn't seem like a lot of energy's happening here.
Yeah, it's been a long race, so at that reason we will see what's happened. I think everything can happen. In that case, we are not saying that one car have to overtake. We stay behind. We are waiting to the mistakes from the others, and hopefully we can overtake the Mercedes.
When you compare the Audi to the Mercedes, to the Porsche, to the BMW out here, where do you think that it stands up on this track, and where do you feel the advantage is?
To be honest, I think our Audi is an all-rounder, so on all the tracks the car is quite okay. We are struggling a little bit on the second sector. This is a sector for the BMW and for sure also for the Merc. But at least we are trying to survive. We are pushing really hard to get the best result what we can gain. In this case, let the fingers crossed and we will see what's happened.
We are rounding into the first third of this race. Where would you grade your team's performance so far?
Sorry, again?
We're rounding into the first third of this race. Where would you grade your team's performance so far?
I'm quite happy because we show that we have the potential. A little bit BOP-wise, I think maybe the BMW is a little bit too strong. Because one thing is really important, in the dark, in my opinion, the BMW will be much stronger than us for edit. I really don't know. Hopefully, because there is a new car from BMW, maybe they have some technical issues, and for that reason we can overtake them. I think on the track it will be really difficult.
Thank you. And I'm going to keep calling your bluff on being able to ask you whatever question, all right?
Exactly, this is true. Whenever you want.
Oh, I love the honesty there, Dan.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. And speaking of honesty, Matteo giving us all those good answers over here. This is the kind of conversations that people want to hear. Those out watching on Supersport, we've got some people on the live stream watching as well at the moment. Please continue with that discussion as to the different combines. That can't be easy, though, to develop a tire that's that broad.
Yeah, and let's say also talking about what Arkin was saying, is while the conditions are changing, maybe the performance of the different cars can change because they are using in a different way the tire, or they decided to concentrate to optimize the performance of the car in a certain condition that maybe is the one at the end of the...
Can you give an example? Yeah.
At the end of the race, that is probably cooler and be faster in that condition instead of the beginning of the race.
So they would test the tire extensively in those conditions and then be ready for when that happens.
Usually they have enough knowledge because they collect information from different races, different experiences from different teams. So they build, let's say, their own map about the use of our product that probably is even bigger than ours.
Yeah.
And they know how to play. So they know as well how the race evolves and when is the right moment for them to get an advantage.
So it's the same product of tyre on all the manufacturers, but each manufacturer use those tyres slightly differently.
Yeah.
So some might be better in the heat. Others will be like, brilliant, we've got cold tyres, now we're really fast. But it's not necessarily the tyre's fault, it's what the teams do with it, is what you're saying.
Obviously, every chassis, every driver as well, use the tyre in a different way, and they try always to optimize all the package.
The other thing we've not touched on before that the audience and people that are here today might want to know is minimum pressures and maximum pressures that is set, that they have a target to get when it gets hot. Maybe you can explain a little bit like that so guys can understand a bit more how the tyres are set up when they leave the pits.
Yeah, usually what we have our recommendations, but then every team or every manufacturer finds the optimum around that number. And what they do, usually they set a cold pressure that usually you want to do it always in the same conditions with a temperature of reference, because that represents the volume of the air that you put in the tire. And then based on that volume, obviously, and the change in temperature, the pressure changes.
Yeah,
so
tire expands, it contracts. And now, in these conditions here, we see Niederhauser and Marciello starting to battle it out. We've learned from the BMW drivers earlier on that some cars perform better in the first half, some cars perform better in the second half. But now, as we get near to the end of the stint, what are these tires actually like physically, Matteo?
Ready for the dustbin?
I say that the product is designed to be very consistent. So also in 1 hour stint in this racetrack, we have not seen much degradation. But again, it's always what the teams want to achieve from the set. If they target just the pure performance or consistency on the stint. Sometimes, not here, but some other circuit like Suzuka, or where you put a lot of energy into the tires, you can see that if you push from the first lap, maybe you can have a degradation that is like 6-7 seconds. If you keep it more calm over the stint, you can gain more seconds than what you can have by pushing from the beginning. So
it actually pays to drive carefully sometimes. Yeah,
this kind of races
as well
is more about pace than pure performance. Wow. And to get the same pace in different conditions. That is the real strength.
And the last question from me before we let you go, Matteo, difference between front-engined rear-wheel drive cars and then rear-engine rear-wheel drive cars. These cars are totally different. I mean, you guys must have a difficult job, surely.
It's not easy. But I would say that the latest generation of cars, they always try to optimize everything. So even if the engine is not in the same position, weight distribution is quite similar. But there are still differences, because obviously a car that has a front engine usually has a better distribution and the rear axle suffer less than a rear engine car.
Wow. Dan, I'm blown away by this conversation. Any closing words from you on the tyre conversation with the man from Pirelli?
I saw 1,200 tyres being unloaded from a container, so I'm just wondering what happens to those 1,200 tyres at the end of this weekend. Do you take them back for recycling?
Yeah. We take back for recycling. Obviously, there are big programs of recycling and obviously not leaving them around because also in Europe, even if the teams they can keep the tires in their garages. We want always to collect everything at the end of the event because we have our own programs to recycle or to use them for alternative energies and so on.
Yeah.
Super interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. Super interesting, ladies and gentlemen. That was Matteo from Pirelli. It's always great to hear these things from the source. Matteo, thanks so much for joining us and good luck with the rest of the event.
Anytime you want.
Awesome.
Really appreciate
stuff.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, the Kyalami 9 Hour delivers in more ways than one, Dan. It certainly is one of those situations where we get all those interesting tidbits and information. And when are we going to speak to one of the head guys from Pirelli and give us that kind of information? Incredible.
It's a dark art, isn't it, tyres? Yes. I mean, like he said, it's the same product that's distributed to everyone, but it's very different machinery and different drivers. So you'll get one driver saying, I can't stand these tyres, it doesn't suit them. But then another driver's like, these are the best things ever. So you can't please everyone, can you?
No, you can't. And there's no way of doing that. Someone that's going to be pleasing a lot of people is Earl Bamber, who is now finally behind the wheel of that Porsche over there, and now the pit stops are starting to happen again. It's about that time, ladies and gentlemen, and now we're going to start seeing some of the pro drivers swapping out seats here and there, and Earl Bamber certainly showing some early pace here by the looks of things. 43.2 there, fastest time. He just did a 43.9, and is he going to be starting to harass the pro Audi just up ahead? They're not on the same lap though, but I think he might be holding on to those coattails because Earl Bamber certainly is not used to being a couple of laps down, not like this.
No, he's going to have a lot of pace, and it may be a case of Acker moving out of the way to just let him through. No point fighting in this long race, but we'll see. We'll see. The first goal is just to hang on to the back of the Audi and see how he can cope with it. But I'm expecting that Porsche 911 to really come into its own under Earl Bamber with the wealth of experience. It goes back extensively, so he'll be very, very quick. And here we have the MJR Motorsport team coming in, the local guys, and that will be Marius Jackson that will take control of that vehicle. And yeah, they're doing well. They're doing the first, I mean, the goal for them is to finish the 9 hour, and they're a third of the way through. So 66% to go for that team.
So apologies for my outburst over there, people, but okay, 33.33% is the pass mark in South African schools, if I recall correctly. But I do think the first 33% might be a bit easier than the next 33 and the following one after that. Dan, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and I actually think it will get better for them. You've got two ways of doing it. You start getting tired, but equally, this track's going to get easier. Already, I'm feeling more comfortable in the studio. The first cooler. 3 hours were pretty hot here. It was 30-odd degrees outside, but I think maybe closer to 40 degrees in here. Track temperatures, look at it go down, 38.3 degrees. So we heard from Sheldon when he was in earlier, we're going to start to see some double stints. Yeah, he might be the first one when he goes back in. Sheldon might go in for a double stint. Let's wait and see.
Well, track temperature certainly is coming down, but the ambient temperature does seem to be the same. But weirdly enough, there's a lot more shadows and shade here. Now, you can even see it in the broadcast. It's not quite so bright. This is a cameraman's
Well, there's a few
here.
clouds, isn't there? But they're fluffy ones. They're not the dangerous black, dark dungeon crowds we saw last year. So I'm not worried quite yet.
Yeah, last year we had to know our cumulonimbus from our stratos clouds, didn't we? Because
that's going back away for you at school, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm glad you pull that information from nowhere.
I wasn't paying attention to biology, but I did quite science class, but I did quite like the talk of all the clouds. And
if you live
my head
here,
was up in the
I
clouds.
think you're an expert if you live in Johannesburg.
Oh yeah, you must.
Because as we heard earlier, if a certain black one appears over the skyscrapers behind us, 1 hour's time it's wet here, but it's clear over there right now as we're both looking over our shoulders.
But those clouds do look thick over there, Dan. I've got to say.
No, that's a summer's day in the UK. What are you on about?
Oh, those cumulonimbus clouds over there are accumulating a little bit. But it is true that as we see the Neville car back in the pits, Arie looks like he's getting behind the wheel. Yep, there is Arnold Arie as he's known.
It's had a bit of action, hasn't it, that Stradale Motorsport car?
Yes.
Been in trouble a little bit with the stewards as well for stint times and pit procedure. Pit procedure might be a difficult one, to be fair. I'm going to give them a pass on that one because I'm pretty sure the rules here for the K9H under the SRO banner is going to be different from what they used to under the national banner.
It is. The national banner was designed to prep the guys for these types of events and get the guys better. And I think there has been a marked improvement for most of the teams. I've seen some of them do their pit stops. I mean, last year, remember, we learnt about this last year. You get penalised for dropping a nut.
Exactly. I think it's like a €300 fine.
Yes. So if the guys made a tiny mistake, again, in the words of Claudio Piazza Musso in the conversation we had recently, experience counts for a lot. And if you haven't seen a certain problem before, if you look at a team like WRT, they've seen every version of every problem, Dan.
They have, but now they've got to see it with a new manufacturer, haven't they? So you're going to get a new bunch of problems switching from Audi to BMW. But they're getting
I suppose that's a bad example, but
they're getting on top of their problems quickly, as you'd expect from that team. That's a real class outfit. I mean, that garage here is the most professional looking one, isn't it?
So that is what I think. That was the point I was actually trying to make. Before I make that point, though, let's hear from Kriya. Oh, it's one of the Audis runs wide there. Kriya is down in the stands, I think. Let's see, Kriya, where are you at the moment?
Hi, I'm standing here with Michael Mashaba, who is the marketing manager for Senang. How have you been enjoying the event so far?
Fantastic, it's beautiful. People are here. Cars are beautiful. I love cars. I love fun. So it's beautiful.
To choose an event like this to bring.
Well, at Standard Bank, we believe that we're more than just a bank. Customer.
Unfortunately, the audio is bad there on Kriya's side, so we've cut back on our side here. But Dan, what I was saying, what I meant to say, actually, that's not what I meant to say at all, but I'm just going to go with it, is that the WRT team, that Audi's slipping and sliding a little bit.
That 99's about to come in, isn't it? Because it pitted a little bit earlier and is off strategy from the rest of the guys on stint time.
He has been slipping apart.
He's going to come in shortly and change out. So we'll have a driver swap there in the 99.
The WRT team, just getting back to what you were talking about earlier on, they would be better at dealing with any problem because they're just better at dealing with problems, isn't it?
I think it just experience, like you say, counts for so much, and that they've done so many races for so many years with so many drivers that, okay, they've changed brands to BMW, and it's taken them a little while, but this is the first sign that we've seen so far that they know what they're doing, and it's, as we said to Charles, it's good for them. As a Belgian side, or Belgian team, Spa 24 is everything to them.
Yeah.
And for round 3, they're going to be very, very strong there. So that's exactly what they wanted to do. I think they were openly disappointed with their Bathurst performance a few weeks ago. And they've gone back to the drawing board. I wasn't expecting them to be this quick in the heat. I thought we might see it later, which is ominous for everybody else.
Yep.
But we'll see how that goes.
The Audi drivers getting their seats ready. Of course, these drivers running different seats in some of the cars, depending on size. And I'm sure Kenny Abul is one of those guys that...
he doesn't have an insert, I don't think. He just uses the shell. Because, I mean,
all the pillows out.
I'm a big guy, but I said to Kenny, it's not very often that I stare a racing driver straight into the eyes, and I think he's got 10, 15 kgs on me. So he is a massive Australian. So he's got a huge disadvantage. He reckoned it was worth like 0.8 of a second round here. He's 40 kilograms heavier than Jules.
Well,
which is a lot. It's like your own BOP, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a big deficit that they've got to deal with there as Akka now starts to get ready to chill for a little bit. That could have been quite a stressful experience for all of these drivers over there now. Driver swap taking place.
It's quite a choreographed event, isn't it, a pit stop? Just like Formula One that does it in sort of 2 to 3 seconds. Here, you got 2 guys that have got to do everything. Those wheels are pretty heavy. I picked one up. The tyre weighs 12 kilograms on its own, and then you've got the rim on top of that as well. You have to make sure when you take a tyre off, it's got to go behind the pit line.
Yes.
Otherwise, you'll get a fine before you start the next one. So 2 guys have got to refit all 4 tyres on their own with no assistance in 68 seconds. So well done.
It's
and
not
the
an easy
fueling
task.
taking a big amount of time.
Not an easy task as Winkelhock makes his way through. Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi over there, the 99 Audi, swapping with Acker in that last pit stop. It's 5 hours and 50 minutes to go in this, the Kyalami 9-hour. And this is the Intercontinental GT Challenger 5-continent championship that takes place across the year. And it is powered by Pirelli. We just heard from Matteo from Pirelli. Got some interesting insights.
It's obviously out of strategy call. Winkelhock's dropped behind the 75 Pro-Am Sun Energy 1 car now as we return to circuit. But, I mean, it's not surprising. They might actually be fighting position by the end of this race anyway, because Gunnon's a man on a mission. He's just set the recently set the fastest lap of the race. First guy into the 42s. 142.894 from Jules Gunnon. He's absolutely flying. If only they didn't lose that 30 seconds in that first stint, being caught with the lower end of the field. Kenny Bull being frustrated there, but they've made back that pace and then some, and Jules is pushing on to try and catch up to the lead pack.
Yeah, so it looks like, I think you might be right there, Dan, they're on the same lap. So what you're saying is Gunnon has gone ahead of Winkelhock. Yes, he has.
The 75's yet to pit.
Yes, he has. So they do still have to pit, and it's 68 seconds plus in and out of the pits, in and out. So there's lots of time. The sun now peeking its way out again for what could be one of the last times for the next hour or 2. And then it's into the night, Dan.
I wonder whether Raffaele Marciello's pushed just a little bit too hard when he first came out of the pits. As we heard from the Pirelli guy.
Because we know now.
Well, we've got inside information that sometimes it's worth pacing yourself for overall stint time rather than individual lap time. I'm just slightly confused because he was so quick out the blocks, grabbed back 2 seconds from our leaders, and then he's basically stayed there, and now he's struggling to keep Niederhauser behind him. Patrick Niederhauser's all over the back of that 999 group at M Mercedes AMG. So he's at the end of this stint doesn't seem to be as quick as at the start.
Yeah, a famous general once said that the first strategy that you come up with is probably wrong, because usually when things kick off, the strategies go out the window. And you got to think that these guys have layers upon layers of different strategies to combat one another. And the BMW guys could surely just have gone, I'm just going to put the hammer down ever so slightly.
I've got a feeling the BMW guys are definitely pacing themselves. There we had confirmation of that.
Is that the term we're using now, pacing ourselves, pacing themselves?
I think, we heard Sheldon say just that, didn't he? He said once they were managing their pace. They know that this is a sprint race to the end. That is always the case. These GT drivers know that anyway, that it's not worth building a huge, great big gap and putting everything into it if it compromises something else, because if you get a safety car, it's null and void anyway. That is still a possibility here. You can have a breakdown on circuit. We had one last year that brought out the safety car eventually. So managing the pace, but I think Marciello, I don't think he is managing the pace. I think he's giving everything he's got.
Well, if we look at the Pro-Am standings, though, it doesn't matter where they end up according to the pros. This car is still leading by 24 seconds to Stoltz, the Pro-Am standings. Bamber in 3rd place. And let's watch Bamber now in the standings. Quite a few laps down on Stoltz, or at least Bamber and Stoltz look like they're on the same lap at the moment. Just one at lap down right now. Bamber pushing hard. I'm sure he's going to try and get within striking distance of Stoltz. Gunnon, though, a little bit further up the road. I'm waiting for my timing equipment to reset so we can get those gaps on my screen.
To work out where he is on the lead lap, basically.
Yes.
So he's got some time to go yet, hasn't he, before he gets over that gap. But that 75 Sun Energy 1, we haven't seen it for a while. Looks phenomenal.
20 seconds then, Dan, the gap between Bamber and Stoltz.
Yes.
Aranji's 3 laps further back. And Mokoena has fallen out of contention a little bit here. We need to find out what happened there. Mokoena is now 7 laps down. 7 laps down overall.
Yes, we've missed an issue with the 80. car, haven't we? They had, maybe that's a result of penalties being issued that we didn't see them serve. But yeah, there they are. They're 12 laps down on the leader, 7 laps back behind Oranges.
Yes, 6 laps now, so they
Here we go,
start to
the
push the pace a little
75
bit.
in the pits. They're slightly off strategy, so we'll see when they come back out this Pro-Am category, whether they've got the overall lead of the Pro-Am class. I think they've definitely done enough, because they've been phenomenal. I mean, Yannick Mettler was set the pace after Kenny Abul come through, and Jules Gounod, you wouldn't expect anything less from him. Here we go, we got Kenny will probably be coming back in. That is indeed, you can see the difference though as Jules gets out.
So Gounod in the 75 car, Stoltz in the 20 car. That's what we're watching at the moment. And we've got a little track map over here to try and find that 20 car. I don't see it on the map, funny enough. He's disappeared ever so slightly. Let's see if we can highlight him. I don't see him on the map here. So that is the car that we're trying to wait for.
And the leaders are coming in as well, and the Audi behind, and the Triple M, the Group M cars in. Everyone's in the pit lane now. This is the 65-minute stint clock being reset for our lead group, and it'll just be whether some of these guys go onto a double stint. Track temperatures getting way cooler, so the first time if Marango's getting back in that 999 car, the difference from his opening stint of this race to now will be phenomenal. I'm sure he'll be much more comfortable and maybe in a position to push that on a double stint.
Habul now out in the Mercedes AMG GT3 over there. 110 laps completed. Interestingly, Kenny Habul is still pretty much on the lead lap.
Yeah, they've done great. They've clawed back their loss from the first round, and Habul now has got the clear track ahead of him that he wanted and didn't get on the start, where he got held back. So he can really pedal that thing. So I'm expecting him not to lose any time. There's our leader, the 32 BMW, closely followed by Farfus back into the 33. And the 999 is back out as well. And it's still got Marciello on there. I didn't see him doing a driver stop. So this is our first double stint. Marciello is still flashing on the display there and is on my leaderboards as well. So didn't catch whether there was a driver swap in the 999 Group M Mercedes. But Charles Wirtz and Farfus back in that car. Holding on to Sheldon van der Linde then. We're going to have to wait for him to go.
Sheldon van der Linde sat back waiting to get out there. The South African showing absolute class at the start of this race. Not tangling too much, but doing enough to get into the lead as we now head into the next phase of this race. And there is Marcus Winkelhock. I got to say,
you're a massive fan
I'm
of
a
him,
massive
aren't you?
fan.
You really are.
I am.
Yeah, I've seen it in your eyes. All the drivers, you're quite starstruck when Marcus Winkelhock came through in driver's briefing. And he's got good hair, hasn't he? So maybe that's why.
It's the eyes, man. It's the eyes.
The eyes. And he's so chilled. This morning I went down. He's like, yeah, no worries. It's going to be good. I'm looking forward to the race. I think we're going to be okay. And he is. Audi have been a lot better this showing than they have last season, or last year, and it's just their help that they've got to deal with some phenomenally fast BMWs.
Yeah, and the BMWs now starting to show their class. A new car in the field, and we're left to wonder what happens to Audi's replacement car later on as things progress in a few months and years' time. But the Audi R8 certainly putting in years of service, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's strange because Audi did commit themselves to go into the LMDH program, the prototype program for Le Mans this year, and Kelvin van der Linde was their simulator driver, helped a lot in the development of that car. And I mean, Kelvin says that the project's just been put on pause, not cancellation.
Okay,
I
that's
don't
good to know.
But BMW have pushed through into the LMDH
Sheldon
category.
Testing that car at some stage as
Sheldon
well.
will be testing that, and that's exactly why WRT made the transition. They wanted to get into the prototype categories in Le Mans. So yeah, we're waiting to have an announcement from Audi exactly what they're planning for the future, really.
Similar to what Gounod said, he's contracted to Mercedes-Benz, and Mercedes doesn't have an LMP program in the
No,
near
they're putting
future.
everything into their customer development team, isn't it?
Which
Into their
makes sense.
GT3, their customer side. I mean, the service they offer. We've heard it ourselves. From a local team that switched from from Lamborghini, into the Mercedes, and they said that you get an answer back from engineers in like 30 minutes. You send an email, you've got a response in 30 minutes, and so you can get an assistant during the weekend. Whereas Lamborghini, their customer service. Apparently, you're there at the weekend. You go, guys, can you help us out with that? And you got an answer on Tuesday. Not really much help, is it?
No, it's not much help at all. But that might be an Italian thing. I don't know. But certainly the Germans are a bit more efficient.
Very efficient. They've got a system, apparently. You send an email to an open pool and all of the factory engineers have access to it. Anyone can grab it and go back on the question. And so they've got a good customer development program.
It does look like that Mercedes-Benz is going a little bit off here. Grenier now under massive pressure from Winkelhock over here.
Marciello did drop out there, Michael Grenier back in.
Okay, jump in. So those tyres are supposed to be working well at this stage of the stint, and that's what we saw earlier on. Surely he should be able to put the hammer down, does Grenier, but now he's got pressure from Winkelhock as they make their way to turn 1. And then into turn 2, the locals here still call this corner turn 1. So if I do make that mistake, I apologize to him. Oh, look at that. Winkelhock has a look down the inside, a quick dive towards the inside of Crowthorne over there. Maybe just a dummy for now, but we've seen these guys. These are wily old cats, these races, aren't they?
Yeah, we're in this transitional period now with track temperatures coming down, hasn't it? And it seems to be coming to everyone else that isn't Group M or Mercedes-AMG because track temperatures dropping, tyres, that everyone else looking happy, and Michael Grenier, not so much. Look at the times. They're dropping everyone into the low 43s. We've lost like a second off lap time in the last hour, I would say. And look at this pressure from Marcus Winkelhock. I think he might be enjoying it in a few minutes' time. And Trudy's jumped ahead of him already.
It does seem like Grenier has lost a little bit of fizz there, and I think we missed that Trudy leapfrogging him.
That must have been during the pit window.
That must have been. I apologize for that. We missed that, and it looks like the Mercedes is suffering. And now the Mercedes, after running for the first few hours in first, second, then eventually third position for a while, now finds itself in fourth, just slipping slowly and surely down the order. But the leaders still, though, the BMWs, quite comfortably up in the lead.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Because you have got a Mercedes that set the fastest lap of the race under the hands of Jules Gounon of the 142. Still the only driver to get into a 142. But for whatever reason, this Group M 999 Mercedes cannot match its pace. I mean, it's only 3 or 4, about 4 tenths off. But it's struggling. It really is. And it is a big factory team. Gone a lot better than they have in 2019. But they want to finish. They would have aspirations for a win, though. Certainly not just, this is not a team that comes to finish. Drivers have been told the owner of that team has literally given instructions to them. Oh, up the inside here. Ooh. They're side by side. They're going to go into barbecue, and this could be Winkelhock's moment. He's going to come in on, he's got the inside line. Group M's got to drop back. That was a nice pass, as we saw earlier. Can he come back into Sunset, side by side? You're going to go a long way around the outside of Sunset. The 999, they touch. He's going to puff up some dirt here.
999 got a bit wobbly after that touch there. I hope no damage or anything there. Oh, I saw some smoke coming out the tyre there, Dan. I saw a little puff of smoke coming out the back tyre there. And could it be, yes it is, could it be that now that body damage is touching up against the tyre? We saw the car get a bit squirrely after the bump.
I think he's all right. It wasn't too much. Definitely unsettled the car, though. That pass it was already made through barbecue, wasn't it? And
I am a little bit concerned, though, about that right rear tyre there. It does look to me like even after the bump, the car kept squiggling around a little bit. Normally that squiggle lasts about, that's a technical term there, folks, by the way, the squiggle. The squiggle lasts 1 or 2 oscillations, but this one seems to be a lot more after that, and now we still see light puffs of smoke. Oh, well, you know what we need now? We need to speak to a Pirelli man. That's what we need to speak to now.
Yeah, where do you need your guest? You need to plan the guest a bit better, our producer, just try and wait for the optimum moment. I think I commented during qualifying yesterday. They basically got that car ready with minutes to go. They missed scrutineering in the week, the 999 Group M, because they were basically still building the car. And they just managed to send it out on quali and just hope for the best.
And I'm not sure they did send it.
They did send it, and they put it on pole, but I do believe they would have liked a little bit more time on that car for testing and setup changes. Here we go. Here's the pass.
Here's the overtake. Starts into Crowthorne. He goes defensive, does the 999 car. Winkelhock takes the inside line, and this sets him up for the next corner. It's a quick jink to the right, and then another one to the left, and then the final left-hander comes, and this is where the overtake takes place, but Winkelhock runs wide. The Mercedes down the inside, and now this is where they get ever so close, and with the lightest of touches. Look at that extra little squiggle over there, Dan, and that's what I was talking about.
Bit
let's
of a
hope
tank
nothing.
slapper, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it kept
very,
on going.
Very reminiscent of the passing procedure we saw with Sheldon, though, wasn't it? Exactly the same.
Yeah.
Go in, put a bit of pressure on, go in tight, get that inside line to barbecue. And it's a good, like you said previously, that was set up a few corners before for the overall pass.
But with Sheldon, that setup came even earlier because all the way up the hill towards Leukup, they were fighting it out. They were tussling, and Sheldon was jinking left and right, putting pressure on that Mercedes-Benz. And even he said himself early on in the interview that the Mercedes tires eventually looked like they were getting a bit too hot, and then that was the moment to strike. I mean, these BMW drivers are impeccable today. Weerts Faf was currently behind the wheel of the 32 and 33 car as Winkelhock. Previous...
Maybe Mirko Grenier is just struggling a little bit in that car, because, I mean, Raffaele Marciello did hand it over only 5.5 seconds off the lead. And now with all this scrapping, they're about 17 seconds back. And the Audis are looking strong. Let's compare times to our leaders. Last time through, Matteo Drudi was a 1:42.2. Winkelhock, even messing about with all that passing, is a 1:43.4. So they're matching the times of the BMWs, but they're not closing the gap. 7.1 seconds is the distance between Weerts and Drudi. Not a lot, though, is it? It's not a lot.
Not a lot at all.
5 hours, 34 minutes to go in this race. Literally anything can happen to get rid of 5-second gap. Nobody is comfortable here, I would say.
Yeah, now a 5-second gap is absolutely nothing. But we've seen this before in endurance racing. That 5-second gap can go all the way till the clock runs down, or something catastrophic can happen in either camp, and then the whole thing changes. And that's the lure of GT racing. That's what makes it so appealing, isn't it? Anything can happen at any point in time. All it takes is one mistake either way. But a team that certainly hasn't made any mistakes so far is the WRT team, and more specifically this one over here, the Shell Helix car, with our man Sheldon van der Linde behind the wheel earlier on. And I saw a puff of smoke coming out the back of this one as well. So it does look like maybe a little bit of touching on the arch does happen from time to time there.
Yeah, they move around more than you think. We'll probably get some slow motion shots as we go into this race. And when you do, just look out for how much pressure and downforce is pushed as they go through the corners. I mean, there's a lot of forces exerted through that chassis on a lap round here, and you're going to do over 300 if you don't get stopped. But I think we had 307 laps last year, and that included a safety car, so we could have a record now, almost certain to beat that record.
We always do, though, isn't it? We always beat the record here when it comes to these types of endurance events. We saw the same happening down in Cape Town.
We've never had one complete. We've had rain-affected races. We had a safety car, and let's look back at the highlights of this race so far.
This is where it all started, folks. The two BMWs applying massive pressure to the Mercedes-Benz, and eventually, Dan, they would get past.
Yeah, it didn't work out at the start for Sheldon van der Linde. Didn't like that right-hand side, but this was a choreograph changed, although there was a mistake from Farfus as Sheldon van der Linde took the lead of this race, and Group M dropped back, and there would be a cork in the bottle for them. For the Audis. Eventually, the 75 Sun Energy 1 car passed the Stradale Motorsport, and that was a little bit wayward from the MJR Motorsport.
Yeah, Kwanda Mokoena losing it a little bit there, and now getting lapped by the very hard charging Mercedes-Benz over there. Ooh, so close, cutting the nose off. We see the Clint Weston car also making its way through. The Shell Helix car carving through the field and getting past one of the Grove Porsche over there at the top of the mine shaft over there, but has led the race ever since.
Yeah, Stephen Grove was careful not to affect the leaders and let them all through nicely, but then he had a battle in the Pro-Am class. They were leading quite nicely. They had a great start in the Grove Racing Porsche in Pro-Am, but they have since dropped back.
And here is the pressure that was applied by Marcus Winkelhock on that 999 car. We saw that happening. The first overtake, this was just before the pit stop. That was when Marciello was driving. You saw the mistake happen earlier on, and then the Audis eventually gave gap until the pit stops took place over here.
Yeah, big news here, and it looked like there was almost going to be a pass at pit entry, but that wasn't the case, as everyone came through to reset their clock and do driver stints in the heat of the day still here before we go into the cooler temperatures. Looking comfortable for the 32 and 33 BMWs, trying to just keep the pace up Michael Grenier taking control of the 999.
Yeah, Grenier looking good behind the wheel, but he could not hold off the charging Audis. But the BMWs, though, galloping off into the distance.
We saw the Tempo cars try a split strategy with Acker coming in earlier in the 99 to see whether that could affect pit changes. It didn't end up panning out, though.
And here comes the 999 car once again running wide. He's been under pressure all race weekend, hasn't he, Dan? Whether it's in the pits, whether it's in qualifying. They did cope well with that pressure in qualifying, getting first on the grid. But unfortunately, these Audis didn't let up for the entire duration of this race.
Yeah, and that second stint, Rafael Marciello looked superb. Sorry, third stint, I should say, as he came and took 2 seconds chunk out of the leaders. But this is where we had a switch round during pit strategy.
Yeah.
And that he lost his podium spot.
Yeah, we just missed that little Drudy overtake maneuver over here. And as you can see, still the Mercedes-Benz getting massive, massive pressure. Gunan, though, no slouch. And at this stage, having one of the fastest lap times, I think the fastest lap time still of the entire race.
And this was set up nicely for Winkelhock to make this superb move. Started at turn 2 Crowthorne, finished at Barbecue. The fight back didn't work from Michael Grenier, and Winkelhock was released.
Yeah, finally Winkelhock with some clear air in front as the BMW comes into view. And through the right-hand sweep, that is Sunset.
That car looks good through sunset in yellow, doesn't it? It's going to look superb when it actually is sunsetting.
It is literally that time of the day right now, and that yellow is going to look fantastic. Get your cameras out, folks, if you're out there, because this is that moment to capture. But have you ever tried taking a cell phone picture from the side of the track? It never looks as good as you think it is.
Oh, we got a few good ones here, but you can get quite close, can't you? But you look at the back on there, you'll look at the livery on that 32 BMW. Big slogan across the bumper, "We are a team." And it really has been a team effort.
I saw it on the Nomics knickers of Charles Weerts earlier on. The Nomics undergarment that he had, it's got the WRT, but in between that it says "We are team." So I mean, that's obviously one of their maxims, shall we say. Kriya is also standing by for us. Kriya, what's happening at this stage of the day down by you?
I'm here with Tasneem, who is the MEC of Economic Development. First, I have to say that we saw you waving the green flag on the grid this morning. Great job.
Thank you so much. It was my 2 seconds of fame, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Do you think that you're going to give up being the MEC of Economic Development to become a flag lady?
I think if I can do this every weekend, I definitely would. It's fantastic. It's so exciting. It's a lot of fun. I would give it up any day to wave that flag.
So tell me, obviously, the city of Joburg and Gauteng province is doing a lot of investment with this event. What was the decision behind it?
Look, for us, we need to be able to revive our economy, take it back to pre-COVID. As you know, the 9 hour was much bigger before COVID. It has become less competitors this year, but we think with adequate support, enough backing behind it, enough marketing, we can take it back to pre-COVID, and that's what we want to do.
Well, we're already seeing an improvement from last year, and I went around the track a little bit earlier today. Seeing all the spectators out there is amazing.
No, definitely. I think we brought 3 schools of specialization, kids, just also to participate, get a sense of what happens here. The feeling is amazing. It's a beautiful day. The weather has played a part. I think that South Africans, Gauteng residents, are looking for events such as these. They want to get out again. COVID was a depressing time for all of us. Any excuse to get back out, and this is a great opportunity for family. It's a great family day, for us. And I think as much support as we can give to events such as these, we definitely will, because we need to do a lot to just revive our economy.
Have you been enjoying yourself so far?
I have. I've loved every minute of it. I love motorsport. At least I get to work and play today. Ordinarily, I sort of catch the highlights of Formula One and that sort of thing. To be here is incredible. I'm enjoying every minute of it.
Well, Tasneem, thank you very much for the chat, and I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon.
I'm sure I will.
I definitely think you will.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is Tasneem. She is the MEC of Economic Development. And I'm going to walk over and see who else I can find. I have Andre Leroux, who is the former MEC of Economic Development. It's great to have both of you here today and still see you guys working together.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure here as a motorsport enthusiast and sports enthusiast. It's really amazing to see the vibe that's going on here in terms of tourism, building the economy. Really, I'm very excited, and depends what happens next week. I'll be back in my seat again or not, whatever. I'm very involved in these type of events, and I'm really positive that these type of things are happening, and it's really to the benefit of our communities and the sport in general.
I think it's very important what you said there in terms of communities, because you guys have been bringing school learners to the track all week.
Exactly. You know, any economic activity like this, it empowers people from your mere unskilled workers to very skilled workers and highly trained professionals. So events like this can only be good for our country. And with, if we can just capitalize on it and work together as different stakeholders, whether it is at local government or provincial government level or at whatever level, you know what? We're right now in a state of our country where we've got to work together and make a difference. And people like myself and MEC Motara will work together as individuals, as politicians, whatever, to make sure that we basically create better things for our country and for our communities.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, and you too.
Thank you so much. Cheers. So a little bit of tidbits of information there from the MECs and the involvement that City of Joburg and the Gauteng province have in this event, which has really kind of grown the event. And I've seen it. I was here last year. I'm here again this year. And I've really seen the event grow. And now move on to Marco Olivier. Now, Marco Olivier, I'm going to walk with him as we talk. He is a sculpture artist, and has been doing some amazing work that is on display here in the VIP area. Marco, let's walk and talk as we get to one of your statues. Tell me, how did you get into sculpting, and how did your sculptures end up here at the Kyalami 9 Hour?
Hi, nice to meet you. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. No, I got invited by Matt, one of the hospitality directors, to bring art to an event. So we brought a few pieces, and the intention is the Formula One's coming to South Africa, which is...
We hope. Hasn't been confirmed yet.
Yeah, but it would be awesome. I mean, and it ticks all the boxes, and I mean, I think it will do well for Africa and for the people. So the intention is they want to at Kyalami put the podium. They want to make it a little bit different, so it shows an art piece that is relatable to South Africa. So when those pictures are being taken, then people know, well, we're in South Africa right now. So it's very exciting.
Did you ever think that you'd have your art displayed at one of the biggest international motoring sport events in South Africa?
I'm very grateful. There's a lot of positive things happening for me. Yeah, so I believe anything's possible. So yeah, I'm very grateful.
Have you ever been to a race before?
Yeah, we go. I'm a motorsport. Most boys are motorsport related, and they love sport. So.
And what makes this one kind of a little bit different than the rest?
This is a very different event. It's very corporate. As you can see, the facility is very cool, and obviously brought a lot of big names out, very nice people. And you know what? If you look around you, it's birds of a feather that looks like the same type of vibe of person. Motorsport brings people together. Sport does, it's awesome.
I think that I'm going to close there. Thank you very much for chatting to me. That's amazing. And it's a very important thing that Marco said there, is that sport actually brings people together. And just seeing the people that are enjoying themselves, going around the VIP pit lane hospitality, it really is a variety of individuals, from people that have been in motorsport for years to some people that this is their very first race that they're attending. And it's so nice to see that the Kyalami 9 Hour is bringing people together. Back to you guys in studio.
Thanks, Korea. It sounds like you're having a great time down in the VIP section. It's nice down there. I haven't had a chance to go and have a look. And I believe you've got air conditioning as well, which is a bit unfair. But I'm joined now with Gareth Burley, who's taken over one of the mics from Ernest Page as he takes a break, so changing the commentary booth. Gareth, have you been watching the race?
Yeah, in fact, we've been
out in the track, seeing what the fans are seeing. It is very hot out there, so there are spots on the track where it seems like there are no fans, and the reason for that is
it's too hot.
It's too hot.
Yeah.
So if you look on the other side of the track at Barbecue, Sunset Club, it is jam-packed. You're not going to find a spot there.
They're wedged under a gazebo, aren't they?
They are.
They are.
But we've got a bit of a cool conditions now. What's track temperature looking like?
Let me have a look. Track temperature, down to 36.1. I must admit, I feel so much better in the studio. It's gone down a lot, many degrees here. So I think we'll start seeing that grandstand over pit lane fill up, because it's in shade now, and it will be a place to be. Certainly when the lights come on, it's great when they come through turn 16 Inkway. We're on screen now whilst Korea was there, just concentrating on this battle in the Pro-Am class, and specifically second place is hotting up nicely between the Grove Racing Porsche and the SPS Mercedes that's got Reece Barr back piloting the number 20. Only 2.3 seconds between those two.
In fact, Reece joined me earlier during one of the support races. So
excellent.
I got to chat to him a little bit, the young Irishman.
Is his sunburn dissipated? Because when he showed me, and he was red raw after 24 hours, and his team went and bought a bottle of sun cream.
Yes. Obviously the heat is not used to it, but that was his first time to South Africa.
Yes.
And the first time in a Mercedes.
Yeah, it's a baptism of fire, like quite literally for him, for an Irishman.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's doing incredible. And he was just saying how difficult the track is. He can't believe how sensational it is. He's liking it to, like we've often heard, some of the big European tracks with a bit of hills and stuff, and absolutely beautiful. Loving the track.
Yeah, quite. We had a sort of similar conversation. I've been to a few South African circuits before I came here and was just blown away by Kyalami, and I think he was as well. It is a world-class circuit, and I imagine he's very much preferring his second stint from his first one, because it's going to be much more comfortable in that Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, well, what we saw on Thursday, Friday was the Mercedes. We thought they'd run away with things. They were much better in cooler conditions in the evening. So could this now bring them back into the hunt?
We don't know. I mean, they're thought in the pit lane the whole week, and even when we speak to the BM, we've had Charles Wirtz, who's now in the lead car, and Sheldon van der Linde in to join us. They both say that their car is going to get better when it gets cold. So that's a bit of an ominous sign for everybody else. It does appear like they're managing their pace. Their gap has increased, though, to Matteo Drudi in third place, 8.3 seconds. But we had Pirelli. That was a very interesting conversation, because they were saying that different cars cope with different. Everyone's having a good time there. Different cars can deal with different temperatures on the same tyre, so it can just it ebbs and flows in an endurance race, and that's what's so intriguing, isn't it?
Yeah, position of the engine in the car, the height of it, centre of gravity, driver's style.
Yeah, it's constantly evolving and changing. So the times are not, you never have one car that's just running away with it. I mean, the fastest time of the race still stands with Jules Gounon in the Sun Energy car down in 6th place. Looking at times now, they're all in the 43s, pretty consistent. 43 flat personal best for Charles Wirtz. That's their fastest lap of the race. So times are coming down as temperatures come down, which is as you'd expect. The next difficult part, sunset. But I mean, it looks a bit cloudy, doesn't it? Not rain cloudy. Don't start getting people panicking. But we're in the shade right now.
Listen, we've got a long time to go. We're still before sunset, so about 2 hours. So lots of daylight racing. But the cooler conditions are going to make the pace hotting up a little bit. But we very interested to see, of course. So we've got Kenny Habul in the car at the moment. But when Jules was there, we know he's the quickest, the pro driver in the group. We thought he might close the gap to the pro drivers even, and
he definitely did, but he took it on with like a 1.5 minute gap, so it was a lot of a task to do in a stint. But Kenny Habul's doing great, or 1:44.6, much preferring the clear track ahead of him. He got held up in that early stint that he started the race on. But a big disadvantage, and like I said before, he's carrying his own BOP, 40 kgs heavier than Jules. He reckons it's cost 0.7 of a lap, 7/10 round here. The fact that he's such a big guy. So Jules is very complimentary of. He sees his telemetry. He knows exactly how fast he is. He's done a lot of events with him, and he's an AM driver, but he's got pro level ability.
Now there we go. Kenny Habul in the car at the moment, leading. Of course, they've leapfrogged the Grove Porsche, which was earlier leading. In fact, the Grove Porsche was at one stage running looked like the fans around would have been mistaken, thinking this is a pro car because it was in the top 6.
It was indeed. And El Bamba will put a double stint in at the end with that car. We know the Porsche is very fast around here, but a Pro-Am entry is too much to expect them to really battle with a pro class. They're trying to go after the 75, but it looks like Jules might be the special weapon in that Sun Energy 1. And if he finishes on a double stint at the end this evening, might be a stretch, but we'll see how the Porsche goes.
What's the minimum that someone like Kenny Hibble could be in the seat in the 9 hours?
In this stint, there isn't a minimum stint like Bathurst. There's more of a maximum for one driver, so no single driver can do more than 3 hours and 45 minutes. That is the maximum amount. I think everyone's already passed any minimum requirement anyway because they've all done a stint each. They did a different tactic when they won Bathurst as they entered as a pro team, and Kenny very strategically put a lot of pressure under Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoltz to take that car to victory, but certainly Kenny had to do his role as well. I mean, it's not like he was just a spectator there.
But he was in a much shorter time than the two pro drivers.
He was. They did maximise. I think they got down, when I spoke to Jules earlier in the week, he said that they were 3 minutes from hitting that maximum when they crossed the finish line. Wow. So they really pushed that, but they had a lot to juggle to try and get a pro entry with a bronze class driver to get overall victory. It's quite an impressive achievement, really.
Yeah. Well, of course, this Sun Energy car has been topping the free practice times because, of course, the incredible Jules Gounon was in there in racing. So perhaps a misdirection as who you thought some of the favourites were, because things have really turned out, because we've got the race leader looking like getting ready to lap the Sun Energy.
Yeah, for sure. Charles Wirtz is going to come and lap the Pro-Am team shortly, and I don't think there'll be too much I don't think Kenny's going to hold him back at all, as number 32 should sail through at some point. I think they're managing the pace quite nicely, the M4. We thought all week that they were maybe holding something back. Ernest tried to actually push for an answer, but didn't get one about sandbagging. As soon as he used that word, he was cut off by Charles, quite rightly. But they went to their programme and they looked in control, and we can sort of see why. They've got rid of the issues they had at Bathurst, and it feels like they're in a comfortable spot. With 5 hours 13, anything can happen.
Oh, well done. Yeah. Oh, look at you, girl. Follow your life.
The teams in the paddock were talking about the fact that the BMW team seemed to be holding back ever so slightly. And that does seem to be the case right now, because they are galloping off into the distance, Dan. And now we've got ourselves a BMW, Audi, and Mercedes situation. Certainly a three-way battle, but not how we expected it to be at this stage.
No, the Group M car is just fell away from the pace, continues 20 seconds off, but we're going to catch back up with Kriya. Who have you managed to find, Kriya?
So back in my day when I started, I'm standing by here with Talitha, who's a South African actress. It's so great to see you. I've had the best 10 minutes chatting to you.
I know. We got to know each other. Let's get to the nitty-gritty.
Yes, so the nitty-gritties, how are you enjoying your day so far?
Super amazing. Look, I'm an F1 fan, so I know season starts next week, so I'm already like chomping at the bit for what's going to happen. But this is such a great way to like pre-start the season for me. I didn't know much about what this was when I got here, but then when I got here, I was like, oh, okay, cool. They're actually racing for 9 hours? That's crazy. And I was like, okay, there's 3 teams. I expected a little bit more, but three of the best teams, according to like engines specifically. And watching it has been super dope, because I've also then gotten to find out like a little bit more about the racers, who they are, how old they are. There's an 18-year-old on this track, and I was like, okay, well, let's go.
Okay, so now, saying that you're a Formula One fan and watching now this 9-hour endurance race, do you think we can bring you over into endurance racing as a fan?
Maybe. 9 hours is a long time. So it's like an 8 to 5. It's a really, really long time. I might not watch the whole thing, but I've been like
very intermittently watching the screen if I'm not actually on the track and watching the track, and seeing them in the pit and seeing how the changeovers go, whether they're like putting in petrol or changing the tires or changing a driver. And that's been really exciting for me because obviously I've never been to an F1 race, but this is like as close as it gets, I think.
Introduction into it.
100%. So yes, I would definitely do this again without a doubt. I mean, I've been here since 12, so I think I've been here for like 4 or 5 hours already. So I guess yes.
All right, so now that you have an understanding and you know who's on the track, who are you supporting?
Mokoena. So when I got here, I knew nothing, right? Then I saw a screen and I looked and I was like, and then I was like, Mokoena? That looks familiar. This is familiar to my chocolate brown skin. So yes, I know the last time I checked. So when I got here, it was at number 10. And last time I checked, it was at number 8. And then I heard that he was the youngest person on the field. Then I was just like, you go, boy. Against all odds, you have done a lot of things already by just getting here. So I'm with him. Also, I'm not mad at Audi. Yes, in F1, I'm a Mercedes fan. Of course, well, I'm a Lewis fan first before I'm a Mercedes fan. But by default, I'm a Mercedes fan. And he drives for Audi, but that's cool. So I'm not disrespecting anyone. I'm not changing things.
Plus, he is the South African endurance champion for 2022. So you're backing a good horse.
I didn't even know that. So my instinct made me back a good horse. So I'm good to go. Yeah.
Well, babe, thank you so much for chatting to me and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Keep it going. 9 hours is a long time. Thank you for having me.
It's so nice to see the vibe out here and to speak to someone with so much energy and so much vibe. And it's good to see that she'll be back here year after coming to her very first Kyalami 9 hour.
Well, someone that certainly does bring the energy is Kriya Gangi. It's nice to see her matched up, finally. Kriya meeting her match up there. But this is also one of the things that we've spoken about often, Gareth, is that this event is not just for the purists out there. I know there are many of them out there. You know, Dan certainly is one of them, the most pure when it comes to the sport. But it's also for those fair weather fans, those that just like to see cars go down and hear for the atmosphere. Why not?
Yeah, and I think that was a great thing. We saw some young people that were bussed in to come and see it for the first time. You've got to think about the fact that, I mean, I grew up, production cars was the big thing. Now we've seen GT cars coming through strong, and so young people are here, they're hearing it, they're seeing it, they're dreaming, they're planning. You know, we could have some of the fans here being race engineers in their careers, their opportunities. There could be drivers out there, and that's what it's all about, getting the passion for it of why we love this so much. Eh?
Exactly. It's important to spark that flame amongst these young drivers, and all it takes is for someone to be sitting in the stands and going, you know what, one day I want to do that. And it doesn't necessarily have to be at the top flight of motorsport. Just racing cars for fun can be a reward in of itself.
Well, that's what we saw really in the sport races. There are 59 BMW owners coming and joining and just having an absolute ball. In fact, they're still up there right now, having a jaw.
Oh, the party's going on, I would imagine.
They've recorded all of the races, then they're giving me feedback as to what we were commentating on. So they're so passionate about the sport. But I think something significant happened for us during that little breakaway there with Kriya was a new fastest lap.
Oh my goodness me, a new fastest lap with Winkelhock, a 142.828. Marcus Winkelhock gets to the top of the pace standings, and certainly one of my favorite drivers here today, so I'm punching the air right now. Marcus Winkelhock, of course, nephew of Smoke and Joe Winkelhock, son of Manfred Winkelhock, both of whom, Marcus and Manfred, had stints in Formula 1, albeit brief. Marcus then switched over to saloon car racing, where he's had an incredible career so far, and it hasn't even come anywhere near to a close just yet.
Yeah, and again, it's just showing us those Audis have just been quiet in the background. The BMWs have been also a bit quiet. We thought maybe the sandbagging story. They've now gone to the front, and the Audis look very racy. I mean, we were talking Mercedes 1, 2, 3 maybe at the start of this week, and they're not on the podium.
They're not on the podium at this stage, and maybe Winkelhock has a little bit of pace in him. Just off that pace is Drudy with a 42.9, and Falfus and Weerts with almost exactly the same times of 143.00. So the times are still close, and I mean, just look at that, how Bull And in that 75 car, I don't think that's his time though, with a 42.894. These guys are just going incredibly fast at the moment. So the top guys are still pushing very hard. It's still early days, 5 hours to go. So still plenty racing up ahead. But at the moment, we've still got a BMW up front. 2 of them, 2 Audis, 2 Mercs.
And this is, you've got to think about strategy. I know we're going out and we're leading the race, and that's why you don't want to throw it away in the first few corners. We've seen the tears years gone by. So this could be where some of the teams have been just keeping something in reserve. Remember, these cars, or some of them, for the first time on this track, first time racing ever, but we saw engineers putting engines in chassis earlier this week. So,
oh, the MJR car goes off. MJR car comes off. That looks like turn 2 Crowthorne, and that is the MJR Audi, and that looks like Mo Mia behind the wheel there in the Pro-Am category. Unfortunately, Mo Mia getting a little bit wrong there into turn 1 and 2. And now he needs to rejoin and gather himself. They're currently running down the order in the Pro-Am category, which is on your screen now. Kenny Hubble and his team lead with the Grove Porsche in 2nd place, Bar in 3rd position, Ranji's in 4th, and then the Mo Mia car, there we see it now, in 5th place. And, oh, that car does look like something's not right there. Maybe he's going a little bit slowly on the pace there. There comes the 75 car again. That is Kenny Hubble behind the wheel, and he's going to get past the local Mo Mia, who has to watch those mirrors because the Audi is substantially slower than that Merc at this stage.
yeah, I don't know if we had a chance to sit in one of these cars, but they are so low, and you can't easily see people coming behind. So I can understand why the flashing lights. There's a long way to go in the race, and I can understand Mia now. It's not just about getting back up to speed. We'll just get back to the pits. Let's have a quick check. They want to finish this race.
Yeah. And we see a little puff of smoke coming out the back of all of these cars. It looks like it's the aero that's creating a condensation of sorts, like a sort of a jet stream. Oh, there it is. He spun it all the way around. Didn't get to see the start of that incident, but unfortunately, the Audi in the Pro-Am category getting spun out. That's what you missed. Dan just joins us again. Mo Mia had a bit of a spin. And Marcus Winkelhock gets first when it comes to the fastest lap time.
That Stones that's coming out the back of the car there, and he didn't actually go into the pits there. You notice he's actually decided to carry on going.
Yeah, so he's obviously picked up a lot of stones on this car and chucking them out the back. Yeah, when these cars go into the kitty litter, it takes a little bit of a while for them to shake off all the stones, and then he goes back into turn 1, but this time hopefully a bit more successful on his way through the first section of the circuit.
I've got some hot takes while I'm away.
Oh, what you get?
Well, I was walking past pit lane and looked over and see that the Group M team are hanging a pit board over the wall asking fuel saving to happen for Michael Grenier. And it looked like the boards had been made with electrical tape, as in fuel save was taped up.
So what are your thoughts on what that means?
Well, I mean, surely that sort of message would be done over team radio, wouldn't it? So maybe they haven't got team radio working in that car.
That is worst case scenario when the team radio fails. It's one of those situations where now you're not quite as efficient as you could be.
And he's 20 seconds dropped back. I mean, when Raffaele Marciello brought that car in, it was 5.5 off the lead. So they've lost a lot of time. Maybe they've got a few issues in that team, Group M, the 999, and fuel saving is one of them. So the reason why you'd fuel save is obviously to make sure you can get to your stint clock time and work out your strategy. So it might not, but in the whole scheme of things, it's part of their strategy call. But it just seems strange that they're hanging boards over the pit wall to do so.
Well, again, this is not what we were seeing early on in the week. I mean, we just had the 99 past the car we thought that would be possibly at the front. So lots to still happen, boys. Look forward to your commentary, and looking forward to still another 5 hours of this exciting action.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes,
I appreciate the break, Gareth. Thank you so much. We'll have you back shortly, no doubt.
Yeah, that was Gareth Burley, our support race commentator, joining us to relieve the team. Some of us a bit more relieved than others. I see Heineken 00 landing on the top of the desk here.
Well, we've run out of water, so I've run out of options. I can highly suggest a Heineken 00.
Well, now you can. I can highly suggest the Voltray sparkling water. Those, of course, are some of the many sponsors that have joined us for this journey, which is the Kyalami 9 Hour, a spectacular event nestled in the hills of Johannesburg and threading its way to a conclusion with 5 hours to go. That means we've done 4 hours there in half an hour.
Been easy, hasn't it?
It's been easy, so much easier than last year. I mean, let's not. Shall we tell people how nervous we were last year, our first time as 9 Hour commentators?
No, I'm really getting into the flow here. It's nice. The temperature's been difficult. It's been difficult for everyone. It's been difficult for the cars. It's been especially difficult for the drivers. It's not exactly been easy for us here in the studio either. But we're going into a real nice period of the race now. Look at the colours on the screen as the sun starts to set and glisten off these stunning vehicles going around here, Kyalami. Appreciate it. The drivers are going to start struggling when they go around Barbecue and head towards Sunset. They won't like it so much, but the rest of us, all those on the banking, we're under their gazebos and braais. What an evening you've got ahead of yourself. And
what a time to be alive, especially for these drivers over here. Just look at the lights on that BMW. We're now watching it on an HD feed, and you can see all the details now. Earlier on, our broadcast unfortunately started off with a wireless broadcast, looks like it. Potato, some might say. And now we've got full HD in all its splendor, and we can see every single detail on these cars. And just look at the lights on that BMW. Earlier on, you can see those matrix LEDs.
And the helicopter flying over our head once again as it comes into land. That must be a great thing to do, isn't it? Take a helicopter ride over here. Look at Ingwe with Kyalami Circuit written on the corner.
Imagine.
It does. Whenever you see a picture of Kyalami, it's always that angle, isn't it? The helicopter angle of the pit building and that famous corner Ingwe. It's stunning.
I've actually forgotten. I have been up in a chopper at Kyalami many years ago. Having said that, though, I didn't get to see GT racing while that was happening.
No,
so
that's
I think it's like
a little cherry on top,
isn't it? Quite a big cherry. A 600, 550, 600 horsepower cherry indeed. Korea once again is, guess where Korea is? The VIP area.
That is so unfair. Why does Korea always get the best positions?
No, she does.
What have you found out for us, Korea?
So I'm sitting here with the beautiful Danny Painter from Jacaranda FM. Tell me, how has been your 9 hour experience? Because you've been here since super early broadcasting live.
I really have. This is the second time I've been at Kyalami and the first 9 hour I've ever done. And you actually have taught me so much. I was watching you on Supersport while I was broadcasting, and I was using everything you were saying to tell the listeners what was happening, because I had absolutely no idea. I was like, I don't know what we're doing now. This one there for no, he was fourth, now he's 10th, now he's 8th, and then you saved me. Thank you.
But how has been the experience so far?
Incredible. You know what I thought? I thought that this was a very clicky thing, the 9 hour, because you see it and you see the Instagram post and it feels very fancy and clicky. But when you come here, everyone's so welcoming and like open, and I've been to the pits and I've been in cars, and they offered to drive me around the track, which was great. I was like, no, thank you. Thank you very much, but no, thank you. Everyone should do this. I think that this is one of the things that you can do in Joburg that doesn't cost a lot of money, and it's open for like the whole family.
You don't have to be up here in pit lane hospitality. You can also be down on track with your family having a braai.
Absolutely. And I was watching them, and I actually said this on air. Please don't come for me, Cricket South Africa. But I said this looks more fun than cricket.
Of course it is. The cars are faster.
100%. Well, there are cars, right? Yes. And now I understand this. Someone needs to come and explain cricket to me.
Well, we'll get some people. I mean, this is super sport. I'm sure we can
do next weekend.
I'm actually at the South African endurance race.
Oh, I'm there. I'm there with you.
So would you come back again?
I already said it on air. I'm back next year. Any Kyalami thing that happens, I'm here.
Well, Danny Painter, thank you so much for chatting to me.
Thanks, Kree. Thank you for helping me learn.
Always a pleasure.
Watch Kriya. She taught me everything I know.
It has been cool watching Kriya.
It's not fair, is what it is watching Kriya.
No, it's not. But I was just saying, it's watching her over the last couple of years get down to the nitty-gritty of these GT3 cars, and now she's the veritable expert. But at the same time, she gets to talk about GT3 cars and party.
And in the VIP. I'm going to put a petition in for next year for our stage to be in the centre of the VIP area.
I think so. Yeah. It might be a bit difficult to get some work done or get a word in edgewise, but either way, that sounds like a fun gig.
It really does. We've got to get back to the racing, though. We're into the 5th, and we've got 5 hours to go. Under 5 hours to go. 4 hours done.
Yeah, 4
And
hours
where do we
56 to
stand?
go.
Give us a rundown, Ernest.
Well, so far, Viets and Farfus lead us off in the BMWs, and that's something that we might not have expected during the week, but the murmurs certainly have pointed in that direction of the course of the last couple of days in the pit lane. It did turn out that way, as Sheldon van der Linde took the lead earlier on and put the 32 car in first place, followed closely by the 33 car, the two of them working together to secure those first 2 spots. Behind that, though, it was usually the case of the 999 Mercedes, but that didn't last very long because Drudy and Winkelhock, the latter of which put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I
so
just
far,
noticed that.
yeah.
142.828. Those Audis have suddenly come on song, haven't they? Winkelhock is really pushing. His fastest lap was the 142.828, but his last lap was also a 142.889.
And that's what I want to touch on next, Dan. They've now slipped the Mercedes-Benz down 1 click, and Drudy and Winkelhock are now just in 3rd and 4th position, chasing the BMWs. Dan, what do you think this all means? If you look at the timetable of here and what is exactly going on right now?
Yeah, I know for a fact the 999 car is fuel saving for this stint. I saw the boards being hung over the wall myself. Very unusual, I can't believe, and they weren't prepped for that. I'm telling you, it was electrical duct tape that had spelled out fuel save and the number of litres that was required. 15 litre fuel save is what it said, which seems to me like quite a lot of fuel to save during a stint. So that explains...
Is that what it said on the board? 50 litres?
It said 15L 15. Fuel save, and then as Grenier went past, he was changing it to 14. So he's giving instructions for fuel saving.
Oh, look at those sector times
why
there.
It is, but the Audis, they're not fuel saving. They're going. Look at the rear left, squealing under the.
But check the
strain.
sector times out there,
Yes.
Dan. The lap times at least 0.7 of a second
it's
faster.
Winkelhock growing onto Drudy in third, isn't it?
Yes. So I would suspect that Drudy is going to let Marcus Winkelhock go and hopefully reel in some time between them and the BMWs. The gap now not too far behind, though.
Not at all. These Audis, they're not out of this. They were confident with their pace. They were happy this morning. They're like, no, we're in this race, and we weren't in it last year. We were way behind. Nowhere is what Marcus Winkelhock said. We're going to try and grab Marcus Winkelhock into the studio because he's going to have a very interesting conversation if we can do that. But they're looking good at this stint, and it's just whether BMW's got anything in reserve they're holding back.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We don't know. They've kept their cards close to their chest the entire week.
They wouldn't tell us if they did, would they?
They wouldn't. I asked him directly to his face. He still wouldn't tell me so.
We're not getting any information. Until the checkered flag, we won't actually find out what happened in that team. And even in then, they might hold a few things back.
In the words of Eric Bass from last night, it's the kind of stuff they'll talk about in the autobiography, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll leave it. They're going to sell that information.
They're going to sell that.
They're not going to give it away for free.
Well, the Audis certainly are pushing hard, and here comes Winkelhock now. The hard-charging Marcus Winkelhock in the 99 Audi R8 V10 LMS. An incredible GT3 Evo 2. And an incredible car is that 99 car, joined on the grid by his teammate in the 66 Soul Sister car. But at the moment, that is the car to watch, the 99. And here comes...
He's really pushing. I'm seeing that rear left smoke on when it leans, the body roll.
Yeah.
The body is actually leaning into the tyre. And it's getting a little puff of smoke as they go round.
Well, Dan, that's what I thought earlier on, and I thought that was the case. But it does also look like the kind of smoke, I think it might be that as well. But if you look at the wing, because of the condensation in the air at the moment, if there is any, we're seeing some of that air coming off the wing.
Yeah.
And I think that might be the same case coming off the back of the car.
We'll have to keep an eye on that.
We'll have to keep an eye on that, yeah, because now we're watching things in HD and I'm seeing everything.
Yeah, a lot more information here as the Group M car looks to come and lap the 75 in Kenny Bull. Kenny's doing everything is required from him to get. He's after Pro-Am points now. He wanted in round one his overall victory in Bathurst. He says there was an asterisk next to his victory when the Pro-Am the year before. And he's like, all right then, no worries. I don't want that asterisk anymore. I'll enter in a pro team and I'll win it again. And that's exactly what he did. Now he is the Pro-Am champion from last year in the IGTC. He wants that again. That's his next goal for the season. His first goal was win Bathurst, his home race. His second goal. That is the Group M signalling to the pit with the, you see the indicators come on. That wasn't emergency lights for Kenny Abdul's purpose. He came on when he went past the pit lane with the board. He did a left-hand indicator, and now he's flashing both. So
those are the signals of the radios that work.
They can't have a radio working in that car.
Yeah.
It can't be, because you wouldn't do that. So every time he comes through pit lane, his light flashes are for a reason. It's for his team. He's acknowledging that he's seen the information being hung over the wall for him.
Yeah, we saw that in pit lane this week, is that these drivers have codes for when the radio stops working, and I've been in a situation like that when the radio stops working. It can happen, and these cars, as sophisticated as they are, anything can happen in motorsport. So car 75 must respect track limits. That is Habul.
Turn 16 again.
Yeah, that's the exit of turn 16. That would be the last corner onto the red line. They're not supposed to touch the red line as they exit that section over there.
Do you think it's Toby Venter doesn't want his nice logo with black paint on it?
Yeah, Toby
black
Venter
rubber.
when it comes to his circuit,
that
meticulous.
pristine.
It's meticulous.
It is, that corner is so pristine with the Kyalami logo on it. You don't want rubber on it.
Well, Kenny did make a set of 11s on the exit of the pit lane.
Yes.
so maybe at this stage, Toby's had it with Kenny's on the circuit, making extra marks on the circuit.
Yeah,
maybe
a lot of repainting to do just from the Sun Energy 1 team.
Stay off the red line. But historically, though, the drivers haven't gotten many penalties here when driving the circuit. And now, this year, though, for the first time, and I think it was you that said earlier on that, Kenny, keeping it a lot tighter that time. It was you that said earlier on, give these drivers an inch.
Yeah, they'll take them on. Exactly. Yeah. And drivers briefing, they're exceptionally clear about turn 16. Do not put a wheel onto the red paint past the curb. You will get your lap invalidated. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter a lap invalidated during the race, but if you do it long enough, you'll get a drive-through penalty. Do it enough times, and that really will affect your race.
You do not want a year drive-through penalty on the radio.
Never
on
an endurance race. That you only want to go through the minimum amount of times. I mean, they had a drive-through at Bathurst, and they still won the 75. But Charles Vert's only 0.6 ahead of his sister team. BMW's just happy to go along together. 32 followed by 33. Bit of a BMW train forming.
Oh, look at this.
Matching pace, really, isn't it? It's not a lot in it.
I think there's enough in it there. Look at that. 1/10 of a second on the lap 2 laps ago. And then 2/10 of a second now. He's within striking distance, a little bit slower, but definitely getting onto the back bumper of the other BMW, maybe signaling that it's time to get going. The Audis are coming.
Possibly. Yeah, I don't know. We won't know until they get pushed. At the moment, no one's managed to get further in than that 5.5 seconds. We've got Matteo Drudi now, 5.456. So he's in the same position that Raffaele Marciello was in the 999 Group at AMG. And that's the gap that BMW seems comfortable holding. So see whether he can close it further. Audi's certainly looking strong in this section of the race, and Winkelhock comes into the pit lane.
These guys so seldom make mistakes in this game. But yeah, are we there again? Are we at the pit lane stage of the race again? As Winkelhock dips into the pits, Grenier gets past him once more. And now the two Audis separated by the 999.
999's always been the first one to come because they tried to just pit a little bit earlier to get off strategy with the 66 car. So Winkelhock is the one that gets this pit ball rolling. First one through. The rest will come through in about 3-4 laps time. So we'll wait out for that. But Winkelhock, what a stint for him. Superb, including the fastest lap of the race. 1:42.828. So he'll be very happy with that stint and will hand the car over. The BMW now starting to go brown on the side, nowhere near to the extent that we saw at Bathurst.
Well, there comes the Audi again. Acker now behind the wheel as we wait for the rest of the drivers to make a pit stop. And we've got Harry Spears over here in the house, Dan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, I think we got a lot of sim racers watching this event. He is the ATK Pro Series champion, and the ATK Pro Series was an international event. ATK international event.
So Harry Spears was actually the winner of that event, and it was everyone was welcome, and it was a very competitive event. Harry Spears, I'm Daniel Haynes, you might not know me, you might recognise the voice from the stream, followed by Ernest Page. And you took the ATK Pro Series last year in ACC. You've done a huge amount of laps here in the simulator. What's it been like coming and actually witnessing it yourself?
It's been great, actually. I had a passenger ride yesterday, and
they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, so good. And going over the bumps in person compared to in the sim, it's actually surprising just how bumpy this track is in comparison. And I think the elevation change is very different. Like on the sim, it's a very flat track, whereas here it's extremely hilly. It's almost like a little roller coaster.
Yeah.
But actually, sort of like going on the track, which I've done countless laps of on the sim, and actually experiencing it in real life was pretty surreal.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing for me, is looking at the elevation change. You just cannot visualize it. Even in VR, I race in VR, and you get a bit of it. But when that climb up to Leerkop is pretty intense, isn't it? Down the mine shaft on a passenger ride. It's certainly a little bit more intense than when you're on the simulator, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I made the mistake yesterday of trying to walk on foot to Leerkop and got all the way up to the top of the hill. It's like a 12% gradient or something. Get all the way to the top, and there's all trees blocking the view of the hairpin, so I had to go all the way back down to our tent near sunset.
Indeed. So it's good to have a sim racer with us. We'll just check back in the meantime whilst we'll make sure we're not missing anything. And the 75 moves out of the way for the 999 in Michael Grenier. BMW still going well in the 32 and 33. Grove Racing Porsche behind the 75. It is now a lap down. So the Pro-Am class is really in control for Mercedes-AMG.
In pit, I talked to the team about what operations are going to happen at that moment. They don't know if they're going to do a driver change. They're going to absolutely assess the situation at hand. But when I talked to the pit board guy here on just racing and the things that happen here, he's like, well, it's always something.
So that's something else for the team to worry about.
Yep, there's always something. And look at that, they're looking at the pit boards over there. Things are going a little bit more manual over there at the moment.
We grabbed that a bit earlier, didn't we? So Amanda catching up is indeed radio, and it makes things a little bit more difficult. If you're going to have something go wrong in your car, the radio might be frustrating, but at least it isn't race ending. So they're just going to have to manage that until the end of the race.
Michael Grenier behind the wheel now, and we spoke to him yesterday just after qualifying. He did mention that they were glad they got pole, but he didn't seem that thrilled with the prospect of going into the weekend, Dan.
No, it's been a difficult one for that team. It really has. They've had to manage a lot of things, and I think they came here a little bit on the back foot with so much to do, and they've had to build that car from scratch and just manage what they've been given. And maybe they can come back. We know they're fuel saving, so maybe they can come back in the next stint. Michael Grenier will bring that car in quite shortly, and I imagine we'll end up with Maro Engel back taking control of that car.
Yeah, there goes Kenny Abul, the Grove car, applying some pressure there. Let's see, is this for position?
It's unlapping himself.
Yeah, he's unlapping himself. No, just unlapping himself, so no stresses there. Kenny Abul just lets him go through.
So let's go back to our sim racer in Harry Spears. First time in Africa, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. It's been great so far.
It's been hot, I imagine.
Oh, just a bit.
It took me a few years to get used to it. Did you bring enough sun cream?
Yeah, I bought a big bottle of Factor 30. I'm doing okay.
That's your first fail. It's 50. Is
yeah, 50 is what you want. That's the minimum strength over here. Even I use the Factor 50. But Harry Spears, and get the name right, I called you Spiers many times on the stream, so apologies face to face. What has it been like winning the ATK Pro Series, one of the most competitive sim racing series around, and you took the whole thing?
I mean, yeah, it's been absolutely amazing, to be honest. I mean, the ATK team has been so accommodating towards me since I arrived on, I think it was Saturday? No, it must have been Tuesday or something. And they were, it's just been so amazing. And I think from the first round, I wasn't 100% sure that I would be sort of in the fight to win the championship. But I think, to be honest, one of my crowning achievements. I'm very pleased to have such an achievement.
Wow. Yeah, the competition certainly
was close. Yeah, it was
very
close.
steep. I mean, we have to mention Zaire Esso was super competitive the entire time. And it wasn't just him. There was Kovalainen in there as well. So many names that were very, very competitive. And Silverline, I apologize. And you were, at the end of all of this, came out on top.
Yeah, well, I mean, going into the final round with Essa, equal on points, it was very nerve-wracking, as you can imagine. So that final round was just practice. I mean, I started full-time work then. Like, I graduated from university and started my job. So pretty much every week, an hour of my free time was just spent practicing for that race.
But it was worth it, because look where you are now.
I mean, yeah,
turn
100%.
round. You got pit exit here.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, just being like 100% worth it. Like, all the hours, worth it.
What a prize to come to the Kyalami 9 hours. So let's just, for those that don't know, ATK, a company based out in Cape Town, ran what's called the Pro Series, a very competitive international event. Drivers from all over, many South African drivers, some of the top drivers all over, took part in this as Michael Grenier hops into the pit lane, the 999 car now finally in the pits. And Harry Spears over here won that championship that took place over multiple rounds. And you were then invited by ATK to come to Cape Town, to Johannesburg, and enjoy the Kyalami 9 hour.
Yeah, well, it's been a massive privilege, to be honest. I mean, there's not often you get a championship with such a huge prize. So, I mean, a prize like this is not just a regular ticket, a 540 club ticket.
Oh my goodness.
What are you doing here?
Dan,
you should be at the 540 club.
Dan, calm down. I know that you want to be there.
I'm already angry with Korea. I don't need to be angry with a sim racer sat next to me who's got a better ticket than I have.
Now, this kind of doesn't seem fair. The 540 Club is one of the most prestigious tickets here. It is, in fact, the most prestigious ticket here at the Kyalami 9 hour, and they were sold out quite quickly. So
it includes a helicopter flight, doesn't it? Have you had it?
Oh, I've been on that already, and it was absolutely superb.
Was it?
It was unbelievable.
Oh.
You can see the entire track. It's like the cars are little micro machines.
I'm going to practice my sim racing when I get home.
I think so. So you can see the entire track with the cars and everything on it.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Like, you do one lap where you can see out the left window, and then another where you can see out the right window. And like from certain angles, you can just see like the entire track, just like all the cars whizzing around it. So it's really
Harry, I know you're not boasting, right? But you've got to understand the two of us.
We're not happy.
We're not happy at all.
We're really not happy. I did get, to be fair, a passenger ride with Kenny Bull, so
oh wow,
I'll hold that one over you. But I want to go up in the helicopter, and I can't because I'm here.
Yeah, we're stuck working over here, and I mean, this is not a bad gig, I got to say, but your life sounds a lot better than ours at the moment. Well, we are so happy for you. Dan, doesn't it feel like we know these competitors after spending so much time with them?
Such a long championship. It went on for a long time, but a lot of effort went into it, so you're well deserved of your immense prize, and I'm sure you'd like to thank ATK for the opportunity.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, thanks very much to ATK. It's been such a privilege to be here, and everyone's been so accommodating.
Yeah, well, an incredible performance from you, Harry Spears. Thank you so much for joining us here in the commentary booth. And all jokes aside...
go and enjoy the 540 Club.
Yeah, I'm trying to say it without any malice in my voice.
I'm just leaving the malice in.
But thank you so much for joining, and thanks for stopping by. It's so great to finally meet you after all this time.
Definitely. Yeah, nice to meet you guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, there you go, folks. Harry Spears. For those that don't know the name, he is one of the most accomplished sim racers in the world. Took part in the locally produced ATK Pro Series, and now got flown out by ATK to come pop in and visit us here at the Kyalami 9 hour, which is frankly incredible, Dan.
It is. It really is. What a time he's having.
Yeah.
Everyone that's come here,
Imagine
though.
that,
yeah, but I mean, even people in general access, they're having an absolute jaw, aren't they? Every time we cut to them. VIP, but the 540 Club, gosh, I'm definitely practicing on ACC next year. I'm going to stop commentating and start driving. Anyway, we've gone through another pit lane window, and nothing really has changed. Engel now is back in the 999 car. I wonder whether he has to fuel save or whether they've sorted that out for his stint. So we'll keep an eye on Maro Engel's times. Wirtz is, in which case Wirtz is doing a double stint, but we've had this before where the tower hasn't updated, so we'll just Farfus is into the 33 BMW. Still showing Charles Wirtz in first place. Feller has taken control of the 66 Audi, and Acker back in the 99, which we'd already seen pit previously. And Yannick Mettler is now back in that 75 for Kenya Ball.
Yeah, Engel in the 999 car over there. And this is what we've come to see. BMW flashing lights, trying to get past Clint Weston behind the wheel there at the moment. Down in 9th position. Clint Weston now hopefully starting to get to grips with that car. And the local teams definitely having more to deal with, I would imagine, than the international teams when it comes to acclimatizing to this race, even though they are from here. Speaking of local, we got Gavin Cronje in the pits. And I love hearing from Gavin Cronje. Let's hear what he has to say.
Now with Amanda.
Went immediately to his team on the performance of the Mercedes. The radio communications actually wasn't at the top of the list. They already knew they had that problem when they left, when Mick left for his stint. Mauro Engel is now in communication with the team, but you said there's a gearbox issue that's developing with the car. What can you give us on the latest?
Yeah, sometimes the upshift is not going through, and also the downshift, and sometimes we are stuck in gear. So yeah, hopefully we can finish. It's not constant, so some lap is fine, some lap it's not working. Let's see.
How hard is it to do a stint without communication to the team? There's no feedback you can give. You're kind of in silence in there. What kind of mode do you jump into as a driver?
Yeah, it's not the end of the world because we have the pit board. So after like 2-3 laps, they knew I could not hear anything. The only thing is before the stint, they asked if I should tell them if I can do a double stint, and I want to do a double now because it's less warm. But I couldn't talk to them. So now, yeah, for strategy is not ideal, but. It's how it is. At least the radio is fixed now. It was just a cable was pulled back and we could not plug the helmet with the car. Thank you.
I got to apologize there. I thought there was Gavin Cronje, but it's in fact Grenier.
Yes. And there we go. We got some explanation. It's not just radio in there. They've got issues with shifting as well, downshift, holding up. So this might explain why they're burning too much fuel, possibly.
If you're running one gear up, flat foot in one gear up, it's going to be slightly different. Isn't
it? They wanted Grenier to do a double stint. They couldn't tell him over the radio. It's going wrong a little bit for the 999. It was also smooth yesterday. Well, it wasn't really smooth, was it? It was just they got it on pole at the last minute. But there's been a panic in that team basically as they rebuilt that car. So it's not surprising that you just have the odd gremlin still left in it.
Yes, and even as the most, or one of the most professional outfits here, Dan, and we spoke about this entire week running up to this event. If you're going to rebuild an entire car over the course of 2 or 3 days, surely you're going to be running into some sort of issues at some stage. Now, hopefully those issues happen early on, but I don't think it was the smartest move. And I mean, I certainly I'm not the smartest person in the room there when it comes to these guys, but my initial gut feeling was that it wasn't such a good idea to rebuild this car over the course of the coming days.
I mean, they're a very, very talented side, and the mechanic team is incredibly adept at building that car, but it's a lot of work to pile on the pressure. And more so, they said that it would have been a much easier task back at the factory, but to try and do it here, they didn't have a lift, for example, so like a proper 4-poster lift. They're building it jacked up in the pit lane entry.
And all it takes for something like that is one of the actuators to not be fully functional or anything for you to have issues with the up-down shift.
I mean, you can quite equally have issues if you come with a pre-built car, haven't you?
Of course.
So certainly something like the radio.
However, in this situation, setting oneself up for success, it would have, and again, I'm not trying to lambaste these guys, but I'm just disappointed after that qualifying performance that this is what's causing them to have issues. We did speak about this at length, though, however, that when it comes to this type of motorsport, we don't know what's happening in the background sometimes. There could be massive issues taking place, and we just don't know what exactly is happening when those issues take place there.
And the big relief for them is they've at least got the radio done. It's so important. And actually, you think to yourself, well, a radio doesn't affect the car, but there's so much information that the team needs to convey to the driver in that car about fuel saving, for example, or do you want to do a double stint? And then you can't respond. And there's only so much you can do the old-fashioned way with a pit board hanging over the wall and then some indicators to say that you've read the pit board. So the radio is important, isn't it? It can definitely, it's going to cost you time, even though it's not the vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is exactly one of those situations where we need to... These drivers, they just want to do so well. And we spoke to that driver yesterday, and you could see there was a little bit of trepidation going into this race.
Yeah, They were happy that they got it on pole, but they were equally not super confident, were they? That's what we would say.
Exactly. We've got Clint Weston on the screen at the moment, and he is looks like he's going a lot better at the moment. Clint Weston, his previous lap time of 45.7, I apologize. Their best time 44.9, so he's right in the top speeds though on the Western cars, seem to be on par with everybody else.
They are. 145.726 was his last lap, which is back where we'd expect it to be. 44.9, as you rightly said, was his fastest lap of the race. So, yeah, it looks like they've sorted the issues out in that 86 car, but they're now 6 laps back from the leader, or more importantly, 3 laps back from the next Pro-Am entry, which is the number 20 SPS with Ramos currently at the wheel. So a lot of work left to do, but their main goal in Stradale Motorsport was just to try and complete the 9 hours. That was, they haven't had much time in that car at all. Clint Weston himself, first time he'd ever even driven that car, was at this circuit this weekend. So the fact that they can just get that to the end, that's their number one achievement.
Well, we have the Minister of Transport here, and it seems fitting. Fikile Mbalula joins us now at what is, for us at least, the transport highlight of the year.
That was slick, wasn't it? You got to give him that.
Yeah. Minister, how are you finding the event so far? And I got to ask the question: are you a car enthusiast yourself?
Look, I was Minister of Sport, and I try to follow all sport.
Yeah.
And I got fascinated by motorsport, even though I was not a fanatic of motorsport.
Yeah.
I got fascinated and hooked. So that is why I'm here.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us. What an honor to have you here with us. It's been an incredible day so far. The racing's been good. The atmosphere has been great. Have you been in the 540 lounge over there? Because we haven't. So has it been good out there?
Yeah, no, it's good. The atmosphere is good. I think people are enjoying themselves. Good events are coming to Joburg, to South Africa, which is what is good for our economy, which is what is good for our country. Because through these 9 hours, as much as we're interrupted by COVID-19, South Africa gains enormous, exposure. There's another event in another city, and there is this event. You can calculate that into billions of rands from the point of view of South Africa's exposure. And I think it is something good for our country.
Yeah. We've just got a short interview coming in the pits. Minister will join back with you shortly. Let's hear what's happening in the pit lane.
He has just done. He
is indeed out of the car and pointed to the box of scotch. It's a Johnny Walker Black that he's going to take in now, indicating that his stints here are done at Kyalami, and we're almost halfway into this 9 hours so far. We look back at some of the moves that this car is making. Jannet Mettler behind the wheel right now. He was able to take advantage of the puncture that happened to the Grove Racing car. What are your thoughts on where you're at with this team right now?
Oh, we're really happy. The car's been strong all day. Jules and Yannick did well. I just finished my second stint. My times were good, so I'm happy. I mean, there's always more in it, but we're told to come back half a second and look after the car, which is really important here because you can use curbs and you can gain probably a second a lap, but you could also get a puncture with the curbs. And now there's rocks and stuff everywhere. It's very dirty, very slippery, so I took it easy. The car's good, touch wood. We'll see you in a few hours.
Since you guys were a pro entry in Bathurst, this is the first opportunity that you've been able to put points to the Independent Cup in the Intercontinental season this year. Not a bad way to kick it off. When you think of the season ahead, are there certain races you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I must be a bit of a risk taker, missing one round, but now I can't afford to miss any and I got to win them all. So touch wood, so far we're looking good. Let's hope.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you.
I'm not sure when Kenny's speaking if he's actually smiling or actually there's something going on underneath there. But we are smiling here in the commentary booth because we're talking to the Minister of Transport. That's an interesting point you made earlier on, Minister, is that these events are very important to the country. This hopefully will continue into the future. But from your perspective, in what way, other than financially, are these events important to South Africa?
They are important because they get to expose our country to the world. Who are we? Our hospitality. But over and above that, they build cohesion, social cohesion amongst our people. The only time we get to know each other and come close to each other as a diverse nation, we know that it is through the RDP of sports, because sports is about soul. And where we just, give that high five about our country and just enjoy everything around us is through sport. We are here 9 hours, and for us who are getting educated to this, is an old race. It has come back to our shores, and it gives us enormous exposure to the world. International players are here. Riders are here. And I think it is important for South Africa, because this is an international event in South Africa.
And sport brings people together, doesn't it? We've seen that already. We're here to witness the Sheldon van der Linde taking first place, and the reaction from everyone all coming together, cheering out in the stands, having their braai, hoping that they can have a home favourite win this race. Have you got a favourite in this race at all?
We've got the young Kwanda Mokoena, the youngest, 18-year-old. Who thought that in our lifetime we'll have youngsters like those? I know you won't win, but I'm fulfilled by the fact that here are the fruits of liberty and opportunities that it has brought, that youngsters, African and black, are now in the big center stage. What can you ask for? These are the wonders of democratic South Africa.
The fruits of our South African nation, of course, coming together here for Kwanda Mokoena. He is the South African national champion. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. And that word that you used earlier on, cohesion, I do like that, and I'll take that with me. Thanks so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the 9 hours, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Awesome stuff. That is Minister Fikile Mbalula, who joined us now in the commentary booth, and an interesting conversation about this is more than just the race, Dan.
It is, yeah. There's a lot involved in it, and like I said, it brings everyone together, and that's only good for this country. It's good for the sport as well, and we're going to be going to the pit lane shortly, I think, for another interview. But yeah, I think it's only positives for this event, isn't it?
Yeah, only positives. And I do like that word, cohesion, because we saw a lot of that. And as you mentioned so rightly, when Sheldon crossed the line, it didn't matter what color your skin was. If you were South African, even you, Dan, you're living here and you were loving it.
Just a little bit. I'm still trying to be neutral here. One of us has to.
So, that was a very cool moment when he took the lead. And so far, they still are in the lead. But we don't want to miss out what's happening on screen here. We've got the Clint Weston car. And, of course, the rules dictate that if you're going to work on the car other than a tyre change or other than refueling, you've got to take it into the pit box. And that's exactly what's happening now.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see. We'd never want to see a car being pushed back into the pits. That means that it's something more than just two guys can work on. So we hope that Stradale Motorsport car can get itself back out on track shortly, and we can get an update maybe from Amanda when what happened to that car. But you never want to see it. No one wants to see that. We want that car to get to the end of this line out.
The Grove Porsche is also in the pits now. Clint Weston in the pits. Marius Jackson's car also in the pits at the moment. And that is not looking good. I didn't see that Jackson car come out anytime recently. And
no, he's lost quite a few laps, isn't he?
Yes,
he's
and that's the Kwanda Mokoena car. Yeah, we've just spoken about Kwanda Mokoena, and this is one of those races for them. We see the Grove car on screen. I do like the shot with the foreground of the pole on the left there. As it drops down violently, those air jacks aren't merciful, are they?
Not at all. They're there to do one thing, get your car back on the ground and restart the engine. I mean, the starter is linked to the air jacks. So because you cannot have the car, the engine running whilst fuel's going in there, the moment it drops to the tarmac, it starts the engine.
That's what happened last year with one of those Mercedes-Benz, wasn't it?
It was Audi. I think the 25 Audi had issues with the starter. It kept dropping, wouldn't start. They had to reverse it back into the pits to restart. I think they did it about 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, that was painful to watch because that... why is the Grove car going so slowly there? Getting those settings right. Okay, there we go. Picking up pace a little bit. But it really does look quite violent when you hear the hissing of the airlines. You hear the pumping up of the jacks and the mechanics all sorts of noises, the buzzing of the gun as well, Dan. This is all the stuff that you get to experience here. And have you noticed, we've had a couple of people here that aren't like you, motorsport purists is, what, is how I refer to you. And because that's what you sound like, by the way. So the people that we've spoken to that have come here that aren't necessarily big motorsport fans, that's what they talk about. It's the sights and sounds, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's the only thing you can get by coming here, isn't it? You can only see so much from TV. When you actually witness it in person, the noises, that's what's so great. I mean, that's what this series and internal combustion engine hats, it brings on some emotion.
Oh, you went there? You went to the internal combustion part?
I couldn't help myself. As a motorhead, it brings something visceral to the experience as that comes through. You can hear the vibrations of those engines literally in my seat as these cars come through pit lane, and we're on the second floor. So we got the Shidali Motorsport car coming back out, so number 86. So we've got number 86 is had an issue, and the other car was number 80. So it's the two 9-hour South African entries, Mercedes and the Audi R8. So see if we can get some information from the 86 and the number 80 as to what happened. But in the meantime, take a look at these lap times, Ernest. The track temperature is tumbling down 32.8 degrees. It's like 20 degrees different from the start of this race.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they're on song. The fastest lap of the race is going to the number 33 BMW, 142.701. But the 32 BMW in front is basically matching it, 42.761.
And then you've got
Vella
the
is
Audi.
also in the 42. Both the Audis in 42s. Everyone is gaining pace here. That's quick. A 42.7, that's only 7/10 off the lap record.
Yeah, 7/10 off the lap record. And then you've got Engel over there, who now recently just did a 46.3. So is it safe to say that the 999 car is effectively out of that lead run over there?
Yeah, the 999 car is still struggling, isn't it? 146.3, as you mentioned. I mean, that's way off the pace. It's not. I think they may be in a situation, they're just trying to bring that car home now. Their aspirations of winning this race are gone. They've had issues. If you've got issues with shifting, issues with radio, that sounds like electrical to me.
Yes. Okay, Dan, I think you might be onto something there.
Because they're paddle shifters, you've got radio. They said they had electrical issues that they're working on right up before qualifying. Sounds like they may have returned.
I think you might be onto something there, Dan, because if those are electrical problems, all it takes is one little plug to not be perfect. Gee whiz, I've got a little car at home that I couldn't put together even if I tried. And
these things are complicated.
And these things are very complicated.
Very complicated. There's a whole team of mechanics building that thing. It took several days, and then a lot of...
We watched them do it.
Yes, a lot of technical work after it was built as well, getting it right. But it sounds like maybe electrical gremlins have come back to haunt that 999 car. Seems like they don't like electrics with a coil pack going in 2019 on turn 1.
Sad.
They're a bit unlucky, aren't they?
Well, 146.7 their previous lap time, whilst the others are all doing 42s and low 43s. Then Mettler is the untold story of this race at the moment. The first of the Pro-Ams in the 75 car. He is just one lap down on the 999 car, doing 42s and 44s at the moment. So 2.7 seconds a lap faster on that last lap is Mettler, Yannick Mettler. And I do suspect that we are going to see him starting to reel in that car anytime soon.
Yeah, he's going to have a double stint, and Jules is going to be on a double stint as well. We've already heard that Kenny Abul has finished his driving for the day. He's going to get his Johnny Walker Black ready and enjoy the rest of this race.
Did he? I think I missed that one over there. I was busy doing some other stuff. I heard Amanda saying Johnny Walker, and I wasn't sure if Kenny meant that for him.
Kenny, that's his reward for a job well done, and now he can hand it over to Mettler, who did a superb first stint, and then Jules, who had the fastest lap for quite some time, who will finish off this race in the dark, and they'll see how close they can get back up and see whether not only win the Pro-Am category, but maybe poach the 999 in the overall classifications that's having difficulties. All over the place, Maro Engel. He had a 43, followed by a 146. This yo-yoing, they've got issues. They've definitely got issues in that car, and if it is with shifting, that would explain 3 seconds difference within one lap.
And then of course you've got Grove and Ramos, who just did a 45.4. Grove did a 49 and the gap between the two of them was 32 seconds last we checked. So that means that he's coming back at 4 seconds. Oh, Grove just did a very slow lap of 54, so there's a problem there, Dan. We saw them in the pit lane early on, and we saw them driving very slowly out of that pit lane. So I suspect the Grove car's got a problem. Ramos did a 45 now, so they are chasing down that Pro-Am Porsche, and this is for second position in Pro-Am. The AMG GT3 powered, driven by Ramos at the moment, could be on the charge to get that second place.
Yeah, just seeing the number 80 is on an outlap, so maybe they fixed their issues. Yeah, I can turn around and see it going through Crowthorne now. So we've got the two South African runners for the 9 hour back out on circuit, thankfully.
Nice.
So that's a bit of a relief.
Oh, running quite wide there is Aka. Very wide over the dust section over there on the final sector. And that's one of the coolest sections to watch. Not as stunning to look at, but certainly a good place to see the attitudes of the cars. I mean, I spent quite a while here on the straight, Dan, and when I went to that, was the first corner I went to. It was so nice to see the cars being as dynamic as they are.
Superb if you're standing in VIP hospitality to go at Ingwe.
Can we not talk about VIP hospitality?
I can't get off of that, can I really? It's obviously on the back of my mind.
It's on the subconscious mind.
And I'm thinking I've got 4 hours 16 before I can go and join them. But anyway, if you can go and stand on Ingwe and you get that corner, superb as they come round there and look back towards Crocodiles. So fast as you go down the mine shaft. The Crocodiles Cheetah section. That's a great spot to be.
Yeah, and there are so many. We stood on the outside over here as well, and you can see both sides of the circuit, and it does look like Aka is pushing super hard there, Dan, using the entire track. You'll see now as he cuts across again, he is pushing super hard at this stage, I suspect, and he is a man on a charge trying to get back and close to his teammate. He's now what looks like 10 seconds behind. And
certainly the characteristics of the Audi, it moves around, it makes it look, and in mid-corner, it's not as stable as the Mercedes, is it? It makes it look like it's really being pushed.
Yeah, we saw that all through qualifying and practice, and here's the section that we're talking about. Let's watch and enjoy as the Audi bounces over the curves here and maximizes the grip. This is the section we're talking about now, over the clipping point over there, 2 wheels in the air, runs wide, oh, look at that. And now into the final corner, turn 16.
So checking gaps, it was 5.5 seconds from the BMWs back to Audi for so long, but the BMWs have started to find some pace, just as we expected, as track temperatures cool and those turbos can start to really spin up. 10.5 seconds is now the gap from the 66 Audi to the 32, so 10.5 seconds, that's a little bit more manageable from the WRT team.
Yeah. And 142.7 still with Farfus at the moment, but his previous lap, 143, they're back in the 43s, and the times yo-yo based on the information they're getting from their teams, isn't it?
They do indeed. And I'm really concerned about that 999. I really want it to get to the end of the race, but I can't understand how you can gain and lose 3 seconds in each lap, one after the other.
Well, it's 146.3 was the previous lap. The difference now between him and Metler is oh, here we go. Something's happening here on the replay. Oh, that is not good. That is not good.
Oh, some bodywork flying off in the background there.
One of the Audis touching the Clint Weston car. Oh, no.
That's the Stradale Motorsport car getting... They've had an entertaining weekend, haven't they? They've certainly got value out of their entrance fee.
Oh, yes, they've learnt a lot. And they've taken a couple of souvenirs of one of the Audis as well, by the looks of things. So hopefully not terminal damage on either car. But there comes the Audi now. So this would have just happened, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's a little bit of debris on track. It's amazing how sharp carbon fibre is. You can start thinking punctures is an option here.
And there you can see the right or the left front canard over there on this car. Race control incident between 86 and 99.
Noted. It's not immediately come to stewards, is it? So noted.
Yeah, no fingers have been waved quite yet, but there does seem to be some carbon fibre missing on that canard over there.
One of the little flicks on
front,
the... Well spotted there, and it's exactly one of the red little...
downforce canards,
exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, those things do make a difference. That's why they're there. And that's not ideal going into the latter part of this race. Does that mean that this car can't push as hard as it wants to? The Aka car has been on the limit, though.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought it'd be too much damage there. It could have been certainly worse. The more of the issue is, like Kenny Abul mentioned, with gravel on the circuit and a bit of carbon fibre on the circuit. That's where, at this point in the race, BMW looks quite comfortable. But it's very lonely out at front, isn't it? That's where you start hearing knocks and that weren't there previously, and any sort of noise. And all you're thinking is, I need reliability, because so many endurance races can be cut short, agonisingly close from the finish line. You've done everything right and totally out of your control.
We've seen it end in tears on the last lap. Just talking about this gives me anxiety, Dan. There are the gaps, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. But that's not the tail of the tape at this stage. What we're looking at right now is the battle for Pro-Am supremacy. And Grove going very, very slowly, lapping at 47, while Ramos is lapping at 45s. They're now 15 seconds back, Dan. Ramos is 15 seconds back on Grove, so the gap there just 15 seconds to second place.
Maranello, though, is also 147s. There's definitely issues with that.
Oh, yeah,
vehicle.
big time.
They're trying to just get it at the end. Let's hope that the Yellow Cobra can complete this 9 hours. 4 hours 11 seems like a long time when you've got an issue to manage, though.
Oh, my goodness. And Mettler would love to be ahead of one of the pro cars. Of course, they are still leading the Pro-Am category, so it doesn't matter as much. But certainly it will be for bragging rights at this stage if they can get in front of that 999 car that qualified in pole yesterday, Dan, if you can believe it.
Such a shame, because the driver lineup is star-studded of note, and the capabilities of the team as well. So there'd be very frustrated drivers going through. Maranello will be the first one that'll be able to actually use the radio and explain what he's feeling in the car. Michael Grenier had no radio whatsoever and was relying on pitboard. There's only so much you can inform the team of when you haven't got a radio. Well, you can't really inform them anything when all you've got is indicators to go from. So now we'll have Maranello trying to explain to the engineers what he's feeling, and maybe they can give him something to do. But look at the time he's losing, 3 seconds a lap to Acker. That's going to push them back into the 75 Yannick Mettler and Jules Gounon by the end of this race, I think.
That's what I'd like to see on screen now, is the gap between 5 and 6, because that is what they're dealing with at the moment. They're not dealing with the guys in front anymore. That battle, that's come and gone. It's now the Pro-Am drivers in the back behind them that they will now have to face off against in that AMG.
It's whether they've got enough of a cushion, but 4 hours is a hell of a long time to cope.
That's half the race.
To cope with any sort of issue, but especially if it's making a shifting issue.
Yeah. And
on a technical circuit like this.
We were talking to some of the drivers this week. You've often heard of drivers making the most of a bad situation. Something's wrong with the car, but they somehow drive around it. But you can only do so much, and losing 3 seconds a lap, that's a lot of time in a car like this. But it's always fascinating to me to see that drivers are still able to maximize that car without getting frustrated, without getting emotional about it, being mature and driving the car as it is.
Yeah, you know there's nothing they can do about it. Michael Grenier, as he mentioned, it's sort of an intermission issue, isn't it, with the shifting? It appears to be. That's what's so difficult. If you've got an issue where, I cannot use one gear, but everything else is working fine, or my brakes are fading, or something along those lines, you can change your driving style and work around it. But if it's an intermission electrical fault, there's nothing you can do. I mean, you don't know whether it's going to come or go. I mean, they will try and be learning a pattern here. Maranello's time's 45, 46. He's probably a good 3 seconds off where he would normally be, at least, I would say, at this stage of the race.
Yeah, the very talented Ashley Oldfield drove in the GR Cup last year, winning the championship. He spent some time overseas with GT3s as well, and lost 4th gear at one of the races and still managed to win one of the heats. Because he knew what the problem
I just
was.
avoid 4th gear.
Yeah.
But if you think I'm lifting these are paddle shifters. If you're going up and it doesn't engage the next gear, there's not much you can do about it, is it? It's not. You can't jump to.
Yeah. There is Marius Jackson in the MJR Motorsport car. Marius, a firm supporter of motorsport in South Africa. And look at that line. That's a good line through there. Good approach. And he is and has been a great supporter of Kwanda Mokoena. And it's been so lovely to see her in the pit lane in Port Elizabeth a couple of months ago. I saw the team, just the way they support one another. It's just heartwarming to see these guys from all sorts of different backgrounds, led by Marius Jackson, coming together in the name of motorsport. It's a fantastic story, and that story has led to Kwanda Mokoena being the champion. So it's just been an incredible to watch. Speaking of someone that's had lots of things to watch and incredible things to watch, we've got the lovely Kriya gang here.
I think she's just here to boast.
I know. Well, question number one, what does the 540 Club actually look like from the inside?
He can't get away from the 540
Oh,
Club.
goodness. It looks great, to be honest. So do the drinks.
Kriya gang here, how's it been out there so far? What's the atmosphere like out in the circuit?
So it is electric. The fans are having so much fun outside, and I've actually managed to get out to some of them. And it's really nice. I've actually found a family that was sitting in the exact same spot last year.
Oh, really?
And they've come back this year, and then one of the daughters forgot to pack in the braai. So there's a very unhappy Umi out there with no braai.
Can you imagine being the family member that forgot to pack the braai?
The South African family member.
Oh.
But there are still plenty places to buy food around here, I would imagine.
100%. There's lots of bars, lots of food places. People are having a lot of fun. But the reason that I wanted to come join you guys in the studio is you wanted some information about the South African drivers.
Yes,
please.
And you know me, I've always got the inside scoop.
Please, we need
you.
it. We need it.
So I spoke to I actually spoke to Arnold Neveling. Unfortunately, one of the other cars clipped him, or clipped Clint Weston. And that's why he had the issue. He came in, no real damages, just a flat tire, and aesthetic.
We saw that on screen much later on. That was with one of the Audis where the downforce, the little very sharp carbon fiber, but it must have gone into the tire then.
So they're obviously quite unhappy, but they are back on track, as you've seen, and they're going to try and catch up as much as possible. And I have information for you about Kwanda Mokoena. So Kwanda unfortunately suffered a little bit of low blood pressure and sugar levels. So they had to bring him in, get him out the car. He's been on a drip. He's with his mom and his dad. They're trying to get as much sugar into him and as much electrolytes into him as physically possible. Unfortunately, safety-wise, he can't get into a car anytime soon. They are going to keep an eye on him, see what happens. And if
what does soon mean?
I'm talking maybe a couple of hours or so, just to try and see what his body fitness is looking like. And then the medics will have a reassessment, and then if he is cleared to drive, he'll be allowed back in the car.
Obviously, he started the race, so arguably the most difficult stint, and certainly is he. And now it's getting a little bit easier. Instant between car 86 and 99, no investigation necessary. That was that little tap that took that canard off of the Audi earlier.
So,
but Kwanda, it just shows you how stressful it is inside the car with these sort of temperatures they've had to deal with up until now.
And Kwanda, we've seen it in the South African Endurance Series. He's done hours and hours and hours. He's done double stints. He's driven entire races, or most of certain races. So he's done hours behind the wheel. For him to come in, and I know he's racing fit. We've seen him do this before.
And you know, Kwanda always has the biggest smile on his face. He's always wanting to talk to you. I was with him now in the pits, and that's why I didn't bring him up, is because he just looks so defeated and so sad that this could possibly be the end of his Kyalami 9 hour.
Well, we hope that's not the case. He's put in the hours. Dan, from your perspective, has he put in enough hours in the squad trying to get some statistics up?
He's done 2 full stints, so he's fine for as far as driver time goes. But yeah, like I said, he had arguably the worst stint in going out first, but it was a testament to the pace that he's had. He's been superb in that team, and he's done immensely well. So we hope that he gets better. And and that he's obviously being managed now by medics, so it should be able to be improved. But it definitely shows you how difficult the conditions are. It's not a walk in the park.
And we've seen him at night. Kwanda is a machine on a track at night. It'll be really disappointing for the team not to get him out there again and have that performance drive that he can bring.
Well, as someone that's had to drive at night with not good eyesight, I think Mo Mia and the rest of the guys were hoping that they could put Kwanda in. And now
get the young kid in with perfect eyes.
With the good eyes go out there. So now they sat having to deal with the nighttime driving.
Yeah, I actually walked past Marius Jackson in the corridor as well, but he was talking to all the officials, the SRO guys and stuff like that, and he also looks very worried.
Wow, I'm actually lost for words at this stage. Car number 4 is under investigation for an issue. That is Grove, and the Grove car now not only slightly off the pace, Dan, but also under investigation. But Kriya, thanks for that update. Godspeed to Kwanda and the team. I hope, safety-wise, I would think that he probably wouldn't drive again. But, this is motorsport. Sometimes we do what we need to do. They're trying to get him ready to go again. Your gut feeling on where we're at the moment?
I don't think it's going to happen. I'm holding thumbs that it does, and I'm holding thumbs that he does get out there. But just looking at him and looking at his face...
Safety reasons.
Safety reason as well. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, let's just hope that 80 car can finish the race. So they can get a classification, because I know he'd want that. But he was so excited at the start of this week. Because he literally said it was his Christmas and birthday bundled in one coming here.
Shame.
Well, they're in the pits at the moment.
We've got a car off circuit here on replay. Sorry, we missed that. It's the Attempto Audi going off. Managed to rejoin, but a trip through the gravel is never advised.
No, not with those cars, that's for sure. And in the pits is the Jackson car at the moment. They are battling Clint Weston, but Clint and the team are full. Oh, that looks like 17 laps ahead. 17 laps ahead, yes. So they are very much out of contention. It's now about finishing the race for them. Kriya, these are incredible insights. If you have anything else you want to tell us, please join us again.
The car number 8 has just gone back in the pits now, so there may be another development you might want to check on. But we just want to hope that they can finish the race. That's what they'll be after.
Well, definitely. I'll go down and have a look, but I might head out to track first and have a beer with some of the spectators.
You didn't need to just put that last little jab in.
Just make sure it's a Heineken 00, okay?
I mean, that's the one way to do it.
Apparently, Dan's had some, and he says it's pretty good.
It's not bad. Not at speed, though. I recommend drinking it at a nice, casual pace.
Well, guys, have a great time in studio, and I'll see you out on track.
We'll see you then. That was the lovely Kriya Gangia joining us and giving us all those insights. Dan, that's some good stuff over there. Not good for the team, though, unfortunately.
No, it isn't at all. And when you lose one of your drivers and you've still got 4 hours to go, that puts a lot of pressure on the remaining 2 to try and get this car to the end of the race. That number 80 is currently sat in pit lane, so maybe they can get back out. They may be working out what's required to do so if they're chatting to the SRO. I'm just seeing a car come out of pit lane now. It is an Audi. Let's see whether it is them or whether it's somebody else.
Well, the lights are on at this stage. It looks like the sun is starting
to set. It's the number 80 back out on track. So
number 80's back out.
That's good news. They are going to try and complete this race. So MJR, they could still get there, and Jackson at the piloting that car at the moment. But it's a lot of work to do 4 hours between the two, and it's hard stints.
11-second time penalty for car number 4. That is not good for the Grove team. They are currently only leading Ramos by 6 seconds, Dan. So that means they've effectively lost the position, and that means that Ramos will leapfrog them into second place in the Pro-Am standings.
And that was for a pit infringement, which could be one of many things.
Yeah.
I'm sure Amanda in pit lane will be going to find out what that was. It could be something as simple as having something over the line, or having a third person work on the car by accident, or there's a lot of reasons you can get a pit lane infringement.
Yeah, they are quite vague when it comes to these things, though. They don't want to give away too much, do they?
No, but we'll find out, I'm sure. They'll have to wait that time before they can work on the car the next time. So that 68 seconds won't start until they've served that stop-go penalty.
So what you're saying is they're going to the pits, the 11 seconds counts down, and then they get to work on the car.
It's quite a specific time, isn't it? 11 seconds.
These stewards are so pedantic sometimes.
But we'll find out what that pit lane infringement was. That Grove Racing team do a lot of different racing. They do V8 supercars in Australia that obviously have different rules. It can be quite difficult for a pit mechanics to fly around the world and get familiar with different rules. They're so familiar with maybe their home rules. They come here, it can be an innocent mistake. And we had that in the Bathurst as well. That had slightly different ruling to here. That there was pit lane infringements, and your mechanics, they mean well, but if they're not absolutely there on the ruling, they can make a mistake, and that might be all it is.
Yeah, and we've noticed that the stewards are, when it comes to these things, it doesn't matter who, where, what, how, everybody gets a couple of penalties dished out, and now we're looking at an on-track battle, ladies and gentlemen. This is between Grove and Ramos. Grove in the number 4 car, Ramos in the 20 car, and this battle has been brewing for ages now as one of the Audis comes through flashing lights. Get out the way, but the Porsche has been slowing down the entire last few hours by the looks of things. Since the last pit stop, at least, that Porsche has not been going as fast as we'd hoped. And now Ramos starting to apply the pressure himself, under pressure from one of the Audis.
Yeah, we've got the Attempto racing car that's trying to get past here, but they're scrapping for position, and it's very vital in the Pro-Am category between Grove and Ramos, the SPS Mercedes AMG. Going to look up the inside, but the back, they are back markers that don't want to get this. Attempto racing car is desperately trying to get through cleanly, but they're scrapping for position, and it's not the responsibility of the Pro-Am cars to get out of the way in this instance. It's the responsibility of the Pro car to pass safely.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario for that Audi
Very
at
much
this
so.
stage, because you want to get to one car at a time, but because both of these cars are fighting it out, the lights are flashing but nothing's changing. As trying to see which Audi that is. That is the 99 Audi. That's Aka over there, who early on we saw had a bit of an off-road excursion, and also having his bumper, some of it removed by the Western car. The stewards deemed it nobody's fault.
Some dirt there.
But he has been pushing hard, running wide, and now he has to deal with yet another car in front of him, the Grove Porsche. But now look at the gap between the 20 and the Grove. The gap has increased, and that's worked out very well for the Porsche at this stage. But I don't think that he's going to be able to keep that gap for very much longer. Dan.
The number 20 decided to just move over and not fight that, which is quite rightly so, and Grove Racing Porsche do the same. They're back as they were, scrapping it out for second place in Pro-Am category. Aka, it's cost him quite a bit of time. He's 20 seconds off the lead, but more importantly, he's 11 seconds back from Fella in the 66 Audi, and those two have basically been going toe-to-toe the whole race, haven't they? So now we've got the Audi split. There's a gap between them of 11 seconds between the 66 and 99.
Yeah, and here comes the number 20 car now. Ramos behind the wheel, getting slot up. Oh, that is close behind that Porsche. He is certainly letting him know that he is there.
I'm pretty sure he knows.
Yeah.
Stephen Grove would be very well aware that he is being tracked down by Ramos. They will be looking up the inside here at Crowthorne.
But it's almost as if Ramos is just tapping him on the back just in case.
Hello, coming through.
And those Porsches do look mean. I can't imagine how mean that, or at least the Mercedes is a mean looking car, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
If you've
It's
ever
got
seen
like
one
a
of the road
frown
cars
on it, hasn't it? A massive grille.
They do. If you've ever seen one of them come up behind you in traffic, it's a pretty mean looking car. I've driven versions of the road going version of this. I mean, the C's part in front of you. The Porsche is a lot more friendly looking, isn't it? Oh, it takes the dive.
Clubhouse is going up the inside, nicely
Easily done.
Ramos. I don't think Stephen Grove wanted to really fight for that position. He'd end up losing more time, try and rather hold on to the back of it.
Well, then, of course, there's the penalty that the Grove car has to deal with the next pit stop. As now we start looking at the sun going down.
Unfortunately, the number 80 car, if you just want an update on that, is all back into the pit lane. So constant issues for MJR Racing in the number 80. The number 86, though, is going fine with Clint Weston back in there, and his lap times are looking pretty good. 146.5 from Clint Weston.
Wow, that's decent. That's pretty decent. Faster than Ramos and faster than Grove at the moment.
And the angle is still where he was. That 999 is definitely nursing an issue that they cannot seem to reset and fix. 146.7. Good 3 seconds off his normal pace in the 999, and he's got just under 4 hours to go. Can the 75 beat the factory team? That would be a story, wouldn't it?
That would be a story, and here we go. That story is unfolding right before our very eyes there. So far, the gap is 1 second, 1 lap. We're waiting for them to cross the line, and then we give you a proper indication of what that looks like. And there you see it. Ramos up 1 position, Grove down 1 position. Medler still in the lead and in control of this race, and more so because they are slowly catching up to the 999 car, which is now on your screen, getting dispatched by the second of the 2 BMWs, the 33 BMW, farthest behind the wheel, just 6.7 seconds behind the leader, Wiertz. We spoke to early on the young Charles Wiertz, the very capable driver, leads this race.
I mean, it's a very capable team, and they're relying on Sheldon van der Linde to help them out as the BMW driver that knows so well. But, I mean, the average age of that team is pretty low, isn't it? Dries van Thor, 24. Sheldon van der Linde, 23. Charles Wiertz is only 21. So those guys are going to be going in GT racing for quite some time yet, and they're already a formidable partnership. And it's nice to see that the Audi guys are very thankful for the help they're getting from the BMW long-term factory driver and Sheldon van der Linde and the assistants to settle into that team. This is such a big team sport that you've got to help everyone out, and any help that you can give any team member is only going to overall assist you in an endurance race.
Yeah, because they all want to get over the line first by the time the 9 hours runs down. Speaking of 9 hours, 3 hours and 52 minutes to go. We're almost 2/3 of the way through, Dan.
Yeah, it's gone quick, hasn't it? Going into the latter stages of this race, and this is a difficult part for the drivers. They come up here, the 999, through this sunset. He's already managing an issue with his gearbox, with shifting, and now he's got to manage problems with his eyes as well, as he's dealing with that sunset going through.
Say that there's a lot of activity around this 999 garage, but even the team, I think, has accepted the fate that has happened here today. They look just as almost as miserable as some of the team. But just a little update on what can happen here for the 999. We did talk to the sporting director, Jackie Groom, on what needs to happen for them to at least earn points here today. They have to finish 70% of the laps that the winner completes. They do not have to finish the race to the end to be classified. So I was up in the office upstairs talking just to confirm all this information, and one of the team members from here, Wolfgang Martins, was also up there to confirm the information. So as this Mercedes continues to limp around the track here, they're going to try to figure out how many more laps this Mercedes needs to go, considering we've seen green flag conditions all day long. And what I'm hearing is this could be a record distance on the books for a Kyalami 9 hour. What I'm told is that the last one was set in 1970 with a full distance of 1,518 kilometers. But I'm sure John Watson above me probably has more information on that, guys.
I don't know what the longest race was, but of course that was...
Yeah, John Watson just peeking into the broadcast of there. I wouldn't mind listening to him, but I wouldn't mind, I've got to say, Dan. But Dan, on that 70% rule, what are your thoughts on that? Have you got anything in your notes?
No, it's interesting. They want to get classification for championship points, and to do so, that car has to, if they drop out now, they get nothing. So they want to get through to that 70%. They'll be working out how many laps that is. If there was a 1 hour red flag, it would make their life a lot easier. So they've already basically think that car's not going to make it to the end, if that's the way they're thinking now. So they're trying to get into classification mode. They got quite a way to go, I think, haven't they? They want to go at least another hour and a half to be able to get that through into classification, depending on how laps we've done. It was 307 laps last year. We're on 176 laps already. We've travelled 8,153 kilometres.
Gee whiz, those stats always blow me away, Dan. And the amount of fuel that these cars use is just incredible. They really do guzzle down fuel. And if you look at the YouTube stream or the YouTube video that we made the other day, we had to guzzle down sparkling water. Was actually just, it wasn't easy either, was it? You try, they're burning just over 3 litres per lap as they go around here. You try drinking 3 litres in 1 minute 45. Well, we did. We tried doing it and we failed. We failed quite badly. If you want to check that out, check out the Kyalami 9 hour YouTube channel to see how much we failed. I think you were absolutely pathetic. No, I was. I did let the team down.
You barely managed 500 milliliters.
Dan, you are like literally twice my length, so there's no excuse there for you.
I got rid of my litre, no problem at all. And you were sipping it like you were having high tea at the Mount Nelson.
I suspect that you shook the bottle up before the event started, because that's what I should have done.
Conspiracy theory. Sandbagging. Exactly. You're always with the sandbagging, aren't you?
Well, back to the action. I've got to say, it did put me off sparkling water for a day or two in closing. But back to the action. There goes the 66 car. No damage on the front of that car, though. So is this going to be one of those races where suddenly something changes near the end? The 66 car over there.
The Audi is the gaps from the BMW is never getting out of control. It was at 10 to 11 seconds. Now it's back down to 8.1 seconds from Fella in the 66. I think they may be managing their pace, controlling it, knowing that this is an endurance race. Going back to the fuel, this is special fuel they use. Obviously, they don't just go and get you 95 down at the local Shell garage. It's 102 octane race fuel, has additives in it to assist with the injectors, specifically designed for GT cars, so they can run smoother, like lubrication to help with the injectors. Might go a little bit to explain its 70 rand a litre price tag. Oh. Can you imagine if our fuel was 70 rand a litre? There would be uproar, wouldn't there?
Well, it doesn't seem to matter in this country because it just keeps going up and up, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's got a long way to go before it matches these guys. So if that makes you feel a little bit better out there, that we might pay 22 rand a litre. These guys are paying 70 to go around here, and they're burning it at a rate of about 58 to 60 litres per 100 kilometres.
I might need a fuel card if that was the case. 1 second the gap there now between Farfus and Feller, Dan. I think, do you think this is a battle worth looking at 1 second? Is there something to see here, Dan?
Yeah, so the second BMW in the 33's dropped back, hasn't it? So a lead one of 32 is still maintained that gap, but it appears like the 33 car can't quite keep up the pace. Farfus can't keep up the pace with Charles Wirtz. So maybe the Audi's coming into it. They've been very strong. And like I said, flying under the radar, they'll be delighted if they can at least split the BMWs. That's what Feller's goal will be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what Feller's goal will be, is to try and split those BMWs, get an extra position there, a little bit of extra points in the bag. And let's keep an eye on that gap. The gap now 1 second as the 75 car continues to circulate in first position. Yannick Mettler behind the wheel there, doing 1 minute 43's 46 seconds behind the Engel car. And we've heard rumors and talks of that Engel car even retiring at some stage, Dan, to try and make that 70% rule.
Yeah, it looks almost certain that 75 is going to catch it and pass it, because it might be everyone.
Yeah.
Catches and passes it at this rate. They just want to get some classification for IGTC points. They've not had it. They've been a bit unlucky team, haven't they? Bathurst looked absolute odds-on favourite. You'd put your house on them taking that title until they had problems with a transponder, had to change the modem in the car, which the mechanics did an amazing job, but considering that isn't something I would imagine you practice. I think they lost about 18 to 20 seconds when they came out there. And then...
Not much.
No, but it was enough to mean that they had to make a pass on track with this car here that we're looking on screen, the number 75 Sun Energy 1, although it was orange back in Bathurst rather than the blue version. And they came together. The Sun Energy 1 span round. Jules Gounon rejoined the circuit, and they received a drive-through penalty, did the Group M, so they ended up finishing third. Had immense pace. They were the fastest car by a mile. They should have won it and only got just on the podium. And now they're nursing issues here at the Kyalami 9 now. So the start of this season in the IGTC Championship has not been good for Group M and the 999.
Yeah. Group M firm favourites as far as pace goes when it comes to the start of this
just
race.
On the fastest lap of the race, 142.6.
Ooh, we are now in the 142s, ladies and gentlemen, firmly 142.6 seconds for Acker in that Audi over there, regardless of any bits missing. Doesn't seem to be affecting his pace much there.
No, clearly. I mean, Audis are really happy with their pace, and you can understand why. If they can just hold on to the back of those BMWs, you have no idea what could happen in 3 hours and 44 minutes.
Well, as the sun starts to set, the lights in the studio goes back on because Kriya Gang here is back.
You know me, I come with the juice, the hot tea.
Where is the tea? Can I have some hot tea?
You can see he's not a millennial.
Yeah,
I'm a Gen Z.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm trying to hang out to the cool kids, so I know what the tea is, but we're about to find out what the tea is with Kriya Gang here. Kriya? What's
All right, here we go. So I'm just giving you some information about that MJR team and why they're in the pits. I just spoke to Marius Jackson. They were having a brake issue. So essentially, coming in at 100, this is how he explained it to me. So I'm going to go word by word. If it's wrong, I got it from a driver.
Okay.
Right. So Marius said, essentially what happens coming down the straight at 100 kilometers, as soon as you put foot on the brake, it brakes. So there's no give on the brake.
It's grabbing.
Yes, so he said to me, it's like a sponge.
Okay.
So you squish it, and then it squishes further in than it should go.
Oh, and that's what happens when there's air build-up in the brake system. The way to fix that usually would be to bleed it, but that's going to take too long.
So they're replacing it.
Whoa.
From what I understand.
Okay, so they actually are going to do that. So they more than likely take the car. Is the car currently in the pit garage?
Currently in the pit garage.
It's been in the pits for a while. We're about 25 laps down now.
Oh my goodness me. So Jackson all the way down and Nieuweling with a comfortable lead over them, still circulating. So that would mean, by my calculations, as the Audi of Acker, who just pitted, spins its way out of the pit lane, they would then park the car, replace probably the brake discs or the pads.
They usually pull the disc with
and
the
pads,
calipers
everything
already
off.
on. It kind of disconnects. They have like hot swap connectors onto the lines that go to the calipers, and you put the whole new set on.
But then they'd still
unusual
have to
to
bleed
see
the
that in
system.
a 9-hour.
Yeah,
Very unusual to see that. You see brake disc changes. We had one actually at Bathurst 12 hour, and obviously 24 hours. Sometimes they have a compulsory brake change.
Yeah, but
Maybe that'll fix the issue.
Surely that might not fix the issue if there's air in the system.
Well, maybe if it's just grabbing the disc, it sounds like it's just grabbing too much. So he's either getting no brakes or he's getting full
Too much
brakes.
brakes,
Yeah, but the sponginess, though, I mean, that's usually a fluid issue.
We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. Look, I'm no expert when it comes to these things. We're just speculating at this stage.
All I'm giving you is exactly word for
Superb
word what Marius
information.
Jackson gave me.
But this is what we need, though. The South Africans out there watching on the stream and on Supersport want to know exactly what's going on with our local teams, and we're getting plenty information on our international teams. But you know what? We need the tea, Kriya.
What I can also tell you is that Marius has taken off his race suit and is standing half naked in front of his air conditioner.
Right, shame. It really is
But
that hot.
He is feeling super positive. Momia was standing next to him. It was a little awkward. But essentially, they're very jovial. They've got smiles on their faces, and they're very ready to drive into the
And
night.
any improvement in Jan Coander's?
He's still chilling on the couch, taking it easy.
That's probably where he should
probably
stay.
a good
I think.
idea. Yeah. Well, the temperatures are dropping ever so slightly. Track temperature, though, dropped a lot, down to 31 degrees, but the ambient temperature is still 29.3. Kriya, it looks a bit cooler out there. What are your thoughts?
It is a little bit cooler. The temperature has definitely dropped a little bit, but it's still hot. It's still humid. It feels like, you know what, it's rained for the last 2 weeks in Johannesburg, and you can still feel that moisture in there.
That's what it feels like, and I think that's what we were seeing, Dan. The moisture coming off the cars, the arches of the cars. It could be that the humidity is still quite high in the air, even though we're not getting any rain, hopefully, and the weather's still quite hot. 29.3 degrees. It's already 6:15. Last night we went out for dinner. I put on a long sleeve top and regretted it.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't get cool, does it? You're expecting in Joburg for that to get cool in the evenings, but 32% humidity. Back to Amanda in the pits, I think, surely, for an interview.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that signal by the sound of things. We've got an interview lined up in the pit lane with Amanda by the sound of things, but the track conditions still get cooler. But back to Amanda. Let's find out what's happening.
We got here to congratulate Alex Aka on setting the fastest lap, and I don't think I've ever seen someone look so disappointed and frustrated, throwing your hands up in the air. What were you concerned with when you got out of the Audi?
It's not like an endurance race is not just about the fastest lap. It's about the stint, and I wasn't happy with my performance. I had 2 offs and pushed one car wide, which was unnecessary in my opinion. I thought he wanted to let me by, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. Other than that, I think the overall balance of the car is good. It's also good to see that the Audi is quite competitive over the course of the lap, and now it's the hunt is on for the BMWs.
Well, the interesting thing, guys, you were talking about how the mood is changing here at Kyalami. You can feel it differently. There's some breeze coming through pit lane. We're about to get into some nighttime conditions here. Alex, how comfortable are you with driving in the dark?
I love driving in the night. It's better than driving through sunset and don't seeing anything. I couldn't see my bare hand in front of my eyes. It was quite tough to drive, honestly. There's like 2 or 3 tricky corners, so I think we're all glad that the night is finally coming. And yeah, I think we shouldn't be too concerned about the pace. My teammates are running quite soft. Dennis in at the end, and Winky now, which is also good. And I think we've done a good job for now.
Thank you.
Winky. That's clearly Winkelhock's in-team name. And here comes the replay of what happened between those 2 cars. That's Aka over there. He thought the Mercedes-Benz was giving him room, and then not the case. I mean, that can happen, though. Dan, the stewards agreed that it's just a racing incident. Unfortunately, though, the Mercedes-Benz paid the price.
Interesting to show, though, he's exactly right. Endurance racing is not about individual lap times. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far with 1:42.662, and he's not happy at all. He took a trip through the gravel and he had that instance there. So overall, his stint time he will not be happy with. Did make it up with the fastest lap. They're doing well. Hopefully they can push on through, as is the other Audi in Feller. He's doing remarkably well, putting pressure on the BMWs. Matteo Drudi, Ricardo Feller and Patrick Niederhausen, all the piloters of that 66 Audi. And they're within, it's going to be so hard to pass that 33 BMW though, the immense pace down the straight. They got to get imaginative and find somewhere else to do it.
Yeah, they got to do that because the straight ain't happening. There goes your leader now with Wits behind the wheel. Farfus in second place, and that's the battle we want to keep an eye on. Look at the gap there, just 0.5 of a second between those two, the second and third place man, and all of a sudden the Audis are back in it as Team WT now starts to feel the pressure, at least on the number 2, at least the 33 car in second position.
Yeah, everyone's going to be wondering when Sheldon van der Linde is going to take control of that 32. He's only had one single stint. He had the hardest stint. He had the first one, the hottest one, the one that got that car into the lead, and it stayed there ever since. But he hasn't been back in that vehicle yet. We'll see whether he gets back in shortly or whether he finishes. He might be going in for the final stint and bring that car home.
Yeah, and we did mention he's in for a double stint, so that means that he could do 2 hours or thereabouts pretty soon as we make our way towards the next window. And here comes the Audi now. This is one of the closest, this is the closest it's been in a while, Dan. Very much within striking. This is the battle here, just 0.5 seconds exactly, off a second apart as the Audi runs wide there and rotates as the rear tires light up and slide the back of that car into view. Watch how he works the curb on the exit over here, touches the dirt, the clouds of dust go up in the air and swirl around as that Audi gives chase on that BMW.
They're slowly starting to dig a trench there at Barbecue as they dip over that curb, aren't they? Almost every lap in the Audi, just touching up, using all of the track that he possibly can, giving it everything. He knows that this is probably the section where he's going to have to put a pass on, maybe up the inside of Learcop, because they're not going to get an advantage down the straight. That BMW is just too strong.
Well, that Audi probably is
Here we
quite
go, the
comfortable.
999 in the pits. It's going for a normal pit stop, but I think that's out of schedule, isn't it, on the 999?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would imagine they'd wait at least a couple more minutes. They're the only ones in at the moment. But the Audis might be more comfortable over the bumpy stuff, Dan.
Yeah, they clearly don't mind dipping those tyres into the dirt, do they? They've kicked up dust quite a few times. We've seen that. Is it going to go? The 999 is dropped.
Marciello having a slightly different experience to last year as the Sun Energy car goes backwards. Just probably just out of
Back
the
up
box
for a
there.
driver change on the 75. There you go, 999 is out. It's going to continue. They've got to carry on. They've got to get at least 70% of this race completed. Otherwise, they'll get no classification. Well, a long way to come to get nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long trip down to the southern tip of Africa, or the southernmost country in Africa.
Here's a driver swap.
Driver swap now for the 32 car. But Dan, the Audi seems a bit comfortable on the dirt, going over the bumps, doesn't it?
It really does. Yeah, they don't seem, like we've said before, they're using track limits on turn 2. They're losing, definitely going, but there's no issue on track limits at Barbecue. Turn 5. And dipping a wheel in there, putting as much pressure, trying to pile it on to Farfus. They're in the pits now, so I think the 999 only came in 1 lap earlier. Maybe they were slightly out of schedule due to their poorer lap times and don't want to get their stint clock in jeopardy. So Vert, Farfus and Fella all in the pits, 32, 33 and the 66.
Well, I'm looking at the drivers of the pace car over there. Oh, this is going to be a tight one. Oh, it's so tight, so close as they rejoin.
That was super tight.
Jeez. Looking at the driver of the pace car there.
You feel the rumble in your seat, Ernest, as they leave pit exit. It's
you can feel them coming past. And that pace car's been quite stationary. That must be a bit of a boring job for that driver today. Stuart White.
Stuart White's desperate to get out on the circuit, but he's not going to be required
the BMW
so
understeers
far.
A little bit over there. That was the cold tyres, maybe that?
Never nice coming out. New driver, new tyres. Dries van Floor going in, and Philip Eng is taken on the 33.
The gap now is 0.68 seconds.
Fella, the driver on the Audi, for the 3rd position. Still half a second, trying to warm the tyres up now.
That's why he did
Philip
that
Eng.
push. That's why he turned the steering wheel so hard. Just let the car push the nose a little bit, get those little bit of extra heat in those front tyres maybe. As we hear more cars roaring off into the distance, you can see
the
the
rumble
lights
through the pit lanes immense, isn't it, when they come through?
Check out the humidity, 33%, Dan.
Yeah,
so,
you can feel it, can't you?
Yeah, 29 degrees and still 31-degree track temperature, but 29 degrees ambient. I mean, that's a lot for this time of night. It's now 24 minutes past 6 if you want to be precise about it.
At least the sun will be out of their eyes. We saw how Akka said it was really, really tricky driving through sunset. until you actually stand on that corner at that time of night, you can't really appreciate how hard it would be to just trust the car, throw it in, and then think, yeah, it's going to hold.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those situations where you don't really want to deal with that for too long, but luckily the sunset situation doesn't really last that long here at Kyalami, but whoever the driver is that has to deal with it, that's their problem. That's usually the worst part, because you get some drivers that like driving at night.
Yeah, well, I think
that
right. It's the transition between day and night that's the issue, isn't it? We had the same at Bathurst. Theirs is the other way round, where they go over. We're going to pit lane shortly for Amanda for another bit of information that Amanda can find from us, which we appreciate.
All that interesting tidbits over there. There's a lot happening in the pits there, and we heard from Kriya earlier on that these stories sometimes they need to be dug out. Amanda and Kriya are certainly able to do that for us.
Exactly. We definitely require assistance from pit lane to find out exactly what's going on.
We saw here at Team WRT, it was a successful pit stop for them, but you have to start questioning, is this now when strategy comes to play? They've told us that they were going to run these BMWs in two different forms. I know that they've been performing well here today, but maybe this is where we start seeing a split. I did talk to Augusto Farfus. He's done for the day, so you wonder if they're going to start doing some double stints with some of these drivers. I'm sure most of the teams are starting to consider that. We are roughly less than 20 minutes from sunset here in Johannesburg, so you have to think the drivers in behind the wheel in the cockpit right now, these are the first drivers that are going to see nighttime conditions here around the 16 turns at Kyalami.
So the light is going.
Well, that's information from Amanda, and I think, well, we had that confirmed from Sheldon van der Linde when he sat next to us, that they would move on to the double stints towards the end, and the fact that Dries van Thor is now taking control of the 32 looks very likely that Sheldon van der Linde will have the opportunity to possibly bring this 32 car home for victory as the final driver with a double stint to conclude, which would be pretty amazing for the fans that have waited around to watch that happen. A long way to go though with 3.5 hours. We've got Gareth Burley who's joined us back in comms. Welcome, Gareth. What have you been up to?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Actually was down in the Motorfest area picking up some merchandise, boys.
No, did you get me something?
Listen, they've got Kyalami 9-hour bags, caps for $100.
No.
You got to get down there.
Well, I'm slightly disposed of at the moment. I can't really disappear. If someone could grab me one, that'd be great.
There's a queue for the sim racing. There's a queue. There's been all day for the drifting and the spinning. So it's just, there's a lot happening down on that side of the track.
Yeah, superb. I was up there earlier on at the AMG Experience Centre. Lots of fun and games. You can try and match these guys' lap times in the simulators. Did you have a go?
Unfortunately, the queue was a bit too long, so didn't get a chance.
You couldn't use your influence to wedge yourself a bit at the front.
One thing I did want to ask you, though, I did have a little look down in the pits. I noticed safety cars have been a bit quiet this race, eh?
Stuart White, he hasn't had a lot to do. He's had to sit in a hot safety car, maybe listening to the radio. I think those M4 road versions have at least got air conditioning, so he's in a comfortable position, but not really required. Kriya, in the meantime, has been out and about, and we will be joining her very shortly. But we've got Dennis Marshall and Matteo Drudi in the Audis, looking quite tasty, Gareth, and they're trying to hunt down Philip Eng in the BMW. The gap not a lot. But we're going to go to Kriya in the meantime. Kriya, what are you up to?
So guys, I decided to leave you in studio and make my way back to Pit Lane Hospitality. And I'm standing here with Brendan Govender, who's the chairperson of Roads and Transport. Brendan, tell me a little bit about the event and, you know, your involvement in it.
Well, this event is an eye-opener for me. If you look at the diversity of people that's supporting it, it makes me proud to be someone that's promoting this event in the background. Our aim is to get more people from different areas of Gauteng supporting events like this. I'm so proud to be South African today, to see a diverse group of people supporting an event like this. Yeah.
So, is this your first time coming to a Kyalami 9-hour?
First time.
And what has been kind of one of the standout moments for you so far?
The infrastructure, the road infrastructure. Because if I look at my portfolio is to focus on infrastructure development. But to see a private sector like this that has the infrastructure that can accommodate a race like this compared to the infrastructure of the roads out there, I'm a bit embarrassed. Yeah, to say they're doing it right, I need to learn from them how they're doing it right and implement it out there.
I am very, very impressed that I can stand here and have someone that works with the government and in the government say something like that. Thank you. That's really real to hear. Would this be an event that you would support again? You would come out to again?
I think I will give my 200% support. But just not support as an individual. I would also be the ones in the background promoting the event in all our communities to say, guys, let's support something like this. Let's take it to the townships. Let's take it to the suburbs. Let's take it from Sandton to Hammanskraal. Let's take it to Midvaal. Let's get people bussed in to Central Belt of Gauteng supporting an event like this.
It's so great to hear that people want to get involved and support an event like this. And thank you so much for chatting to me.
So much. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kriya. We appreciate you carrying on in the VIP section, finding all sorts of interesting guests for us to listen to. And it's been interesting on track as well, as Dries van Thor has just dropped the fastest lap of the race with a 1:42.574. BMW starting to stretch their legs. Gareth, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's fantastic. And we knew that this time of the evening we could see the Mercedes come back a little bit, because we saw that, although it wasn't necessarily the truth of what was happening in the free practices and qualifying, but they were very strong at this point. And yeah, here's a man who knows these conditions really well. He's closing in now. The team were way back. They've moved up now 6th place and closing on to 5th quite quickly.
Yeah, Gunon is going to be taking control of 5th almost certainly, with the 999 having some quite difficult issues to manage there. I mean, they've admitted themselves they're just trying to get to classification 70% of this race at this point, that 999 group at MCAR. So if they can do that, at least they get something for all their efforts this week. But I mean, his lap times, it's strange. He put a 1:44.9 did Maro Engel, which is better than what he has been, but it seems to be a bit of an intermittent issue. Last time we heard with shifting up and down, not going into gear, and they had radio problems as well, which they've now resolved. But it looks almost certain that the 75 is going to catch, and under the likes of Jules Gounon, it's going to catch just that little bit quicker, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I think we mustn't forget that you did a video earlier this week of the 999, and you were standing in the engine bay. So
exactly.
They had to do a lot of work.
I think they got a lot of views purely because everyone looked at the photo and said, well, what's going on with that? It's like a guy stood in an engine bay when the engine's not in it.
Yeah, listen, and we've got to just quickly mention the paintwork, because it's always quite infamous with the South African rounds. I mean, this Sun Energy Mercedes, we've already seen that this season, but the Mamba on the 999 is beautiful.
That's a bit of a stalwart for the group at M Team, isn't it? And it certainly stands out. Now as we go into the evening, look at the reflections on that Sun Energy 1 car with a chrome blue look. Got some, I mean, they put a lot of effort into their liveries for a reason. They got to look good on TV.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a stunning car, and it's one of the favourites. As we see the 999 now coming up around Crowthorne, just braking a bit late there, compromising now the race line. That's certainly going to hinder them as the 75 gets closer and closer.
And the number 20 looks like Lucas Stoltz is unlapping himself, or is coming up behind. Lucas Stoltz is not going to just hand this over. I think Maro Engel is nursing an issue, because at 1:46 was his last lap. Lucas Stoltz at 1:43, so a lot faster at this stage of the race. I think Maro Engel's just given him a flash to say, off you go, boys.
Yeah.
You take this in the Pro-Am category.
But look at the Mamba. Look at those lights. You just saw the fangs on the front there. The camera got a nice little angle of it as well as they come through the S's.
Looks very mean, that AMG. Very, very mean.
Coming up there, that's where the old track would have gone left. Kyalami, you've got some amazing history here. If you ever make your way to the pits area, they've got photographs of the old circuit. You can see the likes of some of the great names, a Michael Schumacher picture going around the old corner as well. So that's where that little part of the track is. Really beautiful.
Yeah, huge redevelopment of this circuit when Toby Venter took over at the Porsche team before this 9-hour return in 2019. And it's quite a big transformation and an upgrade. And it really has dragged it up to a an international standard that I think South Africa can be pretty proud of.
Yeah, beautiful evening. Of course, they're looking back towards Sandton there.
I'm staring at that view from my commentary booth here, and there's a huge cloud behind Sandton. I didn't want to bring it up, but it's pretty big. It's a long way off right now, but that looks like it has some rain in it somewhere.
Yeah, we've got some highlights on the screen here of some earlier action in the day, the 999 going through there, the old barbecue corner. This was early on, of course.
This was right at the start of the race when the 32 got past the 33 in the BMW and Sheldon van der Linde. And the Grove Racing Porsche was comfortably leading the Pro-Am category at this stage. Slow motion, you can see how much energy goes through those cars as they go over the rumble strips. I love these slow motion shots, especially this one. Cheetah kicking up the front two side wheels, superb. And we've seen a lot of cars drop a wheel into this dirt, saying they're digging a trench slowly at the exit of barbecue.
There's those sausage curves, those yellow sausage curves.
That's substantial, that sausage curve. You stand on it and you hit it and you really know it.
Well, speaking to the drivers earlier about that curve, they were saying that these cars are so good that they, as soon as they back on four wheels, they quickly adjust, unlike your support races where they're unstable.
That can cause accidents there. But they're just clipping it is the fastest line. Jules Gounon showing how it's done. So back with our leader in Dries van Thor, and we've got a 1:42.575 still as the fastest lap of the race. Looking very comfortable in that BMW M4, but in the meantime, we're going to go and chat with Kriya. I think she's found someone pretty interesting to talk to.
All right, guys, so we're out having a bit of fun, and I found DJ Ankle Tap. DJ Ankle Tap, tell me what is happening.
So much is happening, but right now the most important thing is that I'm winning, and that's what I'm happy about. I didn't know too much. Look, I knew a lot about the race. I didn't know too much about like who to bet on and who was racing, but I had a very wise person say to me yesterday, Van der Linde, bet on him. I placed my bet yesterday. He's been in the lead for like 7 hours, so we're happy about that, but it's incredible. It's very loud. These cars, I don't think I quite realized like how much noise they make.
You can actually like lose your hearing from being around them.
I know, I'm screaming. We're being interviewed now. I have to scream. But it's awesome. It's fantastic. It's my first ever, I must say, it's my first ever motorsport event. Done a lot of sports events in my life, and this is really cool. Just seeing the pits happen live. You know, you see it on TV. Let me just say, guys, it's not the same as on TV. When you see the guy changing the tire so quickly, it's incredible, and it makes me happy and sad at the same time, because sad in terms of this should be a Formula One venue. Formula One, if you're watching, we're ready for you in 2024. Formula One in 2024, we need you. I think I'd also never been to Kyalami. Let me say.
What?
This is my first time at Kyalami racetrack and in the convention center, and it's incredible. So yeah, I think it's changed my perspective on motorsports completely.
You know what? I'm appalled. I'm appalled.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm a soccer guy. I've been at Orlando Stadium since I was 4. But yeah, listen, it's changed my experience to the point that I would buy my ticket for the next event without even thinking about it. And I think a lot of South Africans have never seen this level of motorsport, and very cool, very awesome experience. Thank you to everyone that made it happen.
I love Tap. I don't even have to ask him a question. He just has the whole interview by himself.
I know, that's radio DJs. I'm supposed to interview you. So, Kriya, how's your day been?
Oh, it's been really great. I've been having to chat to drivers, people like you.
I must hold the mic for this. So, Kriya, how's your day been?
It's been really great. Thank you for asking. No one's asked me the whole day. I'm now in VIP. I might have a Heineken 00 in a bit, and just have a good time with you guys.
Okay, who have you got your money on? Manufacturer or driver?
Ooh, Tuffy. I came into this weekend thinking the BMWs were going to do really well.
And they are.
They are. Yesterday I was a little bit worried after qualifying because they weren't performing up to what I expected them to. But now they are there, and Sheldon is doing great in the car.
Big up. The BM's for the win. My money's on there as well. And Audi, I love you. I drive an Audi personally, but y'all are loud. Every time one of these R8 goes by, I lose my hearing. Love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's what happens when you come down to Pit Lane Hospitality. You get all kinds of fun and bump into radio DJs who hijack your job, guys.
Speaking of a radio DJ that hijacks my job, Gareth, how you doing?
Very good, very good. Listen, I know why the DJ's here, because he's an Orlando Pirates fan and they lost in the Soweto Derby. Kaizer Chiefs winning today. So we know why he's here.
Okay. But he's having a good time at least, and it's his first time here, and he's coming back. And I think a lot of people that will have that experience this weekend. We had some amazing shots whilst he was chatting of the scenery around here in Joburg, and also the scenery around the circuit. Braais going, everyone having a party atmosphere. You got your gazebo pitched up on the edge of a circuit, watching the world's best GT3 drivers lap for 9 hours. I can't think of anything better. That is nirvana for me.
Absolutely. In fact, I think that speaking to some of the people, they've actually went home, got some more reinforcements, have come back.
Brought more stuff. Go back and collect more.
Yeah, more stuff. Invited their friends. We've seen a couple of people now go to some of the other grandstands. Of course, the popular spots are up at the top from Barbecue to Sunset. And you're not going to find a place, unfortunately, between Club and the Essers. It's a really beautiful spot under the trees. It's been the cool place all day. Those race villages there, there's been plenty of entertainment. There's DJs there. So really, people look at the track now and they think, oh, there's a lot of people. There are tons of people, and there's not a place to move in the VIP area.
And now all they need is a grandstand finish of the 32 BMW with the home favourite of Sheldon van der Linde bringing this thing home. But I'm sorry, but I've got to bring it up one more time. I'm staring over my left shoulder, and that cloud is, we saw a few shots of it from our cameraman as well. They've picked up on it already. It's looking quite ominous over Joburg, and it would be quite ironic if a victory was pulled away from Sheldon van der Linde when that's exactly what got him a victory in 2020 in the M6.
Yeah, listen, it's not predicted to come this way. It is quite far away. It is looking quite spectacular with the light. So we will take it as a scenic background for the last 3 hours.
It is. I think it is a scenic background. It's too far away. We've got 3 hours, 16 minutes to go. I had information from a local that if you see a cloud above Joburg, it's 1 hour before it's raining here, though. So that's what's put me a little bit on edge. I'm not going to lie. Otherwise, I wouldn't have an issue with it whatsoever. So we'll keep an eye on that. If anyone local can confirm or deny that 1 hour theory, I would like to hear it. This is the Pro-Am category with Jules Gounon, a mighty driver, a winning machine in that Sun Energy 1. And he's doing everything he needs to do to get Kenny Habel his much coveted point so he can reclaim that Pro-Am title in the IGTC this season. He's doing a full season in IGTC, all 5 rounds. Spa 24 will be next for him. He sacrificed the first round because he was desperate to win overall. Oh, look at the sparks come up on the 999 Mercedes AMG. Pushing that to the limit, even with the issues that it's got.
And it's interesting to see, maybe international fans will look and see 6 and 7 next to each other and saying, aren't those teammates? Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Gareth.
Yeah, international fans will be looking at the list of drivers and see 6 and 7, Gounon and Stoltz, and think, but aren't those teammates?
Exactly. I mean, that's the life of a factory driver, isn't it? They win together one week and they fight against each other the next week. But much respect between all those drivers. Maro Engel as well. They're a great family of friends. Literally, they call themselves a family, the Mercedes group. And I think it's the same for every brand. You hear that from the BMW. You have to become a cohesive team to even compete in any sort of endurance racing.
Now, you were thinking that Bamber could be quite quick later on in the evening. He's now into the Porsche. So what kind of lap times is he doing now? He's currently running 8th place.
He's only just gone into it, so his last is an out lap. So we'll have to wait and check. He's got a 150.9. I think he's quite a long way back. Yeah, he's 2 laps back from the 75 though. So his hopes to try and get back onto the back of the SPS Mercedes, the number 20. Which is going to be a hard job with Lucas Stoltz at the wheel as well. We've got a full pro lineup throughout the Pro-Am category as well. As you look at that now and you think it's all pro drivers. But with Lucas Stoltz and Bamber and Jules Gounon in that Pro-Am category, there's a lot of pro drivers on the circuit right now.
We look back early in the week and you've seen how some of these cars have been, some of them literally built, their chassis, engines all arrived separately. We thought there might be a few casualties. And here we are with just over 3 hours left to go. We haven't had the safety car out once. No. We haven't had an incident. We've got the Jackson Audi in the pits. They came in, they're doing some repair works. They just want to finish the race.
Yeah.
But all 10 cars are still running beside the Jackson.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah, we hope the number 80 can get back out at some point. We could put a few laps there. We are working on it. They've got brake issues they're trying to fix. That's not going to be easy, but if they can get that car back out on circuit, they certainly will. An achievement to just try and finish. I hope Kawanda is feeling a little bit better. I don't know whether you heard that he was struggling from dehydration and had to be put on a drip, which was a bit of a disaster, but hopefully he'll be recovering quite quickly from that. Unlikely he'll be back into that car, so it leaves a bit of pressure on the other two drivers. We just want to see it out on circuit at this point. The other 86 in the Stradale Motorsport, they're going well with Neveling at the wheel, 144.7. Lap time's now looking pretty representative of what they were hoping to achieve at the start of this, and there we are on the screen right now.
In fact, they were leading that second group in the early stages.
They were.
The Porsche was in the front group of 6 cars, but they were actually in the front, and unfortunately just I think it was going into the Crowthorne that he just outbraked, and then unfortunately really dropped back and was unable to recover.
Yeah, then they've had a few issues, haven't they? They've been tangled up a few trips through the pit lane, but they're back out on circuit, and their goal at the start of the week was just to complete the 9 hours. That was their ambition, and they are scoring vital manufacturing points for Mercedes, obviously, in the IGTC Challenge. So Mercedes will be very happy if they can get some more classification points from them for completing the race, and they're doing what they need to do, so that's great.
Charles Arangis was joining me earlier on during the support races. I mean, they're fairly new in this car, so you're going to be doing lots in the year with the car as well. So you get a feeling like, you know, they could just be getting stronger and stronger. I mean, Charles Arangis, you're so used to him seeing him in a Lamborghini going around.
Exactly. Yeah, they just transitioned from the Lamborghini. They haven't had any. I mean, I think they had about 60 minutes practice in that car before they entered it into this race, and then they got to do a 9-hour race. the race is 9 times more than what they had practiced previously. So if it really is, they've got to get that car to the finish, and they'll be more than happy with that, I believe.
If you had to ask me what is the one thing that I've learnt the most about this year's Nana, and I've been at most of them, is a newfound respect for the mechanics, because
now you've seen them work.
I've seen them work.
And
how hard they work, because I came early on Wednesday and we got to walk through the pits, we got to see the guys working. We were here the whole day, we went home, they were still working. We got here in the morning, they were here already working. So they are just phenomenal, and you can see why the teams are so good, because they're down to every detail. They're so meticulous, the testing is ruthless, and even though you have to put a brand new engine in the chassis, they are competing at the highest level.
It's tiring work. Then they've got pit stop practice into the night. We go home, and often the WRT team is still out there doing pit stop practice, testing everything, testing the fuel rigs. It's just they even build their own pit boxes. So the WRT mechanics literally rolling out the carpet to furnish their own pit box. So they have to do a lot of tasks. It's not just sort of changing wheels. They're basically doing everything.
Well, I was fascinated. On Thursday evening, they were rolling out tape using a hammer and knocking it where the car must slow down and stop.
Yeah, they mark out their own boxes, don't they? That's it, with a rubber mallet. I watched them do that last year. It's interesting. And they fancy tape as well, some of it, so make it their own, make their pit boxes their own. Anyone that had pit lane access earlier before the race would appreciate that, because they had a little glimpse into what's involved as you can stare straight into the garages, and the mechanics feverishly working away on all sorts before the start of the race. So maybe next year, if you're interested, you can get those pit walk tickets. I know they sold out. They're pretty popular this year.
Quite popular, yeah. So we've got sunset now. If I recall, it's either 3 minutes ago or in 3 minutes time, something like that. So now we'll start to see the track change a little bit. We thought that, in fact, you told me that the fastest lap around here, perhaps from last year, was in the night time. Is that right?
Yeah, Raffaele Marciello did a 40. He was very close to getting a lap record. I think it was a 42.2 in conditions. We're now at a 42.5 with Dries van
Today,
Thor.
but they're hoping that the heat coming down and the darkness above is going to make that Mercedes go better, and you kind of confirmed that just then. But when you think of the local team out here racing, they are rating 4th in Pro-Am currently, and happy at the fact that they get to score points for Mercedes here this weekend, finishing the race. Charles, you're going to be up next. You're going to take this thing into the darkness. Is there advantage here that this being the home track?
Well, yeah, I mean, we know this track like the back of our hand, although the pros come and show us new lines. But yeah, the car was just horrible to drive the first stint while the track was at 50 plus degrees. and it's just been gradually getting better, you know, from being far off the pros to we there or thereabouts now, keeping up. So, you know, it's a big learning curve. It's our first time in the new car. We don't really know what we're doing yet, but it's going well. So, yeah, we're just having a ball.
They're going to go from 1 hour. Each driver is going to finish out the rest of the night. And Clint, I know you're going to go in after Charles. And you said that you've raced here plenty of times in the dark, but this track, there's no lights out there. It is completely dark. What's the secret?
Look, the secret is the fact that we can go blind into it. It's you can follow the lines, you know exactly where they are if you know the circuit well. But it is you tend to miss the apexes and all that sort of thing, and that's where you really need to keep your eyes open. The biggest issue is the blinding effect from the top runners with their lights, and I think that's the only thing that will put us off. But we'll move out of the way for those guys, so just so we can really get to the end nice and quickly. But otherwise, the circuit is fairly easy.
Thank you, Clint.
Now, of course, one of the benefits of a modern-day GT car.
There we go. We are back. There we go. Some technical issues this side. But we have Raffaele Marciello, Daniel, joining us today. Although the campaign this weekend not going according to plan. Raffaele, can you give us some insights as to what's happening in the 999 garage?
Yeah, we have many issues. We started with some electronic issue of radio communication. The race logic was not working. And since, I don't know, 2 hours maybe, we have some gearbox issue, so we have to use the clutch when to upshift, so it's really, it's quite slow. Now we go to 70% of the race, and then we stop the car and we'll see if we can fix it or we retire, because anyway, we are P5, we get the points after 70% of the race, so it doesn't make sense to drive like this.
Yeah. When it comes to changing with the clutch on these cars, I mean, I didn't even know these cars have a clutch available. How do you guys do that?
I'm not doing it, so you should ask Maro when it's coming out.
It was okay during your stint, was the issue when you were stint. I saw them holding a board out for you telling you to fuel save. It basically looked like
no, it was to Mick.
Oh, it was to Mick Grenier, yeah, that's it. It happened during his stint, and then he couldn't radio back through.
No, to mine it started a bit to fail, let's say. Electronic was coming out, and gearbox was kind of okay. I had a bit of issue in T1 in downshift. Then, yeah, in mixed in it got worse, and then it was worse and worse.
And is it an intermittent issue? Because we're seeing lap time sort of 3 seconds off one lap, then back again, then back again.
No, this depends. I think if you miss a gear, you use more. If you don't miss, it's less. But more or less, our pace now is 3-4 seconds off.
So Group M, I mean, the last time they came here in 2019, they had a coil pack issue on turn 2, I think, on the first lap. It's a bit of an unlucky race for them, unfortunately. But if you can at least get to 70%, you can get your classification points, and they'll get something from the week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm driving quite often with them now. We did Abu Dhabi last year, Bathurst, and I don't want to be bad or something, but quite often they have issues, so I mean, I think they have to change the approach of the race. I don't know, because they're really fast, but every time we have some kind of issue. In Bathurst, in the last speed, we had a data logger issue. Yesterday,
yeah, that was
Bali,
unfortunate.
Again, we had this small issue. In Abu Dhabi last year, both car had issue. I mean, I don't believe in bad luck, so at one point, if every time happens to Group M, it means they have to change something.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday you guys had a stellar qualifying. The car, I gotta mention this, the car was put together during the course of this week. Ideally, you want to have the car be fully assembled by the time you guys get here, I would imagine.
I mean, also this is not is not an issue from. It was an issue from everyone. So the only team that had issue was like my team.
Yeah.
So it means they did something wrong. I mean, at 10. I don't believe in bad luck. So if every time happens to us, like if the car was late, whatever happened, it's always to us. So it means they, I don't know who, have to do a better job.
Yeah. Well, Raffaele, we've seen you in the past do super well when you've got a good car underneath you. I hope you guys and your team managed to get that going for the next round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. We're going to let you go. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Thanks for making time. Either way, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a real shame what's happened to the 999 car, and then we just hope that they can get to the 70% mark to get classification points. How important that is to the team to get something from all that effort. It's a lot, like I said before, it's a long way to come and not go away with anything.
It's so difficult to have conversations like this when you're having such a tough time on a day like today. I mean, it's easy to come in here and when the lead is within grasp, or you've just taken the lead, or whatever the case may be, but that team, the morale is not high at the moment.
No, and it's very nice that you can take time out to come and actually have a chat to us to explain what the issues are.
Because I wouldn't be talkative if I was in his position.
No, I don't think I would be either. So yeah, we very much appreciate Raffaele Marciello. It's not the end that he had last time round where he was jumping for joy with victory in Champagne. This time round he's got the disappointment of mechanical failures. Nothing worse for a driver than having the machinery fall around apart you. If you make a mistake yourself, then you can put the blame on yourself.
Yeah.
But when something else collapses around you, there's nothing you can do.
But we've seen it with him so far. He's able to keep composed all the time. We've seen him time after time just get in the car and lay down the times. He's done it so many times, and I would imagine he knows he's not able to go to his full capability. So, yeah, what a shame for that team. But unfortunately, they do seem to be pretty much out of the running now, and then they will do the swap over, or at least retire the car potentially.
I mean, I wonder whether they will
at 70%.
conclude the race, or whether they will retire. I think it will depend on how much. I mean, the lap time's not actually that bad, so Marangle, maybe the more time you spend with it, the more familiar you get with the gearbox problems, and you can drive around it. Because a 144.3 is quite impressive considering what he's doing. I mean, Jules Gounon has now passed him on track. And 5th place, but I mean, he's managing that issue, but he's managing it better than he was. I mean, his lap times have come down. Amazing, like you said, how they can adapt to certain situations.
They can, and I'd love to know, he couldn't give us the answer, are they actually changing with a clutch? I mean, does this car even have a clutch? Is there a clutch system in there? Maybe the clutch button?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, could be the clutch button. Well, Dan, I know you're going to give your clutch a bit of a rest now and take a short break while I get joined here by Gareth Burley in the studio. And Gareth and I will be chatting for the next couple of moments and talking about what's been happening so far. I took a bit of a break shortly, Gareth, and, there's obviously a lot's happened. The sun's gone down since I've left, but the heat has stayed. It's still 28 degrees out there.
And the clouds that Dan was getting nervous about have not seemed to get any closer. If anything, they seem to be sort of fading away a little bit, which is good news for the fan. I mean, the images on TV don't quite do the justice of how dark it is because the camera adjusts, but it is dark out there. And you'll start to see the fans sitting along the outside. You'll start to see fires there. Don't get nervous, all right? It's on purpose. You start to see a little bit of light that they brought from their camping vans, and so there's quite a hiss and excitement out there.
I've got to say, the nighttime cameras are doing a fantastic job. As the BMW gets it a bit squirrely on the exit there, doing a fantastic job of capturing these moments and cars over here, because it gets pitch black in Joburg. It's not fully dark yet, and I think that will happen in the next. But just look at the scenes as the leader Van Thor comes through the second turn over there, Crowthorne, and you can see the colors of the South African flags lit up by the night sky, at least the sun, the dusk sky. And what scenes as we head into the night for the 2023 version of the Kyalami 9-hour.
Yeah, just under 3 hours to go now, and speaking to some of the fans a bit earlier, they were saying they're just so amazed at how these drivers can be so consistent. They'll pick the race line, they'll stay on the race line, they keep going and going, and then there's no compromise. It's almost second nature to them. They just fit into the groove and keep going and going. It's just incredible. And that's what makes them the best in the world, and it's an amazing privilege for us to have them here at the Kyalami 9-hour. And they're not just international brilliance being on display, it's of course local as well, as Sheldon van der Linde has done an outstanding job, and it's looking likely that he will, if things stay as they are, barring no incidents, that he will drive the BMW to victory.
Yeah,
a little bit
let's
later
hope
on.
so. Let's hope that stays the case. The 32 car has been in the lead since the first stint of this race. Nothing's changed there for the number 1 and 2 BMWs, but the Audis, however, did leapfrog that Mercedes-Benz, the 999, and we just spoke to that driver from the 999, the very quick, very fast Raffaele Marciello. But Kriya has got yet another interesting interview with us, for us, with the captain, from what I hear.
Former captain
of Banyana Banyana. Kriya, let's hear what you guys have to say.
So I'm standing here with Amanda Glamini, a former Banyana Banyana player, and I was privileged enough to chat to you in the week. Tell me about your experience, because you hadn't been to a race before this.
It's been so amazing, and I just thought to myself, this is a very lovely way of spending a Saturday differently as opposed to football. But it's just been fantastic, lots of good conversations, just really about how we can integrate so much into the sport, but also just the visibility of women in the sport is amazing. So we're out here to support. It's been absolute fun.
When we chatted in the week, we were talking about all the cool projects that you're doing with women in sport. You got to give us a little bit more insight into that.
Well, there's so much more that is we're still working on, but partnering with the JVW team and their foundation as well, Amanda Domenico's foundation, we really want to just use ourselves as references and tell the story back to the young girls, young boys, back in our rural areas, Soweto if we have to go, and it's just really to highlight how football has really given us a platform and all these opportunities, and the young girls can also get those opportunities through football and education, which is quite important.
We actually had quite a number of schools come in this week and spend time around the track, not only to see, the driver part of it, but to see the other side of motorsport, and it's really important to have those interactions.
Yeah. Very, very, very important. And I think it might be something very small, but that gesture has certainly touched one of the kids' life forever, and it might even transform their lives forever. It just quickly goes back to a personal story of mine. Back in Harding, at Harding Secondary School, we had the Sharks come over. I mean, I didn't play rugby, but because the guys were there and they were telling such inspirational stories about what rugby has done for them, I thought to myself, I'm definitely carrying this for the rest of my life, because then it means I can use football to transform my life. So I guess
drivers here racing from South Africa. Momio was just texting his family that he's going to be on TV. That was the cutest thing. But it's also the Motorfest weekend here at Kyalami, and Momio was runner-up in one of the Sport Series yesterday. I know you guys have struggled here in the ADM GR Audi, but you just told me that it's still a great day in the office. That smile, Mo, tell me more about it.
Well, look, it's better than any day at the office, even if you're having a few problems. We had a difficulty with our master cylinder, our brake master cylinder. But yeah, the guys got it out. They rebuilt it. It's going back in the car. We're just bleeding the brakes. And hopefully Marius will be out in the next 5 minutes, I'm hoping. Most importantly, we want to finish the race. Under the Johannesburg lights, there's nothing better. And to be at, I think our greatest racetrack in South Africa, being Kyalami. And so there's nothing more than one can ask for, just to try and get back out on the track.
Mo's been doing a lot of local press here this week, and we appreciate your support for the Kyalami 9 Hour.
Audi driver in.
So we were chatting about, the development that sport has and how it can grow and change the youth of South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's still so much more work that we need to do as sports personalities, use ourselves as references. Take these projects back at Makas, in Soweto, Harding, in the rural areas, so that we really spark and ignite those interests. And the kids, I promise you, it will change their lives. They might also go back and start a foundation like me, because there's always just stories to tell of how successful it is when you actually make it in the profession that you've always dreamt of, but using a talent. I mean, how amazing is that?
Every time I speak to you, Amanda, I feel inspired. Like I'm going to go out, start a foundation and change people's lives.
lives. Yes, and that's the thing. We start with the little steps. It's one, you telling your story, making yourself visible, putting yourself out there as a reference, and being accessible. And that's what we want to do. Go out there, make sure that the connections and the networking that we make here is always just one of those things where we can always take back to our homes. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to me. And I see another beautiful lady that I'm going to talk to. And she's also, a force to be reckoned with in her field. I remember growing up on TV watching you.
Hola, amiga. How are you?
Good in yourself.
It's so awesome to see you still in the front lines, Mahan. I love it for you. How are you?
And you, what are you doing nowadays?
A little bit of things behind the scenes, which I quite love actually, because sometimes when you're sort of in the forefront, you don't always realize the capacity you have to be able to put together what we do. So I'm enjoying that quite a bit. Yeah.
And obviously, it's a little bit of a change for you to be at the races.
Yes. Okay, so I've committed myself to support sports where South Africans are involved. I think we've got 2 drivers on the track today. I'm rooting hard for all females in sports because I think what's going to change is when the numbers are there, the money is there, and so we've got to support our sisters where it matters, right? Although we don't have any females on the track today, just being exposed to this sport, for me, I mean, in particular, is a start in the right direction, I feel.
You know what's really nice is we've been chatting to everyone throughout the week, and even though we may not have any female drivers, there are female technicians, engineers, the race director is a female. Like, it is so nice to see all of that.
Female broadcasters. Because, I mean, if we don't have the conversation in spaces where people can interact and engage with it, what's the point? Because there is so much good that's been done. I mean, it's not a gender thing specifically, but I think the reason why the conversation comes up is that we want to at least sort of get closer to an equal footing in the value that we bring and the money that we get out of it. So, I mean, every supporter counts. I'm going to learn more about the sport, okay? But being here is the first step.
It is 100% the first step. And the second step is, have you picked a car that you are supporting?
Should I go with maybe
the color? Maybe.
Oh no, I know the color.
Oh,
it's got all the South African flags. Number 86, Mr. Jackson, what's up? That's for sure.
I hope that they really do well. The last time I was up in studio, they were having a couple of problems with the brakes. I haven't had a chance to check in on them again. But I also want to see Kwanda do really well. He was unfortunately out of the car because he had low blood sugar. So I hope he's recovered and getting back in the car. We'd love to see them perform.
You know what? I don't think we quite consider just how hectic it is to be an elite athlete. So to see them do, I mean, 9 hours is insane. Team effort really does make the difference. So, I mean, it's exciting to be here. It really is my first time. I'm coming next time, like, gang deep, right? I'm saying to everyone, bring your girl squad, your book club, your prayer group, anyone. Let's just be out here, and it's a nice way to spend a Saturday, kid-friendly as well, which is awesome. So today has been a spectacular performance from everybody involved, behind the scenes, on the track. I mean, even just the hospitality area, the broadcasting, everyone. So I would say a massive congratulations to everyone who had a part to do it today.
You are amazing. Thank you for chatting me.
Stay shining, Kriya.
Thank you. She's a rock star. She's a rock star.
Well, Kriya, our own rock star down there in the pits. Gareth, before you go, something you wanted to add?
Yeah, it's so wonderful to have women in sport, and absolutely it would be wonderful to have a lady team. And it's not uncommon in GT racing to have lady teams. We know in the likes of Lamar, but one of my earlier guests yesterday, Tasman Pepper, we've had such pioneers of women in motorsport that almost hearing this, I don't think many people know about how much has been done for women in motorsport. And we've had so many fantastic ladies competing this weekend in support races. So we're certainly looking strong, healthy. There's more to come as we see that stunning cloud in the background. A couple of driver changes now, and a very special guest joining us in a short while. We'll chat to you boys a bit later.
Yeah, thanks for holding the fort there. Of course, that was Gareth Burley. But now Gareth warming up the seat for quite a special guest once again, Dan, one of the Audi Sport drivers, the name that I think many will know, Patrick Niederhauser.
Yeah, we'll get him in comms, so that's great for us because we haven't had someone from that team. And it's very interesting to see how these Audis are doing in this race, trying to track down the BMWs. About 10 seconds off from Philip Eng in second place. So really good pace that the Audis are showing this time round.
Yeah, definitely good pace, and historically the Audis haven't necessarily had that pace here. So now finally we've got someone from the inside of the team. Patrick Niederhauser, welcome to the studio here, and welcome to South Africa, the Kyalami 9 Hour. It's nice to see the Audis on pace.
Yeah, hello guys, really nice to be up here with you, really nice to be racing on this beautiful circuit again. Been here now for the third time, and finally, yeah, looks a lot more promising than it did last year. We seem to pick up some pace right now.
Yeah, exactly that. Do you think there's anything you can do about the BMWs though, or are they just a bit too quick today?
Yeah, they look very, very strong, and naturally, I think during the darkness, the BIMers normally they pick up a bit more performance than we do. So yeah, it was already very, very tight at the start of the race in the heat, and now they're looking very strong. Of course, but yeah, still a way to go.
He had a confidence in the team, though. I dropped in there this morning and had a quick chat with Marcus, and he was like, "No, last year we were nowhere. Here we feel like we're going to be somewhere," and that's exactly the case. It's close. Anything could still happen, but a podium definitely on the cards, which is good. Good progress for Audi.
Yeah, I hope so. We've been here on the podium as well last year, but we've been a bit lucky, to be honest.
Yeah.
So now, I really do hope to make a podium and to even fight for the victory, because it's still some time to go, even though the BIM is looking strong. But yeah, we will fight till the end.
With regard to the Audi, we've noticed that the Audi kind of is able to grab more curb. It bounces along. It's more comfortable hitting the bumps. You guys are running a little bit wider than most of the other cars. Visually, that's what we're seeing. What's going on inside the car?
Yeah, obviously cars are very different. The Audi normally, the strength of the Audi is for sure on the braking zones and into slow corners. So this is where we are actually making up most of our time. But yeah, it's for sure tricky to drive. It just has it's a bit more sensible over curbs for sure. It's a bit stiffer probably than other cars. A bit more on the aggressive side, but gives also very, very good feedback for the drivers. So we're actually able to really push hard with the car, and yeah, that's probably what you see from the outside.
And with your strategy for the rest of this race, who's going to finish off? Who's going to take it all the way to the end?
So right now it's still Mattia in the car, Mattia Trudi. Next up will be Riccardo, and I'll be then in for the finish.
You get the finish.
Yes.
What a privilege! Is it not most nice to have the finish stint? You enjoy taking it to the end. It's got to be nice to be the one that actually gets it across the finish line.
Yeah, sure, and especially driving in the night anyway, it's a cool experience. But yeah, in the end it comes down to the line, and very looking forward to it.
As the race that we've had so far, we've had everyone complaining about just how hot it was. Even Kenny Abel says it reckons it's the hottest race he's ever done, which for a guy that lives just outside Bathurst is saying something. Was it really difficult, those early stints? You've got aircon in your car, haven't you? How does it help?
Well, we've got aircon, but we didn't use it because it costs a bit of performance, unfortunately. And yeah, we're all very, very tired, although there are 5 Pro cars right now. But yeah, we're all very, very performant, let's say. The claps are very close, so we couldn't use the aircon. So with the Audi, it was pretty hot inside, yeah, definitely.
One last question from us. What's it like driving at night? And you said you like it. Have you got 20/20 vision? What's it like being behind the wheel in the middle of the night in a dark circuit? I mean, look at how dark that is out there.
It's dark here, isn't it? Really dark.
Yeah, there are no lights. There are definitely circuits where there's more ambient light, and it's a bit easier in the dark. But for me, this track here is especially difficult at night. Very long corners, hidden corners. So the actual view is very, very difficult. And during the night, everything feels faster just because of the vision, and it makes it an even bigger challenge than during the day.
And at the top of the hill, Leocop turn 10 and 11, where you've got no reference points, does it just come down to feeling at that point? Because it's a blind crest anyway, isn't it? You're going over there, it's that double left-hander. And what do you use as a reference? You just know when to brake, just subconsciously?
Well, you're actually, you need some sort of reference. It's just going to change completely from the daylight, but you're going to adapt to it. There's even the smallest bump on the road sometimes.
So there's some feeling you feel in the car.
Yeah, so you're just searching different kind of references.
Well, Niederhauser, thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing you cross the line somewhere in the top 3. We'll see what happens. Still early days, still 2 hours and 44 minutes to go. Thanks so much for joining us and good luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, there you go, folks. The Audi driver who will be jumping in, the car that's currently running in 3rd position. Patrick Niederhauser just joining us here. What an honor to have all these drivers up here, Dan.
Oh, I tell you, I'm a kid in a candy store. It really is brilliant, and it's nice to have one from the Audi team as well, because so far we haven't seen from them. And they've been superb today. They've done nothing wrong. They just come up against a BMW that's fundamentally faster.
Yeah.
Definitely in a straight line, and over a 9-hour period, it's starting to be telling, because the gap to the leader from Matteo Drudi is 22.7 seconds. And that's stretching. So what we thought would happen is being the case with the BMW as the night comes in and the cooler conditions. Dries van Voor's really enjoying himself out there, and that BMW's, those turbos are singing.
Oh, those turbos must be singing, because look at the pace. They are 9 seconds ahead of Vantua is 9 seconds ahead of Enger in 2nd position, and then a further 23 seconds back is the first Audi. And like you said, the Audis have done nothing wrong. It's one of those situations, like we were talking to Eric Bass last night, our producer, and one of the events organizers of this event in media. He was saying that, you know, sometimes you just get to a situation where you could do everything right, but it's just another team or car that is just faster on the day. But that doesn't deter these guys as the 86 car gets wheeled into the pits once again.
I'm not looking. We never want to see this, do we? As soon as it goes up in the jacks, and then they put the dollies underneath so they can wheel it back. The 2 South African entries for the 9-hour I've had now both in the pits, number 80 and the 86. The Shadali Motorsport team, I wonder what's wrong with that now.
Yeah, both of them in the pits. Bamber also in the pits at the moment. But at the moment, it doesn't look like they're in there for too long. It looks like it's a routine pit stop according to the timing system. But certainly, at the moment, Ranji's in the pits. A solid in-lap, so no issues there as the brake discs glow as they make their way around the corner. You see the Coca-Cola banner coming into view there as they make their way down the hill. And Dan, this is our 2nd year commentating in the dark here, so it's a little bit easier to spot who's who.
Yeah, we're prepared. I was just about to say that. Let's give you some tips if you're out in the stands now and thinking, well, what car am I looking at? What basically you're looking at is a frown, means it's a Mercedes AMG.
Yes.
If it's a frown with a blue grille, that, like this one, it's the 75 Sun Energy 1 car, and we'll get back to describing the other cars because we've just been told that Korea's found something interesting to show us again.
I'm here with Sabi, and it's always great to see this man because he's always got a smile on his face. Tell me, how has been your experience of the Kyalami 9 hours so far?
It's been absolutely amazing. I think the people that are here are cool, car fanatics, and just in general, I think the energy has been absolutely amazing. So great to be here.
Have you seen a car yet?
On TV, yes. I've been, like, when I walked in, I saw a few cars on the track.
Yeah.
But now, I want to go back and see them because I looked on screen, I'm like, aren't we supposed to stop? And you just told me now. It's like it's 9 hours. I'm like, oh, 2 hours to go.
But how has been the experience? Someone who isn't really a motorsport fanatic coming into an event like this, how has it been so far?
I've always had a relationship with cars, but my relationship with cars has always been lifestyle. I've never really been the guy who's about the talk, who's about the energy and the power, but I've always embraced cars, and I know I've done work with this channel. It's just that I'm slowly getting into the intricate details around cars because now I find myself being a dad, and my son is asking me questions about engines. I'm like, Ish, I need to have answers for this. So I think slowly I'm tapping into that side of cars, but I've always been a fan of cars, but not the way that some people would engage in cars. But yeah, like, look at that. I would never drive that fast in this dark. Never!
I mean, you can't even see anything else on the track other than a car's lights, headlights.
That is insane. That's why we need traffic cops.
Can you imagine a speed cop on Kyalami Main Street?
Imagine. But it's absolutely amazing. But also, I'm loving the fact that we're creating a lifestyle element when it comes to such events. Because some people, just like me, might not be into cars, but the lifestyle side to it will bring you into this world, and you might find yourself loving Mercedes, loving this brand, or loving that brand. And You know, it starts by one thing that will draw people in. I'm surprised at the amount of women that are also here, because the culture for the longest of time has always been made to seem like it's just for men. And women know about the engine, the V8s, the V12s. This one lady that says, Sabby, are you a V8 or a V12? I'm like, who's driving?
I don't think he was talking. I don't think she was talking about a car, Savvy.
Oh, for real? That went over my head. I'm married, so I can't get those jokes anymore.
Well, Savvy, thank you so much for chatting to me. I wish you the best of an evening, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. I heard the party starts now at 9, so yeah.
Party!
Plenty partying will be happening after the Kyalami 9 hour, but for now it's back to the racing, Dan. And Van Toor still leads us off, Eng in second place. And let's get back to the conversation we were having earlier on with Niederhauser. I mean, he likes driving at night. It's nuts.
It's cool though, isn't it? I mean, that's something that endurance racing brings that you don't see. You don't see F1 cars going around at night,
No,
do you?
you don't.
And as mentioned in
That's
that
probably
interview,
a bad idea.
Yeah, it probably is. But as mentioned in that, well, they do in floodlight situations, I suppose, but with lights is what I'm talking about, in complete and utter darkness. But as mentioned in that interview, how do you distinguish? Let's go back to how you distinguish. Mercedes looking for the big frown. If it's got a blue grille, that's unique to the Sun Energy One. Car, and the sparks coming off there.
Well, apparently
Mario
it's
Engel's
sparking.
999.
Then it's Mario Engel going through. Look at the brake disc lighting up.
How do you get the Audis then? Take us through the Audis.
Well, the Audis have
Spotter's
a light
guide.
bar on the middle of the car. So when we get an Audi on screen, you'll easily see the middle of the Audi. It's the only car here this weekend with a light bar stuck down the middle, kind of rally style, if you will. And if you see any of the Audis coming up ahead, flashing its lights like that, then they're quite easy to spot with that light bar. And then, of course, there's the Porsche there.
Yeah, the Porsche with the round lights, as we saw flashing there, easy to distinguish. Finally, the leaders, the 32-33. How do you work out it's a BMW? Well, they're pretty flat lights, they're ever so bright, but they have yellow daytime running lights. So when it goes past you, you'll see like a slight yellow tinge to it, and then you know it's a BMW. So if you're out on circuit in the pitch black and you're just staring like a rabbit into the headlights, at least you can try and look at the headlights and work out what car it is. So look out for the light bar for the Audi, the frown from the Mercedes, and the yellow afterglow from the BMW.
Yes, of course, and then the Porsche's got those two double round lights as well to take note of. You can see it on your screen right now. We went up to night practice the other day at the top of Leeuwkop and tested these theories, and it seemed to work quite well. Eventually, it's quite easy to spot who's who in the zoo, and just look at that.
999's going
so
slow, isn't it? Very, very slow. I mean, they might be looking to retire this car shortly. If that is the case, what's the lap times on the 999?
42.574 now. So Van Toor with the fastest lap time here
he did
today
that
in
a
the
little
BMW.
while ago actually, but he's almost at the same pace. He's still in the 42. So the leader in the 32 car, BMW, Dries Van Toor, is very, very quick out there. Mario Engel's last time through was still at 144, but that won't be the case when he comes through and breaks the beam this time round, because he was going slowly.
Oh, what a pity, 144.9 at 1. And if we were wondering why they are inconsistent with their times, it's because they're changing gears and it's not always working. And I do suspect these cars have a clutch button, Dan, and not an actual clutch pedal.
For sure.
So that means that he's going to have to work those clutches and work the clutch so that he can get those gear changes spot on. You miss one and then your time drops, and we're looking once again to see how the South Africans are doing further down the order. Ranji's still in the field, still lapping. They are, however, down in 9th position, but the best of the South Africans at the moment, and 4th in Pro-Am. Bamber 3rd in Pro-Am. Stoltz and Bamber on the same lap still. Stoltz and Bamber. So Stoltz and Bamber 45 seconds apart at the moment. So there is still a battle taking place for 7th and 8th position. Engel in 6th place in the 999 car that we saw. That's currently on your screen. And then the leader of the Pro-Am category, Gunan, who is interestingly still on the same lap as Engel, but he is not in the same class, and one car between them and the next Pro-Am driver.
I just noticed on the race control messages, car number 4, which is the Grove Racing Porsche, once again under investigation, pit stop infringement. Team manager for car 4 to stewards immediately. That's the second time for that team, isn't it, if I'm not mistaken? Earlier on, car number 4, the Australian outfit.
Oh,
so I wonder what they've
good.
done wrong the second time round. Pit stop infringement. I think we've had 3 of those penalties throughout the race. It's easy to make a mistake that someone You have a referee in pits. You can't get away with anything.
But surely they would have made the mistake once, and there we see it on the screen. Race control car number 4 under investigation, the Grove car. Bamber currently in the car, the Porsche legend, 2-time Le Mans winner. But to make those mistakes over and over, I mean, old Bamber would have seen all of these things. He's the most experienced driver there. And surely, hopefully not the same mistake over and over again, because it's still another 2.5 hours to go before we get to the finish line tonight.
I suspect the Grove Racing Porsche team mechanics that work tirelessly in Australia on V8 supercars for this team, maybe they've come over here and they're used to doing it a certain way. And you can't do it. You've got to read that rule book.
Yeah,
like we have changes.
Actually. There's a lot going on in there.
There is a lot going on there. It's a long read, but it's quite interesting and it's vital. And that's why you do it, because we've had an 11-second stop go already dished out there, and they're going to get a second one, and it will get worse as well for a second infringement. We're expecting a bigger penalty going forward.
Well, the two of us can use it as bedtime reading and fall asleep when we're bored. But these guys need to kind of study it up and know it back to front, isn't it?
It can be hard, though. I mean, if you're used to more other series and you're spending a lot of time working on one set of rules, and then you switch to IGTC, you've got to get a change of mentality to make sure you switch yourself onto the new rules. But it is part of the job. So unfortunately, they're going to have to deal with the consequences of making a mistake.
Yeah. Well, there is the 999 driver that will be jumping in, and that is possibly, that looks like that was Raffaelli over there. Yeah.
Raffaele Marciello, you can tell from the fact that he's so tall.
Yeah. And I mean, I've been looking forward to chatting to Raffaelli since before this event. He's last year's winner, and someone that has an incredible resume, having been on his way to Formula One, then now starting a very successful career in GT racing. But you could see he just wasn't in the mood to chat early on, and understandably so. He's got a race to take part in and hopefully try and claw back, at least finish in the points. But what does a 70% race look like, Dan?
Well, I mean, I think they're basically almost there, and because there's only 5 cars in the pro category, they're going to get 5th position, is what he's saying. So you'll get, even though they're in 6th place overall, they're going to get 5th in the pro class, and that's some vital points to take into the rest of the IGTC manufacturer's title. Obviously, you can only do it at a race like this with the participation a bit lower. They're capitalising on the fact they can still get a 5th place points finish. If it was at Spa 24, it'd be very, very different.
Yeah,
they'd probably have retired that car by now.
Because you'd get overtaken hand over fist.
Yeah, you'd be so far down the order, you're out of the point standings.
Whereas in this situation here, even if they parked it, they'd still be 5th. Then you need that 70%.
As long as they get to the 70%, they park it, they'll get 5th place overall, 5th place in pro.
And again, I really would like to know, we probably have to work it out, whip those calculators out. It's a bit tricky here in the commentary booth and studio to try and get those calculators out. But 70% of, let's see how many laps they've completed. I think that would be the indicator. So far, 221 laps. So 300 laps to complete, 721. They might be in that window soon, Dan. If they make 300 laps, you're looking at about 230 laps there, about somewhere in that region. Before we try and figure out the maths here, we've got Clint Weston joining us from the South African outfit. We've been chatting all week. Clint,
yeah, we're interested to work out what's happened to the Stradale Motorsport team, because it's been in and out of the pit box, and we've got a little bit of information from Korea earlier, but it's back in pit lane now. So, Clint, how's it been for you this race so far, and what issues are you currently managing?
You know, we've picked up very small problems, which hasn't really been crucial to the pace that we've been at, and these conditions now that it's got cooler has actually worked for the car. I mean, we brought the times right down to into the low 14s now, which is absolutely incredible. And the times that we've had during the day with it being so hot.
And Charles back out now on circuit. So what was the last reason why it came in to be wheeled back into the box?
Well, look, he with the conditions and the build-up of the rubber on the back tires, he actually thought he had a puncture.
Oh, and he didn't.
Okay.
It was that bad.
Yeah.
So if you have a look at the build-up of the rubber, it becomes a lot harder. So it's that sensation is different. And with these cars being so finicky, the moment you pick up something different, it's just I think it's better to get it checked, because they are travelling fast. You want to keep it on track, otherwise it goes away from you to all stops, and that's I think the critical part, just to make sure 100% what it was, in what the problem was.
So when it comes to endurance racing, you guys knew going into this, your goal was to finish the race. That was the number one goal. I spoke to Ari Neveling. Obviously, you guys want to do as well as possible, but you want to finish this race. How are we looking so far?
We're looking good. The car's going very, very well. All three drivers, we all within those times. Ari just a little bit quicker. We're maintaining, and the car's doing very, very well. So I think I think the incident that I had with the Audi, and they got penalised for that. That was unfortunately an incident that we had to bring the car in for. And with that, we get a couple of laps that we lose.
They also lost a bit of aero on their front left bumper, so it wasn't ideal for anyone, really.
100%. So it was a little bit of a manoeuvre there, which I certainly didn't see coming, because I did travel wide for that. So that did bring us in, and we lost a little bit of time. So it's these little incidents, unfortunately, that has counted against us. But I think if you look at the way we've been going and the times, we've been fairly consistent, and the car's been good for us. There's obviously a couple of tweaks and that we're going to need to do with this car to make it a lot better. But it's a learning curve.
And for the spectators and people watching, they might not know that. I mean, the first time you got behind the wheel of that car on this circuit was this week, wasn't it? So how was that track? I mean, you've obviously learned a huge amount over the last 3 or 4 days. What's the biggest takeaway that you'll go towards your coaching classes, because you're a driving instructor as well?
Yeah, so I've got the AMG Driving Academy that I started 23 years ago, and that's what we actually do. But I've been racing for the last 28 years. And it's with that experience, you get into a car like this here at Kyalami. Very technical. You need to understand, what you're dealing with here. It's a GT3, very high spec, and you've got to be able to understand the car and take it to its limits. And once you've got its limits, you can find a little bit more from there. So for me, it was a starting ground already on Thursday. I've raced many different nice cars in my life in my motor racing career, but this has been something different, I can tell you that.
I know you were a little bit relieved after that first practice session, as you would be. You're going to have a little bit of trepidation no matter how much experience you've got, but you got up to pace very quickly with your teammates. You had a big smile on your face when I saw you in the pit lane, and quite rightly so. Is it something have you caught the bug? You want to be back here next year?
I'm certainly doing the season this year, the endurance season here. And we're already looking at 1 or 2 European races as well. So it's looking big for the team. We've got a lot in plan and a lot of development. So we're looking at that, and I think it's going to be a nice working example for South Africa racing.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli system now, where you get all that information, you get that support. But Clint, this is the first race for the team. It's the first race for you. I mean, if we look at any outfit in GT3 racing, there's always a starting point and there's an extensive development phase. I mean, this is, again, I'm super happy for you guys. I'm hoping that you guys finish. I'm rooting for you guys to finish. But it's certainly the start of the journey with lots more to come.
No doubt. I mean, the car landed in November last year. So there's not much more we can expect of ourselves and the vehicle. Now it's about testing time in the seat, getting to really understand this vehicle. And the Stradale team are really in behind that, 110%. Very professional outfit. A great team. And that's what you need.
Dealing with a few issues is par for the course in an endurance race, isn't it? We had Raffaele Marciello sat in that seat not long ago, and they're a massive factory team, the 999 group at M-Car, also dealing with issues, just trying to get that car into classification. So it happens to the best, doesn't it?
I'm telling you, it's what they do. That's what they do on a daily basis. They do it with their engineers, and they want a winning car, which they've just come from Bathurst doing that. And unfortunately, you get penalised for winning. And we can see it on these cars now. They've got extra weight, but you know what? That's racing. That's all part of it, and the challenge. And it's definitely come with its challenges, that's for sure.
I can imagine. But Clint Weston, thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing how the season goes. Maybe we see you back here next year, who knows? But for sure, there's going to be a lot to talk about. Good luck for the next 2 hours and 24 minutes. We hope to see you guys at the finish line.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to go out in the dark now, so think of me.
Good luck. I think you'll need it.
Thanks very much, guys. I appreciate it.
Clint Weston joining us from the AMG Driving Academy, and of course the Stradale racing team. A fantastic performance so far. The guys are working hard to get that car to the finish line, but it hasn't been without its gremlins, that's for sure. And Dan, motorsport has its, if you're doing a sprint race, you get gremlins, for goodness sake.
Here's a gremlin, but it's a self-inflicted one. It's a drive-through penalty for the Grove Racing Porsche, the car number 4. It's that pit stop infringement. So we saw 11-second time penalty given to them. Now it's a drive-through penalty. So that's the one that costs you the most.
Oh, that's the one. And you were talking about it earlier on, Dan. You mentioned that could potentially happen to that team, and that's exactly what's gone down now. The Grove Racing team getting themselves a drive-through penalty, which is going to push them out of contention for to get closer to Stoltz. They were just 34 seconds behind, and now that gap is going to be climbing. Although it does look like third place for them is secure in Pro-Am. Yes, by quite some margin, 14 laps to be exact. But still, that's the last thing they want to get now. That's the last thing they want to have to deal with now as a drive-through penalty, because that puts second place off.
Exactly. You do the same mistake twice. The stewards give you a slap on the wrist the first time, and they give you a double slap the second time. So they had a penalty infringement, which was just time-related and a pit stop. But the second time round, the stewards take a dim view of that, I'm afraid. So it was a drive-through for the Grove Racing Porsche. But as you said, still third in the Pro-Am category, and they've got Earl Bamber at the wheel. They just want to secure those Pro-Am points to go on to the next round at Spa 24.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it's all about. It is, after all, a championship that runs across the entire year. And they do have dropped rounds in this championship, don't they, Dan? We mentioned earlier, and Raffaelli mentioned earlier on, that there might be dropped rounds in this. We'll just confirm that via the rules. But yeah, it is a 5-leg race, and there's still plenty time left in the championship, still early days. So these drivers certainly will want to make the most of this. But a lot of it is preparation heading back to Europe, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this is a big preparation, certainly for the WRT team, because as a Belgium team, Spa 24 is a massive thing for them. So they want to take this on, and it's going to be a huge confidence booster for that team, working through a lot of different things and learning that new car as they go on to the Spa 24. And at the moment, they're doing everything that they need to do with Dries van Thor, still lapping in the very low 143s. And his gap down to Philip Eng is now just under 10 seconds. And the Audis have fallen away a little bit. 29.5 seconds is Feller in third place. I think maybe they've resigned themselves to the fact they haven't got the pace of the BMW unless something dramatic happens here at the 9 hour, which it has done in the past.
Well, there on screen is the 68 car. And we've got another one of the 68 car drivers over here. You can look at the lights there, Dan. You've got the Audi's lights. You can clearly see those Audi lights over there. We've got Arie Neuveling joining us over here. Arnold Arie Neuveling joining us in studio from Team Stradale. And this is where we hear if the two drivers are going to say exactly the same thing.
How united are the team? Because we've just had Clint here, who's going in to drive the darkness. How did you get on, Arnold?
Yeah, really good. I mean, it was a solid stint. I really enjoyed it. I mean, it was fantastic. I had the famous sunset in my eyes, especially going through the famous corner sunset. It was a fantastic experience. I mean, for us as locals to be part of this is just fantastic. You know, we are a little bit out of our depths, but just really, really proud to be on the grid and to compete here.
Yeah, and I think that I was telling Clint Weston early on, it's early days. I mean, it's certainly his first time here. The car's a new car for the team. You haven't driven a front engine car like this in GT3. There's a long learning process, and if we look at any GT3 team, it's usually a case of months and months of development. You guys haven't had much time at all.
No, not really. You know, the team is really experienced in GT3, but especially with this car and this environment, the experience is very low. So we were really in the deep end arriving here this week. But I think the guys have done such a good job, with the limited experience, and really proud of them. Yeah.
I think South Africans like jumping in the deep end sometimes, though, don't they? And Clint was saying that you've had a few issues, you've been in the pit lane a few times, but none of them massive. They're all just quite small things to manage. And the Group M car, they're managing a gearbox issue, which is stopping them from shifting. So it happens all the way through the grid. Are you going to learn a lot from this as you go into your next round, your next event?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's actually interesting that you told me now about the Group M, because I saw the car ahead of me, and I was actually catching him at one stage. So I thought, clearly there must be some kind of
gearbox
issue.
shift issue. So it's not shifting up or down. So if they miss a gear, they suddenly lose like 3 seconds on a lap. So they would drop right down to sort of 46, 47, and then back to 43. They're just trying to get classification at this point, 70%. So, I mean, they came here as one of the hot favourites to win. And they're dealing with all sorts, lost radio communications as well. So if it makes you feel a little bit better, the top-end factory side has also struggled a little bit today in Mercedes-AMG.
I suppose it's just the part of endurance.
Exactly.
This is kind of how it goes, yeah.
Well, we spoke a couple of days ago, and we spoke over the last few days, Arnold. The thing, and I said this to Clint as well, the thing that you mentioned to me is that the main goal here today, as we see the highlights pop up on screen here, is to finish the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just before we get to that question, let's quickly go through the highlights here. You can see the BMW starting to sneak past the sister car of their Fafos, jumping over the curb and getting overtaken, and him himself, though, getting to second place ahead, making that BMW 1-2 with Mercedes in third.
Yeah, we thought the only chance for the 999 was to get through in the lead, but it wasn't long before the BMWs took them back. And here we have the Marius Jackson car taking to the grass on the exit of Sunset.
Good save, though, as the Audis start their push early on. And we've spoken to some of the Audi drivers. Fantastic performance from them. We've just seen that Porsche now get a drive-through penalty, and there goes the 20 car giving chase.
Great scenes as the Audis try and track down that Group M 999 car, who drove very defensive for a while to keep back Marango, trying to keep back the BMW. They couldn't do that, and soon Audis were pushing. Look at him spraying up dirt. They would keep pushing as they go into the pit lane window.
Acker goes on the grass and then into the pits with a dive, but eventually they would get past. It was the BMW show, however, as their pace starts to come through. Van Thuor taking the wheel there, and BMW keeping that lead right up until now.
Yeah, Sheldon van der Linde did everything he needed into his first stint and handed over the car in first place, and it's stayed there ever since. We're looking forward to him to come back. In the meantime, the Attempto Audis really piling on the pressure to the 999, which at that time didn't have an issue.
Yeah, exactly that. But there could have been certain issues because they were slowly starting to slow down here and then. We see the Porsche pushing hard, but the Audis in their pit stops were absolutely flawless. Fast pit stops, 68 seconds. That's what you get.
Acker coming in a little bit earlier than the 66 car, trying something different, moving their stint forward to give themselves a gap and an opportunity later on. And it would prove to be helpful as they jump one of those cars on the 999 in a pit stop window.
It was an Audi sandwich for the Mercedes-Benz, and soon the Audis would leapfrog them. And as you can see frantically, the pit stops happening hour after hour, 65-minute max stints, and the Audi then going hard on the attack to take the position in the first sector.
Great driving here from Marcus Winkelhock as he starts the move at Crowthorne, finishes it at Barbecue. Nothing that Michael Grenier could do at Sunset despite his best efforts.
Yeah. Kenny Haubull did a fantastic job and is now sitting on the side of the circuit enjoying a, what was that, Dan?
Johnny Black, I believe.
But he did enough, handed over the keys, and the team now continue on as one of the Marius Jackson cars unfortunately spun it out on turn 2, but continued without any issues.
And it was around this time that everything went wrong for the 999, but everything right for the Audi as the 999 started dealing with radio issues for Michael Grenier coming in. He was asked to do a double stint, but he didn't have a radio, so he wouldn't know. They did end up switching drivers.
But that would not be the only things they'd have to deal with. Radios, gear shift problems, and using the clutch to change gears. The problems continued for the 999. But the Audis, however, tangled with the 68 car over there. Unfortunately, both cars coming off second best, with the Mercedes having to get wheeled in for a tyre change.
Yeah, 86. It cost both teams. This was a excursion through the gravel that wasn't so happy for Acker. He had the fastest lap of the race at the time, but when he come in, he was not at all happy with his stint, getting tangled up twice off circuit, once with 86 car.
And just look at how slow the 999 car is. And that's what we spoke to the drivers of the Audi about. Niederhauser confirming that the Audi is very good over the bumps. The Mercedes sparking it up at every turn, though.
Yeah, this is when the 75 went past the Pro car in the overall classification to move up 5th overall. A comfortable leader in the Pro-Am series.
Yeah, the Mercedes-Benz looking good there, but the BMW's looking best. 1-2 so far for BMW, and that continues on. The 32 and 33 cars looking very good. The turbos chuffing their way into the latter part of this race with 2 hours to go.
Yeah, we drive through the sunset and into the darkness, and the BMW engines enjoying that cool conditions and those turbos singing, and that's how we find ourselves now with the 32 lightning its way through, and we're setting the fastest lap of the race for 1:42.574.
So many scenes, so many dramatic scenes. Just look at the night sky, and our little chat earlier on about identifying the lights. There's the 75 car, and you can easily tell by the blue lights up front.
So it looks like the 999 has had enough. It's got to its 70% and they've wheeled it back into the garage. It's going to get its classification as 5th in the Pro Series. They did remarkably well to nurse that gearbox issue to the end, or the end of the 70%, but it doesn't seem like they're going to make it the end of this race.
Yeah, 227 laps completed, and that's what they estimate it to be at for 70%. So 70% of the race completed, they get their points tally, and that means they get to go home with 5th place in Pro in the 999 car. Unfortunately, getting pipped to the line, and it's not even over yet, still 2 hours to go.
Yeah, and it does mean, as we jump back to our guest in the studio, that the numbers 86 might actually beat the Group M car if you can get to the end. How would that make you feel? It's got to be a feather in the cap. You don't care about reliability.
I guess you need a little bit of luck in this game.
As we clink Heineken 0-0 over there, I think you guys might be clinking a couple of those if you make it to the end. We were talking earlier on about finishing the race. We mentioned it in the week. How important is it to you and the team to finish this race tonight?
Yeah, very important. I think that was the first goal that we wanted to achieve. Everything else followed after that, the performance and all the other little things. But yeah, it would be just absolutely great for us just to make it to the end, yeah.
For the people back at home, they think, well, finishing a race, surely that's the minimum target. But it's not as easy as it sounds, 9 hours, especially in that heat. Just try and explain to them how hard it is to get a car around a circuit like this for 9 solid hours, and the conditions that we have and the forces that go through that car and yourself as a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the preparation is so important. I think we're quite lucky. The Mercedes, unfortunately, we have one failure, but in general, they seem to be quite reliable. The guys really put in a lot of hard work to make sure that the car is at the most reliable we can possibly have it.
Lucas Stoltz now in the pit lane, the Pro-Am Mercedes-Benz number 20, getting those tires changed, and they were fighting it out for top spot in Pro-Am division, but unfortunately getting pipped earlier on by Mettler in the 75 car. From your guys' perspective, Ari, what are the plans for 2023, the rest of 2023, and are we going to see you guys back here next year?
I really hope so. For the rest of the year, definitely South African Endurance Series. That will mostly be Charles and Clint Weston. For myself, still really trying to work hard to get into either SAES or SAGT, but yeah, fingers crossed we'll get there.
Well, you certainly have the pace. You've proved it over and over in the various disciplines that you've taken part in. Charles, I apologize, Ari Neuveling, Arnold Ari Neuveling as he's known. Thanks for joining us, and good luck to the rest of the team for the last 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Cool, thanks for having me.
Well, there you go, folks. That is the driver from the 86 car, Ari Neuveling, joining us in the studio here, joined, of course, by Charles Ranjis and Clint Weston for the first time joining the team.
Yeah, he's done well. Our whole team's done well. I can't stress enough how daunting it must be to enter a race like this with these pros on the circuit, and without having as much preparation as you'd like. But if they can finish that car, if that 86 can get across the finish line, that will be an achievement, and it could finish 8th overall, because they've got plenty of time to overtake that 999. So they are currently 17 laps back, but only 11 behind the Group M AMG. So yes, they're going to move up. That's going to, like I said, a bit of a feather in the cap.
Yeah, big time feather in the cap. And of course, this is, as mentioned, endurance racing. You want to get to the finish line. It's not just about positions, especially as a South African outfit out of South Africa. Of course, we're dealing with rands versus euros over here. That's not a...
It's not easy at all, is it? And it gets worse every day.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Sorry, I don't want to be depressing.
But it is, though. That's the reality that we're dealing with as South Africans. All the equipment costs in euros. I just saw the new Porsche. It's going to cost 500,000 euro.
Plus, you can't just buy the car. You've got to buy a spares kit. You've got to buy support. You've got to buy everything else. It's you're going to be at €1 million pretty soon.
Let's work that out. Actually, 500,000 euro in rands. Let's see what the numbers say. 9.7 million rand for a brand new Porsche without
just the base car
of the kit. And they were talking about the fact that the tires, even the tires, are so expensive. As if you were racing in a South African series, it might be different, but this is a European-based series. We've got Amanda in the pits. Let's hear what she has to say.
We have to appreciate the never-quit attitude of this team. And Mick, I just want to talk to you about how difficult a car is to drive without first gear, second gear, sixth gear, from what the team was telling us. Tell us about your leisurely stroll around Kyalami.
Yeah, we're just using third and fourth, so it's a bit awkward to drive, but yeah, that's how it is. Now we just want to see if we can fix the problem, maybe just do a test, and then we will see. Not much more we can gain now anyway. So.
In situations like this, when you consider the points implications, we've been debating in the booth if it's better to just go ahead and park the car for the night, or maybe take advantage of someone that might have trouble later. Is there a decision or kind of overarching idea that's been sent to you guys by the team?
First of all, it depends how long it takes to fix the problem. If we can fix it, then we will see. But yeah, if someone stops, we can probably gain some points. Now we're taking 5th place points, I think. Because of the Pro Class and Pro-Am stuff, so yeah, let's see. It's a shame because it was a good chance to score some point here with not so many cars before Spa, and yeah.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're back, and it's interesting to get from Amanda the information from the 999 group at M Car. Obviously very disappointed Michael Grenier. They're having to retire that car. Well, they're not retiring it yet. They're working on it to see whether they can get it back out, which is a testament to the steel of that team. But difficult. How do you drive a car? Only 3 and 4th gear available. That's pretty insane. I think we're dropping to Kriya, though, who's got some more information for us as well.
So we always talk about Kyalami 9 Hour being a family event, but I have a story that really speaks true to that messaging. And I'm sitting here with Nigel. And Nigel, you've been coming to Kyalami since the old days, since the old track.
Yes, and a long time ago. And my son, who's here with me today, we used to come regularly for Grand Prix and the 9 Hours. I live in St. Francis Bay in the Eastern Cape now, and he said to me one day, "Dad, let's do another 9 Hour together." So that's why I'm here.
That is an absolutely amazing story. And what is it like being back with your son?
Well, I must say, I haven't been in Johannesburg for 12 years, so there's a lot of changes. But this is such a fantastic circuit, so well organized. Like every sport in this country, they do us proud. And thank God for sport, in fact.
So obviously the track has changed substantially from the 70s. What is the track like now in comparison to then?
I think it's a lot more personal than it used to be. It was very spread out before. You had grandstands all over the place. I have good memories and bad memories. Obviously some sad things happened. But this is a very personal. I'm also very blessed to have been invited here by the organisers who have also invited me to come up, which was great. And it's been a journey. It's been to go to the pits, to go onto the starting grid, to talk to Van der Linde before he started, I'm actually an Audi supporter. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but I said to him, I wish you're a South African. I'm a true South African. You got to win this race.
I think one thing that's always stood out for me over the years with Kyalami, because I've been telling the story the whole week. I used to come here with my dad as well when I was little, and I always remember the jumping castles and, the family element of it. And it's really nice to know that Kyalami 9 Hour still wants to incorporate that every year.
Well, yes, but in those early days, we actually camped here. And they had hot dog stands at night, and it was fantastic. It was a very, very different circuit, very different cars to what you have today. Motor racing has changed so much. I've always been a lover of Formula One, and the 9 Hour is special because it's gone from Lotus Cortinas and this and that to highly sophisticated cars. But just going back, the organisation here has been phenomenal, and it's just great for the country.
Well, Nigel, thank you so much for chatting to me, and I hope we see you again next year.
I hope so too. Thank you.
It's beautiful to hear stories like this. Nigel has been coming here since the 70s to enjoy Kyalami, and now he's back to see the Kyalami 9 Hour as well.
Thanks, Kriya. That's a brilliant story, and it's nice to see so many people having such good fun here. Someone that isn't having fun, unfortunately, is the mechanics of this group at M-Car. They've been working flat out all week to build it, and their work continues in the middle of the race. Not the time when they wanted to be working on that car with 2 hours to go, but a testament to their spirit that they are still working on it when they could just park it and claim their 5th place in points. If they can get their car out, I'm sure the fans would appreciate it. Let's hope it's something easy to fix, but it doesn't feel like they know where they're coming from when it's I mean, how do you drive a car with only using 3rd and 4th? That's quite impressive. And still doing 1:44s at times. Once they got used to it, Michael Grenier and Marangle managed to get their times down, just adapting.
Yeah, they're just incredible. And of course, that's why they are the best in the world. And that's why they are here. And I've just been watching out at the Crocodiles, Cheetah a short while ago. They're certainly not letting up. The pace is ferocious through there. It is. You almost got to check your eyes to see, is that really a car coming through at that kind of speed through these tight corners?
Yeah, and these lights are bright, aren't they? I mean, they're different from your road-going lights. They spread out a lot further and they penetrate because they've got lights below, like an LED fog light. So it can be super blinding, but they come out very low and just cover the tarmac, so they don't blind the cars in front. Look at the sparks off of that 86 AMG.
And you don't see it in the daytime. That's what's so spectacular about this, with 2 hours still to go here at the Kyalami 9 Hour. And one of the nice things about, of course, the cars is they've got this LED lighting on the side, so you can see the race number, and then, of course, on the windscreen as well. So we can see in 9th place at the moment, and that is the 86. So you can work out that's Arunji's now, shoulder Arunji's in the car. 18 laps down. Any news about the Audi coming back out with Jackson?
Yeah, I'm not thinking it is. It's still in pit lane at the moment, so we'll just have to wait and see whether that does come back out. It would be nice if we can have a finish on the 80 car. Maybe we can get Kriya to go and check out the latest on that number 80.
Give us a run through then of the top 3 then, and how they've been going over the last sort of 30 minutes.
Yeah, so we've got 2 hours to go in this race, and it's all BMW, and we're waiting for a grandstand finish, which is what everyone spectating here is, as Sheldon van der Linde will be going into that 32 BMW to conclude this race, going to do a double stint finish. That's exactly what the fans want to see. They'll be longing for a local fan favourite to win this Kyalami 9 Hour, and if all goes well, reliability looks like the only thing that can stop it. Philip Eng in 2nd place, just managing their pace, and Audi, which looks so strong, have just dropped back a little bit with Feller in the 66, followed by Winkelhock's back in the 99 car. So it's BMW trying to coast this to a finish now.
And then just a quick weather update for you, being out there on the track, and some lightning coming out in the distance. It's far away though. It's far away, Dan.
Oh, you got me a little bit worried.
It's far away, but it is spectacular. As the photographers are lining up there, coming down Mineshaft, trying to get an image of the lightning. So if you look out back towards Santon, you'll have a look there.
Superb. Thanks for the weather update, Gareth. Really appreciate it. We'll That's something we can't do, but I want the lightning to stay away from circuit, I'm not going to lie.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't mind it. If I could choose, if this was a sim, I'd choose a 10-minute shower just to spice things up a little bit.
Just if we could get that, if you could just book it in, that would be perfect. We've got a special guest coming in with Michael Grenier from the Grupa M 999 Mercedes AMG. He's very nice to have him. Michael Grenier, welcome to the studio. Thanks ever so much for taking the time out. It's probably a hard time for you. You've put a lot into this week. I can see already you're hot. It's been a hot week.
I just did a race in the stairs.
Yeah, it's just running. Oh, the car was easy. It was running up the stairs that was the difficult bit. But just explain the difficulties in driving that car with the issues and managing it to try and get to that 70% and getting classification at least.
Yeah, basically now we only have third and fourth gear. So obviously not ideal for top speed and corners because there's a lot of second gear corners here. Now we have done 70% of the race, so at least we get some points. Team is trying to fix the problem now, at least just to do a test, see if we can find what's wrong. Because there's many. Basically, we don't know what it is yet.
Oh, okay. What I found amazing is you jump in the car, Maro jumps in the car. We see your times maybe sort of 46, 47s. By the end of your stint, you've almost learned to drive around it. You're getting down to 44s, which is pretty impressive, considering you're going around in third and fourth.
Yeah, you just have to time yourself a bit differently. Obviously, we missed quite a lot of torque, so with the high fuel, it's a bit more difficult at the end of the stint. I think you still more or less there, but yeah, it's not ideal.
What was the fuel-saving strategy all about? If the problem was a gear shift issue, what was going on with that?
I don't know. I actually don't know. They just told me try the fuel save. The thing is, with the drive time here, we might have to do like a drive-through just to reset the drive time. So they were trying to do a bit of a longer stint. But we're still limited with 65 minutes to stint, so I don't know what the strategy was. But we only did it for, I think, 10 or 15 laps. Then I started to push again.
Okay.
And then the issue became worse on the gearbox. So, yeah.
So Group M, I mean, it's not been a happy hunting ground here, Kyalami, for them, unfortunately. In 2019, of course, I mean, you got further this time round, but I mean, surely your luck's going to change at some point?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it was a good weekend for us. BMW was too quick today. Audi was more or less the same. Maybe a bit better on long run, but we were, I think, in a fight for a podium. So we hope that in Spa, which is the next race for our GTC, we can have a bit more luck. Last year was quite good in Spa, so let's see. But WRT with BMW, they will be a big fight until the end of the year.
They've arrived, haven't they? The
Yeah.
M4 in IGTC. It's going to be ominous for Spa, but
Yeah. Well, you guys did get pole position yesterday. There is something to take away from this. I know it's been a bit of a tough weekend for you guys, but thank you so much for chatting to us here. I understand that the gearbox wasn't even the only thing that you guys were dealing with, so there's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
One more question from me, Dan, and you touched on this earlier on. We've spoken about this at length this week. The pros are able to maximize the car even when the car isn't at maximum. I mean, just could you elaborate on that just before you go?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of experience with the car, so I think this makes the difference. We drive the car basically every 2 weeks, I would say. A lot of races this year. Obviously, Mauro and Lello, they have a lot of experience as well, so we all speak to each other. The engineer are giving us advice to what to do as well. But it's a shame because the team did a really good job this weekend. Some parts arrived a bit late, so the preparation was a bit on the limit, but that's how it is.
Yeah, well, that is motorsport, that is racing. You've got many wins under your belt, hopefully more to come.
Hopefully.
Yeah, unfortunately this weekend didn't go your guys' way, but I'm sure you will be back in some shape or form, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very
and
much.
hopefully we see you guys back at Kyalami with better luck next time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, there you go, folks. Another one of the 999 Grupa M drivers. And thanks so much for joining us here in the commentary booth. Oh, man, Dan, those are difficult conversations there. He seems in decent spirits, though.
yeah, he really does. I mean, it wasn't his fault, was it? He did everything. I mean, like I said, phenomenal driving to drive around those conditions. You've got 2 gears, third and fourth,
And still
do a 144. That's crazy. And it shows the talent of these guys. Obviously, they're disappointed. They have collected some points still, though, for 5th place. I mean, that's the one advantage they had in this race with only 5 pro competitors. They'll be happy with that. But yeah, they'll want better for Spa 24. That's for sure.
Well, Grenier just joining us seconds ago. And we just keep getting all that information, all that interesting tidbits. And one of the things that he said is that these guys drive every 2 weeks.
Yeah, the GT3 schedule is absolutely insane. That's why they're shipping cars all around the world. This car, the Group M, come from Dubai. It's not the one that participated in Bathurst 12-hour only 3 weeks ago. You can't ship a car from Australia to South Africa in that sort of time, so they have to have cars floating all over the place to try and work out which one. It's difficult scheduling.
Yeah.
But GT3, it's super popular. You've got the Le Mans series, the European series,
Asia.
Yeah.
I mean, then of course there's the American series that some of these drivers participate in as well. So the schedule is tight for these drivers. It's an insane schedule. But let's get back to the action over here. You can see Grenier car in the pits there, but there goes your leader, the 32 car with the yellow lights. Dries van Thor behind the wheel over there, and the South African also behind the wheel of the car. Not currently, but when they pit, surely Sheldon van der Linde will be jumping in.
Yeah, he confirmed as much. He's going to finish off, and that's brilliant for us. So if we can get to the end, he'll be the one that will cross the finish line, and possibly it could be for a victory. We saw a warning for track limits for car 66, and it was the last warning for track limits. So, and it was at turn 13, which is unusual. So that Audi in 3rd place, 66, being pulled up for turn 13, which is the Crocodiles. Haven't seen anyone else there.
So that means he would have run exceptionally wide there at the Crocodiles, more than likely.
More than once as well. Last warning for track limits. So gonna have to be told about that, change his driving style. Don't want to be getting a drive-through now, because that might switch to 66 and 99 around if that was the case.
Well, the Audi has been pushing hard. We've spoken about it. They've been using all of the circuit, haven't they? And that might be one of those situations where they're using just a little bit too much of the circuit. And unfortunately, the fingers are starting to wag from the stewards. And hopefully they won't be wagging for much longer. That should be the last one. Van Toor still with the fastest lap, 142.574. And if you look, the top 5 teams all in the 142 second range, with the Bar just missing out, the Pro-Am Mercedes-Benz with a 43.0, Grove with a 42.6 as well. They did have the fastest lap time earlier on, and so it just shows you these cars do have the potential, and the drivers certainly do as well, but it's all about who can be the fastest over 9 hours, as Brenton Grove, the son of Stephen Grove, makes his way around, of course, in that Grove car, partnered by Earl Bamber, the Le Mans 2-time winner, the Porsche, the lone Porsche here this weekend at the circuit that is known for Porsches. Porsche win as well year before.
And we're so grateful to have the Grove Racing team with us, and they're such nice guys. I sat and had a really long chat with Stephen Grove this morning, and he's doing great. Brenton Grove's doing great there. Look at how much he's closing to Re-Spa, as they can try and jump up the Pro-Am categories and get 2nd place. They've had their difficulties with pit stop infringements, but they're so happy to be here. Very complimentary about the circuit. Stephen Grove loves this place. It's his first time ever in Africa. Unfortunately, he's got to get himself back to Australia for the V8 Supercars, which are coming up in a week or two's time. So he hasn't got time to stay here, but he says he will definitely be back. He wants to see some animals, he told me. I said, well, you're only about 4 or 5 hours away from Kruger, so next time you come here, maybe just schedule a couple of days earlier and get yourself over there.
Well, Grove definitely catching up. His last lap of 44, Bar's last lap of 46. So that is where the current battle is taking place. That is for 2nd place in Pro-Am, and that's what we're watching at the moment, as there goes the Porsche, and the Porsche fans in the crowd here must be cheering that on. Just look at the heat coming off the back of that engine, Dan. Of course, the Porsche with the engine sat right at the back, but the GT3 really is a marvel of engineering. The fact that they got that engine to work in their car like that, it's not normal, but once you drive one of those, you realize that's probably how all cars should be. Take the engine out the front, stick it in the back, make it work.
They stuck with it, didn't they? No matter what anyone says, Porsche's like, no, we will leave it there and we'll make it work. And if you engineer and develop it for 30, 40 years, you end up with an absolute masterpiece.
Yeah.
That is that car, and this is the closest fight that's currently on circuit, and it's for classification in the Pro-Am category as well.
Yeah.
Because the 75, as we sort of expected in the Sun Energy 1 car, it sort of ran away with the Pro-Am class, and is 2 laps further up the field, and in 5th place in the overall classification, thanks to the 999 dropping out.
Well, what's also interesting is that Ranjis and his team are about to jump past the 999 car, and they'll be getting that place for free because, of course, the Grenier car, 999 car, is in the pits at the moment. So the gap now, 8.3 seconds. Oh, this is some lovely information on your screen over there. 8.8 seconds just before. Now it's at 8.3, and the chase is on in the dark.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to get the overall classifications of Pro-Am sorted out. 6 seconds, and it's closing rapidly. Just going back to our conversation with Michael Grenier, thought it interesting that they're prepared to work on that 999 Group M Mercedes AMG to get it back on circuit, just as another opportunity to do some testing, which it shows you they never stop collecting data, because even though it doesn't make any difference in their classification, they're not going to get more points for getting it out on circuit. Race time is valuable time because it can help later on. They can try something that they might want to look at for Spa coming up, or maybe this race next year. It's an opportunity there if they can get that car out, so they're not just throwing in the towel.
Yeah, and it's not ideal to have a situation where you don't know what the problem is it? For them to leave here, pack that car up, and still not know what the issue is.
Yes, very true.
It's not ideal. So if they can figure it out here, they can all go sleep. Oh, the Porsche running a little bit wide there at the exit. And if they can figure out, that was barbecue, looks like it. If they can figure out why exactly that car is giving that problem. No, that was Clubhouse, turn 7.
I can't imagine that's an easy problem to diagnose, though. Stuck 3rd or 4th.
Jeez.
I mean, how do you fix that? You can't do a transmission change just like that. So that maybe it's electronic. As we clock the gap again, I think it was about 8 seconds last time, 7.2 this time round.
It's dropping. It's dropping. It's steadily 7.5 just before. As you mentioned, it was at 8 seconds just earlier on. Then we looked away from the screen, looked back, and now it's 7.2. And that gap is closing fast. Brenton Grove on Respa. I'm sure the Grove team cheering him on there, hoping for that second position.
And Brenton Grove's had a fantastic pace in his first stint as well. Not far off Earl Bamber. And as a silver driver, I mean, that showing, again, another Pro-Am sticker on the back of his car, but with almost pro pace.
And that just shows eventually he will get upgraded if he keeps on doing this. Still very young is the son of Stephen Grove in that car. The Australian outfit joined, of course, by Earl Bamber, and who more than likely will be doing the final stint. What do you think then?
Yes, he certainly will be finishing. Stephen Grove confirmed that to me this morning. So we'll get to see that Porsche really sing in the final stint of this race. And they're very experienced in racing team in Australia. Competed in Bathurst many, many times. I think they have the record for, or Stephen Grove has got the record for getting a win 5 times in different classifications, apparently, at Bathurst. These Aussies love their home race, don't they?
They do.
Kenny Abul, Stephen Grove, exactly the same. When it comes to Bathurst, it's something special for them.
Well, there is the 86 car. That, of course, is Ranji's swapping positions over there. We'll just have to wait and see who hops in this time. But it's either Clint Weston or Ari Nevelung. Ari taking the last stint, so I can only imagine this is Clint Weston. Ari did mention that he is going out, though, next, or at least at night. So we just wait for the board to change over there.
Sticking with changing driver every stint, I think.
Yeah.
In that team, no double stint will happen. So yeah, they'll probably both get an opportunity to go out in the dark. It's got to be keeping your concentration levels for a double stint in pitch black is another skill you need to learn, isn't it? And maybe they keep that for the pro guys.
The Porsche just coming past our booth over here. The sound of that Porsche, quite distinctive. You really do learn to recognize the sounds of these cars. 6 seconds the gap now as the 86 Mercedes-Benz. Some final checks and balances by the team. Hopefully nothing serious. Something going on
underneath that car by the looks of it, trying to clear it.
Probably the jack might be stuck in the up position, could be.
Yeah, it's like a crowbar, isn't it? He's trying to leave a It's dropped down to the tarmac level, but it's not going anywhere. And we've got, and you're only allowed to have 2 guys. Where he's happy, hands up.
Let's go.
The lollipop's out the way, and you hear the rumble under our seat.
Oh, that engine does rumble, doesn't it?
Ranges takes it out on circuit. No, it stops it. There you go,
Yeah,
Clint Weston. It switched over as they broke the beam. That's what we thought. So Clint Weston will go into the darkness, and maybe Ari will finish.
Yeah, that looks like that's the case. Clint Weston heads out at night. Ari Neuvelin going to be taking the last stint. So the teams are almost there, Dan. Only an hour and 44 to go.
Yeah, but a difficult hour and 44. You lose a little bit of concentration here in the darkness, and it's going to be punishing. So nothing taken for granted. Certainly for our leaders in the 32 BMW, Van Thor, managing its pace, 143.5s, lapping comfortably before he hangs up his helmet and hands it over to Sheldon van der Linde. The last time Sheldon was in that car was the very opening stint. So he's had a long break, but he's going to have the opportunity to bring that car home, potentially for a home victory at Kyalami 9 Hour. How special will that feel, his second time?
Wow, unbelievable. Special for everybody in attendance as well. It's always nice to see South Africa doing well, especially on home soil. And we look once again towards the gap to that Porsche. 4.8 seconds now, Dan. It's halved since we started having a look at it closely. 8 seconds earlier on, just a couple laps ago. With 1 hour and 43 to go, you can't help but think that soon Bar will have a giant Porsche-sized problem in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, and that's important for IGTC championship points in the Pro-Am category, getting second position over third, trying to make sure that the Sun Energy doesn't run away with it. Kenny Ball, he's already said he's been very open. That's his goal now, to reclaim his Pro-Am title in the IGTC. And at the moment, he's going to get maximum points in this race. He sacrificed the first race, but he's basically got to try and win everything else in the Pro-Am category to secure that and get it back-to-back Pro-Am titles in the IGTC.
Yeah, exactly. And so far, so good. The 75 car leading off the Pro-Am category. The number 20 car, Bar, doing well after a not-so-good start. They were kind of languishing at the back of everybody early on, weren't they?
They took a while to get going, didn't they, the SBS Mercedes, but they are going now, and they've been pretty much trouble-free for the rest of this race. But Bar's going to have something to contend with very shortly.
Well, here comes the number 4 Porsche. That is Grove behind the wheel. Brenton Grove, the son, the younger of the Grove family, joined by the double Le Mans winner, ex-Works Porsche driver, if I'm not mistaken. And I read his Wikipedia still says he is a Works Porsche driver, but I think he's retired from that position now. Still world-class, absolutely, is Earl Bamber. And if he's doing the last stint, sheesh, that's going to be a tough one. Nighttime hits, Grove car now. Happy hunting grounds for the Porsche so far. What happens in the next couple of minutes? With 1 hour and 41 to go. This is the countdown phase now, isn't it, Dan? This is where we look up at the clock quite often, because this is where everybody hopes that things go according to plan, but sometimes they don't.
Yeah, and when that 32 BMW comes into the pit lane and Sheldon van der Linde goes behind the wheel, I'm pretty sure we're going to have some very excited spectators. We heard the scream when the pass was made in that first stint, which was done by Sheldon van der Linde. Superb pass. Let's see whether we can have a similar sort of enthusiasm and scream and try and cheer that 32 car on as it comes out from the pit lane with local fan favourite.
Oh yes, I think we got 2 moments to look forward to, Dan, when the car comes out the pit lane into the lead, and then again, hopefully, when they cross the line later on, but I'm not going to jinx it.
No,
still early days.
Hour 41, as we've said before, this is the time where being up front is a lonely place to be. Sheldon van der Linde will get in that car shortly, and then he'll start thinking, oh, I didn't hear that knock earlier, I'm not sure about that. You get worried. Car 66 under investigation, pit stop infringement.
Oh my goodness, warning flag, car 66.
So that's
track
for
limits
Audi
as well.
in Fella.
The 3rd place Audi, and they've got Winkelhock right behind them.
Now that's unusual, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about the Grove Racing Porsche having pit stop infringement, but surely the factory team, the Temto Racing number 66 having a pit stop infringement they should know better, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they should definitely know better than that, and hopefully this is not a terminal issue We spoke to Patrick Niederhauser earlier on. He was hoping to cross the line in third position, and if things stay the same, they will. But the last thing they need now, Dan, is any sort of penalty at this stage of the race.
Well, I mean, they've got a backup plan in the 99 behind, haven't they? So you're going to end up, you could possibly be switching the two Audis around, but that's not going to be any comfort to the drivers of 66.
No, especially not for a silly mistake that could more than likely have been avoided by a team that's done this so many times before. We can look past some of the mistakes of some of the lesser experienced teams, but certainly at this level, for the pro teams, these kind of mistakes,
I mean, depending on the infringement that that team has caused, it will probably be a time-added penalty on their next pit stop. We saw that with the number 4 Grove Racing getting an 11-second penalty. Then the second time, a drive-through penalty. This is the first offence for 66. It'll depend on how severe an infringement it was, but we're probably looking at another 10 or so seconds added onto their next pit stop change. I'm thinking the gap's more than that, so I can't see it on our screens because it's not on this lead lap, Winkelhock. When he does go on the lead lap, maybe we can update. But if, say, for example, they get a 10-second penalty, it possibly won't cost them. But you've got to be careful. There's a warning there, isn't there, across the barrel? And we had a drive-through for the second infringement with the number 4 Porsche.
Yeah, we saw 11-second penalty get handed out earlier on, and hopefully nothing more than that. Team manager for car 66 to the steward's office immediately. So the team manager is going to have to deal with this problem.
He's going to have to explain what they did during the pit stop, isn't he?
Please explain. Wow, these stewards really are.
That must be horrible. They'll probably have video evidence for him of what went wrong. And you've got to try and defend it. And if you can't defend it, you've got to accept your penalty.
Well, the 2.5-second gap is something that Bar won't be wanting to accept. That gap is dropping. The 20 Pro-Am car in second place at the moment in the Pro-Am category. Suddenly, well, not so suddenly, actually, having the Grove Porsche behind it, the gap dropped from 8 seconds early on to 2.5 seconds now, and there you have it. That's what it looks like on screen, and I suspect that's going to continue to drop until what could be a predictable overtake.
Yeah, it's coming, isn't it? It's almost inevitable that we're going to have Brenton Grove coming up against Bar, and it's not going to be long. Here we're going to get a live measurement of that gap. Again, only 2.1 seconds. So a pass is coming with 1 hour 37, and it is for classification in the Pro-Am category, and it's over second place. So we're talking about an extra step up the podium a little bit later, maybe a slightly larger brake disc for your award.
Brake disc collection racking up for some of these drivers. Someone that might not get one of those, though, is the MJR Audi with Marius Jackson, Mo Mia, and the young 18-year-old South African Kwanda Mokoena, who suffered a bit of a blood pressure issue early on. Kwanda Mokoena and his team currently in the pits, and it looks like they've been there for quite some time there.
Yeah, still in the pits. I'm thinking possibly we won't see that here. We're looking for the final change in the Audi team, as there will be a double stint for most of these top teams going towards the end. Yeah, unfortunate for the number 80 car. They completed 143 laps, but that car's firmly parked in the pits. We do hope that Kwanda is well and improving, though. That's more important. And they've had a good showing and a good learning experience for that team going forward. I bet you we will see them back next year.
Yeah. Brenton Grove, though, doesn't want to leave this to next year. And neither does Bar. Bar wants to get away as quickly as possible, but Grove has something else to say as they head up the hill.
1.6 seconds the gap, continually dropping as the Porsche hunts down the Mercedes AMG.
I do think Bar, though, however, is going as fast as possible in these conditions. A 45.0 his previous time, a 44.4 the previous time for Grove. So half a second a lap is what they currently are circulating at. And just look at how fast the Porsche is going at the moment. 235 kilometers an hour VMAX for that Porsche. Not too far off the BMWs. the closest so far out of all the cars to the top speed of the BMW. So the Porsche, no slouch here at Kyalami.
Yeah, pretty solid effort, isn't it? And just a reminder for everyone that this is Rhys Barr's first time even in Africa, yet alone at Kyalami. So quite a tall order to work his way through this track in the dark. He said his only experience up until he got here was in simulator work, so he can just figure out whether it was a left or right turn.
Yeah, I suppose once you get here, you kind of got to know which way the corners go, and sims like Assetto Corsa, they do work. We've got a lot of sim guys in the YouTube stream and also watching on Super Sport. I'm sure many people have done multiple laps around Kyalami sim circuit, including the drivers. It's so interesting to note that these drivers use the sim to figure out which way the corners go. Here come the timing charts now, and the gap is decreasing, although slightly slower than it has been. Doesn't matter. There's still an hour and a half to go for that gap to be shut down. And that's exactly what we're seeing happening right now.
Yeah, even Stephen Grove and Brenton Grove said that they'd worked on the simulator before they came here. I asked him whether it actually helped at all. He says, well, to be brutally honest, not massively. Definitely helps with the layout of the circuit and understanding. But he says there's so much more you have to deal with in a cockpit of a car that is not yet on a simulator. As we've seen today, you're dealing with all sorts of different forces. You've got the heat to deal with, you've got the vibrations to deal with, you've got the physical effort involved. But certainly learning the track is a great option for that. But it's a huge step up from a simulator into one of these cars, and the experience that goes through your body as you take a car at these sort of speeds around a circuit like this.
Oh, 2 Gs. What these guys are pushing through the mine shaft as the Audi drops down hard onto the tarmac in the pit lane. Bit of a delay there. This is not looking good for the Audi. Is this the penalty that we were talking about earlier on, Dan?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything come up on race control messages. Here he goes. He's off.
The 99. That's Winkelhock, though. Fella was the one that had the penalty earlier on.
So
that was Winkelhock
waiting for the
there.
68 seconds, I believe. I think they finished the pit stop before
more
the
than
time
likely
limit.
the case. Okay.
They're so quick.
So efficient.
They got us worried. Yeah, they don't take their time. They don't use the whole 68. They make sure that car's ready to go before the 68-second time limit reaches.
There are the lights again, lights ablaze, and you can clearly see the Audi having the extra light bar. Dennis Marshall now behind the wheel. Winkelhock handing over the keys. 1.5 hours to go. That means that there's another pit stop on the way.
Yeah, it goes against your senses, the Audi. It's the loudest one here. It hurts your ears the most. And it's the brightest one, so it hurts your eyes as well.
Yeah, now they've certainly made themselves seen and heard. Car number 4, track limits, last one at turn 13.
So we had the 66 get also last one at turn 13. And now Grove is. We didn't see that earlier. I'm wondering whether in the dark it's making it more difficult. Because 13, the Crocodiles, we haven't seen that up until this point in the race. And now we've had 2 cars get track limit warnings for that corner.
Oh, look at all the data in the Grove team pit box over there. The guys analyzing the data streams and making sure that everything is going according to plan. They will no doubt have gotten that message first and early and relayed it back to their driver that maybe don't push too hard. Let's keep it tight going through the Crocodiles.
Yeah, for a lot of drivers, they're just bringing it home. But in this case, Barr and Grove, these 2 cars are massively fighting out for points, and it's important points. And we're within a second now. The Porsche's flashing, letting him know he's there. The SPS Mercedes, number 20, will be... he already knows he's there. I don't think he needs to be flashed, but a little bit of intimidation coming up. And Brenton Grove, the Pro-Am driver, is going to really pile on to Rhys Barr. Both silver category drivers.
Silver category drivers, but that doesn't seem to be making any difference at this stage as they hunt down the Mercedes-Benz in front of them. Of course, all these drivers classified according to experience, Dan. And
Dad's watching on, looking a bit nervous, but also very excited as Brenton Grove could get a pass on here, gets second in the overall Pro-Am category.
Did we just see Earl Bamber swallow there for a second? I think that was one of those gulp moments where he was looking at the screen. The nerves must be shattered in the pits over there. Nothing much they can do now other than know that they've done enough to prepare. Oh my goodness, drive-through penalty for the 99 car. This is not looking good for the Audis. And the 99 car gets a drive-through penalty. That is Marshall behind the wheel. I wonder what happened there, Dan. Luckily, that car, though, not in contention for a podium at the moment.
It's not, and it might not make a difference, because I think Yannick Mettler in the 75 is far enough behind to cope with the drive-through, but it's not ideal, is it? We had a warning for the 66 and now a drive-through for the 99. Audis look like almost in contention for the overall victory in this race, and now they're just holding on for a podium. They got two options in the 66 and 99. Both of them have been given last warnings, and now, yeah, drive-through on the 99 is going to cost them probably sort of 20 to 30 seconds.
Well, the gap now only visual, 0.2 of a second now. Brenton Grove behind the Mercedes-Benz. Respar chasing down the main straight. We just heard them come by now. All you see are lights and flashing lights to boot as the Mercedes-Benz says, no, no, no. Respar over there, this is for position, so no need to flash those lights. It's fine that you let me know that you're there, but you're only allowed to flash your lights 3 times according to the stewards. Dan?
Between corners, though, so that gives you a lot of flashing for a whole lap if you're really adamant that you want them to know that they're there. So you could give him a little nudge every now and then, just sort of wait for half a lap and give it 3 more flashes. We've got 90 minutes left of this 9-hour race, coming to a mighty conclusion as the number 4 running car comes.
That's Marshall over there.
Marshall.
That looks like that was the drive-through penalty served there, Dan.
Yeah. And get it out of the way quick, and it hasn't cost them, but it's not ideal.
No, not ideal in the least. They've got over enough time in the bag there. But what I'd like to see is this battle right here, the Porsche and the Mercedes-Benz, the closest battle on circuit at the moment. This is for classification in the Pro-Am division, and second and third up for grabs at the moment. Second at least for Grove, third for Barr, and he's not going to want that bronze trophy today, I would imagine. So he's going quite defensive, I'm sure, at this stage. But with an hour and a half to go and pit stops in sight, what will the tacticians in each team decide? Will they pull either one of those in anytime soon? They've got 65 minutes per stint, Dan, so that means we've at least got another 24 to 23 minutes or so of driving to look forward to, and that means 23 minutes of defending for Respar.
Yeah, I mean, he's done half the job that he needs to do, Brenton Grove. He's pulled that gap down to Barr, the number 20, and now it's the next job, isn't it? It's trying to pass safely, and that's the difficult part of his task. Closing is one thing, passing safely is another. I'm not sure where that Porsche is going to be strongest to get a pass, maybe on the twisty stuff. He's close enough now. I might look up the inside at the top of the hill and Learcott.
Well, the 86 car is getting involved in this little tussle now. It'll find itself through Sunset and then into Clubhouse. The 86 car is going to get involved in this tussle whether he wants to or not. And then now, as they make their way through the S's, this is the worst place to come up to a back marker. It's not an overtaking zone. They're going to have to wait until they go up the hill, and that puts extra pressure on the Respar now as the Porsche looks on, the number 4 Porsche looks on to see what happens next. Flashing lights. Oh, the Mercedes-Benz goes on the inside, then goes outside, gets out the way on top of Leeuwkop, and now they make their way down the hill. That, I'm glad we made it through there, Dan.
Yeah, great driver from Clint Weston, I have to say. Didn't want any involvement whatsoever in this fight for second place in the Pro-Am class. Got nicely out the way, running wide at the top of the hill at Leeuwkop. And we get to carry on enjoying this battle as Brenton Grove looking for an opportunity to somehow get past. I think the pits were getting ready for one of these to come in. Let's see whether that happens as they go through Cheetah.
Yeah,
they're going to take another lap.
Oh, Brenton Grove, a bit more conservative through the Crocodiles there this time, though, surely. He knows that he doesn't want to get any more of those infringements. The gap now, half a second, 0.6 of a second, so the gap's increased ever so slightly. And car number 86 under investigation once again. Team manager.
Pit stop infringements again for number 86. Well, not again for number 86. I mean pit stop infringements again for any team. It's been a real theme, hasn't it, for the second part of this race?
Well, I'd love to know if Kriya can get us that information.
What sort of infringements are they? Yeah,
what that means exactly. What exactly are the types of infringements that these guys are doing? Unfortunately, we don't have clarity on that at the moment. We can try and get that for you guys. The sparks flies. There's your lead car.
Here we go, the big change. Sheldon van der Linde is going to be jumping into the 32 BMW. This is what we're waiting for. We only saw him at the start of this race, but Sheldon van der Linde is going to go back out onto circuit, and he's going to have a double stint because he'll have to come through he'll go past his 65 minutes. So there's going to be a stint and a little bit, a drive through pit lane to reset his clock. But he has the opportunity to come through for a home victory for the second time, to go back to his 2022 victory in the M6. Different machinery, but could it be the same result for Sheldon van der Linde at the end of this 9 hour?
Well, it certainly is close to the end of this 9 hour. 1 hour and 25 minutes exactly to go in what has been an incredible 9 hour race so far. Lots of pressure added, and it's a race about tactics, isn't it, Dan? We've seen that, although not that many overtakes take place. The drivers are slowly but surely reeling one another in, defending, extending leads, closing gaps. And look now, all of a sudden, Bar and Grove a little bit further apart than they were earlier on. Could there be some team orders coming from the Grove team saying, hey, maybe just hang back a little bit, wait for the pit stops, and let Earl Bamber handle this one? Oh my goodness, we got a car in the way there. They go split down the middle. This is going to end. Oh my goodness, the Grove car goes down the inside. He's got the line for the next section here. Grove takes the position into second place. Goes Grove, and all caused by that back mark over there. What car is that? Is that one of the BMWs?
But one of the rear lights is not working, is it? He's got the rear left. So he's got some of these lights out. Wait till he goes past here. You see the right-hand rear light is fully operational. The left-hand side is only half. I wonder whether this could be an issue here for the number 32. Look at that. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see that. And that BMW over there just came out the pits. That's the 33 BMW. I thought it was one of the cars further back. The car came out the pits, got in between these guys over here, and oh man, that cannot be.
But fantastic driving, Brenton Grove. He took the opportunity, didn't he? Took advantage of it, and another pass at Barbecue has been the place to get the pass done. Set it up at Crowthorne, get on the inside, on the cutback, and then at Barbecue, you've got that inside line, massive advantage, and going around the outside's a long way. I'm just worried about that BMW's rear lights. What happens if you've got partial rear lights? I mean, if you have one, then they make you fix it on the next pit stop. But if you have partial, it looks like his brake lights are working, though, isn't it? Brake lights are working. There you go. It's just the sort of end tail of his LEDs that stopped going.
And here is that maneuver. The BMW comes out the pits. I mean, the pit lane at Kyalami is quite long. The pit lane exit runs all the way to the corner. He just didn't have the momentum there, and he tried to go. You can see it, backs out of the situation, gets out of the way, but it was too late. And unfortunately, that's not the way that the 20 car would have wanted it to take place, I'm sure. But we'll take what we can get.
There, and, on the brakes.
There is Amanda now about to chat to Grove Senior. Amanda, let's hear it.
We know it's Stephen Crow.
Well, I know we all enjoyed that replay, but I don't know anyone enjoyed it as much as Father Stephen. Watching your boy do that, how much pride is that?
Yeah, it's a lot. Listen, he came from, I think he was 45 seconds down, and then he got to the end. He was getting a bit of aero wash, and the car was getting pretty hot. But the pass was magnificent. It's, I'm really proud of him.
Well, you look at the time that's left in this race, and it's not over until the checkered flag flies. What's still possible for the Porsche versus the one Mercedes that's still ahead of it?
Yeah, listen, we got to have a bit of bad luck for Kenny for us to get his position, but, it's going to be Stoltz and Bamber, and they're going to be going hard. There's nothing in it for the last hour and a half, so I can't wait.
Well, there you have it. From the dad himself, a proud father, a proud moment.
Yeah, and quite rightly so. I mean, that's a fantastic pass. Like he said, he's going to need a bit of bad luck for the 75 Sun Energy team if he's going to take the Pro-Am category. But here, they're fighting out for second, and they know it's not going to be easy. Stoltz versus Bamber. What a conclusion. Those two to who can get second place. Sheldon van der Linde in his BMW with working rear lights. So it's the 33 that's got the rear light issue. So don't worry, guys, the lead car in the 32 is still fine, and Sheldon van der Linde now has just got to manage his pace. He's settling into the stint, his first lap, 1:44.6. No need to go too fast, settle in. It's been a long time since he's been in that car. No doubt it's changed significantly from the massively high temperatures when he started the race. But starting the race and finishing the race, that would be a nice position. He really will enjoy that.
Well, I would imagine that when he does go for the pit stop, it's going to be a quick one and then back out again. They've got one more pit stop to go, definitely, because they're only allowed to run for 65 minutes at a time, if I'm not mistaken, Dan. So he's going to have to stop again, and so will many others. So
But what he probably would have done is put enough fuel, if they can, to get him to the end, and then he can just drive through the pit lane to reset that clock and finish this race.
Yeah. Of course, if you don't put fuel in, there's no minimum time. So you can just
he
sort of
definitely
dash
won't
in.
change tyres. So if he doesn't need fuel, he won't even stop. He'll just go all the way through with no stopping. Just have a little wave to his mechanics on the way through.
We've seen that happen last year many, many times. Didn't happen quite as much this year. I think the changing conditions last year facilitated that slightly more, but this year it's been pretty straightforward with the strategies, eh, Dan?
Yeah, AF also Ferrari tried it a couple of times last year, or to start in the first stint, and it wasn't really required. It got nullified anyway because they did have a safety car. We've had no such thing this year. We had 307 laps. We're currently sitting at 261. We've done 11,436 kilometres. That's quite a distance.
Gee whiz, that's Cape Town and back almost 10 times.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one total laps, 2,532 laps.
Gee whiz, these cars certainly are fast. And when it comes to lap times, they might not have the most power, they might not have the highest top speeds, but when it comes to corner speeds, there's not many cars that can touch a GT3 car other than GT2, GT1, LMP, etc. These cars
it's all about aero, isn't it? That's what makes them so efficient and what's so different from the road going versions. Actually, the road going versions might have a bit more engine power. They might be quicker down the straight. But you can throw in Sunset and they won't be quick around there, I can assure you that.
Yeah, I've been around Sunset with Sheldon van der Linde once upon a time. And I tell you, that was the first thing that I noticed in the car that he was driving at the time, was a DTM car. And the downforce was incredibly noticeable through Sunset. You hit that right-hander and all of a sudden the car just squeezes down to the ground as they go through there. And by the time you get to the edge of the circuit, so much grip. Well, we've got an interview coming. Let's hear what's happening down in the pits.
Absolutely not. We may have not seen the end of this Mercedes. They're still working on it here just to potentially go back on the track with Mick Grenier to see if they fix the problem. And looking down the road, where might this Mercedes head?
I told you where, so it's better if I don't say it on camera.
I will tell you guys after where he said he hopes that car heads. But Raffaele, I just want to talk about, you won here last season. We are going to head to the CrowdStrike 24-hour Spa next. Immense success for you there. Is there a highlight from this weekend that might be able to suffice what happened?
I mean, it's always nice to come back to like this track. It's always really fun to drive. I mean, it's a pity how we end up. But I mean, it's not something new when we drive with this team. The car is always strong, but there is always some kind of issue. We saw in Abu Dhabi, we saw in Bathurst, we saw here. So I mean, it's something for sure they have to work for the future.
Can you talk about the energy within this team, even when Mick got out of the car and Mauro? When you talk about the energy within the three of you, I've seen Mick and Mauro hugging. I've seen you guys still uplifting each other. When you look at the synergy between the three of you, why do you feel it's a winning combination?
I mean, it's a pity when I'm in the car with Mauro, especially like everyone say, we are one of the two duo fastest in MG. So it's a pity when like this go, because we don't have the chance to drive often together. With Mick, I mean, it's also really fast. So, I mean, it's a pity when you have a trio that is that quick and end up like this. But I mean, I know Mauro now since 2017, and Mick, I mean, is the MG since few years. So it's always a pity when this happens, when you are that quick.
5 short months, and we'll see this 999 back on track at Spa.
We will see that 999 back at Spa, but I don't think it will be that 999, because it looks like Raffaele Marciello is going to destroy it and chuck it in the bin at the end of this race.
He might take a hammer to that car by the end of tonight, but I do appreciate his honesty, and that's something that's missing in motorsport these days. Is a top flight motorsport, oftentimes the drivers give the most diplomatic of answers.
Yeah, he's quite frank, isn't he? When he was with us, he said, look, I don't believe in luck. So if you have bad luck on several times, that means you need to fix something. And they need to look at themselves in the window and think, well, what was the cause of it? Why do we keep having this bad luck? We need to make a change, because it's a real shame. As he says, when you've got the pace, They could have really went for the win here.
Yeah.
They should have had the win at Bathurst. They can't keep having these mistakes.
Yeah, and what an honest reflection on what was happening without trying to shift blame. Just this is the situation that we're in at the moment. We are a team, and as a team, we need to look at the problems within the team and try and figure it out. I mean, he's the star quarterback of that team pretty much, and he doesn't miss much, does he?
No, he hasn't put a foot wrong, has he? So incredibly frustrating when the car keeps putting a foot wrong. I can feel for him. And he is, as you said, a complete winner. So he's used to winning and he wants the machinery to win with him. But he will come back at Spa 24 and they'll hope that they can finally get rid of the gremlins of that great looking car, but not reliability. It's unusual to think reliability being an issue for Mercedes, but they've had their issues, haven't they? Both Bathurst now and in the second round here at Kyalami.
But what's interesting is that that's the only Mercedes that has been that unreliable at this stage. The others have been performing quite flawlessly, as we see the rest of the field coming through so fast. That's a BMW in front there.
I think that's why Raffaele has been so hard, hasn't he? Because it seems to always happen to the same team, Group M, and they need to try and figure it out. He's either the most unluckiest driver or unluckiest team ever, or they need to make a few changes possibly.
Yeah, I do love how he approaches that situation as Barr goes into the pit lane. 1 hour 14 to go. That means that they might have to stop again, Dan.
Yes, they're definitely going to have to drive through because they're working on stint times. So they're going to have to reset their time shortly. After 65 minutes, they're going to have a drive through very, very shortly, aren't they?
Yeah. So we've got one of the Audi drivers with us today, or with us this evening, Ricardo Fella, going to be joining us shortly and chatting about all things Audi. Dan, it's been a decent outing for Audi. They've not historically had good results here at Kyalami, but this time, though, those Audis are on pace.
Yeah, the pace has been there. What do you think?
It could be a bit faster, actually.
Or maybe the BMW's a bit slower?
Yeah. Can you make them slower, please?
I think the locals wouldn't agree with you with Sheldon van der Linde now in the number one, but yeah, the BMWs have been quicker down the straight, especially all week.
Yeah, we're struggling a bit on the straights, but generally I have to say they are doing a really good job. WRT, first time with this car this year, and yeah, they're doing an outstanding job, and we have to work on ourselves in order to improve and to get better and hopefully fight for the win next time.
Yeah, that's one title that's eluded Audi so far. They want to get a K9H ticked off on their CV. What do you think you could change for next time round, apart from just Bob helping you out?
Wow, that's a good question. I think it's important that we analyze the race in detail, and then we see what mistakes we have done or what we could do better. And yeah, our guys are doing an outstanding job as well. They're pushing very, very hard. So yeah, hope to that we can bring back this or bring home this podium. For sure would be nice. And yeah, like I said, try harder next year.
We've seen a couple of infringements for the Audi team. We've seen a couple of penalties starting to creep in. What's been happening with you guys, and where have those infringements taken place?
Well, I don't know of any infringements, to be honest. Just the track limits.
Track limits, yeah.
Okay, probably this main thing. Yeah, it's sometimes it's not so easy because we are all driving on the limit, and yeah, the cars are very hard to drive, especially now going into the night. And yeah, sometimes maybe you just miss the corner by a little bit, but you still, you don't want to lose too much time, so you go on power, and then sometimes you take a bit too much of the runoff area, and yeah, sometimes it's not so easy. Shouldn't happen, but I think our car is quite safe for the moment.
Okay, that's good to hear, because we were getting a little bit concerned about that podium position. I'm sure you guys want to make sure that, as you say, you stay on that podium. We've chatted to some of the other Audi drivers earlier on, and they are saying that the car is well set up to absorb those bumps. What's your experience driving that Audi been like?
Yeah, I'm driving the Audi for quite a while at the moment, and I have to say today it feels really, really good, especially over the bumps and curbs. We could also follow other cars in the slipstream quite close, which was not so normal actually.
So yeah, I was very happy and I really enjoyed being here, and yeah, hope to be back next year.
With the progression of this track being starting so hot at the beginning and now cooling down and going into the night, did you have to adapt your driving style each time you get in the car with different conditions?
Yeah, it is. We have to adapt always a bit. The car, every time you jump in the car, it feels a bit different. And of course, the temperature has the biggest influence on that. But yeah, I think we are all a bit used to it, so we know what to expect, and yeah, works quite good for the moment.
I love what you said there. You said every time you jump in the car, it's a little bit different. What are those differences exactly, stint to stint?
Far difficult to say, actually. Of course, the car doesn't feel completely different. It's just small things. For example, one stint I've done in the beginning of the race, we had massive understeer, especially in the first 10-15 laps. And in the second stint I've done, somehow the understeer was only for the first 5 laps, and then yeah, it was changing more to oversteer. So yeah, you never know what you get, but I think we are all quite fast in adapting.
So as we go into the end of this race with 1 hour and 9 minutes to go, what does it look like for you on your stint and strategy? Have you got a small sort of drive through, or is there going to be any more changes to reset the clock?
Good question, actually. I didn't speak with my engineer, but what I know is that definitely Patrick is going to the end.
Yeah, you're already in your casual
Yeah, you're
you're
finished.
done.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah. That's why you don't care about what the stint is at the end.
Yes.
You're finished. Your day's work's finished.
Exactly. No, we had our plan and we stick to the plan all race, and it worked quite well. We didn't have any issues. Yeah, Patrick and Mattia are doing a very good job as well. So very happy to have shared the car this weekend with them. And yeah, like I said before, let's hope to bring this podium home.
What's next for you and IGTC moving on to Spa 24? Are you confident there?
It's not confirmed yet, but I think chances are quite good that we'll be there again. Also one of the races very high on my list, which
I'm sure it's on everyone's list. That's the problem.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But still a while to go there. Now the season in Europe starts. We go testing, and then we have the first races, and yeah, looking forward to that.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I hope that you get to pop that champagne in about an hour and 8 minutes time. And luckily for you, you get to sit back and relax, enjoy the rest of the spirit and the flavor of Kyalami from the side of the track. You've done the work. It's over now. Thanks so much for joining us, and good luck to your team for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Enjoy, guys.
Cheers.
Well, there you go, folks. Another Audi Works driver joining us here in the commentary booth. Dan, the 66 car, I mean, it's had a great race so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, Ricardo Feller, thanks ever so much for joining us there. And he's desperate to get that car to the end. Niederhauser bringing it through, hopefully for the finish. And it would be a shame if anything happened to that. I think there's a lot of people trying to nurse cars safely to the end. Sheldon van der Linde being the most prominent one in the 32 BMW. Can he get a second Kyalami 9-hour victory?
I'm so nervous for all these drivers. I feel like after all these interviews, you kind of get invested in their journey, isn't it, Dan?
You really do. Yeah, you really do. You want the best for all of them, but there can only be one winner.
Yeah, but there can be another second place finisher, and there can be a third place podium finisher as well. As we've just spoken to the number 66 car driver over there. And Dan, as you said, all of these drivers are looking forward to Spa.
Yeah, it's a highlight of a GT3 driver's career, isn't it? Spa 24, the pinnacle. All cars going, hunting through Spa, massive pack field every single year. Like Ricardo said, he wants it ticked off his CV, but so does everybody else. And the best of the best will be there. 121 days to go.
Well, fella, hopefully there on the 27th to the 2nd of July 2023, where the Intercontinental GT Challenge continues its next round, powered by Pirelli. And as you rightly mentioned, Dan, only 121 days to go. But in between all of that, these drivers will be doing much testing, much driving, and sure, lots of preparation as the 75 car on stilts now parked in the pit lane.
Last change for the number 75 Sun Energy one. Jules Gounon will be taking that car to the end. Oh, look at the stint time though. Hasn't quite worked out, has it? 1:05.51, 65 minutes. He's going to have like a drive-through, like a minute to go. It's a 75 Sun Energy 1 car. And Jules Gounon, mighty quick as the final driver. And we'll see whether he can cement that place. Looking very, very strong for the Pro-Am category win. And they're in 5th place so far in the overall as well.
Well, we saw him in the pits earlier on. Stephen Grove is about to join us here from Grove Racing. And not just a proud driver here today, but also a proud dad. Steve, congratulations. I saw that overtake. You saw the overtake. Things are looking good for the team so far.
Yeah, listen, he's drove great today. It's probably I don't think I've seen him drive that well for so long. He went out, he was 45 seconds behind. He knew the job he had to do. It's dark. And he pushed and pushed, and he was patient and got a bit of aero wash trying to get past, and then got past. So put us into 2nd position, so he's done an outstanding job.
He did a great first stint as well, I thought. He was right on the pace and then holding on to the back of the lead pack for his whole stint, so quite impressive.
Yeah, for a kid that doesn't do it full time, works in our business, to be able to come and do what he did, he's driving really well. We're in the car a lot more now, so he's done a fantastic job.
And a good send-off possibly for this 991.2 before you get rid of it and get some new machinery for Spa 24.
Yeah, this is the last race for that car, so that'll go back to Australia and we take possession of the new one. We'll do a couple of days test in May for Spa, or at Spa, and then we'll probably go back and do a race just before Spa. There's a weekend before, and then we'll do Spa, so Spa's pretty big on the list for us.
So you guys should hopefully get lots of time in the new car. That's going to be the mad rush for everybody, surely, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think they'll get the BOP right, and once they get that right, we'll do 2 full days. And then we'll do GT Masters, I think, is at Spa, so we'll go and do that the weekend before, straight after the test, and then we'll go back and have a real dip.
Quick technical question. You were talking about aero wash in the car. What does that feel like, and what exactly does that mean to you as a driver in the car?
Yeah, it's pretty tough, mainly through the high-speed stuff. So, I mean, I noticed it a bit today myself. So as you go through some of the high-speed stuff, they take the air off the front of the car, so you haven't got the downforce. So the car moves quite suddenly, and you've got to try and get out of that and get a little bit more air to keep your downforce down. So that's the issue with the GT cars.
Oh, now we've got you there. The only asterisk next to you is you've had a couple of pit stop infringement and a drive-through. What was that for?
Yeah, we had an 11-second stop we had to stop, which was a problem, and that was because we exceeded the speed overall for the time from start of pit lane to the end of pit lane.
Yes.
Which was just a small issue. And then we got a drive-through because we put oil in the car when we were doing the tyres.
Right.
Which is a no-no. So
does that come from, we were saying you do a lot of racing in Australia, different rules in V8 supercars and stuff, and come here and it's just a misunderstanding? Is that the case, or?
Yeah, it's the rules are nearly opposite to what we do in Australia in supercars. So yeah, you've got to come and you've got to adapt, and you've got to adapt as a driver. So we did the crime. So we've done the time, and we're not going to catch Kenny. They've done a great job, but
we have got a straight fight between Bamber and Stoltz, so it's going to be an entertaining last hour, isn't it?
Yeah, that's for sure, and it won't be lost on Earl. Earl's a super competitive guy, so he'll push really hard.
Yeah, so far he's doing 43.0 with Stoltz with a 43.7, so the gap is increasing by the looks of things at the moment. I did look through the rules, and there are certain fluids that you can change though during a pit stop, so unfortunately the oil obviously not being one of them.
Yeah, I think it's the timing of it. I think you got to do it when you're not doing the tyres.
Yes.
I think that was the issue. So, listen, all this stuff's really good. I mean, we come here because we're in the series and want to race, but it's all about getting, as a team and drivers, get everything right, make the mistakes here, because Spa is the one for us.
Oh, that's what everybody's saying, getting ready for Spa. I see your face light up when you say that. It's going to be a big deal with a new car, I'm sure.
Yeah, new cars. I mean, it's oversubscribed to over 75 GT3 cars. It's a big race, 24 hours. It's a tough race. We learnt that last year, but we're really looking forward to going back.
I spoke to you earlier this morning, first time in Africa. You've enjoyed your time here. You said you'd be back. Is that a promise?
Yeah, it will. I mean, to come back here and do more racing. This is one of the best circuits in the world, and I've been lucky. I did Super Cup in 2019, so we followed Formula One, and we went to a lot of tracks. We went to Monaco. I've been very lucky where I've been, and I rate this in the top 3 tracks that I've been to. It is sensational track. For a GT car, It is absolutely sensational. I love it.
Why do you say that? Could you elaborate on that? Just we like to hear these things here in South Africa.
It's quite hard because there's no rest time here. You know, Bathurst, we got rest time, we got the main straight and the straight down the back. Here you don't have any time to rest, so it's very demanding. It's high-speed corners, and that's the stuff that really makes what I think is good racetracks. It's not stop and start corners. They're really high speed, and you got to be on it left, right, and you can pass. It's really a sensational track.
Well, Steve, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck to you and the team. Good luck to you and your son. And of course, we'll be cheering for the Spa 24 hours in just how many days? 121 days, Dan?
Yeah, not long really. Well, it sounds like a lot when you say that, but yeah, you've got 1 hour Bamba starts. You're going to sit in the garage. You're going to enjoy it, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy that.
Superb. Thanks ever so much for bracing us with your presence here in South Africa, and we look forward to seeing you back again.
Thanks for having me.
Brilliant.
Cheers.
Thanks.
That was Steve Grove from Grove Racing, of course, now battling it out currently in second position in the Pro-Am standings after that incredible pass on Stoltz early on, really capitalizing. And the conversation that we had earlier on, Dan, about that, how that overtake took place. GT racing is all-encompassing, isn't it? It's not just about straightforward overtakes. It's about one of the lead cars coming out the pits, and then all of a sudden the opportunity presents itself.
It was
amazing.
a fantastic pass, and yeah, that it was a Pro-Am driver driving like a pro. Exactly that. He did everything he needed to do. He took advantage of the BMW coming out, and it was a poacher's pass. And now Earl Bamber, the pro driver, doesn't want to let Brenton down. And the good work that he did, he wants to bring that Porsche home in its second Pro-Am slot. But Lucas Stoltz, what a driver he is, and he'll be doing everything again to try and close that gap. At the moment, I think it was 9.7 seconds, so it's not over in the Pro-Am category.
It is climbing though, and Bamber doing the D there with a 43.3 at the moment, and Stoltz with a 43.8. So half a second gained on the previous lap, not much. But 9.7 seconds is not bad for an hour's worth of racing if you're on similar pace then.
No, I think Earl Bamber will be pretty happy with that. He'll be able to manage that pace. Certainly he's got the experience to do so, even in these difficult nighttime conditions. 58 minutes to go. We're really ticked into the last hour of the Kyalami 9 hour for a grandstand finish. And could it be Sheldon van der Linde bringing that 32 BMW M4 back for a victory and wave that South African flag proudly?
Yeah, the flags have been waving, and we heard the national anthem earlier on today, and then the flag wave for the hour-long race won by Mikael Patambo, the local youngster. But now we wait for the last hour to be completed, and a South African once again leading it with a BMW badge next to the name. Lots of proud moments to look forward to if all of this goes according to plan. Martin in second position. They need a Hauser though. Seemingly the team pretty content with third place because they know every time they've pushed, the BMWs have been able to respond.
Yeah, I think Audi at this point have resigned themselves to the fact that the BMW have been the faster car. They went through their program perfectly throughout the week. BMW, they've looked calm, collected. WRT have finally got themselves where they wanted to be, over the disappointment that was Bathurst for them. And we're in this last hour of the race, and the lap times all quite consistent, so it's a final stretch.
Yes, it is the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last hour of the Kyalami 9 hour. This is the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Daniel Haynes, and it is the last 57 minutes, Dan. We've been sat here for a long time. I'm pretty tired right now, but I tell you what, can you imagine being one of these drivers or mechanics? And you gotta give these guys their props, man. You gotta give them their dues, especially the guys that have been here since Tuesday, Monday. Some of these teams have arrived early on. The drivers stroll in and hop in the cars, and they've got to perform for the Saturday and the Friday. But certainly these teams, they've been performing all week.
They've got to be able to perform instantly. So you've had Sheldon van der Linde started this race. He waited 7 hours before he got back into it again, which is a long time, isn't it? A long time you've been out of the car, going from start to finish. But he's got to be able to jump straight into a car that he hasn't been into for sort of 7 hours and just perform straight away.
And we heard the drivers saying earlier on, I think it was Ricardo Feller that mentioned that the car changes every time. I mean, think that was quite strange to hear. The car starts off as an understeery a car in the first few minutes, and then the next time he gets in the car, it's oversteering. They haven't really changed much, but now all of a sudden the car's different. The chassis has evolved over time. The tires have... Things have changed on the surface of the track. The ambient temperatures different, track temperatures different. They've got to deal with all these things. And Van der Linde, more than most, has had a massive gap in between his stints.
He has, and to be able to just jump straight back in the car. They're definitely in nursing it home mode though, because look at their VMAX speeds, 228. They're like 10 kilometers down on what they are capable of doing on the straight. Yeah. They're cruising. They've got that turned down. They're just coasting. They don't want any reliability issues causing them a failure. They're not risking anything. There's no need to do so. Looks like Niederhauser in the 66 and Attempto Audi are happy to sit there in third. So BMW are just thinking, let's get this car to the end.
Well, the top three are currently in first in the 144s at the moment, 1, 2, and 3. And funnily enough, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are in the 43s at the moment. So the first three drivers happy to set it out in their current positions, but the rest of the guys, they've still got something to push for with the looks of things.
They have, certainly in the Pro-Am category. Earl Bamber and Lucas Stoltz, they're basically trading lap times. That gap sticking about 9 seconds. But I mean, 9 seconds is not comfortable in Pro-Am, but these pro drivers, that's going to be a real blast to the finish. And then maybe, depending on stint times and whether they got to reset their clock, that might have an effect on the end result as well.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over. And as you said, that 9 seconds is not that big of a gap. That's the smallest gap.
Hey, we've got the lights on the 999 back. This is interesting. Maybe we'll see that car back out for some testing. Michael Grenier is going to take it back out, try and work out whether they fixed the problem. Like you said, you don't want to put a car back on a container without knowing what went wrong.
Yeah, I think that everybody's going to sleep better at night if this car does make it out. Although, having said that, the tyre changes are on a bit of a go slow at the moment compared to
there's no
earlier.
rush, is there? We'll just do it one at a time casually. They've got 53 minutes to do some testing.
Yeah.
See whether they've got first, second gears back and 6.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. We've got Marcello in the background over there. Decidedly casual at the moment. Most of the drivers out of their kit. But Grenier, as you say, I think it was Grenier you mentioned, Dan, will be going out again for a little bit of testing and just hopefully getting all 6 gears to his disposal. Hopefully.
Yeah. This is like a post-mortem, isn't it? They're trying to work out what went wrong.
I think if they manage to get the points that they want, which they do, and they manage to fix the car, there is at least some consolation. And you know that you can't also leave you with an unhappy driver. They want to make sure their team is content, knowing that when they're going to the next round, in the future rounds, that car is going to be as reliable as it can be. It's a Mercedes-Benz after all, and they are known on the circuit at least, as well as out there in the world, for their absolute reliability and performance when it comes to those big V8 engines.
Yeah, Lucas Stoltz is now trying to track down Bamber. Can he do it? I mean, he's had a phenomenal driver working with Jules Gounon in the first round. What a victory that was, and now he's got to try and get second in Pro-Am. It's a different task at hand, but it's vital for the points for that team as they try and go out. Here's the 999 being wheeled out of the garage. It's nice to see that back out on circuit. We'll probably know instantly whether it's fixed just from their lap times.
Yeah, this is at least something to enjoy. There's Michael Grenier. He came around here earlier on. His spirits were slightly higher than the rest of the team, at least his teammate at least. But you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's accepted it for what it is. It's a learning process, and that's exactly why they're going back out if they can, to see whether they can learn from it for the next time round. But you feel like they've got to do a bit of learning process. It always seems to be the same team, which is why Raffaele Marciello is so frustrated.
Yeah, a frustrating outing here at Kyalami for the pole sitters of yesterday. They blasted through qualifying, but mostly I think they were aware that the BMWs had some serious pace, and so far it looks like a BMW 1-2 at this stage. Surely not both of those BMWs will fall out as the day and night progresses, with 51 minutes remaining. Niederhauser in third place, then Marshall in fourth place with 2 Audis, third and fourth. Gounon in fifth position in that Mercedes-Benz. Bamber, Earl Bamber in the Porsche, the number 4 car, in sixth place, and second in Pro-Am. Gunon, of course, leading off Pro-Am. No surprises there. Stoltz, though, still on the charge. And the gap, 9.8 seconds, less than 10 seconds. But Stoltz still pushing on hard. Arie Neuvelen currently behind the wheel in the South African outfit over there. Quite a few laps down. But they're still in it. And their main task today was to finish the race. As their mechanic told me 2 days ago, to finish first, you must first finish.
Yeah, they won't be finishing first, but they will finish.
Exactly.
Well, let's hope they finish. 50 minutes to go. Lucas Stoltz is struggling to keep with the pace of Earl Bamber, 1:43.3. Earl Bamber's in the 42s. He's really flying in that 991.2 on its final send-off here in the IGTC before he switched to whole new machinery. Lucas Stoltz himself, obviously the winner of Bathurst, basically double stinting with Jules Gounon for the last 6 hours of that race. Mighty impressive performance to take that victory as the track warmed up and they brought that thing home for a win. Now he's going for something different, but it looks like Earl Bamber has got the pace to cover him off. Over 10 seconds now, 10.3 seconds in that Pro-Am battle for second.
Well, there goes Arnold Neuvelen, currently behind the wheel, and I think he might be taking us home, if I'm not mistaken. They did a change early on, and I think Clint Weston went out first, and then Neuvelen hopped in after that. So this is the home stretch for most of these drivers. However, I do think some of them, the lead pack, most of them on 7 stops, some of the other teams on 8. So the top 3 teams are on 7 stops each. So we might see a couple more stops for the top 3 drivers. The rest of the guys are on 8 or 9, even 10. And the Mercedes-Benz currently out. They just did a 2:05. So they're still circulating. Keen to see what that 999 car can do. And nice to see it out there, still circulating.
If they've planned this right, they should only be driving through the pit lane to reset their time, because there's no such thing as a splash and dash in GT3 racing. It's not Formula 1 or they're back in the old days of refueling. You can't just put a couple of litres in, off you go. Because the moment you put 1 litre in, you've got that 68-second time limit. So that these tanks can hold more than that 65 minutes. So most likely these cars, if they have to reset their clock, will just be driving through the pit lane and straight back out again.
Well, safety concerns over the years have caused GT racing to become much more safe, especially when it comes to fueling, Dan, and more than likely that's the reason why splash and dashes aren't allowed, don't you think?
Yeah, there's a very strict rules on refueling, as there should be. Can only start refueling when the car is completely turned off and on its air jacks, and the car cannot be restarted until it drops. We had an unfortunate incident earlier in practice session in the week where we had a small issue in the pits. Yeah, so hopefully nothing of the sort will take place in the final phase of this event. But I mean, these things do happen. This is motorsport, and that's why we watch it. 48 minutes to go, Dan. Anything can happen. Yeah, I cannot believe how different this track can progress. 27.2 degrees track temperature. Ambient temperatures dropped quite significantly as well, 24 degrees.
Thankfully.
We've got some of our spectators probably hugging their braai for warmth now, whereas the absolute opposite. Whoever had the job of manning the braai had the hardest job ever, and now he's appreciating his role next to those hot coals.
Yeah, now the wood fires start coming out, if they're allowed out there. I'm not too sure about that. But 24 degrees out there, not too bad. It's a decently warm evening in Johannesburg, with track temperatures now at 27 degrees from all-time high of about 55 this week. Humidity at 47%, Dan. It is exceptionally humid out here today. And if you are hoping for rain, unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. I wouldn't mind like a 10-minute shower. I mentioned it earlier, just to spice things up. If I was in control of that setting, wouldn't mind.
I don't think Sheldon van der Linden would like it. I mean, that helped him out in 2020, but I think he's perfectly happy for a conclusion of this race as a 9-hour sprint. What a race that's been, with no stops whatsoever. 9 hours. They'll almost certainly beat a lap record. 280 laps currently, with 46 minutes to go. Try and beat 307 from last year that did have a small safety car in it. So it's most likely they will pass that target.
Yeah, so far, so many laps completed. 280 for the top 3 cars. 279 for the 99 car. And there goes 281 laps completed for Sheldon van der Linde. Back down, the 999 car just did a 45.7. So not too shabby, but not on the pace.
Still interesting about that BMW's rear light, isn't it? That it's sort of partially broken, but not enough to make the stewards want to bring that in.
Grenier just did a 44.5, Dan. So that's not a bad time out the box.
No, but he was doing that with the gearbox issues.
True,
I think.
true. So,
but I mean, it's
44.5.
matching the leaders, but they've got that car basically turned down. Maxime Martin also did a 44.5. I don't know.
But that
we won't
car-
know it's fixed unless they confirm it.
Well, that BMW, they basically turned off one of the turbos there, I think, on the BMW.
Yeah, we only need one. Alternate between one each per lap.
Oh, still some tight racing going. There goes the 999 and overtaking one of the Audis over there. That must be... trying to see which Audi that is. Is that Jackson?
We've got Jackson back out on track.
Oh, looks like it. Jackson is back out on track. So they're going to try and finish this race and get classification. So the Jackson car seems to be back out on the circuit, thankfully. And they've obviously parked it for a little bit. They didn't have their star young driver in the car for quite some time because of a blood pressure issue, and he's had to pull out and park on the side of the circuit himself in the lounge. But hopefully that car can get across the finish line, because that's all you want to do. You want to make sure that you cross the finish line according to the rules. You've completed enough laps and etc. But when
Marius Jackson back is good news, because we've got all 10 runners of the 9 hour back on circuit.
Wow, that would be quite incredible. Just a testament to how reliable these cars actually are, despite the fact that there are a couple of broken nuts and bolts here and there.
No, yeah, fundamentally they are reliable. It's just small issues can put you out for quite a few laps, can't it?
Yeah, and just look at that. All the cars up one position because the lead car dropped 8. Grenier and his team, of course, started this race in pole position. There goes the 999 car, the car that was tipped to be the favorite going into the weekend. But all weekend it was the talk of the town because the parts arrived late down and the guys basically had to assemble that engine just before the race. The car was in pieces. When we walked past it, there were coilovers on the floor. There was an engine in a crate. And these guys basically worked tirelessly to get that car going, but unfortunately not everything going according to plan. Let's check those times out. The last time there, 45.2.
Yeah, it's a witness for that team for the week. I would maybe call it organised chaos. There was definitely some organisation about it, but it looked a bit chaotic at times. There was stuff spread all over the garage. They were the first ones in there, so they used up as much space as they wanted.
Oh, the Audi having to overtake there. The Jackson car getting out of the way. The two Audis come flying past, 3 of them now. And the Jackson car slowly circulating. This must be so tricky for all drivers, those overtaken, those being overtaken and those doing the overtaking.
Yeah, different tasks at hand. Jackson's just trying to get his car to the end and not concerned at all about his lap time. So 2:13 was his last lap. Obviously just trying to get that through, but it does mean that other drivers need to be aware that there is a slower car out on circuit, and he doesn't cause an issue. I think Marius Jackson, an experienced enough driver to know that he doesn't want to get involved with any of these lead cars and get nicely out of the way.
Well, currently on circuit, the 99 car is ahead, but according to the classifications, that is 4th place up ahead, so he will more than likely give away for the 66 car, which is in 3rd position. Niederhauser currently behind the wheel of the 66 car. Marshall behind the wheel of the 99 car, and now over to Amanda in the pits.
Kyalami 9 hour, when you talk about this stop in Johannesburg, why is this so important to the series?
Well, it's important to be in South Africa because, you know, the very concept of the Intercontinental GT Challenge is to visit 5 continents. So Africa being obviously one of the continents, and this being the only international circuit in Africa, we have to be here and to revive such a prestigious event at the Kyalami 9 hours, which for many, many years was the closing round of the World Sports Car Championship. Is a great opportunity for the Intercontinental GT Challenge, so we're happy to be here. Of course, the 2, I would say almost 3 years of COVID here, because in 2001 we had Omicron falling on us just a week before the event with a postponement, and all of this had made it quite difficult. but we're holding, we're here, and we had a race and quite disputed, so it's good.
Well, Holding and here are some of the most talented GT3 drivers in the world racing in this event here this weekend. And when you see those names, how important is looking at that competition that is racing here?
No, it's very important. We didn't have the number of cars we would have liked to have, but we had 4 brands with top drivers, which could show the full performance of the car. I think it's been one of the closest BOP we could imagine, because I think all 4 brands are within 0.2 of a second or something like that. But then you have, the variation of incident and all of this. So you have the 2 BMW leading, but I think after they had quite a hard time in Bathurst, I think it's good to see them on a better light here.
One of those drivers that I was talking about in competition, Earl Bomber, is here this weekend as well, and he set up in the booth with the guys that both of the European series are oversubscribed. Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, it's not only the European series, our Asian series as well. I mean, GT3 is booming like it's never been booming ever before. Maybe the fact is getting to Le Mans next year, so more and more teams, more and more drivers are coming to GT3, and while here we would have welcomed some more cars, in Europe we're going to have to make a selection because we just have too many applications for the number of cars we can put on the grid.
Can you give us some insight on the future of the Kyalami 9-hour?
We're going to continue working hard on it. It's been 2000. Maybe the mistake we made was to try to be here during the pandemic. Many international series stayed home. We wanted to continue going around the world, and it's been now 3 difficult editions. I'm not alone to decide. We have an event promoter, we have the circuit, but I think the general feeling and intention is to try to continue, because it's a unique event with a huge heritage, and we have to make it work.
Thank you.
Well, there you hear it from the man himself. That is literally Mr. SRO, Dan.
It is. Stefan Rattel, founder of SRO in 1995, and what a nice thing to have here as South African fans. Basically a commitment from him that the Intercontinental GT Challenge needs to have an African base. This is the only place that it can race, and he's going to push it to make sure it comes back. I think he's probably quite right. The pandemic has maybe affected this race a little bit more than others, but 2019 showed that it can be an incredibly popular circuit, and hopefully we can get back there. We're in a little bit of a transitional period with GT racing at the moment, with new cars coming out from different manufacturers, and maybe
we should have had a Ferrari here. We should have had more Porsches here.
Exactly. So the 296 Ferrari's not homologated yet. The 992 Porsche. So it's a difficult situation where do you enter for 2 rounds with one car and then switch for the rest with another car? And I think a lot of teams thought maybe that was too much of a stretch. So next year, the 296 fully homologated, and we'll hopefully see Ferrari back signing onto the Intercontinental GT Challenge, Porsche as well with the 992, and maybe a few more manufacturers, and then we can really start building that grid. And but it's nice to get a commitment, like you said, from the man himself.
Yeah, and that's a question that's commonly being asked. Why only these cars on the grid at the moment? But looking forward as we count down the final 37 minutes of this year's Kyalami 9-hour, I think next year we will most certainly see more cars. It does look to be the case.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone that's come out here today and suddenly goes, wow, this is a special event, they want to come back next year, don't they? And knowing that that's a possibility, we got something to look forward to.
Yeah, I think with most GT racing anyways, you see the top 5 teams fighting it out, the rest of the guys falling back pretty soon anyways, and we've got a world-class field here, just a few laps separating the top drivers, the top 2 cars on the same lap with the next 2 cars behind that, just on 1 lap each down, and then further lap down is Gunnar, the leader of the Pro-Am. So, it was a good world-class group of drivers here. Some of the best pros in the world were here for this weekend. It just would be again next year. I'm looking forward to seeing many more cars on the grid.
Yeah, we're not the only one that's been affected. Bathurst was exactly the same with its pro entries. I think only 7 pro entries. It's difficult for teams to travel to Australia and South Africa, big distances. However, for sure, the Intercontinental GT Challenge is the main event. It's the Champions League of GT racing. So these local European leagues. Eventually, people are going to want to try and fight back for this Intercontinental GT Challenge once again, and it's probably only onwards and upwards from here, would be my guess.
I do like the fact that you call this the Champions League of GT racing, because that's exactly what it is, isn't it? It's the multi-continent event. Of course, the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli is what the official name says in the title. And we now look back at the cars near the front. That is the 33 car, the second place car, led off by the 32 Sheldon van der Linde. There goes the 9th place car.
Nice and safe, aren't they? 18 seconds from first to second, 24.7 seconds from Maxime Martin to Patrick Niederhauser in the Audi in third place. 35 minutes to go. Just desperate to get to the end. And Sheldon van der Linde, I mean, it's so close, you can almost touch it.
Yeah, Grenier still leading us off and still racing around the circuit with a 1 minute 45.120. Unfortunately, in 9th position. He did start this race in first place. More of those lights on that BMW failing, is it? I always thought it was only BMW indicators that don't work there.
I just find that really strange. It's half a light that's gone out, isn't it? It's just, he's got a few, but it's enough that the stewards are not concerned about it. I've been keeping an eye on the race control messages, keep looking down at the screen to see whether we're having a notice from race control, because you definitely can get a warning for a light out for obvious reasons going around in the dark here, but it's not really out. That's the thing with LEDs. You've got backup plans, isn't it? If a few of them fail.
They are so strict, these stewards over here, and rightly so. You are dealing with motorsport at the highest level, and drivers also look for any reason to protest. So the stewards handle it, then there's no need to protest, and it's fair for everyone.
Its brake lights appear to be working perfectly fine, doesn't it? So it's like daytime running lights, one of those nice laser lights that look so cool, but something's gone wrong there.
But speaking of lights, aren't these cars' lights just incredibly?
They are next level, aren't they? If you drove with these on the road, you would blind half the Joburg.
Those bush lights that you put on top of a 4x4, isn't it?
Yeah. They'd be pretty good round. Dipping onto the grass, Lucas Stoltz. Still pushing.
Yeah, in that Pro-Am entry over there, Lucas Stoltz can.
Wow, he really is pushing. He just did a personal best, 1:42.9. So we've got the leaders lapping in 1:44s, just trying to nurse it home. But Lucas Stoltz is still thinking Earl Bamber is in his sights. 11.5 seconds is the gap.
Bamber,
Stoltz is giving it everything.
Bamber, though, responds with a 43.0, Dan. So just over a tenth of a second different in that last lap. Not enough to close the gap, but neither of them are giving up. I think Stoltz has got the order to go. So has Bamber.
Yeah, you can distinguish the AMG for the number 20 because it's got the grille glowing white. The number 75 has it glowing blue to match its livery. So that's how you know you're looking at Lucas Stoltz flashing his lights to get past back markers.
Yeah, he's going to want to get past that Audi as quickly as possible. Luckily, he gets him on the straight, though. And Stoltz now finds himself with yet another lap to complete as 33 minutes count down on the timer. It's almost time. It's almost time for the finish, but it's not over yet, and Stoltz knows that. We spoke to Stephen Grove earlier on from Grove Racing, and he seemed quite content with where they are at the moment.
I think he's had a great week.
Yeah,
he seems happy with himself to me. It was exactly the same this morning. I think he's really enjoyed his time here, and what a complimentary thing to say this, like in his top 3.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty awesome.
I wasn't expecting that at all, and the fact that he was willing to back it up with the reasons why as well, not just saying it to flatter the team up here, but also giving us exactly why that is the case, as one of the 75 drivers makes their way up here. And we'll be chatting to one more driver. I think that's the last conversation that we have time for. Looks like Yannick Mettler. Yannick Mettler will be making his way through to the commentary booth to give us an update on what's going on with that Pro-Am car in first place in Pro-Am.
Yeah, they didn't have it all their way. Kenny Bull started in that car in the first stint, and he had a tricky first stint. He dropped back down through the order and had to fight his way through the national cars, which he eventually did, and now they've got that place back sort of firmly in the grasp of the overall Pro-Am victory. Jules Gounon currently in that car, lapping nicely again, not having to push, so he's not got the pace that he could have, I'm sure. 1:43.5 he was last time through, but he's a lap ahead of Earl Bamber, and they've comfortably pocketed those Pro-Am points if they've just got to finish 31 more minutes of this race. There's Earl Bamber on our screen right now.
Earl Bamber, surprisingly young based on all his accomplishments, but you could say the same for most of these drivers, including Yannick Metler, who's going to be joining us very shortly. And I'm looking at his CV in front of me here, and there's just a whole bunch of ones on his CV. Yannick Metler wearing the 75 number over there. Yannick, congratulations on the position so far. You got 31 minutes to go. What is the feeling in the pit lane at the moment with you guys leading the Pro-Am category? How are you feeling? What does it feel like to have 30 minutes to go on a 9-hour race leading?
Honestly, for me, pretty relaxed right now. Jules is in the car. I'm sure he will bring it home. As long as everything is okay on the car, I think we're in a quite comfortable position, 2 laps ahead as far as I know. So yeah, it was an awesome race, and I'm pretty chilled actually.
For you were called in pretty last minute to do this race. Kenny, I mean, he must be pretty happy with your performance. You must be.
Dan, we've got someone off track, the 86 car. Sorry to interrupt you there, Dan. The 86 car is off track, and this proves disaster for the 86 car. That is the local outfit with Arie Neveling behind the wheel over there. Hopefully they're not stuck. And just as we spoke, Yannick, we spoke about nothing going wrong. Obviously, this has got nothing to do with you guys, but this is the kind of stuff that can go wrong at the end of a race, isn't it?
Totally. So I wouldn't say I'm chilled that everything is fine already, but normally when you're out, when you did your stint, at least you have your job done. And you know, if you have teammates like Kenny and Jules, they're IGTC leaders for a reason. So
it's pretty different though. I mean, the 86 car is the Pro-Am outfit in South Africa. Lots of experience still to be gained for them, but certainly with Gunan, I mean, you hand the keys over to him and you kind of know it's going to be okay.
That's a safe person to hand the keys over, isn't it?
I would definitely say so, yes. And I mean, he was super quick from the get-go in all the practices, and I could learn a thing or two from him as well. Was for me a really steep learning curve. The track was new. SPS, the guys I know, of course, from the past, but still a lot of new things. First time in IGTC, so yeah, very steep learning curve. I'm happy how it went.
So as we were briefly talking about before, you come in pretty much at the last minute. How did that come about? Because I mean, we should have Martin Conrad here, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I think he wasn't able to come, and so yeah, eventually I was the guy called up for the race, and yeah, I'm super happy, very grateful for this chance, and that's exactly what you need as a driver like me. And yeah, I think I could prove that I'm the right guy for it as well.
For sure, I think you have indeed. And what do you think of the circuit? What's your impression of Kyalami?
Yeah, brilliant. I love it. I mean, I only had like 2 days to prepare on the sim. So,
excuse me, guys. We've got a full course yellow at the moment. We've got full course yellow, so this bunches everybody up at the moment. I'm not quite sure if it's going to change anything, but it's certainly going to make the ending and finish off this race quite interesting. What does this mean for the 86 car now that's got to get towed out the boonies?
Yeah, it's clearly not been able to get out of the gravel on its own power, hasn't it? So it's going to be towed out. So they'll have a full course yellow to get rid of that car. And that's going to close all these gaps. I'm thinking Bamber and Stoltz. That's going to be interesting.
Bamber and Stoltz. Yannick, from your perspective, full course yellow, this changes everything, doesn't it? Luckily for you guys are you in the safe zone though. You've got enough gap going back. You said this is the first time at Kyalami. How do you prepare yourself to take on a track like this for the first time at night with the team that you're in, etc.? Tell us about that process, especially at short notice.
Yeah, honestly, there was not really a lot you could do apart from the sim. I drove as much as I could to try and, memorize everything. There was obviously no night simulation or anything like that. But yeah, we had a short night practice that helped a little bit. The track is quite tricky, I have to say. It's really a flow track. You shouldn't think too much. You should really drive on intuition. But it's always something that I liked. So it kind of, by the time we hit quali, it kind of came together and clicked. So it was just right.
Dan, it looks like a lot of the teams are now doing their final pit stops. trying to see if anything's going to be changing here. We've got a full course yellow.
Yeah, they'll be using the opportunity to reset their timer because quite a few of these wouldn't have been able to get to the end anyway. So that 65-minute time, you can lose less time obviously in full course yellow because you might as well just drive through the pit lane and get that reset. But it's going to be an interesting last sort of 20 minutes of this race.
This is exactly the kind of thing that happens in GT racing, isn't it? Yannick, I'm sure you would have had this type of situation happen to you, and you're just smiling there because you know that you guys are kind of in the pound seats. But let's say for a moment you're one of the teams that now has to have someone behind or in front of you. Could you run me through both of those scenarios? You're leading, you've now got someone behind you, or you're chasing, and now all of a sudden you're within striking distance with minutes left on the clock, 26 to be exact. What is the thought process then?
I'm not really so far into the strategy, I have to say, but of course it makes it exciting, you know, towards the end of the race, especially. Another time it was rain, as I saw on the live stream. This time it's a full course yellow, so it can really mix things up. I think our guys were prepared for it, as far as I know. Yeah, but I don't think it's a disadvantage in any sense. If so, it is an advantage, but yeah. For us, it's pretty...
This is our leader, Sheldon van der Linde, coming in. He's doing a full pit stop in fresh rubber, taking the opportunity under full course yellow with 25 minutes to go. Probably not what he wanted, leading so comfortably at the front. But he
spices it up.
It definitely spices it up. You can see that Yannick is just as much a motorsport fan as the rest of us because he sat here grinning away, enjoying it.
You also mentioned that he's got Jules Gounon as a teammate who now has the keys and they're in a comfortable lead. So Yannick looking decidedly relaxed over here with the outcomes at the moment. But it's so great to have you here with us as this is happening because we get these unique insights over here. The BMW team, I'm sure, will be, Yannick, from your perspective, surely they'll be working together.
Yes, I would say so. Although at the start they were, I think Farfus was going quite hard.
Yes, he was
on the local guy, which was fun to see. You know, we don't like it if everything is like already decided ahead of the race. So that was, for me, it was good to see. Actually, was a cool race so far.
And Kenny Abul, he's showed himself, well, and that guy can drive. He took me on a couple of laps earlier in another Mercedes, and yeah, he didn't leave much on the table. He was having quite good fun. I mean, he's got a big disadvantage with the extra weight he's carrying, just because he's, I mean, I'm a big guy, but I don't often look people straight in the eyes.
What is the weight difference exactly between you guys?
I reckon it's 40 kgs,
yeah,
telling me.
It must be like,
I mean, that's having
must
like
be about 40 between me and him, yeah.
It's so like having your own pop, isn't it?
That's a huge pop step, I think, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's honestly really impressive what he's doing. It was a real honor for me to drive alongside these two guys, and yeah, huge pleasure. The car was mega all weekend. Yeah, just really enjoyable.
So what's next for Yannick Mettler? What's your calendar looking like for the rest of the year?
So I'm doing the GT Open Championship as a main program, and so as it looks by now, I'm going to continue in the IGTC as well.
Oh, superb.
And I think the next race would then be Portimao in April from the GT Open season opener, and yeah, then Spa is next. Yeah.
Wow. You got third at the GT Open last year. Obviously hoping to improve on that. I'm looking at your CV over here. ADAC, total 24-hour Nürburgring, first. You're used to winning clearly, so what's the plan for 2023?
Or winning. Winning, yeah.
a bit more of the same.
As much as possible, of course. But no, I mean, I've had quite a good run in the past years, I would say, through different classes and levels and series. But where I want to go is always the highest level in GT3 racing. So this is exactly the place I wanted to be. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here and race against the best of the world.
Oh, that's great. We've got 20 minutes left of this race, and it looks like we might have a grandstand finish with a safety car. So I'm sure you're going to want to go back to your garage and watch it with your team and see whether Jules Gounon can bring back that Pro-Am victory. Thanks for coming to South Africa.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome back anytime.
I will definitely come back.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Cheers, guys.
Yannick Mettler, a winner in so many ways and looking to have yet another victory today in the Pro-Am category. Gounon behind the wheel. He seems pretty confident in his team's abilities.
If I gave Gounon the keys, I would be pretty confident. I'd probably go to sleep knowing that it was safe. I mean, that's the safest hands ever to pass the keys over to Jules Gounon, isn't it?
Well, someone with safe hands, Stuart White behind the wheel of the safety car.
Yes, he's got
Finally.
to use it. He probably had to be woken up, not thinking he's going to get a chance. And then, with only half an hour left of this race, Stuart White is faced with driving that safety car in the dark.
And this is exactly what we've come to expect from motorsport. We're looking now at the gaps, Dan. The top 3 drivers. Now, all of a sudden, Niederhauser finds himself within striking distance of the BMWs.
Very interesting. This is the sort of luck or bad luck that they wanted to fall onto the BMWs. The only chance they're going to have in Niederhauser. He's on the lead lap and he's just behind Maxime Martin. Sheldon van der Linde's got a rear gunner.
You were saying this, Dan. When it comes to the last hour of the race, make sure that you're on the lead lap.
Yeah, you've got to be on the lead lap. That is the first rule in GT racing, especially anywhere where you get safety cars. Just stay on that lead lap and it doesn't matter. Then it goes down to a final sprint finish, whether in the last hour or the last 20 minutes here in this case.
And Niederhauser finds himself in exactly that position, just behind the car of Martin in that BMW M4 GT3. Van der Linde, though, luckily having a bit of a cushion. He's got a BMW M3 in front of him, but he's also got an M4 behind him.
Yes, he'll be grateful for his teammate behind, but as long as he stays behind.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. We don't know their team orders. I would imagine, based on how things have turned out so far, clearly the number 32 car has had the pace over 9 hours. It makes sense to just let them get that win and make sure that Audi doesn't leapfrog both of them, and they shouldn't take each other out. Further back, the 11-second gap
on the circuit, though. There's a lot of gravel there, isn't there? The car's gone off.
Is it there, though? That's down the mine shop.
At the top. So that's rubber on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's down the
there
mine
was
shop.
gravel they were flicking their way through, so they want to be careful when they go back. They'll be using this opportunity they'll know that's the case when they go back on green.
We're trying to see if Earl Bamber and Stoltz are also. They do look like on the same lap. They should be right up behind each other shortly. The timing system still says 11 seconds, so maybe they're trying to catch up or something, but is the safety car still going to stay out there? We're going to wait and see now.
I don't think they haven't got to the lead group yet, have they? So, and you're not allowed to go fast. You'll have to Delta to go to.
Oh, and there they go. There go the leaders now. The BMW still leading off the Audi in 3rd position. We have green flag racing. The Audi now will try and get past Niederhauser, having a look at those 2 BMWs, but the BMW still in the lead, both of them. And further back, the gap, though, for Bamber and Stoltz is now 0.8 seconds, Dan. So Bamber and Stoltz are in this fight as well. The 2 of them are fighting it out. Stoltz applying the pressure on that Porsche further back. But in front, Niederhauser not able to get close to that BMW.
So the Kyalami 9-hour turns into a 20-minute sprint race. You've had the BMWs just coasting, and they won't be able to coast anymore. Look, their VMAX is already up. They've turned themselves back on. They need to stretch the lead. Niederhauser's looking at an opportunity. Stoltz is also looking at an opportunity. We got all up for grabs here in both Pro category and Pro-Am category.
It does look like Stoltz has a car in between him and Bamber, though. Niederhauser in 3rd place over there. There he goes, a big enough gap. There's the Porsche. Porsche's got a car behind it. It's an Audi. And behind that would be the Mercedes-Benz. You can see them coming with those angry lights around the top of Leeuwcorp over there. Dan, and those light guides that we spoke about coming in a bit handy now.
Yeah, very handy. If you're basically blinded, you're looking at an Audi, and Niederhauser is going to be trying to blind Maxime Martin in front of him with his fancy light bar across the front of his car.
There goes the number 4 Porsche. He's got the 99 Acker car behind him, and that Audi is wanting him to get out the way, but he is quite happy to have an Audi between him and that Mercedes-Benz who ramps over the bump over there, the sausage curb, going through the final sector of this circuit.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on lap times, whether BMW use all of their pace to try and stretch. It looks like that may be the case. Niederhauser 1.37 behind Maxime Martin in 2nd place, 2 seconds off the lead. So 2 BMWs are pushing now. They've got their VMAX back up to 235. It's like they've just at will just turned up the dial and got themselves their 8 km/h extra speed down the straight.
Bamber and Stoltz still a second apart. There goes the 86 car giving way for the rest of the chasing pack. Luckily, though, good to see the 86 car back on the grid. The 999 car, however, Dan, back in the pits.
It is, yeah. I think they've done the testing. They're probably finished. Hopefully they found out the cause for their gearbox issues and they can move on to Spa and make the necessary corrections to that team.
There goes Stoltz now, still steering at the back of an Audi, the car that he's hoping to get closer to, just one car ahead. But the gap now 1.1 seconds as Van der Linde still leads us off. Martin in second place in the BMW, but Niederhauser within that distance that he needs to be able to get past at least one of those BMWs. But the BMWs they sure do have a little bit extra pace under the bonnet there.
They do, just to put your mind at rest if you're watching and you're scared about Sheldon van der Linde possibly losing this race right at the death. That probably won't be the case because they've got 1 second over Patrick Niederhauser in third place. So Sheldon van der Linde has managed to turn it on, and 15 minutes, but it's certainly woken him up, I'm sure.
But look, Van der Linde now getting pressure from Martin. Martin didn't get the memo that this is supposed to be a South African win for BMW. Martin definitely not holding back there. Look at that gap, half a second. He's not making it easy for Van der Linde at the moment. But behind that is Niederhauser. Niederhauser, unfortunately, he's out of this battle, at least at this stage, with 16 minutes to go in this, what has now turned into a sprint race there.
And that huge roar as the big group of cars come past pit lane all in one go now, they're in a pack, is pretty special. So that'll work its way round the circuit. Yeah, it's looking like a straight fight between the two BMWs, 32-33, but surely they wouldn't do anything silly. There's a prestigious title up for grabs, so Maxime Martin, he's not just going to give it to Sheldon, is he?
No, he's not going to give it to him, but at the same time, this is a manufacturer's title battle that does take place. Ooh, there goes
Lucas
the
Stoltz.
20 car of Lucas Stoltz getting more pressure from the Audi. Has he gotten past that Audi? Looks like it. He's gotten past the Audi.
He has, so now he's trying to track down Bamba, 1.6 seconds behind. This is for second place in Pro-Am category. And 6th position in the overall classification.
So you're telling me that Lucas unlapped himself on that Akka Audi over there as we cut to the pit lane, SRO pit lane over there, pit box. The team's watching on. That is WRT. That is WRT.
The nerves are real in that team. They were relaxed only about 15 minutes ago. They thought they had absolutely everything under control. It may still be the case they've got everything under control, but everyone has woken up in that pit box, in that garage, nervous to see whether the 32-33 can come home safely. All still to play for. 15 minutes left of this race. Will Sheldon van der Linde take it? 0.7 is the gap. That's hardly anything, but Sheldon van der Linde won't want to give up the opportunity for a home ground win.
Home ground win, exactly. And we're hoping to see that home ground win take place as we are joined now by the man that's been keeping us company for the last 9 hours every now and then.
He's keeping us company for more than the last 9 hours. He's kept us company for the last 3 or 4 days, Gareth Burley, who has been superb in the support races, which we've all enjoyed, and some great racing. And now he's going to join us to watch the last 13 minutes of the Kyalami 9 hour.
And what a fitting finish, eh?
It really is. He was chomping at the bit to get on here because we've got a nice big screen in front of us, and I think he really wants to listen to it. We've got good audio, good screen. So let's watch this last 13 minutes. And local boy Sheldon van der Linde, can he bring that 32 yellow BMW M4 back? The M4 first victory possibly here at Kyalami 9 hour.
Yeah, I was just above the pits a moment ago, and the 999 came in. The fire extinguisher was ready, and they actually had to use the fire extinguisher underneath the car. So it looks like something was happening underneath there. So it'll be interesting to hear what's actually going on there. But so they pulled it into the pits obviously now. So we were hoping for a 10-car finish, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going to end up quite like that.
Grenier still in the pit lane, and there on your screen goes the Porsche. That Porsche now suddenly finds itself stuck in a tussle. 2.29 seconds, the gap now, Dan.
But he's half a second quicker than Lucas Stoltz behind, doesn't he? So El Bamba's really wringing the neck of that 991.2. We know he doesn't need to hand it back because they're finished with that car, so you might as well use up everything you have.
Now they're going to retire the car at the end of this race. So, and you were talking about a fitting finish for the Porsche, a podium position for the lone Porsche entry, especially in the company of Gounon. that's not a bad result for them.
Yeah, it's been hugely successful, that car, as it gets retired. And Porsche will hope that the 992 can be equally successful. Apparently much more sophisticated. We're speaking to one of the Porsche engineers earlier in the week. He says that just using the steering wheel, it's like F1. It's not just buttons anymore. You have multiple settings, multiple functions for every button. You have to spend half your time learning how to use it. He says some of the Pro-Am guys, they might want to just leave one setup and not touch anything, but for the pro guys, it gives them much more opportunity to fine-tune that vehicle in an endurance race and just wring the neck out and gain those extra few tenths of a second they might need.
Well, that is the curse of the modern racer, isn't it? That they've got to deal with all these buttons and switches and notifications. I mean, if you watch any Formula One race, you'll see. I mean, I don't know how those
and
guys
how they do it at that speed, because I mean, the Porsche guy was saying, yeah, the Pro-Am, you can tell when they're fiddling with the steering wheel, because on the straight they sort of move to one side, the speed drops because they're fiddling around. It's like trying to send a text message whilst driving, which we would never recommend. And that's the reason why multitasking is hard.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Well, of course, we heard earlier from Clint Weston, he missed his braking point by 10 meters because he was going down from Barbecue to Sunset, and then had to make a change of his name, and it cost him the corner. And they've had quite an eventful weekend.
Oh, quite an eventful weekend for the 86 car, hoping that they still make it through to the end. Finally, this is the final stages. Arie Neveling behind the wheel. They did have another incident quite recently causing the full course yellow, but they did manage to get that car going again. Dan just getting a tug by the tow vehicle out of the kitty litter. But they did manage to get that car going again, and now we are green flag racing. Just 10 minutes to go in this, the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. This is the Kyalami 9 hour. We've got the whole team. Well, Kriya Gangia is somewhere around here. Maybe if she can come say hi later on. Probably out there at the some VIP lounge somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. That's where she'll be.
That's where she'll be.
All preparing for the podium.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, of course, she's still working. I take it all back.
Sorry,
Kriya Gangia.
So Kriya Gangia doing the podium later on. There's going to be lots of champagne being popped earlier on. We saw the winner of the GT3 Cup coming in here. And
he had a lot
of... He was soaked.
He was. And our studio smelt a little bit of champagne for a good 15 minutes after he left.
But not like in a bad way, in that good sort of winning way.
Yes, you know? it's a victory smell.
Yes.
One of the nice things, of course, about night time is look at those brakes. You can see them shining red hot, and you really get to see it out on track as the cars come past, hitting the braking zone. I was out at Ingwe recently, and the fans are just like, look, it's on fire. No, these brakes are just red hot as you see them going into the braking points.
Yeah, glowing brake discs. Totally normal for nighttime driving, especially these cars, and they are quite mesmerizing to watch as they sort of light up as the brakes get applied. Early on, we heard some of the cars having some brake issues. Their lights, however, work perfectly fine as they flash their way through traffic. There come the BMWs. You can spot them with the lights making their way past the 86 car. Goes your leader, and there comes second place man. The 86 car having to keep out the way. The cars are much closer to one another at this stage. And going into sunset now.
Everyone's had to wake up, though. We're getting a last dash to the finish line as Sheldon van der Linde has dropped maybe a second and a half off his lap times that he was doing. 43 flat, so it's a real push to the end with 8 minutes to go. And that's where, when you've been coasting along and all of a sudden you've got a push, maybe you've got more of a chance of making a mistake.
Niederhauser, though, pushing slightly faster than second place man Martin, but the gap now 2.7 seconds to the leader and 1.5 seconds between the two of them. So Niederhauser's got 8 minutes and 18 seconds to try and close that gap. 1/10 a lap is not going to do it, so let's watch the clock and see exactly what happens.
The top three all having identical lap times, basically 43 flats. Patrick Niederhauser the same, in fact slightly quicker even than Sheldon van der Linde, so no gaps between them. This really is a 3-lap sprint.
And looking at those first 7 names, I mean, we could be watching any big international event. Those are some of the biggest names in GT3 racing.
For sure.
There on your screen, the BMW team. Augusto Farfus gives us a smile. He knows he's on camera.
Yeah, got to look smart. Zip up your fire suit. Get those sponsors on display.
Yeah, you notice how professional the guys are when they come into the commentary booth over here. Unlike us with our top buttons unbuttoned, these guys zip it up and keep it pro. And of course, they keep it pro out on the circuit too. 1.6 seconds the gap now between second and third place, and also first and second, but I do suspect first and second won't be battling it out too much. Someone that's quite comfortable, Jules Gounon, out in the lead of the Pro-Am category with plenty space between him, so he's got nothing to worry about. But Earl Bamber, though, doesn't have it all his way, but the gap is now fixed at around 4 seconds as the Mercedes-Benz sparks its way through the corner. The fifth place, Jules Gounon.
Just a winning machine, isn't he, Jules Gounon? He can't lose, and it doesn't matter what category he is. He's going to win again now. He's going to win the Pro-Am here at the Kyalami 9 Hour. So he won the overall classification last time out. He gets shoved in a Pro-Am team. Doesn't matter, I'll win that as well. So great points for Kenny Abul in the Sun Energy 1 Cup. And I think he's all, I mean, they're very complementary of each other. I think Jules Gounon and Kenny Abul, they're like family, really are. They're that close. They've raced together so many times, and to have a victory at Bathurst and then victory again here in the Pro-Am category at Kyalami 9 Hours, a very special start for them in the IGTC series.
I think fans just really impressed by the speed of these drivers at night time. I think you see them fast in the daytime, but when you see them at night, you really get a sense of the power of these cars and the expertise that these drivers have to know the racing line, to pick the braking spot. We know earlier one of the drivers missing his braking spot by 10 meters and he ends up in the gravel. These guys doing it lap by lap in the dark.
Yeah, lap after lap, and I can't really wrap my head around how fast these drivers are at night, because their nighttime stints are not far off the daytime lap times. I mean, it's just incredible. As we now look at the gaps between the drivers, 2 seconds to second place, 3.3 seconds now to third place. That's the gap over all the gaps, but the gaps between second and third, still the difference, as it's known, still 1.3 seconds there.
And just a quick note, we've just clocked the 300th lap at Kyalami 9 Hour. So that safety car does mean that we're not going to beat the 307. From last time out. We're going to be just short of that, but still over 300 laps here. It really has been a difficult race for the drivers. Only a short little safety car stint, but it's only come in the cool of the night. They would have rather have that been in the heat of the day, and it's over the 300, a monumental task.
8 hours, 55 minutes of racing completed. No more pit stops, hopefully no more incidents, and nervously watching on your lead team over there, the BMWs 1 and 2. Wiets biting his lip there a little bit as he watches the screen and the monitors. And the number 1 driver, Van der Linde, South African, Sheldon Van der Linde, van. Another super van, shall we say? As Van der Linde crosses the line there, and he heads towards the finish line with 4 minutes to go. South Africans will be wanting to see him win, that's for sure.
And this will feel special because, you know, he's won the Kyalami 9 Hour before. But this one, coming into the weekend, feels like it's a different kind of victory from before.
Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, they've led from the front, hasn't he? And he had to do it himself. A fantastic pass in that first stint. And now bringing it home himself. He'll be absolutely loving this. And I'm sure his brother, if he's watching, Calvin van der Linde, will also be loving it as well. They can have another title in the family. They're going to need to get some bigger trophy cabinets installed at the Van der Linde house.
Oh yes, indeed, and not to mention all the trophies that the family's been gathering over the years. They might need to get a warehouse for that.
Well, it all started at Polo Cup, of course, all those years ago.
Yes.
And we saw some stars this morning. We could be, in a couple of years, we could be talking about them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And that's why these Polo Cup, Super Cup, GTC and certain categories, Formula Ford, Formula 1600. You spoke to Andrew Rackstraw, a driver with certainly with a bright future ahead of him, and many others. Charles Visser having won the Polo Cup race. Campos having won the Super Cup race, Mogotsi in the mix as well, and so many other names that I might have skipped over. But of course, these drivers are the future, and hopefully we'll be seeing them in some of these GT3 machinery, Top Flight Motorsport in the future. And of course, lest we forget, the 18-year-old Kwanda Mokoena, currently unfortunately not able to finish the race, but his team though, are they still circulating? Let's have a look. Jackson looks like he is still circulating, so the 80 car still out there and still in the running.
And this is exactly why you put your pro driver in at the end, doesn't you? Because you've got Earl Bamber against Lucas Stoltz, and Earl Bamber's going to do enough. It looks like he's definitely going to do enough to get that second position in the Pro-Am class, because the gap to Lucas Stoltz is too much. It was about just over 3 seconds, 3.1 seconds. So Earl Bamber, aren't they glad, the Grove Racing team, that they left Earl Bamber in that car to bring that car home, because it's really going to pay dividends for them in the Pro-Am points. And the same can be said for Jules Gounon, although I think he had that done already.
Yeah, I think he had that done already. Earl Bamber and Stoltz lapping at almost exactly the same lap times. Just one.
Stoltz just put his fastest lap of the race in, actually, at 42.9.
Exactly.
So he's really pushing, but Earl Bamber did a 42.89.
I'm just trying to work this
They're
out.
the fastest car on circuit, both of those two. Earl Bamber and Stoltz are by far the fastest car on this circuit right now in the Pro-Am division.
1/100th of a second separating them. 1/100th.
Sure.
I mean, that's amazing.
Well, Van der Linde, of course, going through the S's now up to the top of the course at Leeuwkop. It looks like he'll probably have to do one more lap after this.
Yes, it will be. He'll be coming round to on his penultimate lap. And we want to have a big cheer here in the stands for Sheldon van der Linde. I want to be able to hear it from my booth. Let's replicate that pass in the first stint from Sheldon van der Linde as he comes round, hopefully to take victory here at Kyalami 9 hour. 1 minute to go.
Wow, Dan, what an incredible 9 hours this has been. Just look at how nervous this BMW team looks and watches on. They could have a 1-2 in the next minute or so as Sheldon van der Linde comes through for what could be his last lap. And we hear the car storming by the commentary booth. BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Porsche, and a string of Mercedes followed by Jackson as the South Africans also try and make their way through. Neerveling there, the 86 car, and Jackson in the 80 car still out there circulating. And this, as confirmed by the timing board, is the final lap.
And this is not what was predicted earlier on. Of course, the 999 was starting on pole position. He's currently in the pits. It just shows you how things can quickly turn around in GT racing.
Yeah. I think for a lot of people turning up to this circuit this morning, it's what they wanted to see. Local boy Sheldon van der Linde coming through. And final lap, can you only just imagine the excitement in that cockpit right now? He has an opportunity to bring the M4, all that hard work by Team WRT switching from Audi into the BMW. They haven't had it easy. They've had to work for it. They've had to really learn that car. And their hard work's paid dividends here.
Oh, the team make the customary walk.
We can hear the cheering.
Yeah,
I love it. Let's have a bigger cheer for Sheldon van der Linde here, winning the Kyalami 9 hour.
Oh, they make the walk to the pit wall. Of course, they want to cheer their driver. It's not over yet, Dan, as they make their way through the final sequence over here. I'm holding my breath ever so slightly. Van der Linde makes his way down the mine shaft for what could be the last time. Going through the final sector of this circuit now. Of course, the iconic corners up ahead. He's got Crocodiles, he's got Cheetah, he's got Ingwe to navigate. And then, of course, he's got the checkered flag in front of him. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheldon van der Linde takes the final corner, makes his way towards the line, bumps his fist in the air. The crowd goes wild. And there's the cheer, ladies and gentlemen. Sheldon van der Linde is your winner of the Kyalami 9 hour. This is the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. His teammates give the camera the clap.
Yeah, Charles Verts looking very happy in himself. WRT, they came here last year with Audi. They had a bit of a nightmare this year. It's all been worth it with the M4. And well done, fans. You didn't let me down with the cheer for Sheldon van der Linde. So thanks so much for that.
Martin gets second place for the 33 car. Niederhauser puts Audi on the podium, Dan.
Yes, and I think they'll be secretly happy with that. We had a fella in earlier, and Niederhauser getting that car through safely. Didn't have enough. He had an opportunity at the end, but the BMW was just too dominant here this weekend.
Too dominant indeed. And speaking of dominance, Gounon and the rest of that 75 team getting Pro-Am win over there. And there is one of the men of the moment, certainly in that 75 car, the owner and operator of that car, CEO of Sun Energy.
What a character he is, and he had his one goal, take the overall classifications at Bathurst. His next goal is to try and reclaim that Pro-Am category, and he's had a perfect start here at Kyalami 9 hour. We're hoping to push that on. Let's go to Amanda.
He's been
They're getting a win here at Kyalami, and you look back at the 9 hours that were at hand. The BMW took lead pretty quickly. What kept you there?
Yeah, just a great race car for us. We really have been focusing on the race for this race, and it looks like it's really worked out. The car's been working amazingly the whole race. Also for the sister car, I mean, what a great 1-2 for WRT and for BMW. It's my first Kyalami win. I've been coming here 3 times now, so great fun, and maybe have a decent party tonight.
I guarantee that's going to be the case, and we're going to continue on to the celebration. I see Charles Wirtz over here giving everybody a hug. And Charles, I want to go back to the beginning of this race with you and talk about the win at hand. To get this win for WRT right here at Kyalami, how significant is this moment for you?
Well, actually, my first race here was in 2020, and we just lost by almost nothing against the BMW, and we eventually finished second. So it's quite nice to get I would say, kind of a revenge on a BMW car. So obviously, I'm pretty happy to win here for my first win with BMW, and for this Intercontinental race.
Congratulations. I'm going to move over to Augusto Farfus, who did win here in 2020 in that BMW. And Augusto, I know it's a 1-2 finish for BMW, and you think about the importance of the entire season. How significant is that for BMW?
Well, it's great. I mean, we had our car building up over last year, but it was a difficult one for us. We managed to turn the page, and we show up an incredible team spirit. I mean, we brought home 1-2. We knew that it was possible, so it's well done for all the BMWs. Now time to celebrate.
So into Parc Ferme, and the winner's circle comes. The winning BMW, the top 3 all there. They go into Parc Ferme conditions, so the scrutineers can check that all is well. The drivers will go to the podium in due course. There'll be one for the overall top 3, one for the top 3 in our GTC, because that's different, and we'll have a Pro-Am podium too. So there, Dries van Thor, Charles Wirtz go to congratulate Sheldon van der Linde, who will be a very happy man indeed. And now he can go and join his mates in due course and carry on their party that he was telling us about earlier on in the day. P1, he says to the team, very, very happy indeed. And a big round of applause from the WRT and BMW personnel. A happy van der Linde family. His uncle, Etienne van der Linde, you might remember racing in Formula Renault in the UK in the 1990s. And brother Kelvin van der Linde, another star of GT and DTM and Formula E racing of late. Vincent Vos in his now trademark flat cap, as befits somebody that once raced in Northwest Formula Ford in the Champion of Alton Series for Andy Welch. There he is. Goes to congratulate Sheldon van der Linde. And it's not taken them long, has it, to move from a brand they've been associated with for a decade plus to a completely different manufacturer and start winning.
Nothing stands still.
No, that's true.
Even in the world of motorsport.
And there it is, the winning car with barely
Well, there you heard it from the international broadcast team, the 32 car, your winner. Dan, what do you think is the story of this race? The BMWs came here, they absolutely dominated from the start of the race, not so much in practice and qualifying. And it looks like we might have an interview with the winner. Let's see.
A win on home soil, a win at the home track in front of your family. How much sweeter are these?
Oh, these are just amazing. Honestly, it's amazing to win at home again for the second time. I think we've been on the podium every time I've come to Kyalami already, so it's a good hit rate for sure. Makes me really happy to see the WRT guys again winning in their 3rd race with the car out of or 2 races out of 3. So congrats to them as well. It's an amazing feat, and very proud to be driving for this team.
Sheldon, you were able to go around your teammate and then track down that Mercedes. It did end up having issues, but you guys led from there. Would you say that you had the better performing BMW here tonight?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we had the edge the whole weekend. I feel we were comfortable the whole weekend, to be honest. So, yeah, very happy to obviously bring this one home finally. But now we party.
Congratulations.
Well, there you go, and now we party. That's what he said, and that's probably what's going to happen tonight, Dan. The BMW Team WRT party is probably going to be one of the bigger ones here tonight.
Yeah, very well deserved from Team WRT. Makes up for the difficulties they had at Bathurst, doesn't it? And yeah, Sheldon van der Linde, he's quite right. He's got quite a good hit rate here at Kyalami 9 Hour, and he's had a pretty phenomenal last year as well. DTM champion, so another one to tick off his CV, and he's only 23.
Wow. And we spoke about it earlier, and I joked about the fact that his legend is building, and it certainly is now. Now, if you look at his CV, it's growing steadily. And like you say, he's still got lots of years ahead of him, lots of time ahead of him, as the viewers out there join us here in the studio. Got all three guys here in the studio.
Oh, we've got Amanda.
But it looks like we've got Amanda back with some more interviews.
Going through your mind and what could have been possible?
I mean, everything is possible after restart, and but at the end it was a good fight, clean race. Sheldon was very fast in front as well, so we could push. And I was quite a bit afraid with the Audi because they were really fast at the end of the race. But at the end we could manage, and and it's a 1-2 for the team. So I think it's a perfect job today.
I know you guys are also going to be celebrating tonight. And Philip, I want to go back to a conversation that you were having with the guys in the comms booth about how you thought the BMW would perform magically here tonight. Do you back that up?
Well, I didn't say this specifically. I just said in the pure facts we should have an advantage when it gets cooler. But apparently our friends from Ingolstadt proved us wrong. They were really fast in the end, but I'm super happy for the team. 1-2. It's my first race with WRT, and to finish it on the podium together with my amazing teammates is a great result.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Philip Eng, another single-seater convert from a few years ago, and he raced Formula 2. But
yep, the top three looked like this: BMW, and Audi. Audi in fourth place as well. Dan, I mean, this has been quite the 9-hour. We thought that things were settling down, and then all of a sudden, in the final hour, things unsettled.
Yeah, we had a nice little finish there, didn't we? Something to wake us all up and get excited about, and put a little bit of nerves into Team WRT, but they managed to cope with it perfectly, show that their pace wasn't a fluke by any stretch, and cope with that last 20 minutes. We had 304 laps in the end for this race, just a few less than last year, thanks for the safety car. Overall, 13,267 kilometres were driven during the race, 2,934 total laps from all the competitors.
Yeah, the Audi drivers and the BMW drivers congratulating each other. It was a close one. And now we go to Gunan and Hubble in the pits.
At the end of this race, you're like, no, there's 2 hours left to go. Well, it is official now. At this point in the season, where's left to go as we go forward to Spa?
Yeah, as I said, thanks to Kenny, I was not supposed to be here, so my points are due to him twice, and I think he's also in the lead in Pro with me. So actually, you want to drive Spa with me or what? So now it's amazing. Yannick and Kenny did a fantastic job. Kenny was clearly the quickest time today, and the car was good. So thanks to Marcus, Daniel, all SPS and Mercedes, and fantastic race.
Yannick, I want to talk about your performance today, too, because you had a heck of a stint out there as well, and you hear Jules compliment your work here today. Talk about the energy within this team and being the third man on Sun Energy One.
Yeah, I'm the new guy, right? And the one who had to prove himself. So I'm really happy it went so well. I mean, everybody of us, whether in quali or in the race or in the practices, they were always really on it. And I had a steep learning curve, of course, in the beginning, but managed to get it all together until quali. And in the race, it went even better. So super happy about that. Very thankful to Kenny and the whole Sun Energy One SPS team.
Well, a Kenny Habul winter interview never disappoints. What happens for the next 12 hours?
I know what you're going to ask me, what I'm going to do around the track tonight, but I get in trouble for saying stuff, so I'm just going to say we're going to party quietly and celebrate quietly.
Congratulations, guys.
Top job by VS.
We don't believe him at all, do we?
Oh, the last
quietly.
time he wanted to run around the track naked and party till the break of dawn.
He did a section of the track, but just not all of it, apparently.
Well, he does live next door to the track.
This is a small track. I reckon he could do it. It's only a few strides for the big man.
The uphill might be a bit difficult, though. As we look on at the Grove team, very satisfied with their performance. A podium for them in that Pro-Am category, just behind the 75 car. And the teams frantically getting ready for their podium interviews and celebrations. Incredible performance, and they're with the Pirelli caps, and those caps mean something as they pose for photos. With some
yeah, you
kids
collect those, and Brenton Grove especially was phenomenal, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He took that pass himself, past the 20 SPS, to get up into that second position, and we'll go back to Amanda again.
Well, I tried everything, right? Yeah, the issue was that I actually collected a lot of pickup on the full course yellow, which made it quite difficult the first lap. So yeah, the BMW is clearly at an advantage there, and yeah, afterwards
gave it my all, pushed like crazy everything I had, but it was not enough to catch them.
Well, Matthias, the 9 hours set in, you guys continue to reflect on this race here today. Is there anything you can identify that maybe could have changed the results of this race?
Actually, I think we did quite a flawless race. We always kept our pace, avoiding mistakes, penalties, contacts. I mean, I think this was our pace today. We did the maximum. BMW was really fast today. They never did any mistake as well. So I think we take the podium. I think it's always nice to be on the podium on IGTC races, and we try to be better for next ones.
And as Mattia just said, it will be a podium finish for you guys, Ricardo. And what will be the leading memory for you as you head out of Kyalami?
Probably the crime spots outside the track. No, very nice place. I love the track. It was quite hot actually, so probably this will be the main memory. But I really enjoyed it, sharing the car with these two guys. They did an outstanding job. Mechanics, all pit stops were perfect. Strategy, we gave it all, but it was still not enough. So yeah, like Matthias said, we'll come back stronger.
It was a job well.
Well, there you have it. The Audi team, they were happy with third place, and this kind of does change from time to time, because you're happy with third place and then all of a sudden there's a chance for second, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, I think they accept their position here. We have the overall standings just to confirm. So Dries van Thor, Charles Weerts and Sheldon van der Linde in the 32 BMW take overall victory, followed closely by the 33 BMW and Philip Eng, Augusto Farfus and Maxime Martin. Perfect start from WRT. And they're looking to try and push that through into the following rounds of the IGT Challenge. Audi, though, Patrick Niederhauser, Matteo Drudi, Ricardo Feller take the final podium position.
Yeah, just behind that Winkelhock, Marshall Acker. But of course, the tail of the tape points to Kenny Abul, Mettler and Jules Gounon in first in Pro-Am. Just behind that, Bamber, Grove and Grove. But Stoltz pushing hard right up until the end to try and secure that position. It just wasn't enough though. But they did, however, get third in Pro-Am. Further down the order, we've got the South African teams making it through. And GT Cup winner, of course, was completed earlier on by the NGK Pablo Clark racing car driven by Mikael Patamba.
Yeah, that was he was so chuffed. It seems like a long time ago, doesn't it?
It was actually a long time ago. Got it 8 hours ago to be exact.
Well, I think the Audis are underestimating themselves because they did finish on the lead lap, of course, as the leaders. Even without the safety car, they were right up there. So I think they did a phenomenal job. I think they were the surprise package of the weekend.
Oh, now you got to navigate that traffic out to the circuit there. This is one of the issues that
now, you're not GT3 drivers, guys.
Yes.
Just calm down. I know you've watched a lot of fast driving here, but let's take it steady on the way home. Here's the highlights of this race.
Oh, the start of the race was intense. The BMWs immediately started applying the pressure, not just to the lead car, but also to each other. But eventually, there they got past that Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, huge moment at the start when Sheldon van der Linde managed to get through and the crowd went wild. Audi pushed the whole way as we see them flying dust into the sky.
Acker, of course, going off the circuit there, but the BMWs were to stay in 1-2 right up until the end, but it wasn't without threat from the Audis with incredible pit stops. And then, of course, this overtaking maneuver by Winkelhock on the 999 cars. They touched. We suspected there might be something amiss there, but Grenier with no issues other than the issues that later plagued the car.
Yeah, that was a great pass by Marcus Winkelhock. It sort of emulated what Sheldon van der Linde did earlier on in his first stint, and that's when it started going wrong for the 999 car. Acker in the Attempto Racing had a few excursions off the track, even though he did set the fastest lap at the time, but a bit of a dirty stint from him.
Yeah, he himself said that the stint wasn't as clean as it could be. What was clean was the drives from the BMWs. We saw, though, they did get involved in some tussles with backmarkers, but with other category cars, Pro-Ams to be exact, and then the nighttime fell and became a little bit more difficult to identify the cars, but we had a system, didn't we, Dan?
We did. We worked it out the night before, and it was all BMW as the 999 car fell away with its issues and had to eventually be retired from the race.
This was the overtake of the night, though. Thanks to a BMW exiting the pit lane, the Grove car was managing to finally get past the Mercedes-Benz to take second in the Pro-Am category. I think that pass was inevitable, but a pretty cool move nonetheless.
Yeah, he took the opportunity, and it was highly contested, that Pro-Am category. the Sun Energy One. This was what made it interesting at the end, with the local 86 car spinning off and needing recovery and bringing on the safety car.
Viet's watching on as the cars fight it out in the final closing stages, but it was BMW with Sheldon van der Linde behind the wheel to take that first place. Kenny Abul and his team taking Pro-Am victory. There is Augusta Farkas second place in the Pro category. A fantastic performance by all drivers. They've all managed to complete it. Most of them managed to complete the 9 hours of Kyalami.
That was the 2023 9 hours of Kyalami. It's a shame it's over. All we can do now is look forward to next year.
Indeed, what an event. Gareth, any closing thoughts from you on what you saw today?
Well, I think the story of the day and the week has been BMW, because 50 BMWs and a BMW winning the 9 hour.
Indeed, it looks like we're going to podiums now. We've got Kriya Gangia on the podium. Let's see if we can get the audio from her. I'm just waiting for our producer to confirm. I'd love to hear. For now, we just got to keep going. Busy sorting out that audio there. You can see the third place winners over there.
This is the Pro-Am category.
Making their way to the stage. And yeah, Dan, Pro-Am was quite hotly contested today. We saw.
It really was, wasn't it? We had like that, certainly that battle for second place. Grove Racing, Porsche with Earl Bamber have to thank for getting and cementing that second place. Lucas Stoltz did all he could in the SPS 20 Mercedes AMG. Still on the podium in third position. And wait for the big man. Here he comes. Kenny Abul in the Sun Energy One car. He'll be happy for first place.
Oh, yeah. Yep, there goes Gunan. I was going to say, watch your step there, Gunan, but he's done this before many times. Kriya Gangia now in the winning ceremony.
To hand out the trophies, please welcome onto stage MEC of Sports, Art, Culture and Recreation of the Gauteng Province, Marakane Masuper. And please welcome onto stage Tassim Mutara, MEC of Economic Development for the Gauteng Province. And please welcome onto stage Abby Hay, Series Manager of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Pro-Am podium. All right, gents, I think it's time for some champagne showers. up for our Pro-Am winners, ladies and gentlemen.
That was the Pro-Am division so far, Dan. We're still waiting for the pros to come out and pop some champagne. Maybe the rest of the team still sipping on theirs. But let's talk about that 75 car. I mean, that is a great performance from them. So
Yeah, they had struggled just in the first stint, but ever since then, it was superb, wasn't it? They had to just work their way. They dropped back about 30 seconds in that first stint and then worked their way back through the field, and then they just made the Pro-Am class their own. And as a result, they get a trophy that has a lot of stopping power, where third place had a trophy with a little bit less stopping power. Big brake discs for the winner here.
Well, we saw earlier on Mikael Patamba with that brake disc, but let's go back to the Pro division winners.
WRT, Philip Eng, Augusto Barfus, and Maxime Martin. And now, we've waited 9 hours for this podium, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for our first place team and drivers, Team WRT, Dries van Deur, Sheldon van der Linde, and Charles Beards. And now time for the winning team's anthem. To hand out our medals, please put your hands together for Tasneem Mutara, MEC of Economic Development of the Gauteng Province. To hand out the second place trophies is Murakane Musapierre, the MEC of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation of the Gauteng Province. And the first place trophies are handed out by MEC Tasneem Mutara of Economic Development in the Gauteng Province. And presenting the medals is Abby Hay, Series Manager of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Kyalami 9-hour winners.
And we are back in the studio after the champagne showers there in the arena down the road. We can actually hear the celebrations. Can't be here.
In the VIP area, of course. So you've got all the VIPs in the background celebrating, and very much the party started there a couple of hours ago, so it will continue for a long time.
Dan, speaking of parties starting, from your perspective, what was the highlight for you today on circuit? I mean, there was a big party out there for BMW, certainly from the beginning of this race.
I think WRT did absolutely exceptional. They went through their program, as we learned earlier, and they did everything they needed to do. They left no stone unturned in their preparation, and even when they're put under a bit of pressure at the end with that safety car and that frantic 20-minute sprint to the line, they didn't put a foot wrong, did they?
Yeah.
Very well deserved from the WRT team. And Sheldon van der Linde picking up a victory is probably what a lot of people hoped for when they came to the circuit today.
Second place was another BMW car, but in third were the Audis, and the Audis did respectably well, considering that they haven't done well year before. With a decent performance from them, that's surely something they can build on, Dan.
Yeah, I think it will be. It's something they can, great confidence they'll take into Spa 24, such a big race for everybody, especially WRT being the Belgium side. But yeah, Audi, everyone wants to do well at Spa, and if you've had a good race here, you're going to look forward to the next one.
Well, it looks like, as we can see on the screen over there, the teams are gathering to see exactly how close they can get to one another for the picture. Sheldon van der Linde over there, the happiest man on the screen. As a South African, Gareth, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's been amazing 2 days of racing. Of course, the local races. You think about, we started out with youngsters. We started out with young fans who've been at the track coming to see. I think it's been a BMW weekend. I think the two highlights for me have been not only BMW winning the 9 hour, but the 59 cars we had on track in the BMW series race. So I think a BMW weekend all round.
Clearly, by the number of cars you had at that event, we are a BMW nation. We do like BMWs. We like VWs as well. We love those types of cars. But before we complete this conversation, Kriya has got an interview for us.
I'm standing here with Sheldon van der Linde. You came home, and you came home with glory.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm over the moon. Obviously, my second Kyalami 9 hour win already. And I have to say, it's so nice to win at home with all my friends, family. Yeah, the guys are cheering like crazy. And it just gives me goosebumps to see that. Also, when I made a move this morning after the start, I could literally hear the people from the car. And that's just something so special. Haven't had this ever before in my life. So very happy to take this one home again. Been on the podium 3 years already in the last 3 years of the Kyalami 9 hour, so it's safe to say that everything's good on home soil.
It was quite a strenuous race today. I think the 9 hours took it out of all the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been here since Wednesday already, so a lot of the teams have put in a lot of effort, flown halfway across the world to get here. For me, it was a bit of a shorter trip, obviously, staying with my parents and stuff at home, so yeah, very proud, very happy to be here, and very proud to be driving for WRT as well. It's such a special team. And it's special to wear this logo on my overall today.
So the question I really need to know is, where's the trophy going to live? Here or overseas?
I think I'm actually going to leave it here to, like, every time I go back to my room here, that I kind of see my Kyalami trophy, you know? Definitely not going to take it back to Germany. It's probably going to break in the plane or anything. So I'll probably leave it here and then, yeah, look at it every day.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Sheldon van der Linde, amazing performance from him and the WR team today. They walked away with gold. From myself, Kriya Gangia, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you at the next Kyalami 9 hour.
Thank you so much, Kriya Gangia. She's been getting us all that juicy information, hasn't she?
Yeah, where would we be without Kriya?
Well, Dan, closing thoughts from you. Before we get to you, Dan, Gareth, there's so many BMWs that were here today. This is good for BMW, and this is definitely good for them to, as we say so many times in the broadcast, race on Sunday, or in this case Saturday, sell on Monday.
Yeah, and I think a big moment for South African motorsport as well, because we've had sort of from young people all the way through to some of the professionals and the South African on the podium. I think it's a breakthrough moment for motorsport South Africa, actually.
Yeah. Very good stuff. And Dan, from you, any closing thoughts from you before we cut the broadcast after over 9 hours of sitting in these seats?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether we're going to see a lot of M4s on the road now, yes. And I'm going to have to fight my way through traffic.
Hopefully their indicators work on the cars. We certainly saw that Sheldon had a problem with his brake light over there, at least one of his lights. But jokes aside, a fantastic performance by multiple teams, the South Africans, the drivers that have visited us here. My name is Ernest Page, joined by the rest of the team. Thank you for watching the Kyalami 9 Hour. It's been a fantastic race. This is the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. And we'll see you guys at the next round.